Chapter 1. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. The pill lightning struck like the judgment of heaven itself. Yao Chen's body convulsed as 9-colored lightning hammered the stone pavilion, shattering the refinement cauldron into molten fragments that sprayed across the carved marble floor. Each bolt carried the weight of celestial fury, punching through his flesh like burning needles threaded with liquid fire. His meridians screamed, not metaphorically, but with an audible shrieking that filled the chamber as Do Qi channels designed to carry gentle currents of energy were suddenly flooded with the wrath of the heavens. Pain. Absolute, annihilating pain that erased thought, identity, and the very concept of self. His soul felt like it was being peeled apart, layer by layer, exposed to a universe that had decided he did not deserve to exist. The stone beneath him cracked in spiderweb patterns. The air smelled of ozone and burnt copper, a sharp, electrical bite that coated the back of the throat and stung the eyes. Somewhere distant, voices shouted. Clan members rushing toward the pavilion, too late to help, too horrified to look away. Then it stopped. Not gradually. Not mercifully fading into unconsciousness. It simply ceased, as though someone had thrown a cosmic switch. One heartbeat he was dying in lightning fire with his skeleton illuminated through his flesh. The next he was lying on cold stone, staring at a ceiling carved with ancient characters he had never seen before. Except he had seen them before. Not in person. In manga panels scanned at 2 a.m, the glow of a cracked phone screen the only light in a Zhongshan University dormitory room where a pharmaceutical researcher had been trying to review compound stability data for tomorrow's lab meeting and had, inevitably, gotten distracted. Characters from the Do Qi continent. Characters from a story called Battle Through the Heavens. No, he whispered. His voice came out wrong, younger, lighter, resonating with a vitality his 34-year-old body had never possessed. The vocal cords belonged to someone barely past adolescence. He raised his hands. They were smooth, unscarred, the hands of a teenager who had never gripped a steering wheel or spent 12 years disassembling pharmaceutical equipment. Long black hair fell across his shoulders in rivers of silk. He wore white robes trimmed with silver cloud patterns he recognized from 1,000 illustrations. The formal dress of the Yao clan. One of the 8 ancient families of the Do Qi continent. No. A floating bronze hourglass materialized 3 inches from his nose. It hung in the air without support, rotating slowly on an invisible axis. Its sands flowed upward rather than down, golden grains defying gravity with casual impossibility. The glass was etched with characters so small they seemed to writhe like living things. Golden text burned into existence beneath it, hovering in the air like a heads-up display from a video game, except no video game had ever felt this real, had ever made his chest hurt like this, had ever smelled of burnt copper and stone dust and the lingering ghost of lightning. Timeline preparation system, initialized host, Yao Chen, transmigrated, current age, 19 cultivation, 5-star Do Ling alchemy, tier 4 timeline integrity, 100% preparation points, 0. He stared at the floating text until the characters blurred. Then he read it again. Then a third time, because understanding the individual words and accepting their collective meaning were very different operations. He was Yao Chen. The Yao Chen. The legendary alchemist who would one day be called Medicine Dust, who would rise to become a tier 9 alchemist of unmatched brilliance, who would be betrayed by his own disciple Han Feng, whose body would be destroyed and soul shattered and sealed into a ring, who would sleep for centuries in that ring until a boy named Xiao Yan put it on his finger and changed everything. He was Yao Chen, decades before any of that happened. And he had a system that wanted him to prepare for it. The hourglass pulsed once, warmly, as if welcoming him. A new line of text appeared. First directive, survive. Everything depends on your survival. He laughed. The sound bounced off the stone walls of the pavilion, sharp and slightly unhinged, the laugh of a man who had just been handed the weight of an entire world's future and told to carry it on teenage shoulders. The knowledge cascaded through him in waves. The full BTTH timeline, crystalline in its detail, Xiao Yan's birth into the Xiao family in the Jiama Empire, his mother sealing a heavenly flame inside him that drained his cultivation for years, the mockery of his peers, the ring on his finger, the cantankerous old mentor inside that ring who pushed him past every limit. And beyond Xiao Yan, the Han clan's apocalyptic plan, the Toshi ancient god's cave, the final confrontation that would either save or end the Do Qi continent civilization. All of it balanced on a knife's edge. All of it contingent on choices made right now, in this pavilion, by a man who had no business existing in this body. Everything I do now, he murmured, watching the sands flow upward, shapes whether Xiao Yan lives or dies. The hourglass confirmed nothing. It simply spun, patient and eternal, waiting for him to begin. Chapter 2. The medical ward of the Yao clan smelled of dried herbs and centuries of accumulated spiritual energy. Yao Chen lay on a bed carved from spirit wood, its surface faintly warm with residual Do Qi. The blankets were silk woven with protective formations that hummed against his skin. Even the pillow seemed designed to accelerate recovery, It's filling a mixture of medicinal herbs that released calming vapors with every shift of his head, soft and woody and faintly sweet, like cedar shaving steeped in honey. The ward's 3 windows were screened by translucent mineral panels that diffused the hidden realm's golden light into something gentle and even. This was not a hospital. This was an ancient clan's healing chamber, and the technology gap between it and modern medicine wasn't a gap at all, it was a different universe of possibility. He catalogued his body with the systematic precision of a pharmaceutical researcher. 19 years old, meridians intact but strained from the pill lightning, a deep ache radiating through every channel like the memory of electricity, not sharp pain but a heavy, bone-deep soreness that pulsed with his heartbeat, as if the lightning had left a resonance behind, a tuning forecome in every nerve. He could feel individual meridian channels in ways his modern mind had no precedent for, not like nerves, not quite like blood vessels, but like rivers that ran slightly too hot from overflow, their banks scored and tender. He mentally traced each one from its origin point, checking for blockages the way he'd once checked reaction vessels for cracks in a pharmaceutical lab. None. Good. The lightning had damaged but not severed. Do Qi reserves at approximately 40%, he could feel the energy moving through pathways that his modern mind struggled to comprehend but his new body understood instinctively, the way a native speaker understands grammar without ever having studied it. The Do Qi felt liquid when he focused on it, pooling naturally in the lower dantian, moving through the meridians with a pull that had direction and intention, not like electricity and not like blood but something that was its own category of phenomenon. When he tried to channel it deliberately, a careful, exploratory attempt, it responded immediately, too quickly, with the over-responsiveness of a system whose normal feedback controls had been disrupted by the pill lightning. He let it settle. He would need weeks of careful cultivation to restore proper regulatory tone to the channels. 5-star Do Ling rank. Tier 4 Alchemist. The original Yao Chen's memories arrived in fragments, faces, corridors, the sharp smell of refinement chemicals, the particular silence of a clan library at midnight. The memories had an emotional texture that his own didn't, a loneliness, sustained and quiet, the loneliness of a talented person who had been defined by capability for so long that he'd forgotten to develop the rest of himself. Not bad for 19. Not bad at all. But a universe away from the peak Do Zun, Tier 9 monster he was supposed to become. The gap between here and there was a mountain range. He'd climbed mountains before, metaphorically, in pharmaceutical research, where a decade of incremental progress looked like impossibility until the moment it looked obvious. He filed the mountain range under work to be done and moved on. The ward's door slammed open. You absolute fool. The woman who stormed in was approximately his age, with phoenix feather earrings swaying from the violence of her entrance. Her hair was pulled back in a severe bun that somehow made her more beautiful rather than less, and her Yao clan robes were the red variant that designated active practitioners. Her eyes burned with a particular fury that only genuine worry could produce, the kind of anger that was indistinguishable from love if you knew where to look. Feng Shen. He recognized her from the original Yao Chen's memories, fragments that surfaced like bubbles from a deep lake when he looked at certain faces. The original soul's feelings were tangled with the memories, admiration, longing, a warmth that had never been spoken aloud because the young Yao Chen hadn't known how. A Tier 5 refinement? She snapped, stopping at his bedside with her arms crossed. You're a Tier 4 alchemist, Yao Chen. 4. The number that comes before 5. Did the lightning fry the part of your brain responsible for counting? Feng Shen, don't you Feng Shen me. Elder Yao Dan had to personally intervene to keep the pavilion from collapsing. The cauldron fragments embedded in the ceiling, Yao Chen, and 3 apprentices in the adjacent wing needed treatment for spiritual shock. For what? So you could prove you're the most talented idiot in clan history? She was magnificent when angry. The original Yao Chen had known this and been paralyzed by it. But the transmigrator inside this body understood something the original never had. You don't watch a person like this from a distance. You step closer. You're right, he said simply. It was reckless. She blinked. Whatever response she'd prepared, and she'd clearly prepared several, given the way her mouth opened and closed, evaporated against the wall of unexpected agreement. What? Right. You're right. I overreached. I thought I could control the Tier 5 refinement variables, and I was wrong. The pill lightning correction was proportional to my arrogance. He met her eyes. Thank you for checking on me. Feng Shen stared at him for a long moment. Something shifted behind her expression, the anger draining away to reveal the worry beneath it, raw and unguarded, more honest than she probably intended to show. You scared me, she said quietly. The words came out rougher than the ones before, stripped of performance. The lightning was visible from the eastern compound. I thought, she stopped. Pressed her lips together. Just don't do it again. The bronze hourglass flickered at the edge of his vision, visible only to him. +5 pp, key timeline figure recognized. Feng Shen. He watched her fidget with the medicine tray on his bedside table, rearranging bottles that didn't need rearranging, her fingers careful and deliberate in a way that suggested she needed something to do with her hands. The faint scent of phoenix flower oil clung to her robes, the signature fragrance of the Yao clan's fire lineage practitioners. In the original timeline, this woman died at 24. A herb gathering expedition to Crimson Peak. A magical beast attack that shouldn't have been survivable. The original Yao Chen had mourned her death for years, and the grief had carved something hollow into the man who eventually became Yao Lao. He would change that. Whatever the cost of the timeline, he would change that. Feng Shen, he said, and something in his tone made her turn. Would you help me review Tier 4 fundamentals tomorrow? I clearly have gaps that need addressing before I attempt anything higher. She searched his face for mockery and found none. Slowly, a reluctant smile tugged at her mouth. Tomorrow. 6th bell. If you're late, I'll assume the lightning gave you brain damage after all. She left, closing the door with exaggerated gentleness that was somehow louder than her entrance. Yao Chen stared at the ceiling and felt the weight of foreknowledge settle onto his chest like an iron plate. 5 years until Crimson Peak. 5 years to find a way to save her without shattering the future. Chapter 3. The Yao clan estate existed in a hidden realm accessible only through spatial gates, and it was, without exaggeration, the most extraordinary place Yao Chen had ever seen in either lifetime. He spent his third day of recovery walking the compound, ostensibly to stretch his healing meridians, actually to map the terrain of a civilization that his modern mind could barely comprehend. The pocket dimension sky was a permanent gold, lit by a light source that didn't cast shadows from a specific direction but seemed to emanate from the air itself, warm and even as afternoon in midsummer. The air tasted clean in a way that had no earthly equivalent, not just pure but actively beneficial, each breath carrying trace spiritual energy that settled in the lungs like a mild tonic. The alchemy halls dominated the northern quarter, 17 interconnected pavilions, each dedicated to a different refinement specialty. Pill creation, ingredient processing, flame technique development, theoretical research. The furnaces alone were worth studying. Massive stone cauldrons carved with circulation formations that predated recorded history, their interiors seasoned by 10,000 refinements until the very walls enhanced the alchemy performed within them. He pressed one palm against a furnace's exterior and felt the residual energy hum up through his bones, centuries of accumulated intent. The ingredient gardens occupied the eastern plateau, terraced fields ascending a mountainside where herbs grew in carefully maintained spiritual conditions. He recognized plants that his pharmaceutical research self would have killed to study. Fire spirit grass that literally burned with low flames, each blade tipped with a point of living amber. Jade marrow fungi that pulsed with visible life force, their caps expanding and contracting in slow rhythm. Heaven soul flowers that bloomed only during thunderstorms and closed their petals at the first touch of sunlight, their unopened buds dark as thunderheads. The library. God, the library. A tower of 7 stories containing the accumulated alchemical knowledge of one of the continent's 8 ancient clans. Pill recipes numbered in the tens of thousands. Theoretical treatises on flame manipulation, ingredient synergy, do-qi integration, soul power application. The original Yao Chen had spent years in this library, the transmigrator intended to spend more, with a purpose the original had never had. He stood in the entrance hall and felt the weight of it pressing down, all this knowledge, all this potential, all this raw material for the preparations he needed to make, and felt, for the first time since waking on the stone pavilion floor, something that wasn't dread. It was close to purpose. The pharmaceutical researcher in him understood the value of comprehensive data. The man who'd just been handed a mission to save a civilization understood that this library was the most important building on the continent. He was cataloging entry points on a mental map when a presence behind him made the air itself thicken with authority. You're walking well for a boy who nearly killed himself 3 days ago. Yao Dan, clan leader of the Yao clan, stood on the garden path in robes of deep blue trimmed with gold. He was elderly, over 200 years old by the extended lifespans that high-rank cultivation provided, but his eyes were sharp as surgical instruments, and he held himself with the easy stillness of someone who had never needed to hurry in 2 centuries. Dozun cultivation rank. Tier 8 alchemist. The most powerful individual Yao Chen had met in either lifetime. Clan leader. Yao Chen bowed with the formal depth that the original's memories dictated. I apologize for the disturbance my failed refinement caused. Yao Dan waved the apology away like smoke. Failure during pill lightning is not disgrace, child. It's education. The cauldron breaks so the alchemist doesn't. He fell into step beside Yao Chen, his pace deliberately matched to the younger man's. I came to see you personally because your failure was more interesting than most successes. Interesting? Your flame control during the refinement, before the lightning struck, was exceptional. Unconventional. You were manipulating heat gradients with a precision I've never seen from a Tier 4 practitioner. Yao Dan's gaze sharpened. Where did you learn that technique? Yao Chen's pulse spiked. His modern knowledge of thermodynamics had bled into his refinement technique, heat transfer coefficients, entropy management, gradient optimization. Concepts that didn't exist in this world's alchemical framework. Experimentation, he said carefully. I've been approaching flame control as a problem of energy distribution rather than pure spiritual manipulation. Yao Dan was silent for several steps. The library tower cast a long shadow across the garden path, and they walked through it, cool and dark for a moment, then back into golden warmth. Then he laughed, a deep, warm sound that transformed his austere features into something that belonged to a grandfather rather than a legend. Energy distribution. Yes, I suppose that's one way to describe what I saw. He placed a hand on Yao Chen's shoulder, a light touch, but the spiritual weight behind it was immense. The Yao clan has produced many talented alchemists, child. But talent without wisdom is just a more spectacular way to explode cauldrons. Rest. Recover. And when you're ready, come to my study. I have some theoretical texts that might interest a mind like yours. He departed with the unhurried stride of a man who had never needed to rush in 2 centuries. Yao Chen watched him go, the bronze hourglass spinning quietly at the edge of his perception. A young herb apprentice who had been working nearby, pruning back the overreach of a fire spirit grass specimen with the focused attention of someone performing a practice task, had gone very still during the entire exchange. He held his pruning shears at his side now, not working, watching Yao Dan's retreating form with an expression that contained both awe and a complicated, private pride. One of the clan elders' rare personal visits. A hand on a junior's shoulder. Whatever the boy had witnessed, it had meant something to him, a confirmation of something about the clan he'd chosen to serve. He returned to his work as Yao Dan disappeared around the library's corner, the shears resuming their soft, deliberate rhythm against the glass. Yao Dan. The man who would lead the Yao clan through decades of prosperity and eventually fall when the Hun clan came to destroy them all. A good man. A doomed man. A man who was looking at Yao Chen right now with genuine warmth and had no idea that the boy he just encouraged was carrying the knowledge of his clan's future destruction. The herb apprentice's quiet pride, witnessed by accident, that was also what was at stake. Not just the ancient clan structures. Not just the Tier 8 alchemists and the Dozun rank warriors. The apprentices tending fire spirit grass on golden afternoons in a hidden realm that was, for them, simply home. Unless the preparations Yao Chen was planning actually worked. He turned back to the library tower, its 7 stories gleaming in the hidden realm's perpetual golden light, and began composing a list of everything he needed to learn, copy, and hide for a boy who wouldn't be born for decades. Chapter 4. The first real test of his philosophy came on the 5th day. Yao Chen was crossing the apprentice courtyard, a wide space of white flagstones bordered by plum trees, their branches still bare in the early spring, when he heard the sounds. The specific quality of cruelty that transcended language barriers and cultural differences. Harsh laughter. A pleading voice. The dull impact of a body hitting stone. 3 young alchemist apprentices had cornered a servant boy against the courtyard wall. The servant was perhaps 14, thin and terrified, clutching a delivery basket while the apprentices kicked its scattered contents across the flagstones. Dried herbs and small vials of extracted essence rolled in arcs across the white stone, several of the vials cracking open and releasing sharp medicinal scents into the cold air. The smell was incongruously pleasant, star anise and cloud petal, the clean bitterness of meridian grass, the kind of fragrance that belonged in a refinement chamber, not scattered across flagstones while a boy tried to fold himself smaller against a wall. The servant's knuckles were white where they gripped the basket's broken handle. His eyes tracked the apprentices with the wide, still focus of someone who has learned that the wrong movement makes things worse. A bruise was already forming on his forearm, dark against pale skin, shaped like a boot sole. Clan leaders' feast preparations don't include common trash handling the premium ingredients, the tallest apprentice sneered. He wore robes with the Yao family crest, marking him as a branch family member. His voice had the particular confidence of someone who had never experienced consequences for this behavior, easy, performative, aimed more at his companions than at the boy on the ground. Pick them up with your teeth, servant. Maybe you'll absorb enough residual do-chi to stop being worthless. The 2 companions laughed. One of them kicked another vial, watching it shatter. The bronze hourglass flickered. Timeline analysis, intervention not recorded in original timeline. Original Yao Chen did not pass through this courtyard on this date. Divergence impact, negligible. Negligible. Small kindnesses didn't break timelines. Major decisions did. Yao Chen walked into the courtyard. That's enough. The 3 apprentices turned. Recognition registered on their faces. Everyone in the clan knew who had nearly blown up the eastern pavilion with a premature Tier 5 attempt. The tallest apprentice sneered, though the expression had less confidence than it had directed at the servant. Senior brother Yao Chen. We're just teaching the servant proper handling procedures. You're beating a child who can't fight back. There's no procedure involved. Yao Chen knelt beside the servant boy, helping him gather the scattered ingredients. The cold stone bit through his robes as he crouched. Star anise root, cloud petal extract, 3 bundles of meridian grass, feast preparation materials, nothing irreplaceable, but the cost of replacing them would come out of the servant's wages. Are you hurt? The boy stared at him with enormous eyes. And no, senior. Just my basket, easily fixed. Yao Chen straightened and faced the apprentices. His Do Ling cultivation was 2 full ranks above theirs. At this distance, they could feel the pressure differential like a change in altitude, a slight difficulty breathing that had nothing to do with the air. The ingredients you scattered are for Elder Yao Dan's personal banquet preparation. Would you like me to report who damaged them? The color drained from the tallest apprentice's face. Damaging materials meant for the clan leader's personal use carried formal punishment. The three retreated with mumbled apologies that weren't directed at the servant, but at Yao Chen, their eyes fixed on the ground. The tallest one glanced back once, a look calibrated for the watching servant, an unspoken warning that translated precisely, "This is not over," only paused. Then they were gone, their footsteps quick on the white stone, receding toward the inner compound. The boy clutched his repaired basket to his chest, his breathing had not steadied. His hands shook against the wicker, fine, continuous tremors that he was working to control, jaw set in the particular way of someone refusing to let fear be visible now that the threat had passed. "Thank you, senior brother." Most people don't. Most people are wrong about what matters," Yao Chen said. He placed a small pill in the boy's hand, a basic healing pill he'd refined during recovery, barely tier 2 work, but enough. "For the bruise on your arm. Apply it as a paste with warm water." The boy stared at the pill. It was a small thing, smooth and pale, ordinary by any clinical measure. His expression said it was not ordinary to him. The boy bowed so deeply his forehead nearly touched the ground and fled. Yao Chen watched him go, then glanced at the hourglass. Timeline integrity, 100%. No significant divergence detected. Good. Small kindnesses, preserved humanity, negligible cost. He could be Yao Chen and still be himself. Not every moment required the cold calculus of timeline preservation, but the relief was tempered by awareness. He had intervened because the cost was negligible. What happened when the cost was not? When saving someone meant risking Xiao Yan's future. When being kind meant being catastrophic. The plum trees cast thin shadows across the flagstones. A single dry petal drifted past, too early for spring blossoms, probably carried from a forcing bed in the ingredient garden. He caught it between two fingers and let it crumble to dust. The servant boy had looked at him with enormous, disbelieving eyes. Most people don't. As if being seen and helped were somehow more remarkable than being struck. That look stayed with him longer than it should have. It was a small thing, the sort of thing that got forgotten in the press of larger events. But this world was made of small things. The weight of centuries was built from moments exactly like that courtyard, small kindnesses or their absence, each one shaping the people who would one day shape the world. The questions had no comfortable answers. He filed them away with the grim certainty that he would face them again, in circumstances where the stakes would not be negligible. Chapter 5. Alchemy training with the Yao clan's resources was like being given a Formula 1 car after years of driving a bicycle. Yao Chen had begun his systematic approach to Tier 4 mastery, and the difference between his modern pharmaceutical knowledge and this world's classical alchemy was producing results that startled even him. He stood in his personal refinement chamber, a stone room with excellent ventilation and a Tier 4 cauldron assigned to junior members, with 6 ingredients arranged on the preparation table and his mind running calculations that didn't belong in this universe. Energy recovery pills. Tier 4, standard formulation. The Yao clan recipe called for 7 ingredients processed through a 3-stage refinement over 4 hours. Yao Chen's approach took 3 ingredients and 90 minutes. The trick was molecular understanding. Or rather, the Do Qi equivalent of molecular understanding. When he looked at star anise root through the lens of organic chemistry, he could see that 3 of the 7 traditional ingredients were redundant, their active compounds overlapped, and the redundancy actually introduced impurities that reduced pill quality. The classical alchemists had included them because tradition said so. Tradition hadn't had access to a periodic table. He placed the 3 optimized ingredients in the cauldron and ignited his Do Qi flame. The fire was pure blue-white, steady and precise, nothing like the wild conflagrations that most young alchemists produced. His flame burned without the wavering edges that betrayed inexperienced control, each tongue of fire maintaining the exact temperature he'd set it to with intolerances that felt, to his pharmaceutical researcher's mind, like a well-calibrated instrument. The cauldron's interior filled with the sharp, clean smell of star anise root beginning to release its active compounds, a smell like cold mountain air and fresh-cut pine, nothing like the cooking spice, something older and more complex. He noted the smell, catalogued it, filed it, another data point in the sensory language of this world's alchemy that he was building one refinement at a time. He controlled temperature through thermodynamic principles translated into flame manipulation, raising the heat in calculated increments, maintaining gradient stability through the cauldron's walls, using convection currents to ensure even distribution. The refinement chamber filled with the sharp, medicinal smell of active compounds separating and recombining, a scent that was nothing like the chemical synthesis labs of his previous life but scratched the same cognitive itch. The refinement proceeded flawlessly. Each stage completed faster than the classical timeline predicted, each transition cleaner than the recipe anticipated. When the pill formed, a glowing sphere of condensed medicinal energy, it pulsed with a clarity that was visible to the naked eye. He pulled the pill from the cauldron and examined it. Energy recovery pill. Tier 4. Purity, 95%. Standard Yao clan production averaged 70 to 75% purity. Expert elders achieved 85. 95% from a Tier 4 practitioner was unheard of. He refined 5 more. 93, 96, 94, 95, 97. Consistent quality that would have made any pharmaceutical quality control department weep with joy. He set them in a row on the table and considered the implications. This level of performance would draw attention. Attention was both necessary and dangerous. The original Yao Chen had been talented, timeline integrity required that he demonstrate talent, but the original's talent at 19 hadn't been this refined, hadn't been supported by a pharmaceutical doctorate and 12 years of laboratory discipline. He needed to find the line between impressive and impossible. By evening, 3 elders had casually visited his refinement chamber to observe his technique. By the following morning, Yao Tian, Elder Yao Wangyi's grandson, a mediocre Tier 3 practitioner with ambitions that outpaced his abilities by several tiers, was loudly complaining in the apprentice dining hall about cheaters who use unconventional methods. Yao Chen ate his rice porridge and said nothing. The bronze hourglass spun at the edge of his vision, its sands flowing upward, marking time he could never get back and couldn't afford to waste. Chapter 6. The alchemy duel challenge came 3 days later, and it came from the last person he wanted to compete against. "You've been avoiding me," Feng Shen said, blocking his path to the library with her arms crossed and her phoenix earrings catching the light. "You promised to study together. Instead, you've been locked in your refinement chamber producing pills that have the entire Elder Council whispering. So here's what's going to happen. You and me. Competitive refinement. Tomorrow. Eastern Pavilion. The loser buys dinner at the Golden Cauldron." "Feng Shen, I didn't ask what you think. Actually, I didn't ask at all." She tilted her chin. "Unless you're afraid of losing to a Tier 3 practitioner?" She was baiting him with the precise confidence of someone who had never lost a challenge she chose to issue. The original Yao Chen would have accepted immediately, driven by pride and the chance to impress her. The transmigrator accepted for different reasons. Refusing would create more suspicion than competing. "Tomorrow. Eastern Pavilion. And the Golden Cauldron has terrible dumplings. Then you'd better win." She smiled, the kind of smile that redefined the purpose of the human face, and walked away. The duel drew a crowd. Word had spread about Yao Chen's mysterious quality improvements, and the younger generation turned out in force to watch. The Eastern Pavilion's high windows let in the mid-morning light in long parallel columns that crossed the refinement floor and turned the rising cauldron steam into visible gold before it dispersed. The smell of the spectators' varied cultivation auras mixed with the older smell of the pavilion itself, stone and old flame residue and the particular astringency of spiritually active ingredients absorbed into the walls over years of use. A crowd of perhaps 30 practitioners, most of them Yao Chen's generation, had arranged themselves in a semicircle with the unself-conscious instinct of people who had grown up watching competitions and knew where to stand to see best. Feng Shen stood at her station with the casual grace of a woman who had grown up in this world of spiritual combat and medicinal art. Her Tier 3 cauldron was spotless, her ingredients precisely arranged, her flame already kindled, a pale gold fire with faint phoenix feather patterns that marked her clan's bloodline technique, each tongue of flame shaped like a stylized wing. Yao Chen took his station opposite her. He had made a decision during the night: he would win, but not by the margin his abilities allowed. A narrow victory. Impressive but not impossible. Enough to maintain the timeline's version of talented young prodigy without leaping into impossible freak of nature. The judge, a Tier 5 elder with a magnificent white beard, set the terms. Both competitors would refine blood circulation pills, Tier 3 standard. Judging criteria: speed, purity, quantity. Begin. Feng Shen moved with fluid efficiency, her flame control beautiful to watch. The golden fire danced around her cauldron in patterns that were half technique and half instinct, and her ingredient preparation was textbook perfect, each herb measured to the grain, each mineral ground to the precise consistency the classical method demanded. She worked with the confidence of someone who had spent years building toward exactly this moment. Yao Chen deliberately slowed himself. He used classical technique rather than his optimized approach, processing ingredients through the traditional 7-stage method instead of his streamlined 3. Even holding back, his modern understanding of reaction kinetics gave him advantages he couldn't completely suppress. His timing was too perfect, his temperature control too precise, his recognition of completion markers too instant. He finished 11 seconds before Feng Shen. The elder judge examined both pills. Feng Shen's, 82% purity, standard quality, exceptional for Tier 3 work. Yao Chen's, 89%, a deliberately suppressed result that still exceeded expectations. Winner, Yao Chen. A narrow but decisive margin. The crowd murmured. Feng Shen stared at his pill with an expression that oscillated between admiration and frustration, her jaw working as she processed the result. "Your heat control in the 3rd stage, she said slowly. "You adjusted the gradient mid-refinement. I've never seen anyone do that without losing stability. Lucky instinct. Luck doesn't produce 89% purity." She stepped closer, her voice dropping below the crowd's hearing. The faint scent of her practice robes, cedar smoke and medicinal residue, reached him as she leaned in. "You've changed since the pill lightning, Yao Chen. I've known you since we were 12. You think differently now. You move differently, you even talk differently." Her eyes searched his face. "What happened in that pavilion?" The question was a blade pressed against a vein. She was observant, dangerously, beautifully observant, and the pill lightning excuse would only stretch so far. Nearly dying clarifies things, he said, and it wasn't entirely a lie. It was, in fact, the most accurate description of his situation that he could offer without unraveling everything. She held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she nodded, not satisfied but willing to file the question away for later examination. You owe me dinner anyway. Winner pays for the privilege of the loser's company, he laughed, genuinely, helplessly, and the bronze hourglass pulsed at the edge of his vision with a notification he hadn't expected. Timeline consequence alert, deepening relationship with Feng Shen will diverge from original timeline. Feng Shen died at age 24 in original timeline during the Crimson Peak Herb expedition. Saving her, moderate timeline impact. The laughter died in his throat. The sound of it was still in the air, fading, and his face had gone still without his permission. 24. She was 19 now. 5 years. Not enough time, and too much time, and every moment of it was borrowed from a future that had already decided it didn't want her in it. He looked at her walking ahead of him toward the golden cauldron, her phoenix earrings catching the light, her gait carrying that particular confidence she wore like a second robe, and felt the foreknowledge like a fist around his heart. 5 years to change a death that the timeline had already scheduled. Chapter 7. He spent 3 sleepless nights researching Crimson Peak. The Yao clan library's geographical section occupied an entire floor, maps, expedition reports, ecological surveys of every major region where valuable alchemical ingredients grew. The shelves smelled of old parchment and the particular mustiness of documents kept in cool, controlled spiritual environments for decades. He pulled every report filed by expeditions to the volcanic range in the southern continent, spreading them across a reading table by lamplight while the rest of the clan slept. 6 expeditions in the last 50 years. 2 had ended in total party wipes. 3 had returned with casualties exceeding 40%. 1, the most recent, 18 years ago, had been a complete success, but only because it was led by a Dozong elder with enough raw power to brute force through the dangers. The danger that had killed Feng Shen in the original timeline wasn't in these reports. That expedition hadn't happened yet. But Yao Chen could extrapolate from the ecological data. Crimson Peak's apex predator was the Crimson Flame Python, a fire attribute magical beast that reached Dozong rank in adulthood. The herb Feng Shen would be gathering, the Crimson Heart Lotus, grew in the exact temperature range the python preferred for nesting. He cross-referenced python behavioral patterns, territorial markers, seasonal activity cycles, antivenom compositions from the 3 successful encounters recorded in clan history. Each data point was a stitch in a safety net he was weaving 5 years in advance, working by lamp in a library that smelled of careful preservation. The research was interrupted at the 2nd hour past midnight. Yao Chen. The voice from the chamber doorway carried the particular oiliness of false courtesy. Working late? How admirably dedicated. Elder Yao Wangyi stood in the library doorway. He was a heavy-set man in his 140s with the jowled face of someone who had confused eating well with living well. His Yao clan elder robes were cut slightly too large, suggesting a body that had expanded faster than his tailor could accommodate. His eyes, small and calculating, swept the table covered in Crimson Peak expedition reports. Crimson Peak research? Planning a trip, are we? Background study, Yao Chen said carefully. Understanding regional ecology helps optimize ingredient selection for refinement. Of course, of course. Yao Wangyi settled himself into a chair uninvited, his weight making it creak. I actually came to discuss something quite different. The Elder Council has expressed interest in a more formal evaluation of your recent progress. Your pill quality numbers have been exceptional. Some might say suspiciously so. The accusation was wrapped in silk, but its edges were razor sharp. Yao Chen set down his pen and met the elder's gaze. I welcome any evaluation the council sees fit to arrange. Excellent. Tomorrow, then. The Elder Hall. A full assessment, theoretical knowledge, practical demonstration, and oral examination on classical methodology. Yao Wangyi smiled with teeth that were too white and too even. I'm sure you'll perform admirably. After all, a young man of your talent shouldn't be concerned about a few friendly questions from his elders. The friendly questions were designed to destroy him. Yao Chen understood the maneuver instantly. The oral examination would probe classical alchemical theory, the traditional foundations that a transmigrator's modern knowledge didn't cover. Yao Wangyi wanted to expose him as a fraud, a boy who could produce impressive results through some trick or shortcut but lacked the foundational knowledge that any true Yao clan alchemist should possess. And the terrifying thing was, he might be right. Tomorrow, Elder Yao Wangyi. I'll be there. The elder departed with the satisfied waddle of a man who believed his trap was perfectly set. Yao Chen swept the Crimson Peak reports aside, pulled every foundational alchemy text he could find from the shelves, and began to read. He had 14 hours to memorize knowledge that the original Yao Chen had accumulated over a decade. The bronze hourglass spun, its sands racing upward, and outside the library's high windows the hidden realm's artificial night deepened around a man who had no other option but to be brilliant. Chapter 8. The Elder Hall was a circular chamber of polished black stone, its walls carved with the names of every Tier 7 and above alchemists the Yao clan had produced in its millennia-long history. The names glowed faintly with residual spiritual energy, soft amber, like embers that never quite went cold, as if the ghosts of dead geniuses were watching the proceedings, curious whether anyone worthy had come to join their ranks. Yao Chen stood in the center. The stone floor was cold through his boots. 5 elders sat in a semicircle before him, Yao Wangyi at the far left with barely concealed satisfaction, 4 neutral elders arranged by seniority. Behind them, Yao Dan observed from a raised chair, his expression unreadable as carved stone. This evaluation will cover 3 domains, the senior elder announced. Theoretical foundations, practical demonstration, and applied problem solving. The candidate may begin when ready. The theoretical section was exactly the trap Yao Wangyi had designed. Questions probed deep classical knowledge, the 13 principles of flame harmonics, the 8 taboos of ingredient combination, the historical derivations of Tier 4 refinement sequences. Knowledge that any Yao clan youth should know from years of study. Knowledge that Yao Chen had spent 14 hours cramming from texts that assumed decades of prior exposure. Where his classical knowledge failed, he improvised, connecting traditional principles to his modern understanding, finding the underlying logic that the classical framework described in poetic metaphor rather than precise language. The second principle of flame harmonics states that opposing temperatures cannot coexist within a single refinement vessel, Yao Wangyi said, his question designed to corner. Yet your recent refinements demonstrate temperature gradient manipulation that appears to violate this principle. Explain. With respect, Elder, the second principle describes a practical limitation, not a physical law, Yao Chen replied. Opposing temperatures cannot coexist in an uncontrolled refinement, because the turbulence destroys pill formation. But if the gradient is managed, if the temperature differential is introduced incrementally and the transition zones are stabilized through Do-Chi buffering, then the principle describes a boundary that can be expanded rather than a wall that cannot be crossed. Silence. The neutral elders exchanged glances. What Yao Chen had described was theoretically sound but practically untested by anyone in the clan's history. His explanation was either the insight of a genius or the bluster of a fool, and the only way to distinguish between the two was the practical demonstration. Proceed to refinement, the senior elder said. Yao Chen stepped to the prepared cauldron, a Tier 4 vessel, well maintained. He ignited his flame and began. This time, he didn't hold back as much. The evaluation demanded exceptional performance. He used his gradient manipulation technique openly, adjusting temperature zones within the cauldron with the precision of a surgeon controlling a laser. The ingredients responded beautifully, compounds separating and recombining at optimal rates, impurities burning away before they could contaminate the final product. The pill formed in 43 minutes. He presented it to the judges. 93% purity. Elder Yao Wangyi's face underwent a transformation that would have been comical in other circumstances, satisfaction curdling into disbelief, disbelief fermenting into fury, fury crystallizing into a cold neutrality that was, frankly, more threatening than any of the earlier expressions. The neutral elders nodded appreciatively. Yao Dan's expression shifted by perhaps 2 millimeters, which for a Do Zun cultivator was equivalent to a standing ovation. The evaluation is complete, the senior elder announced. Candidate Yao Chen demonstrates exceptional practical skill and innovative theoretical reasoning. His methodology, while unconventional, produces verifiable results. Yao Chen bowed. The bronze hourglass pulsed. PP milestone reached, legacy seal Tier 1 unlocked. You can now hide small items with temporal locks that open only for a specific person decades later. He kept his expression neutral. Inside, his mind was already racing. Legacy seals. He could start hiding things. Resources, techniques, pills, anything that Xiao Yan might need, locked away where only the boy could find them. The game had truly begun. Chapter 9. The restricted archive was on the library tower's 7th floor, behind a door sealed with 3 layers of spiritual formations and 2 physical locks. Yao Chen picked all of them in 47 minutes. The formations were powerful but old, designed to keep out Do-Shi and Do-Shi rank infiltrators, not a Do-Ling practitioner with modern knowledge of pattern recognition and electromagnetic theory. Each formation operated on a sequence of spiritual frequencies that could be disrupted by introducing counter-frequencies at precise intervals. The physical locks were mechanical, and any man who had taken apart and reassembled pharmaceutical equipment for 12 years could handle mechanical locks. He slipped inside at the 3rd hour past midnight. The 7th floor smelled different from the floors below, older, drier, the air kept stable by formation arrays that were so well maintained they were invisible. The restricted archive was smaller than he'd expected, a single room with 12 shelves, each containing texts deemed too dangerous, too valuable, or too politically sensitive for general access. A single lampstone provided muted light, casting long shadows between the shelves. His target was specific, the flame mantra. He found it on the 8th shelf, between a treatise on forbidden soul manipulation techniques and a historical account of the Yao clan's ancient war with the Hun clan. The scroll was sealed in a jade case with the marking incomplete, forbidden for reproduction. His hands were steady as he lifted it from the shelf, though his heartbeat was not. The flame mantra. Fenju. The cultivation technique that allowed the practitioner to absorb and merge heavenly flames. In the original BTTH timeline, Xiao Yan needed this technique to absorb his first heavenly flame and begin his ascent to power. Without it, the boy's flame-related cultivation would be severely hampered at the most critical stage of his development. Yao Chen opened the jade case. The scroll inside was ancient, possibly thousands of years old, written in a script that predated the modern Do-Chi continent's standard characters. His system-enhanced comprehension decoded it rapidly. It was, as marked, incomplete. Perhaps 60% of the total technique. But 60% was enough to get started, and Xiao Yan's legendary determination would handle the rest. He copied the relevant sections onto fresh parchment with ink he'd prepared specifically for long-term preservation. The copy would last centuries if stored properly. He worked quickly but without hurrying. Hurrying introduced errors, and errors in a document this important were unacceptable. The lampstone's faint light made the script difficult to read at some angles. He adjusted the stone's position twice, tilting it to illuminate the scroll's densest passages. The copy would need to be accurate at every character. He'd been a pharmaceutical researcher, he understood what transcription errors in a protocol could produce. Decades from now, a boy following these instructions would have no one to ask for clarification. He blew the ink dry and examined the result. Legible, accurate, every character matched. His own handwriting was different from the scroll's ancient script, cleaner lines, less calligraphic, but the meaning was preserved. Then he activated his first legacy seal. The technique was intuitive once the system guided him. He pressed his palm against the copied scroll and channeled a thread of Do-Chi infused with timeline energy. The scroll shimmered, then seemed to fold into itself, becoming a flat silver mark on a blank piece of parchment. The mark was invisible to anyone whose soul signature didn't match the parameters Yao Chen specified. He specified Xiao Yan. A soul signature he didn't yet have, because the boy didn't yet exist. But the system extrapolated from timeline data, the convergence of Xiao clan bloodline, specific spiritual attributes, and the unique resonance of the heavenly flame that would be sealed within him. The legacy seal accepted the parameters and locked. PP plus 50. First legacy seal created. Timeline integrity, 99%. Minor fluctuation from archive breach. 1%. The first crack in a mirror that needed to stay mostly intact. Yao Chen tucked the sealed parchment into his robe and began planning where to hide it, somewhere on the route between the Yao clan territory and the Jiama Empire, in a location a traveling youth might plausibly stumble upon. He relocked the archive door, reset the formations using the same counter-frequency technique in reverse, and descended the tower stairs in the dark. Each step was deliberate, feet placed without sound, his Do-Chi suppressed to the minimum necessary for his body to function. The stairwell smelled of old paper and the mineral tang of the formation stone. Through a narrow window on the third landing, the Hidden Realm's night sky was visible, artificially dark, the golden overhead light dimmed by formation arrays to allow the clan's practitioners to sleep. The bronze hourglass spun beside him, its upward flowing sands catching moonlight from a window slit. 99% integrity. 156 legacy seals still to create. Decades of preparation still ahead. And a boy, unborn and unconceived, whose entire future depended on a man who shouldn't exist in this timeline doing things the original never did. The original Yao Chen had never broken into his own clan's archive. Had never carried knowledge of the future as a burden and a guide. Had never loved someone knowing the loving would cost him. The transmigrator had done all of these things inside the first week of waking in this body. He reached his chambers and began planning the next seal. Chapter 10. The announcement came during the morning assembly, delivered by Yao Dan himself from the elevated platform at the center of the Great Hall. The Continental Alchemist Conference will convene in 6 months at Pill City, the clan leader declared, his voice amplified by formations that carried it to every corner of the vast chamber. This event occurs once per decade, and the Yao clan's representation reflects our standing among the ancient families. I have selected 3 representatives from the younger generation. A ripple of anticipation ran through the assembled clan members. The Continental Alchemist Conference was the most prestigious event in the alchemy world, an opportunity for recognition that could define a career. Yao Chen. Expected. Murmurs of approval from most, tight-lipped silence from Yao Wangyi's faction. Feng Shen. Genuine surprise from many, she was Tier 3, younger than most conference participants. But her bloodline technique and rapid progress justified the selection. She stood straighter, phoenix earrings swaying, and the expression on her face was a careful neutrality that didn't entirely contain her satisfaction. And Yao Tian. Yao Wangyi's grandson, a political concession that Yao Dan clearly found distasteful but necessary. Yao Tian was adequate. Not talented, not terrible, the kind of practitioner who existed to fill spaces between exceptional ones. Elder Yao Wangyi. The heavy-set elder rose, his expression rigid with barely contained dissatisfaction. I must respectfully question the inclusion of Yao Chen. His recent evaluation, while impressive, demonstrated unconventional methods that may not represent the Yao clan's traditions properly at a continental, the evaluation demonstrated excellence. Yao Dan cut him off. The clan leader's tone carried the finality of a closing door. Yao Chen will represent us. This matter is closed. Yao Wangyi sat down with the precise control of a man swallowing poison and smiling. After the assembly, Yao Chen stood in the courtyard and felt the timeline shifting beneath his feet. The Continental Alchemist Conference. In the original timeline, this was where the young Yao Chen first gained continent-wide recognition, performing well enough to establish his reputation without dominating so completely that it drew premature attention. He had to attend. He had to perform well. And he had to hold back just enough to stay within the timeline's acceptable parameters. The hourglass confirmed, conference attendance is a fixed point. Timeline integrity requires strong but not dominant performance. 6 months of preparation. 6 months of training with Feng Shen, whose company he craved and whose eventual death he was simultaneously planning to prevent. 6 months of enduring Yao Tian's mediocrity and Yao Wangyi's scheming. 6 months in which every hour spent training was also an hour spent preparing for the longest, most complicated deception in history. He walked to his refinement chamber and began training, the countdown burning in the back of his mind like a second hourglass he couldn't dismiss. Chapter 11. Training with Feng Shen became the architecture of his days. They met at the 6th bell each morning in the Eastern Pavilion, a shared refinement space with 2 cauldrons positioned close enough for observation but far enough for independent work. The room smelled permanently of active refinements, the sharp mineral tang of processed ingredients, the warm wood smoke note of controlled flames, an underlying sweetness from the herb trays that the apprentices restocked each afternoon. The routine was simple. She taught him classical technique, and he taught her efficiency. Your flame stability in the second stage is exceptional, he said during their 3rd week, watching her refine a meridian-clearing pill with the confident precision of someone who had been doing this since childhood. But you're losing thermal energy through the cauldron walls. The vessel isn't insulated perfectly, there's a gradient leak at the base joint. She frowned without looking up from her work. Every cauldron leaks at the joints. That's why we compensate with additional flame input. But the additional input introduces turbulence. What if instead of compensating, you sealed the leak? A thin layer of dou qi along the joint, maintained separately from the primary flame, that would require splitting my concentration between 2 flame control tasks simultaneously. Can you? She looked up. Her golden eyes held the specific brightness of someone being challenged by a peer who might actually be right. I've never tried. Try. She tried. The first attempt destabilized her refinement, and the pill cracked with a sound like a dry twig snapping. The second attempt lasted longer but produced uneven heating. The third attempt, jaw set, phoenix earrings trembling with the intensity of her concentration, the tendons in her neck standing out, worked. The gradient leak sealed, the thermal efficiency jumped, and the resulting pill glowed with a purity that made her gasp. 87%, she whispered, turning the pill in her fingers. I've never broken 85 on a meridian clearing pill. Your technique was already near perfect. The efficiency gained from sealing the leak compounds through every subsequent stage. She stared at him. How do you know these things? This isn't in any text I've read. This isn't classical methodology. It's applied observation. Watch the fire, not the recipe. She resumed her work, but he caught her glancing at him throughout the session, quick, evaluative looks that mixed professional curiosity with something warmer. The original Yao Chen's unspoken love had been one-directional, a torch carried in silence. What was growing between them now was different, a mutual respect that kept catching fire at the edges. Late-night study sessions began organically. She would appear at his refinement chamber after evening meal with a text she wanted to discuss, and they would debate pill theory until the candles burned down. He introduced concepts she'd never considered: reaction equilibrium, catalytic activation, the relationship between ingredient particle size and absorption rate. She provided the classical context he lacked, the historical reasoning behind traditional methods, the spiritual philosophy that underpinned alchemy's metaphysical components. They argued about everything. They agreed on nothing. Somewhere in the friction between their worldviews, she reached Tier 4. The breakthrough happened during a joint refinement session, her phoenix flame suddenly deepening from pale gold to rich amber as her understanding crystallized. She stared at her hands as if they belonged to someone else. Tier 4. Just like that? Not just like that. You've been building toward this for months. The joint leak technique was the last piece. It forced you to think about alchemy as a system rather than a sequence. She looked at him with an expression he couldn't decode: gratitude, wonder, and something fierce that made his chest tighten. Dinner, she said. You're buying. Winner's privilege. He bought dinner. The golden cauldron's dumplings were terrible, but her laugh across the table was worth every overcooked bite. Chapter 12. The temporal resonance struck without warning during a midnight meditation. Yao Chen was seated in his cultivation chamber, circulating dou qi through his meridians in the standard Yao clan recovery pattern, when the bronze hourglass flared with light he'd never seen from it, not gold but silver, piercing and cold, filling the chamber with a luminance that had weight, that pressed against his skin like a hand. Temporal resonance activated, PP threshold reached, connecting to future timeline echo. Reality folded. He was no longer in his chamber. He stood, or floated, or existed without physical form, in a place that was simultaneously real and impossible. A small courtyard in a modest estate. Night. Stars like scattered salt across a sky without the hidden realm's artificial glow. A boy. The boy was perhaps 7 years old, sitting on a stone bench with his knees drawn to his chest. His eyes were dry but red-rimmed, the eyes of a child who had cried himself out and had nothing left to give to grief except this, the set of his jaw, stubborn and furious, refusing to bow even when alone. He wore simple robes, not the finery of an ancient clan but the practical clothing of a minor noble family, neat despite being worn. His hands were clasped in his lap, too still for a child, too careful, the stillness of someone who had learned that showing emotion was expensive. Xiao Yan. The knowledge arrived with the vision, absolute and undeniable. This thin, furious, heartbroken boy was Xiao Yan. Not the legendary fighter he would become. Not the Dodi who would reshape the world. A child. Sitting alone in the dark because the world had decided he was worthless. Through the resonance, Yao Chen felt the boy's emotions with hallucinatory clarity. Fierce determination buried under layers of humiliation. A love for his father so intense it hurt. The crushing weight of peers who mocked him daily for his declining cultivation. And beneath it all, a core of iron will that refused, absolutely, categorically refused, to accept that he was less than anyone. The vision fragmented. Shards of future moments cascaded, Xiao Yan facing the mockery of the Jia Ma Empire's young nobles, their laughter sharp as broken glass. Xiao Yan watching his father's declining power with clenched fists, unable to help, unable to understand. Xiao Yan kneeling in the rain, alone, pressing his forehead to cold ground and making promises to himself that no child should have to make. And then the final shard, Xiao Yan's hand closing around a ring that felt warm, Yao Chen's ring, and feeling, for the first time in years, that he was not alone. The resonance released him. Yao Chen found himself on the floor of his cultivation chamber, face wet with tears he didn't remember shedding. His hands were shaking so hard that when he pressed them to the floor for support, the stone beneath his palms cracked, a hairline fracture from the involuntary surge of Do Qi that the emotional feedback had triggered. The hourglass spun slowly, its silver light fading back to gold, the cold luminance withdrawing like a tide going out. Temporal resonance complete. Emotional echo recorded. Remember why you prepare. Remember WHO waits. He sat on the cold stone and pressed his palms against his eyes. The boy's loneliness was still burning in his chest like an ember that wouldn't cool. 7 years old and already fighting the world alone. 7 years old and already carrying the weight of a strength he hadn't learned to use yet, a strength that was starving for lack of anyone to acknowledge it. This was what he was working for. Not an abstract future. Not a plot preserved from a story. A person, a specific, concrete, hurting person who was going to spend years in the dark before he found the ring. The ring that Yao Chen would spend decades preparing. I'll make sure you're not alone, Yao Chen whispered to a child who existed only in the future. I'll make sure the ring is ready. I'll make sure everything is ready. The hourglass pulsed once, acknowledging the promise. He did not sleep that night. Instead, he began drafting a curriculum, a structured teaching program designed for a teenage boy with crippled meridians, zero formal training, and the raw determination to challenge gods. He started with the fundamentals, Do Qi circulation for a sealed cultivation system. Standard techniques assumed open meridian pathways. He needed to design alternatives that worked around blockages, treating the sealed meridians the way a traffic engineer treats a road closure, not trying to force through the barrier but finding the viable routes that existed alongside it. He knew from the original story that Xiao Yan's main meridians were sealed to contain the heavenly flame his mother had placed within him. The boy's alternative pathways were functional. The fact that he could still cultivate it all proved it, but inefficient, and the inefficiency multiplied over time into what looked like stagnant talent. The curriculum needed to teach him how to read his own circulation patterns, identify which secondary pathways were clear, and optimize the routes that bypassed the sealed ones. He drew diagrams. His previous life's pharmaceutical research had made him comfortable with flowchart thinking, processes with decision points, parallel tracks, redundant pathways. He applied the same framework to meridian anatomy, sketching cultivation routes that would look alien to a classical teacher but functional to anyone who understood fluid dynamics. Then he translated the diagrams into the cultivation world's notation, not perfectly, because the mapping between frameworks wasn't clean, but well enough to be usable. Each lesson would be sealed in the ring. Each technique calibrated for Xiao Yan's specific strengths. He wrote until the hidden realm's golden light returned, until his hand cramped around the brush and his Do Qi reserves ran thin from the sustained mental effort. The completed pages were stacked beside him, ink still drying on some of them, the pile an inch thick by dawn. More than a curriculum. A letter in technique form, from someone who had seen the boy cry alone in a courtyard to someone who deserved to know that the world was watching over him even when he couldn't see it. The boy would never study alone again. Not if Yao Chen had anything to say about it. Chapter 13. Venerable Feng arrived at the Yao clan estate on a wind that smelled of high mountain glaciers and pine forests. He came as a visiting scholar, a young Do Wang wind cultivator named Feng Qing Tian who studied the interaction between elemental forces and alchemical processes. His letter of introduction described research into wind attribute Do Qi's effect on ingredient preservation, but Yao Chen recognized the man's true significance the moment he walked through the spatial gate, and his eyes, sharp and genuinely curious, swept the compound with the gaze of someone who wanted to understand everything. This was the future founder of Xingyun Pavilion. In the original BTTH timeline, Venerable Feng became one of Yao Chen's closest friends and most trusted allies. He would found Star Meteor Pavilion, Xingyun Pavilion, as an organization dedicated to protecting wandering cultivators, and decades later, that organization would shelter Xiao Yan during some of his most vulnerable moments. The man who entered the Yao clan's reception hall looked nothing like a continental legend. He was young, mid-20s, lean and sharp-featured, with travel-worn robes and restless energy in every movement. His hands moved when he talked, tracing invisible patterns in the air. Yao Chen? Feng Qing Tian extended a hand in the continental greeting style. Your recent evaluation results reached Windspire Academy. A Tier 4 practitioner using gradient manipulation. I had to see it for myself. You traveled 300 leagues for a temperature trick? I traveled 300 leagues for a conversation with someone who thinks differently about fire. He grinned. Also, I've never been inside a Yao clan compound. The spatial architecture alone is worth the journey. They clicked instantly. Feng was brilliant in the way that truly creative minds are brilliant, not through raw processing power but through the ability to see connections that others missed. His questions about alchemy were informed by his wind cultivation. How did flame behavior change in controlled air currents? Could Do Qi modulation principles from wind techniques be adapted for temperature management? What if pill refinement was treated as a fluid dynamics problem rather than a combustion problem? The questions delighted Yao Chen. Here was a mind he could actually engage with, someone who wouldn't be threatened by unconventional approaches but would wrestle with them enthusiastically. They spent the first evening in Yao Chen's refinement chamber, experimenting with wind-assisted flame control, and by midnight had produced a joint discovery, a wind-tempered flame technique that used gentle air currents to eliminate turbulence during critical refinement stages. This could revolutionize mobile alchemy, Feng said, eyes bright. Wandering alchemists, practitioners in the field who don't have access to controlled refinement chambers, they could use wind tempering to compensate for environmental instability. Wandering alchemists. Yao Chen let the phrase hang. There are many of them? Thousands. Cultivators who practice alchemy but don't belong to any clan or tower. They travel, they trade, they help where they can. And they're completely unprotected. No organizational backing, no political representation, no safety net. When trouble comes, they face it alone. Yao Chen picked up a teacup and sipped, letting the moment breathe. Someone should do something about that. Feng looked at him sharply. What do you mean? An organization. Not a clan. Clans are insular, protective of their own at the expense of everyone else. Something different. A network. A place where wandering cultivators can find shelter, resources, community. A pavilion among the stars, where anyone who walks the road can rest. He watched the idea land in Feng's mind like a seed in fertile soil. The wind cultivator didn't respond immediately. He was the kind of thinker who let concepts marinate before speaking, but his eyes had changed. Something had ignited. A pavilion among the stars, Feng repeated softly. That's not a small dream. The best dreams never are. They talked until dawn, and Yao Chen planted more seeds with every exchange, ideas about organizational structure, about the moral obligation of the powerful to protect the vulnerable, about the specific kind of strength that came from community rather than individual power. Feng appeared at the refinement chamber doorway near the 5th hour, drawn by the lamplight, and listened for an hour before joining the conversation. The three of them, a transmigrated pharmaceutical researcher, a wind cultivator who thought in weather patterns, and a woman who thought in flames, reached the dawn arguing about whether a protective organization should be rooted in geography or philosophy. Outside the high windows, the hidden realm's golden light returned. The herb garden began to smell of morning, dew on leaf surfaces, soil releasing warmth. Come back, Yao Chen said to Feng Qing Tian when the visiting scholar finally packed to depart. When you start building your organization, the pavilion among the stars, I want to help. Feng studied him with those bright, restless eyes. You're serious. You're not just being polite. I never stopped being serious. He was building the future, one conversation at a time. Chapter 14. Yao Wangyi's sabotage was subtle, professional, and nearly lethal. The contaminated ingredients arrived as part of Yao Chen's regular supply allocation, a routine delivery of star anise root, crystal dew extract, and flame heartgrass for his ongoing Tier 4 refinement practice. The delivery boy was new, someone Yao Chen didn't recognize, but supply rotations happened regularly and the packaging bore the correct clan seals. He didn't notice the contamination until the refinement was already underway. 3 minutes into the second stage, his modern chemistry instinct screamed an alarm that had no equivalent in classical alchemy. The crystal dew extract wasn't behaving correctly, its thermal response curve was wrong, too steep, indicating an additive that lowered its flash point. In pharmaceutical terms, someone had introduced a compound that would cause the ingredient to undergo rapid exothermic decomposition at precisely the temperature the refinement's third stage required. An explosion. Not large enough to kill a Douling cultivator, but large enough to destroy the cauldron, scatter molten debris across the chamber, and, most importantly, make it look like Yao Chen had failed another refinement. Two public failures in rapid succession would validate Yao Wangyi's claims about unconventional methods being dangerous. Yao Chen killed his flame 3 seconds before the detonation threshold. The cauldron hissed as residual heat dissipated. The contaminated extract bubbled ominously, its color shifting from the standard pale blue to a warning amber. The smell changed too, a faint sulfurous note beneath the usual medicinal sweetness, barely detectable, the kind of thing you only caught if you knew what to look for. He extracted the extract with controlled dou-qi manipulation and sealed it in a glass vial. Evidence. He spent the next hour analyzing the contaminant. It was clever work, a derivative of blaze powder, an accelerant used in fire attribute formations, dissolved in a solution that made it virtually undetectable by standard alchemical inspection. Only someone who understood exothermic reaction kinetics at a level this world's chemistry didn't reach would have caught it. The question was what to do with the knowledge. In the original timeline, the young Yao Chen hadn't made enemies this early. Exposing Yao Wangyi publicly would create a confrontation that deviated from the timeline. The original Yao Chen's rise had been smoother, less politically fraught. But ignoring the sabotage invited escalation. He chose the middle path. He visited Yao Wangyi's personal study that evening, uninvited. The elder was reviewing documents when Yao Chen entered and placed the sealed vial of contaminated extract on the desk with a soft, deliberate click. Blaze powder derivative in a crystal dew solution, Yao Chen said quietly. Impressive formulation. The dissolution technique alone suggests a Tier 5 alchemist's involvement. I wonder who in your faction has that level of skill. Yao Wangyi's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: surprise, calculation, fury, and finally a cold neutrality that was more threatening than any of the others. Accusations without proof are dangerous, boy. So are explosive cauldrons. Yao Chen leaned forward. I'm not going to Yao Dan with this. Not today. But if anything similar happens again, to me, to my colleagues, to anyone, the next conversation will be public, and it will include this vial and my detailed chemical analysis of its contents. He straightened and walked to the door. Yao Chen. The elder's voice was ice. You think the clan leader's favor makes you untouchable. It doesn't. There are players in this game who make our clan politics look like children squabbling over sweets. I know, Yao Chen said without turning around. That's why I'm not wasting time on squabbles. He left the elder's study with his pulse hammering in his ears and the bronze hourglass spinning quietly, its sands marking the distance between the threat he just navigated and the threats yet to come. The corridor outside Yao Wangyi's study was lamplit and empty, the stone floor worn smooth in the center from years of foot traffic. He walked it at a normal pace, not rushing. The elder's final words had been a threat calibrated for intimidation, but they contained useful information. There are players in this game who make our clan politics look like children squabbling over sweets. Yao Wangyi was telling him, either genuinely warning him, or probing to see how much he already knew, that the political chessboard extended beyond the Yao clan's internal factions. This was not news. But the elder's willingness to invoke those larger players meant he was either in contact with them or believed Yao Chen's trajectory would bring them into conflict. Both possibilities required attention. He stopped at the corridor's window, a tall, narrow opening that looked out on the clan's eastern practice courtyard, where the lamplight fell in a long yellow rectangle on the flagstones below. He watched the courtyard for a moment. An apprentice on the far side was running forms in the low light, the movements repeated with the stubborn regularity of someone drilling a pattern they hadn't yet mastered. The forms looked like sword work adapted to alchemy stances. Dedicated, late, alone. He would need to be prepared for larger players. The sabotage had been the warning shot from the smaller game. The larger game would not begin with warning shots. He filed this under active preparation priorities, not paranoia, not delay, just the practical acknowledgement that the future he was managing was inhabited by people who had no intention of accommodating his plans, and that the best time to prepare for the next attack was before the next attack arrived. Chapter 15. The Yao clan delegation departed for the Continental Alchemist Conference on a morning of crystalline clarity, the Hidden Realm's perpetual golden sky casting long shadows across the spatial gate's marble platform. 5 members, Yao Chen, Feng Shen, and Yao Tian representing the younger generation. Yao Dan and Elder Yao Ming, a quiet, competent Tier 6 alchemist with careful eyes and the unhurried manner of someone who had survived 30 years of clan politics by knowing when to speak and when to be invisible, overseeing. Their supplies included demonstration ingredients, formal clan robes for the opening ceremonies, and enough defensive artifacts to survive most ambushes. Yao Chen had packed something extra, 3 prepared legacy seals and a mental map of caching locations along the route. The spatial gate deposited them in the Central Plains, 2 weeks' travel from Pill City. Yao Dan had chosen the overland route deliberately. A journey builds the spirit, a shortcut builds nothing. The old man walked with the tireless pace of a dozun cultivator, his every step covering precisely the same distance, his breathing so controlled it was inaudible. Around him, the central plain spread in rolling fields of cultivation grass, cut through by rivers that ran silver blue with concentrated spiritual minerals. Yao Chen used the travel time for two purposes. The first was legitimate, observing the Do-Chi continent's geography, studying the terrain, the climate, the distribution of spiritual energy across regions. The landscape was both alien and beautiful, forests where the trees hummed with Do-Chi, their leaves translucent in the right light. Rivers that changed color based on the elemental balance of the land they crossed, shifting from blue to gold to green as the underlying mineral composition changed. Mountains whose peaks disappeared into clouds that weren't clouds at all but condensed spiritual energy, packed so dense it was visible, moving against the wind. The second purpose was covert. On the first night, while the delegation camped near a rock formation in the Qingshan foothills, Yao Chen excused himself for a meditation walk. He climbed the formation to a specific crevice, a natural shelving in the rock face protected from rain and erosion, hidden from the path below, and placed his first travel legacy seal. Inside the seal, a cold resistance pill, Tier 4, 90% purity, a scroll of basic ice attribute Do-Chi circulation technique, and a handwritten note explaining both. The seal's activation parameters were set for Xiao Yan's projected soul signature. The second seal went into a hollow tree near a river crossing, 3 healing pills and a map of safe passages through the Qingshan range. The third was hidden in a cave whose entrance was barely visible from the main road, a cache of Do-Chi recovery pills and a short manual on identifying poisonous herbs. Each placement took 30 minutes. Each cost preparation points. Each was a gift to a boy who wouldn't travel these roads for decades. Feng Shen noticed his absences. You keep disappearing at night. If you're meeting someone, at least have the courtesy to be less obvious about it. Meditating. The landscape here has unusual spiritual resonance. She didn't believe him. Her expression said so with the eloquent clarity of a woman who had catalogued every one of his lies and was keeping a running tally for future reference. She looked at him for a moment, one of those searching looks that seemed to reach behind his eyes to check what lived there, then let it pass with the precision of someone choosing their battles. She turned away and went back to her sleeping role without further comment, and the firelight between them threw a line of shadow across the camp that felt more significant than it had any right to be. He watched her settle, the efficient way she arranged her cloak, checking the outer edge against the wind's direction, methodical even in sleep preparation, and registered the particular quality of care that lived in watching someone who didn't know they were being watched. She was vivid in the firelight. She was real in the way that only people who cost you something are real. The bone-chilling flame in his chest pulsed once, low and cold, the way it did when he was holding something still rather than moving with it. Yao Chen filed away the realization that Feng Shen's trust had limits, and those limits would eventually demand truth. He was spending those limits like currency, each unchallenged lie costing more than the last. He didn't know how many remained before the account ran empty. What he knew was that when the account emptied, the truth he'd have to offer her was stranger than anything she could imagine. Chapter 16. Pill City materialized on the horizon like a dream carved from white marble and golden light. The city occupied a plateau in the central plains, its walls rising 200 feet above the surrounding grasslands. Towers of crystalline stone caught the sunlight and refracted it into prismatic arcs that painted the sky in slow-moving rainbows. The main gate was wide enough for 10 carriages abreast, and the traffic flowing through it was a cross-section of the entire Do-Chi continent. Merchants with ingredient-laden wagons, cultivators of every rank and element, alchemists carrying cauldrons on their backs, magical beasts pulling sledges loaded with rare minerals. The scale overwhelmed even Yao Chen's modern sensibilities. This wasn't a city. This was a civilization's monument to the art of alchemy, a place where the entire continent's pharmaceutical infrastructure converged once per decade to celebrate, compete, and trade. First time? Feng Shen appeared beside him as they approached the gate, her phoenix earrings catching the prismatic light. Your mouth is hanging open. The structural engineering alone, those towers shouldn't be standing. The height-to-width ratio exceeds any stable architecture. He caught himself. It's impressive. Shouldn't be standing, she repeated with amusement. You have the strangest way of complimenting things. Inside, the city was even more extraordinary. Streets laid out in a formation pattern that concentrated spiritual energy toward the central arena. Ingredient shops on every avenue. Yao Chen spotted herbs he'd only read about in the Yao clan's most advanced texts, minerals that pulsed with visible Do-Chi, preserved magical beast cores displayed behind spiritual barriers. The smell was extraordinary, medicinal, complex, dozens of active refinements happening simultaneously across the city producing a layered aromatic backdrop unlike anything he'd encountered in either life. Yao Dan led them to the Yao clan's reserved compound. The accommodations were luxurious, private chambers, a dedicated refinement hall, a garden stocked with medicinal plants whose combined fragrance drifted through the entire compound. But Yao Chen's attention was elsewhere. As they walked the city streets, the bronze hourglass had begun pulsing with increasing urgency. He paused at the edge of a market intersection where 3 avenues converged in a space wide enough that the sky was visible between the towers, and let himself stand still for a moment with the city moving around him. The sounds layered, the rhythmic hammering of a formation craftsman in a workshop on the second floor above them, the high call of a tea vendor working the corner, the particular acoustic quality of 50,000 Do-Chi cultivators in proximity, a subtle vibration in the chest that had no source and no direction, the aggregate hum of enormous concentrated energy. Pill City at conference time was the most densely powerful place on the continent. Walking through it with the bronze hourglass active was like walking through a library while the index was reading itself aloud. Significant. Consequential. Almost overwhelming. He breathed through it, let his pharmaceutical researcher's habit of systematic cataloging settle the noise into information, and kept walking. Multiple timeline critical individuals detected. Caution advised. His gaze locked onto a figure across the market square. Young, perhaps 18, dressed in dark robes with crimson trim. The figure moved with the liquid grace of a trained killer and the easy confidence of someone backed by institutional power. His face was handsome, symmetrical, and absolutely empty of warmth, the face of someone who had learned to perform sociability without ever feeling it. The robes bore a crest that Yao Chen recognized from 1,000 manga panels, a dark flame, stylized, with a skull at its center. Hun Clan. The figure turned, as if sensing observation, and their eyes met across the crowded square. The young man smiled, a polished, professional smile that reached his lips and nowhere else, and inclined his head in greeting. Yao Chen's blood ran cold. He nodded back and kept walking, his expression controlled, his mind screaming. The Hall of Souls was already watching. Chapter 17. The conference preliminary rounds began at dawn in the central arena, a coliseum of white stone that seated 50,000 spectators around a refinement floor divided into 200 individual stations. Each station was equipped with a standard cauldron, a set of pre-assigned ingredients, and a time crystal that measured refinement duration to the heartbeat. The rules were simple: refine the assigned pill within the allotted time. Purity, speed, and technique would be evaluated by a panel of Tier 7 and above judges from the pill tower. Yao Chen drew Station 147. His assignment, a Tier 4 spirit enhancement pill, 2-hour time limit. He assessed the ingredients with a pharmaceutical researcher's eye. Standard quality, properly stored, no contamination. The recipe was classical, well documented, well understood, predictable. A test of baseline competence rather than brilliance. Before lighting his flame, he spent 40 seconds reading the cauldron itself. A standard arena issue vessel, used by hundreds of competitors across past conferences, its interior walls carrying the faint spiritual residue of every refinement ever performed inside it. Not unclean, the pill tower maintained their equipment meticulously, but seasoned, the way a well-used wok develops its own character. He adjusted his technique accordingly. He would work with the vessel's accumulated resonance rather than trying to override it. This was not in any classical manual. It was the habit of a man who had spent 12 years calibrating analytical instruments that each had their own operational personality. He ignited his flame. The Tier 4 cauldron's interior filled with blue-white light, steady as a lantern in a sealed room. The star crystal grass began to release its active compounds within the first 30 seconds, a faintly sweet smell, like cold green tea, rising through the controlled draft of the hood above. He tracked the release rate by scent rather than visual cues, adjusting temperature 4 degrees downward when the aroma intensified faster than the recipe anticipated. Small correction. Invisible to anyone watching. He completed the refinement in 41 minutes with 91% purity. The judges noted his time with raised eyebrows. 200 participants had entered the preliminaries. Most would take the full 2 hours. Fewer than 20 would finish in under an hour. Feng Shen, at Station 203, finished in an hour and 8 minutes with 84% purity, exceptional for a newly minted Tier 4 practitioner and enough to advance comfortably. She met him afterward with shining eyes and victory in her stride, the competitive flush in her cheeks making her look younger and more alive than he'd seen her since the ward. 84%. Can you believe it? Easily. You finished in 41 minutes. She punched his shoulder. Show off. Her voice carried the particular pitch of genuine delight rather than performance. She was proud of her own result and impressed by his, and she was experiencing both feelings simultaneously without letting them compete. He noted this about her: she didn't reduce her own joy to make room for someone else's achievement. She had enough capacity for both at once. Yao Tian barely qualified. His refinement took an hour and 57 minutes, 3 minutes from elimination, and produced a pill of 68% purity. He emerged from the arena pale and shaken, his grandfather's expectations pressing down on him in a way that Yao Chen recognized and almost sympathized with. The young man's technique was adequate, but his flame control was erratic under pressure. He had been trained for a standard that his nerves could not maintain in front of 50,000 strangers. The preliminary results were posted on a massive crystal board visible from across the arena. Yao Chen was ranked 7th overall. He studied the 6 names above his and recognized none of them from the BTTH timeline. Forgotten names. Bright flames that burned out early. But one name caught his attention. Ranked 15th, Cao Guang of a minor Central Plains family. The surname Cao, possibly an ancestor of Cao Ying, the pill tower prodigy who would play a role decades later. The connection was tenuous but worth noting. More importantly, the name from the market square appeared on the competitor list. Han Misheng. Not as a competitor but as an observer, the Han clan's official delegation escort. The smiling young man with empty eyes. He was watching. Chapter 18. The approach came during the evening reception that followed the preliminaries, a lavish gathering in Pill City's Crystal Hall where competitors, judges, and delegation leaders mingled over wine and alchemical demonstrations. The Crystal Hall was a masterpiece of Pill Tower architecture, a ceiling of translucent formation stone that captured the evening sky outside and projected it in miniature across the hall's interior, as if the stars had descended to observe the gathering. The scent of rare medicinal wines competed with the residual fragrance of ingredients on every practitioner's hands. Yao Chen was examining a display of rare ingredients when a voice appeared at his shoulder, smooth and cultured and utterly controlled. Yao Chen of the Yao clan. Your preliminary performance was remarkable. 41 minutes for a spirit enhancement pill. I don't think the judges knew what to write. Han Misheng stood beside him with a wine cup held at the precise angle of aristocratic ease. Up close, the young man's features were even more striking: sharp cheekbones, dark eyes that reflected light without absorbing warmth, a mouth that defaulted to a smile the way a weapon defaulted to its sheath. You're too kind, Yao Chen replied, matching the surface courtesy while his mind raced. The ingredients were well prepared. A competent practitioner could have done the same. Modesty from a Yao clan prodigy. How refreshing. Han Misheng sipped his wine. I'm Misheng, of the Han family. We operate primarily in the Central Plains, information brokerage, artifact authentication, that sort of thing. Information brokerage. A polite term for the intelligence apparatus of an ancient clan that secretly operated the Hall of Souls, the most dangerous organization on the Do-Chi continent. A pleasure, Yao Chen said. The Han clan's reputation for thoroughness is well known. As is the Yao clan's reputation for alchemical excellence. Tell me, your gradient manipulation technique during the refinement. It's not standard Yao clan methodology, is it? The question was a probe. A carefully calibrated attempt to determine the source of Yao Chen's unusual abilities. Every word Han Misheng spoke was a tool designed to extract information while appearing to offer friendly conversation. The bronze hourglass pulsed urgently. Han clan attention level, elevated. Maintain cover identity. Reveal nothing unusual. Personal experimentation, Yao Chen said, adopting the slightly embarrassed tone of a young genius who was accustomed to praise but uncomfortable with scrutiny. I have unusual ideas about heat management. My elders tell me I'll grow out of it. Han Misheng laughed, a practice sound, calibrated for warmth. I doubt that very much. The best ideas are the ones that survive elder disapproval. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Between us, the Han clan is always interested in cultivating relationships with promising young alchemists. If you ever need resources, research materials, or simply a fresh perspective, we have extensive connections. An offer. Not threatening, not urgent, just a door left slightly ajar. The first move in a recruitment sequence that could span years. I appreciate that, Yao Chen said. I'll keep it in mind. Please do. Han Misheng placed a jade card on the display table beside them, a contact artifact that would allow communication across continental distances. No pressure. Just potential. He departed with the fluid ease of smoke dispersing, and Yao Chen stood alone with a jade card he would never use and the knowledge that the Han clan's eyes were now firmly fixed on him. In the original timeline, the Han clan didn't take significant notice of Yao Chen until he was Tier 6. He was Tier 4 and already being scouted. His timeline manipulation had drawn attention decades ahead of schedule. The hourglass confirmed, timeline alert, Han clan attention increased. Timeline risk, moderate. Yao Chen pocketed the jade card and began calculating how much the conference finals would cost him in timeline integrity. Chapter 19. The semifinals required a Tier 5 refinement. Yao Chen stood at his assigned station in the central arena and stared at the ingredients arrayed before him, components for a soul stabilization pill, a Tier 5 formulation that strengthened mental defenses against spiritual attacks. It was a pill he had never officially refined. His public record was Tier 4. Producing a Tier 5 pill would mark an advancement that, by all rights, should take months of additional training. But the conference demanded it. The timeline demanded it. And the 50,000 spectators packing the Colosseum demanded spectacle. He closed his eyes and felt for the technique he'd been developing in secret, a fusion approach that combined the Yao clan's classical flame control with thermodynamic principles borrowed from his modern education. The key insight was that Tier 5 refinement wasn't fundamentally different from Tier 4. It was the same physical process operating at higher energy levels with tighter tolerance margins. Like the difference between driving at 60 km per hour and driving at 160, the car was the same, but the margin for error shrank to nothing. He ignited his flame. The blue-white fire caught immediately, steady as a candle in a sealed room. The first stage was familiar: ingredient preparation, purification, Initial compound separation. The audience murmured approval as his efficiency was apparent even to non-practitioners, ingredients processing at a speed that other stations couldn't match. The second stage was where Tier 5 diverged. The compounds required integration at a molecular level, spiritual bonds that held ingredients together needed to be broken and reformed in new configurations. In classical terms, this required soul resonance. In thermodynamic terms, it required managing activation energy barriers across multiple simultaneous reactions. Yao Chen did both. His soul power, the original Yao Chen's considerable spiritual talent amplified by the system's presence, guided the recombination while his modern understanding managed the energy flows. Temperature gradients shifted in 3 dimensions within the cauldron, each zone precisely calibrated for the reaction occurring within it. 4 distinct thermal regions, each held at a different temperature, each serving a different chemical process, all maintained simultaneously through flame control that would have been impossible without 12 years of pharmaceutical laboratory precision burned into his muscle memory. The air above his station shimmered with heat. The judges on their elevated platforms leaned forward in their seats. The third stage was the crucible. Pill formation. At Tier 5, the formation generated spiritual pressure that pushed back against the alchemist's control, like trying to compress a spring that fought harder the further you pushed. Sweat beaded on his forehead and ran into his eyes. His flame wavered, not from weakness but from the sheer density of simultaneous calculations required, and for 3 terrifying seconds, the pill core resisted him, pushing back with the blind stubbornness of nascent spiritual life trying to assert itself against its creator. The pill formed. It rose from the cauldron like a small sun, a sphere of pale blue light that pulsed with visible spiritual energy. The audience erupted. 50,000 voices crashed against the arena walls in a wave of sound he felt in his teeth, in his sternum, in the bones of his hands. He caught the pill and held it up. Soul Stabilization Pill. Tier 5. 88% purity, extraordinary for a first-ever Tier 5 refinement. In the delegation box, Yao Dan was standing. The old man's composure had finally cracked, replaced by an expression of undisguised pride. Feng Shen gripped the railing with white-knuckled hands, her eyes bright, but across the arena, in the Han clan's delegation box, Han Misheng leaned toward an older hooded figure and whispered. The elder's head turned. Even across the distance, Yao Chen could feel the weight of that gaze, cold, assessing, possessive. Timeline integrity, 96%. Exceptional performance has drawn early attention from multiple factions. 4% lost. A minor cost for a performance that the timeline required. But the attention, the Han clan's attention, specifically, was a debt that would compound with interest for decades. Chapter 20. The conference finals pitted the 8 best young alchemists against each other in a free-form refinement challenge. Produce the highest quality Tier 5 pill from a standardized ingredient set, no time limit, judged purely on result. Yao Chen knew exactly how to win. His optimized approach, his modern chemistry insights, his dual methodology technique, he could produce a pill that would leave the other 7 competitors staring at their cauldrons in bewildered inadequacy. He could not afford to win. The original Yao Chen had placed well at this conference, strong enough to establish a reputation, not so dominant that it drew the kind of attention that ended careers prematurely. Second place or third. Impressive but not impossible. The restriction chafed like iron manacles. Every instinct, the competitive drive of his previous life, the professional pride of a pharmaceutical researcher, the simple human desire to be the best at what he did, screamed at him to unleash everything he had. But the hourglass spun at the edge of his vision, a constant reminder that this wasn't about him. He refined methodically, deliberately introducing minor inefficiencies that would lower his final purity by 3 to 4 percentage points. A slightly suboptimal temperature gradient here. A fractionally early transition between stages there. Imperfections invisible to everyone except himself and, possibly, the most experienced judges. It felt like deliberately throwing a punch to miss. His pill, 85% purity. Second place. The winner, a serious young woman from the Pill Towers Academy, produced an 87% result with a technique that Yao Chen could have outperformed with one hand behind his back. He smiled and congratulated her. The restraint felt like swallowing glass. Yao Dan's expression during the awards ceremony was complex, pride in Yao Chen's strong showing tempered by something else, a flicker of confusion that suggested the old man suspected Yao Chen had capabilities he hadn't displayed. Feng Shen confirmed the suspicion that evening. She found him on the rooftop terrace of the Yao clan compound, staring at the sunset that painted Pill City in shades of amber and crimson. The air up here was cooler, carrying a faint medicinal trace from the 1,000 refinements happening in the city below. She walked up beside him, leaned against the railing, and said nothing for a full minute. Then, you held back. Not a question. A statement delivered with the precision of a surgical instrument. Feng Shen, don't. I watched every second of your refinement. I know your flame patterns better than my own at this point. You introduced deliberate errors. Micro adjustments that reduced purity without affecting structural integrity. You could have won by a margin that would have humiliated everyone in that arena. Her voice was controlled but her hands on the railing were trembling. Not with anger. With something worse, hurt. Why? She asked. Why would you sabotage yourself? After everything, the training, the evaluation, the preparations. You had the chance to show the world what you are, and you chose to be less. Why? There was no answer he could give her. Not the truth, that winning too convincingly would accelerate the Hun clan's interest and destabilize a timeline that hadn't been written yet. Not a comfortable lie, she would see through it instantly, and the damage of a lie detected would be worse than the hurt of a truth withheld. I have reasons, he said. Reasons I can't explain yet. I need you to trust me. She stared at him. The sunset light caught the moisture in her eyes and turned it to gold. Trust requires information, Yao Chen. You're asking me to trust a locked door. I know. She pushed away from the railing. Fine. Keep your secrets. But know this, every time you diminish yourself, it diminishes what I feel for you too. I fell for the man who was fearless at the cauldron. I don't know who this cautious stranger is. She walked away. The door to the terrace closed behind her with a quiet click that sounded louder than any slam. Yao Chen stood alone on the rooftop as the sun disappeared behind Pill City's western walls. The bronze hourglass spun beside him, its sands flowing upward in the fading light. Below, in a shadowed alley visible from the terrace's edge, two figures met. Yao Wangyi's bulky silhouette, and beside him, a lean figure in dark robes whose spiritual signature radiated cold. Protector Yin. Hall of Souls. The elder and the enforcer exchanged words too quiet for even enhanced hearing to catch. Something changed hands, a scroll, perhaps, or a jade slip containing information about a young Yao clan alchemist who was better than he should be. Then both figures dissolved into the alley's shadows and were gone. The betrayal, Yao Chen understood, was not something that would happen in the future. It was already beginning. It had been beginning since the moment he arrived in this body, ambitious and foreknowing and impossible to hide. He looked up at the first stars emerging over Pill City, and the bronze hourglass spun its relentless count beside him, and somewhere in the unborn future, a small boy sat alone on a stone bench and refused to stop fighting. He thought of Feng Shen's words, every time you diminish yourself, it diminishes what I feel for you too. She wasn't wrong. He was asking her to love a man who kept choosing restraint over brilliance, who kept prioritizing a future she couldn't see over a present she could feel. It was an unfair thing to ask. It would become more unfair, not less, as the years continued. But there was no other path. For him. For that boy. For everything that depended on one cautious stranger making all the right compromises at all the right moments, for decades, without being able to explain any of it to the person he was already beginning to love. Yao Chen descended from the rooftop and began preparing for the conference's end, and everything that would follow. Below, Yao Wangyi and Protector Yin were already gone, their shadows swallowed by an alley that smelled of old stone and quiet danger. The first move in a game that would outlast them both had been made. The board was set. The pieces were in motion. And the only way out was forward, one careful step at a time, toward a destiny he'd already read the ending of. Chapter 21. The return to the Yao clan should have been triumphant. Third place at the Continental Alchemist Conference. A Tier 5 refinement performed before 10,000 witnesses. The youngest Yao clan representative to advance past the semifinals in 40 years. By any reasonable measure, Yao Chen had brought honor to his clan, fulfilled his role in the timeline, and maintained the delicate balance between impressive and impossible. By every measure except one, Feng Shen had not spoken to him beyond polite necessity since the terrace confrontation. She sat across from him in the delegation's return carriage with the carefully held posture of someone who has chosen civil distance over emotional honesty, and every polite non-answer she gave him was louder than a shout. Yao Dan held a private reception in his study upon their return, pouring aged spirit dew tea for the delegation members, his ancient face creased with genuine warmth. The study smelled of old books and spirit water tea, a faintly electric sweetness that settled on the tongue. Outside the study's tall windows, the Hidden Realm's perpetual golden afternoon cast long light across the clan's herb gardens. You exceeded my expectations, Yao Dan said. All three of you. The conference has reaffirmed the Yao clan's position among the continent's premier alchemical powers. Yao Tian preened at the praise, apparently forgetting that he'd been eliminated in the preliminary round. Feng Shen accepted the compliment with quiet grace, though she hadn't looked at Yao Chen directly since the balcony confrontation. The distance between them was polite, professional, and deeply uncomfortable in the way that only a distance you've chosen to maintain can be. After the others left, Yao Dan kept Yao Chen behind, gesturing for him to remain seated as the door closed. There was a particular quality to the silence that followed. Yao Dan refilled both cups, set the spirit kettle aside with careful precision, and sat back in his chair with the unhurried posture of a man who had made difficult decisions for so long that difficult decisions had stopped feeling like emergencies. He studied Yao Chen for a moment, not unkindly, but with the evaluative attention that had kept the Yao clan intact through 3 generations of continental political upheaval. The afternoon light from the tall windows fell at a slant across the edge of the tea table, catching the steam from the freshly poured cup and rendering it briefly visible before the current of warm air in the room dispersed it. Outside the window, the herb garden's late afternoon birds called once and then went silent, as though the garden too was waiting to hear what came next. Yao Chen's hands were loose in his lap. His breathing was measured. He had learned, across years of knowing more than he could say, how to wait in silence without the waiting reading as guilt or evasion, to hold still with the particular quality of someone who is confident in what they know and patient with what they cannot reveal. Before I share what I'm about to share, Yao Dan said, I want you to understand that this is a request, not an order. You have served this clan well, you have earned the right to hear the distinction. Yao Chen kept his expression attentive and his hands loose in his lap. I appreciate that, clan leader. The clan has located something remarkable, the clan leader said, setting down his teacup with deliberate care. Our scouts in the northern wasteland have confirmed the presence of a heavenly flame. Yao Chen's pulse stuttered. He kept his expression carefully neutral, the pharmaceutical researcher's discipline of not letting surprise cross the face during a critical meeting. His hands, folded in his lap, remained still. The afternoon light from the tall windows was warm and completely at odds with what he was feeling, which was the cold clarity of a plan that had just accelerated faster than calculated. The bone-chilling flame, Yao Dan continued. Ranked 11th on the heavenly flame list. It's sealed in an ancient ice cavern, trapped within a formation that our ancestors placed millennia ago when they couldn't subdue it. The formation is weakening. Within 3 to 5 years, the flame will break free. He paused, fingers tracing the rim of his teacup. If it escapes that cavern without a host, the resulting energy discharge will level 3 provinces. The ice sect in the northern wasteland has already sensed it. They'll come for it. You want someone to absorb it before that happens. I want you to absorb it before that happens. Yao Dan held his gaze steadily. You are our strongest young alchemist. Your control is more advanced than cultivators a decade your senior. You demonstrated that at the conference. And you are young enough that the flame's integration will not threaten your foundation. The older a cultivator, the more established their do-chi pathways, and the bone-chilling flame will reshape whatever pathways it enters. He paused again. An elder would not survive the process. You might. Might. The word sat in the room with its full weight. The words landed in the space between them like a thrown gauntlet. A heavenly flame. The bone-chilling flame specifically, the very flame that defined Yao Chen's identity in the original timeline. In that history, Yao Chen had obtained it years later, at a different location, under different circumstances. The timeline was accelerating. His performance at the conference had drawn the clan's attention to his potential, prompting this offer years ahead of schedule. The bronze hourglass pulsed in the corner of his vision. Timeline analysis, bone-chilling flame acquisition, fixed point original timeline, obtained at age 27 current opportunity, age 19 integrity impact of early acquisition, -4%, recoverable, integrity impact of refusing acquisition, -50%, catastrophic, bone-chilling flame is essential to Yao Chen's identity, recommendation, accept. The flame must be obtained regardless of timing. 50% if he refused. The flame was part of who Yao Chen was. Without it, the timeline's version of him ceased to exist. Xiao Yan would never find the mentor he needed, because that mentor wouldn't be the right person. The mentor needed to be the Yao Chen who had carried the bone-chilling flame for decades, who had let its cold precision reshape his alchemy from the foundations up. The cold precision that had made the bone-chilling flame legendary was exactly what Yao Chen's alchemy needed, the ability to control temperature at the microscale, the ability to hold a reaction exactly at the edge of completion without tipping it over. He'd been working toward that control with his own do-chi for 2 years. The flame would make it native. He looked at the clan leader's steady, waiting face. The man had said might. He had offered it as a request. He was gambling the clan's strongest young alchemist on a flame acquisition that might kill the boy, and he was being honest about the odds rather than dressing it in certainty, and that honesty was the mark of a man who respected the person across the table from him. Yao Dan's study smelled of old tea and star chart ink and decades of careful decision-making. Yao Chen breathed it in once, then set his shoulders. I accept, Yao Chen said. When do we leave? Chapter 22. That night, alone in his quarters, Yao Chen stared at the bronze hourglass and grappled with the mathematics of destiny. 4% loss for early acquisition. He could afford that. Timeline integrity sat at 96%, and 4% would drop it to 92%. Manageable. But the accumulation was troubling. Every action that deviated from the original timeline chipped away at the margin. The conference had cost 3%. The archive breach had cost 1%. Small cuts, each individually survivable, collectively dangerous. He pulled out his preparation journal and calculated by lamplight, the numbers unremarkable in isolation and alarming in aggregate. If he maintained his current rate of divergence, timeline integrity would drop below the critical 30% threshold in approximately 12 to 15 years. That was tight. He needed decades to complete his preparation project, and the timeline couldn't sustain that pace of change. He listed the factors working in his favor. The bone-chilling flame was a fixed point. Obtaining it, regardless of timing, stabilized a critical element of Yao Chen's identity. Every legacy seal he placed earned preparation points that could be invested in timeline stabilization measures. His relationship with Feng Shen, while divergent, created a partnership that would accelerate his preparation capabilities. The original Yao Chen working alone had to do everything solo, while this version could distribute tasks and multiply output. He listed the factors working against him. His visibility was increasing faster than the original timeline anticipated. His performance at the conference had been too impressive. The bone-chilling flame's absorption was drawing exactly the kind of attention that made influential enemies and powerful observers focus on him. The Han clan's interest was developing a decade early. He needed to compensate. Earn preparation points, stabilize fixed points, and wherever possible, align his actions with the original timeline's trajectory. But there were complications with the expedition itself. The original Yao Chen had obtained the bone-chilling flame alone, after a years-long search. This version was being offered it by the clan, with an organized expedition. Different circumstances would create different ripple effects. The people who accompanied him, the battles fought, the relationships formed, all divergences. He needed to make the divergences as small as possible. Keep the expedition lean. Avoid unnecessary conflicts. He set his pen down and looked at the hourglass. Its sands flowed upward in the dim lamplight of his quarters, golden grains moving against gravity with the same indifferent patience they had shown since the first moment he'd arrived. The Hidden Realm's artificial night pressed against his window. Outside, the Yao clan compound was quiet, apprentices in their dormitories, elders in their retreats, the great machinery of the clan at rest. He thought about Feng Shen. About the distance between them that his second-place finish had created. About her words, every time you diminish yourself, it diminishes what I feel for you too. The original Yao Chen had never had this problem. He'd never had her, whatever they were building together, whatever this thing had become in the weeks of training and arguing and shared late nights, was entirely outside the timeline script. It was his. Theirs. And he was costing it with every careful choice he made to protect a future she couldn't see. He would tell her, eventually. Not everything, not yet, but enough. Enough to give her something real to hold while he asked her to trust him. He opened a fresh page in his journal and began planning the expedition with the meticulous care of a man who had accepted that the most important things in his life were happening on two timescales simultaneously, the decades-long project of preparing for Xiao Yan's world, and the much shorter project of not losing Feng Shen to the accumulating weight of unexplained choices. Chapter 23. The preparation for the bone-chilling flame expedition consumed 2 months. During that time, something unexpected happened. Yao Chen encountered Han Feng. It was in Pill City, during a supply run. The delegation had remained in the city for post-conference trading, the ingredient markets were the continent's finest, and the clan needed specific materials for the expedition. The market district was crowded at midday, the smell of crushed herbs and frying oil and spiritual reagents mixing into something uniquely Pill City, the sensory signature of a place where commerce and cultivation had coexisted for centuries. Yao Chen was browsing a stall of cold-resistant herbs when he noticed a boy crouched behind the adjacent market tent, eating scraps from a discarded food wrapper with the focused efficiency of someone who had long since decided that dignity was a luxury and calories were not. The boy was perhaps 12. Thin, not the thin of youth and growth, but the thin of insufficient nutrition over years, the kind of thinness that had settled into the frame and become structural. Sharp-featured, with eyes that tracked the crowd with predatory alertness that wasn't looking for marks but for threats. A street child, one of thousands in Pill City's underbelly. Invisible to the cultivators who walked past without a downward glance, each of them carrying more in their spatial rings than this boy had eaten in a week. But not invisible to Yao Chen. Because those eyes. That jaw. That precise way of observing, cataloging, calculating, the eyes of someone who had decided that understanding the world was the only reliable defense against it. Han Feng. The name detonated in Yao Chen's mind like a buried mine, and the world rearranged itself around the detonation. Han Feng. The orphan who would become his most talented disciple. The brilliant alchemist who would study under him for years, absorbing his techniques, earning his trust, becoming the closest thing to a son that Yao Chen would have in this world. And then, consumed by envy and ambition in the Hall of Souls whispered permissions, betray him. Steal the bone-chilling flame. Shatter his body. Force his soul into a ring. The boy behind the market tent, this filthy, starving child, would one day be his murderer. Yao Chen stood frozen. The herb samples in his hand meant nothing. The market's noise meant nothing. The entire busy, alive, indifferent city meant nothing for the 3 seconds it took him to absorb what he was looking at. Walk away, part of him screamed. Walk away. Let the timeline find another path. Don't take him as a disciple. Don't raise him. Don't love him. Avoid the betrayal entirely. The bronze hourglass blazed with the brightest light he'd seen from it since the transmigration. Timeline consequence alert Han Feng's discipleship. Fixed point original timeline. Yao Chen encounters Han Feng in Pill City and takes him as a disciple. Refusing to take Han Feng as a disciple. Timeline integrity minus 40%, catastrophic. Note, Han Feng's betrayal is a necessary event. Without it, Yao Chen's soul is never sealed in the ring. Without the ring, Xiao Yan never finds his mentor. Without the mentor, Xiao Yan fails. Without Xiao Yan, the Han clan's apocalypse succeeds. 40%. Catastrophic. His own destruction was a fixed point. The cruelty of that knowledge was almost elegant in its completeness. He had to raise his own killer. Love him. Train him. Give him everything. And then let him take the one thing that mattered. Because a boy named Xiao Yan needed an old man and a ring. Yao Chen set down the herbs. Squared his shoulders. Walked around the market tent and crouched beside the boy. Hungry? He asked. Han Feng flinched back, the automatic defensive response of a child who had learned that adults who approached him usually wanted something he didn't want to give. Then his sharp eyes assessed, Yao clan robes, a young man's face, no raised hand, no expressions of contempt. He relaxed marginally. Always, the boy said. His voice was hoarse from disuse, scratchy at the edges. Come with me. I'll buy you a meal. Why? Because you're hungry and I'm not, and the math works better with food on both sides. The barest ghost of a smile crossed that serious, sharp face. Han Feng stood, brushed dirt from his threadbare clothes with a gesture that was both feudal and dignified, and followed. Timeline preparation system plus 100 pp, critical fixed point maintained, Han Feng discipleship initiated timeline integrity stabilized, 93% note, you have accepted the most difficult burden of the timeline. Carry it well. Carry it well. The system's instructions rang like a funeral bell. Chapter 24. Over the next 3 days, Yao Chen learned several things about Han Feng. The boy was brilliant. Not talented, brilliant. The distinction mattered enormously. Talented meant natural aptitude that could develop with proper training. Brilliant meant a mind that actively restructured information, finding patterns and connections that experienced alchemists missed, building frameworks from scratch when existing ones were insufficient. During their first meal, a proper restaurant, not street scraps, with private booths and soup that arrived hot enough to steam, Han Feng identified the 5 herbs in the broth by taste alone. Not their names, which he didn't know, but their properties. This one warms the stomach. This one strengthens qi circulation. This one is bitter but clears phlegm. And this one, he held up a translucent leaf, doesn't do anything except taste good, but the cook added it because the yellow color makes the soup look more expensive. Yao Chen set down his teacup with extreme care. Where did you learn to analyze ingredients? I worked for an apothecary for a year. He let me sleep in the storeroom if I sorted herbs. I learned what each one smelled like, tasted like, felt like. A pause. Then he died and his family kicked me out. And before the apothecary? My parents died when I was 8. 6 season, he said it flatly, without self-pity, as though reporting weather data. His eyes didn't change. Not bitterness, just the specific emptiness of a fact that had been processed so many times it had worn smooth. I've been managing since. Managing. Yao Chen ordered more food and watched the boy eat with controlled urgency, fast enough to quiet the hunger, slow enough to maintain dignity. That balance spoke volumes. He wasn't broken by his circumstances. He was adapting to them, with the practical ferocity of a mind that had decided survival was a problem to be solved. By the 3rd day, Yao Chen had assessed the boy's cultivation potential, minimal formal training, but a naturally strong spiritual perception and an affinity for fire attribute qi. Given proper instruction, Han Feng could reach Tier 2 alchemist within a year. Tier 3 within 3, and beyond that, the ceiling was wherever his ambition put it. Which was the problem? Han Feng's ambition was bottomless. The boy didn't just want to learn alchemy, he wanted to master it. Not for love of the craft, as Yao Chen did, but for what mastery represented: security, power, respect, the fundamental human requirement to be seen as something other than disposable. The things that had been stripped from him when his parents died and the world decided he didn't matter. Yao Chen understood that hunger. Had read about it in psychology texts. Had watched it drive brilliant people to brilliant catastrophes. Had now, in this life, accepted that he was going to watch it happen again, close up, in a person he was choosing to love. On the 4th day, he made the offer. I want you to be my disciple. Han Feng stared at him across the restaurant table with an expression that moved through surprise and skepticism before settling on the particular wariness of someone who had learned that generosity often had a hidden mechanism. You're 19. You're barely older than, you're not even a Tier 5 yet. I will be. And you'll have a front row seat. Why me? You're from the Yao clan. You could take anyone. Someone with a cultivation base, with connections, with someone who identifies soup herbs by taste after working for a dead apothecary? Yao Chen leaned forward slightly. Someone who noticed the decorative ingredient was commercially motivated? Your mind works differently, Han Feng. I can teach technique to anyone. I can't teach that. A long silence. Outside the restaurant's window, Pill City's market district continued its indifferent commerce. The boy was thinking, really thinking, the kind of consideration that went all the way down. What do you want in return? Honest effort. Respect for the craft. And an understanding that alchemy is a tool for making the world better, not just for making yourself stronger. Another pause. Then Han Feng nodded. Once. Sharp. The nod of someone making a decision they intend to honor. When do we start? Now. They left the restaurant together. Master and disciple. Two people walking toward a future that one of them had already seen and the other couldn't imagine. Yao Chen's heart cracked a little with every step, not from sorrow but from the specific grief of loving something you know will be taken from you and choosing to love it anyway. Chapter 25. Feng Shen met Han Feng on a warm afternoon in the Yao clan's herb garden, and the ice between her and Yao Chen began, slowly, to thaw. She'd sought him out to discuss a refinement technique she was developing, and found him sitting cross-legged on a garden bench, overseeing a 12-year-old boy who was attempting to identify 50 different herbs by spiritual perception alone. The herb garden smelled rich in the afternoon warmth, green growth, medicinal sweetness, the faint mineral note of the dough-chi-enriched soil beneath carefully tended beds. "Since when do you have a disciple?" she asked, arms folded, one eyebrow raised with the particular eloquence of a woman who had not been informed of a significant development. "Since last week." Yao Chen gestured at Han Feng, who was currently holding a sprig of golden sage and frowning with intense concentration. "Han Feng, this is Feng Shen. She's a Tier 4 alchemist and the best flame controller in our generation." "Second best," Feng Shen corrected automatically. "I'll tell you a secret, she's actually better than me at sustained high-temperature work. I'm better at precision, she's better at power." Feng Shen's lips twitched. "You've never admitted that before. Near-death experience. Adjust your honesty." Han Feng looked up from the herb, his sharp eyes flicking between them with the social awareness of a child who'd survived on the streets by reading adults accurately. "You two are a couple," he announced, with the directness of someone who had never learned that some observations should be kept internal. Simultaneous protests. "We are not, that's not." They stopped, glanced at each other, and looked away. Han Feng returned to his herb identification with a smirk that made him look far older than 12. Over the following weeks, Feng Shen found herself drawn into Han Feng's education. She had a natural affinity for teaching, patient with fundamentals, creative with explanations, firm with discipline but never harsh. Her phoenix flame demonstrations captivated the boy, each one showing fire in a way that was different from Yao Chen's cold precision, warmer, more intuitive, shaped by feeling rather than calculation. Han Feng absorbed both approaches and began developing his own synthesis. The three of them fell into a rhythm. Morning theory with Yao Chen. Afternoon practical exercises with Feng Shen. Evening review sessions where Han Feng demonstrated what he'd learned and asked questions that were frequently more insightful than the answers. The compound's herb garden became their classroom, their workspace, their common ground. Yao Chen watched his disciple and Feng Shen interact and felt the complex web he was spinning tighten around him. The warmth of their dynamic was real, her patient instruction, Han Feng's genuine eagerness, the rapport building between teacher and student that had nothing to do with timeline requirements. It was just good. Just human. Just the kind of thing that shouldn't have to be built over a trap. Love, for Feng Shen, growing stronger with every shared glance. Affection, for Han Feng, the boy he was raising and the man he feared. Grief, preemptive and absolute, for the future that would take all of this away. One evening, after Han Feng had gone to sleep in the quarters Yao Chen had arranged for him within the clan's guest wing, the bronze hourglass triggered an unexpected event. Temporal resonance event source, future timeline echo, Han Feng, approximately age 30 emotional content, envy. Self-loathing. Desperate hunger for recognition. The vision hit like a blade between the ribs. He saw Han Feng as an adult, broad-shouldered, handsome, wearing the robes of a master alchemist, standing in a refinement hall that was clearly his own. But his eyes were hollow. Haunted by a gap he could never close, the gap between his own considerable talent and his master's seeming effortlessness. Every technique he learned, Yao Chen performed better. Every pill he refined, Yao Chen surpassed. The admiration of youth curdled into the bitter certainty that he would always be second. Always dependent. Always the student in a world where he wanted to be the master. And behind Han Feng, in the shadows of the vision, a figure in dark robes whispered, "Your master has something that should be shared. A flame. A legacy. Why should one man hoard what could elevate the world?" The Hall of Souls. Feeding Han Feng's insecurity. Turning admiration into resentment, resentment into entitlement, entitlement into murder. Yao Chen came out of the resonance with his nails dug into his palms, blood welling between his fingers. He looked at the marks and made a decision. He would not just raise Han Feng as the original Yao Chen had. He would try, truly, desperately try, to redirect the boy's ambition. To give him the recognition he craved. To close the gap that festered into betrayal. The timeline said the betrayal was a fixed point. But scientists didn't accept inevitable without testing the hypothesis. Chapter 26. The Northern Wasteland expedition assembled on a gray December morning. The departure point was the clan's main gate, where the Hidden Realms wards thinned enough to allow exit into the outer world. Frost lay on the flagstones. The gray sky above was the specific pale gray of early winter mornings, the kind of gray that smelled like incoming snow even before a single flake fell. Yao Chen arrived first, checking his spatial rings inventory with the systematic care of someone who had learned that the thing you forgot to pack was always the thing you needed most. Cold resistance cultivation supplements, checked. Field cauldron and condensed reagent packs, checked. Emergency warming pills for the guards, non-alchemist grade, minimal refinement, maximum heat output, checked. The legacy seal components, 3 sets, intended for placement at key northern wasteland waypoints on the return journey, wrapped in oilcloth and tucked beneath the herbs, checked. The team was lean: Yao Chen, 2 clan elders, Yao Jing, the white-bearded tier 6 alchemist who'd first noticed his breakthrough, and elder Yao Qian, a taciturn Dozong combatant whose job was to handle anything that fought back, 6 Do Huang rank guards, and a northern wasteland guide named Bei Shan. Bei Shan was a weathered independent cultivator, his face seamed with cold exposure lines, carrying a compass he checked every quarter hour with the automatic precision of a habit too old to break. He had the particular stillness of someone who had spent years in places where unnecessary movement wasted warmth. He looked at Yao Chen's pack, then at Yao Chen, with the evaluative squint of a man assessing whether the scholar would slow them down. Pill City Expedition, Bei Shan said. It wasn't a question. Alchemist, yes, Yao Chen confirmed. I'll keep up. The guide made a noncommittal sound and went back to checking his compass. Feng Shen appeared at the departure gate with her pack on her back and her phoenix earrings catching the gray morning light. She had dressed practically, padded outer robes, proper winter boots, the small carry case on her hip that Yao Chen recognized as her herb collection kit. She looked like someone who had packed for an expedition many times before and had no patience for the theater of looking unprepared. What are you doing? Yao Chen asked, though he already knew. Crimson jade herbs grow in the northern wasteland's volcanic borderlands. The clan has a standing request for them, and this expedition passes through the right area. She adjusted her pack straps with practiced efficiency, meeting his eyes over the task. I cleared it with Elder Yao Jing. The elder confirmed with a nod. Feng Shen's phoenix flame makes her ideal for crimson jade harvest. And another alchemist on the team isn't unwelcome. Yao Chen calculated rapidly. This expedition didn't match the Crimson Peak expedition that killed Feng Shen in the original timeline: different location, different purpose, different threat profile. She should be safe. The Crimson Flame Python lived at Crimson Peak, a volcanic mountain range in the southern continent. The northern wasteland was ice and tundra. Different ecosystem, different hazards, different threat profile. And she had her Phoenix Flame, a source of reliable heat in an environment where cold was the primary danger. If anything, her fire affinity was an advantage here. Should be safe. The most dangerous words in any language. Welcome aboard, he said, and tried to mean only that. Han Feng was left behind with instructions and a stack of study materials thick enough to use as furniture. The boy had protested vigorously, 12 years old and already convinced he was ready for anything, his small frame vibrating with the particular energy of frustrated capability. He had his father's bone structure and his mother's eyes, and he was going to be tall, and he had the exact kind of restless brilliance that either became something extraordinary or burned itself up before it matured. You're not strong enough yet. And I need someone to tend the herb specimens while I'm gone. You need a gardener? I need a disciple I trust to maintain precise environmental conditions for 17 different plant species, each with unique requirements. That's applied alchemy, Han Feng. If you can keep them all alive until I return, I'll teach you the cooling pulse technique. The boy's eyes lit up. He'd been pestering for that technique for weeks, ever since Yao Chen had used a variant of it to demonstrate temperature management during a refining lesson. The cooling pulse wasn't difficult, but it required a level of fine do qi control that most cultivators Han Feng's age hadn't developed. The boy clearly believed he had. And he might be right, his control was advancing faster than expected. Deal, Han Feng said, with the decisive finality of someone who had learned that agreements were binding things. The expedition departed. Behind them, Yao Chen heard Han Feng already interrogating Elder Yao Jing's assistant about the herb care schedules with the focused intensity of someone approaching a challenge as a problem to be solved rather than a chore to be endured. The boy was nothing if not thorough when motivated. Chapter 27. The northern wasteland earned its name within the first day. Beyond the last outpost of civilization, a trading post called Frost Gate, where merchants sold cold resistance talismans at exorbitant prices and the air smelled of cured pelts and cheap spirit wine and the particular desperation of people at the edge of viable territory, the landscape transformed into a frozen cathedral. Ice sheets extended to every horizon, broken only by jagged mountain ridges that cut the sky like teeth. The wind carried snow horizontally, reducing visibility to arm's length during storms. Temperature dropped below levels that could kill an unprotected doshi in minutes. The cold here wasn't the clean cold of the high mountains. It was the deep cold of a place that had decided it didn't want life in it. Bei Shan moved through it without hesitation, reading the terrain the way Yao Chen read reagent compositions, at a glance, with practiced certainty. The guide pointed out safe ice bridges, invisible from a distance, and steered them around crevasses that looked like flat ground. On the second evening, He indicated a rock formation that looked unremarkable and explained, without ceremony, that the similar formation 200 meters east was a wind frost serpent nest and they were going to walk in a wide arc around it and not discuss this further. Yao Chen noted each detail. The northern wasteland had its own ecology, its own rules, its own patient hostility. He was filing it all away. On the third day, they encountered the snow demon apes. A pack of 7 burst from an ice crevasse with no warning, white-furred nightmares, each the size of a horse, with blue ice do chi crackling around their fists. Do Wang rank, every one of them. Their eyes were flat and pale, the color of frozen lakes, and they moved with the lurching speed of things that had been designed specifically for this environment. Territorial, aggressive, and hungry. The lead ape had a scar across its muzzle from an old fight and moved with the particular confidence of a creature that had never encountered anything it couldn't eventually outlast. Elder Yao Qian's reaction was immediate and brutal. His Dozong's spiritual pressure slammed outward like a physical wall, staggering the lead apes. The guards formed a combat line, do chi blazing. But there were 7 apes and only 9 fighters, and the apes fought with coordinated fury. 2 split left to flank the guard line. 2 more drove directly into the center, absorbing blows on their thick ice do chi shells. The 7th circled wide, and Yao Chen realized with cold clarity that it was targeting the expedition's supply packs, destroy the supplies, strand the humans in the cold, wait for the cold to finish the work. The apes had done this before. Yao Chen stepped forward. He produced a travel cauldron, compact, purpose-built for field refinements, fed it ingredients from his spatial ring, and refined a batch of flash freeze bombs in under 30 seconds. The refinement was crude by his standards: maximum explosive yield, minimum precision, using the ambient cold as a catalyst rather than fighting it. The wasteland air sat at roughly -40 degrees. Any exothermic reaction he initiated would create a differential of over 200 degrees between the bomb's interior and the surrounding air. At that differential, the compression wave on detonation would shatter ice do chi barriers more effectively than 3 times the pill's normal energy output. Physics, applied to combat. Alchemy, used correctly. The first bomb hit the lead ape in the chest. The detonation flash froze the creature's outer fur and cracked its do chi barrier with a sound like a cannon report, staggering it long enough for Elder Yao Qian to deliver a finishing blow. The second bomb landed between the 2 flanking apes, the cold explosion creating a wall of ice that split their charge and gave the guards time to close ranks. The third he lobbed high, where it detonated above the pack like a flare, the intense cold wave creating a downdraft that hammered the remaining apes against the ground, disrupting their do chi circulation for the 3 seconds the guards needed. The 7th ape, the one that had been circling for the packs, froze mid-lope as a blast of phoenix fire crossed its path. Feng Shen had tracked it. Her fire shot scorched the ice in a line between the ape and the supplies, not striking the creature directly but creating a wall of heat that stopped it cold. The temperature differential was worse than the fire itself, a 600-degree gradient that disoriented the ape's ice-adapted sensory system completely. It fell back shrieking. The battle ended in under a minute. Elder Yao Qian stared at Yao Chen with an expression that mixed professional respect with genuine alarm. You refined explosive pills during combat. In 30 seconds. In a blizzard. The conditions actually help. The ambient cold reduces the energy needed for the freeze effect and amplifies the compression differential on detonation. I just had to provide the catalyst charge. You were calculating thermodynamics while wolves circled us. Apes, Yao Chen corrected. And yes. The math helps with the fear. The Dozong elder stared at him for another moment, then turned away shaking his head with the particular expression of someone who has decided that understanding this person completely is unnecessary and possibly unwise. Feng Shen, who had fought with Phoenix Flame techniques that kept 2 apes at bay through sheer sustained heat, walked over with singed outer robes and the particular bright expression of someone who has just watched something impressive that they want to immediately learn. There was soot on her cheekbone. She didn't seem to notice. Combat alchemy, she said. You've been developing this quietly? For months. It's an obvious application that no one pursues because alchemists aren't supposed to be fighters. Supposed to be. She grinned, the first genuine smile she'd given him since the conference balcony, the kind that reached her eyes and stayed there, warm against the frozen waste around them. Teach me. After the mission. I'll need you to teach me your Phoenix Flame defensive techniques in exchange. That heat wall you created to cut off the flanker, I want to understand the control mechanics. Deal. She held out her hand, and they shook on it properly, which felt like something more than an agreement about techniques. They pressed on into the frozen wastes, the ape corpses already disappearing under fresh snow behind them, and the temperature kept dropping, and neither of them mentioned the handshake again. Elder Yao Qian said nothing else for the rest of that day. He walked at the head of the column with his hands folded in his sleeves and his Dozong aura pulled in close against the cold, and once, when he thought Yao Chen was occupied scanning the ridgeline ahead, he turned and looked back at the young man for a long moment. His expression was not readable from distance. But 2 of the guards who walked close enough to see it later told each other, in quiet voices over the cookfire that night, that it had been the expression of a man revising an estimate. Not the estimate of a subordinate's potential. Something more fundamental than that, A reassessment of what was in the world, and whether the world he'd assumed he knew still corresponded to the one he was moving through. Chapter 28. The nights in the northern wasteland were the hardest and the most necessary. Hard because the cold was absolute, not the clean cold of high mountains but the deep, geological cold of a place that had been frozen for millennia, that had accepted ice as its natural state and treated warmth as an intrusion. Even with Do-Chi circulation running steady, the cold pressed against the barriers he maintained like a living thing, testing for weaknesses, probing for the moment his concentration slipped. Necessary because the nights were when he worked. While the others slept in their Do-Chi warmed tents, he slipped out into the darkness with his spatial ring and his preparation journal and the knowledge of exactly where he needed to go. The northern wasteland at night was a cathedral of impossible physics. Aurora like ribbons of spiritual energy danced across the sky, remnants of ancient formations that predated civilization, leaking stored power in luminous waves. The ice reflected the light, turning the landscape into something that moved between reality and painting every few seconds as the colors shifted. His breath frosted white in long plumes. His footsteps compacted snow with a sound like pottery breaking, too loud in the silence. He found a cluster of basalt columns jutting from the ice sheet and created a legacy seal. The process was methodical even here, in the cold that made his fingers stiff inside his gloves. He pressed his palm against the basalt. The rock was so cold it burned through the leather, a sensation like pressing against a heated blade but reversed, and channeled a thread of Do-Chi infused with timeline energy. The seal formed in amber light, warmer than its surroundings, the temporal energy visible as a faint shimmer against the dark stone before it folded in on itself and vanished. A ghost of warmth lingered for 3 seconds on the basalt surface. Then the cold reclaimed it. The item was a small jade bottle containing 3 cold resistance pills, Tier 4, refined with his optimized techniques, preserved in the seal's temporal stasis. He set the activation parameters for fire attribute Do-Chi cultivators in general, not Xiao Yan specifically. This location was too far from the boy's eventual path to be targeted. But any young fire attribute cultivator traveling through this frozen hell might find themselves dying of cold, and 3 pills could mean the difference between making it out and not. He created 2 more seals before dawn, one containing a Tier 4 energy recovery pill, another containing a jade slip with basic ice attribute cultivation techniques adapted for beginners. Each one cost PP to create and maintain, but the returns, measured in lives rather than preparation points, were worth it. The second seal went into a natural pocket at the base of an ice formation, where the ice had buckled and split to create a dry, protected hollow barely large enough for a child's fist. He had to lie flat on the ice sheet to reach it, the cold pressing through his robes at every point of contact, his breath frosting immediately white in the lampstone's light. The third seal was placed standing, in the underside of a rock shelf that jutted from the tundra like a natural table, the sheltered face protected from snow accumulation and visible to anyone crouching for shelter from the wind. The bone-chilling flame in his chest provided some insulation, but not enough to prevent his face from going numb. He kept working. The discomfort was data. The discomfort said, "This is real, and you are in it, and the people who will one day travel these routes will feel something similar, and what you place here tonight will matter." Crouched in the snow with the aurora shifting above him, he thought about the scale of what he was building. One man, hiding resources across a continent for a child who hadn't been born yet. The presumption was staggering. But so was the alternative, doing nothing and watching the world he'd come to love be unmade. Timeline preparation system legacy seals placed, 5, total, PP expenditure, 15 current PP, 150 timeline integrity, 92%, stable, 5 seals. Seeds planted in frozen stone under an alien aurora. He returned to his tent before the watch rotation and pretended to have slept through the night, and his heart was lighter than it had any right to be. Chapter 29. The ice cavern was exactly where the scouts had reported it. Buried beneath a glacier in a valley between 2 mountain ridges, accessible only through a natural tunnel that descended 500 feet into the glacier's heart. The tunnel was a masterpiece of geological time, ice walls compressed by millennia of pressure until they were clear as crystal, refracting light in rainbow spectrums that moved as you moved, as if the tunnel itself was alive with color. The temperature dropped with every step, not gradually, but in discrete jumps, as though crossing invisible boundaries. Each boundary was a remnant of the ancient formation Yao clan ancestors had placed, layers of containment designed to keep the bone-chilling flame imprisoned. The air tasted of absolute cold. Not the cold of weather. The cold of matter with all its motion removed. Each breath felt like inhaling something that had been sleeping since before civilization began. By the time they reached the cavern floor, the temperature was supernatural. Not merely cold, actively hostile, as though the air itself was trying to expel them. The guards' teeth chattered despite their training. Elder Yao Jing's Do-Chi circulation was visibly elevated, his white beard catching ice crystals from his exhaled breath. And there, at the cavern's heart, the bone-chilling flame burned. The word burned was misleading. The bone-chilling flame didn't produce heat, it consumed it. A pale blue-white fire, roughly the size of a bonfire, floating 3 feet above a platform of ice so dense it looked like glass. The flame's light was paradoxical, bright enough to illuminate the entire cavern, yet the illumination felt cold, as though it was removing light rather than producing it. Looking at it too long made the eyes water with something that wasn't quite tears. The ice formations surrounding the flame were staggeringly beautiful. Crystalline structures had grown over millennia, shaped by the flame's influence into geometries that shouldn't exist in nature: spirals, lattices, fractal patterns that repeated at every scale from hand size to cathedral spanning. The entire cavern was a work of art created by the interaction between ancient flame and ancient ice, patient beyond human comprehension. Yao Chen stood at the cavern's entrance and felt the flame's pull. It resonated with something inside him. The flame wanted to be absorbed. It was tired of imprisonment, tired of burning without purpose, tired of being alone. Beautiful, Feng Shen whispered beside him. Her phoenix flame flickered involuntarily in her chest, responding to the proximity of a superior fire. He could feel the warmth of her trying to assert itself against the cavern's cold. And deadly, Elder Yao Jing added, his voice taut with professional concern. The bone-chilling flame has killed every attempt at absorption for 2,000 years. Even Dozun rank cultivators have failed. I won't fail, Yao Chen said. Absorption was, at its core, a heat exchange problem. He would manage it. Not overcome it, manage it. I'll need a clear perimeter, he told the team. No interruptions. No matter what you see or hear. What might we hear? Elder Yao Chen asked. The flame screaming as it dies. Chapter 30, the absorption required patience that was the hardest thing he'd ever practiced. Yao Chen walked to the flame's platform and sat cross-legged before it. The ice beneath him was so dense it didn't even conduct his body heat, it simply coexisted with him, indifferent, ancient, patient in the way that only things that have been waiting for millennia can be patient. He closed his eyes and let himself feel the cavern's full cold without fighting it. Let it press against his Do-Chi barrier, let it test the perimeter of what he was. The bone-chilling flame's presence registered not as temperature but as something more fundamental, a drawing, a pulling, as if it wanted to unmake the heat in his body and he had to decide what to offer it instead. The key insight came from thermodynamic equilibrium theory. He wouldn't try to beat the flame's absorption rate. He would match it, creating a steady state where the flame's cold and his Do-Chi heat balanced perfectly. At equilibrium, the flame's resistance would dissolve, because resistance requires imbalance. Without imbalance to push against, the flame had no reason to reject him. In practice, implementing the theory required the most precise Do-Chi control he'd ever attempted. Every degree of temperature change required a compensating adjustment. Every pulse of the flame's cold required an answering pulse of his Do-Chi warmth, matched in intensity within margins so fine that he was operating at the limit of his soul perception's resolution. The calculations ran continuously in the back of his mind, moment by moment, hundreds of small adjustments compounding into something that looked, from the outside, like stillness. The first hour was subtle. The cold crept into his outer meridian slowly, testing rather than assaulting. He held his Do-Chi circulation steady, neither fighting nor surrendering. The flame, sensing something unexpected, a target that didn't resist, shifted its approach. The cold deepened, moving from the peripheral meridians toward his core. He maintained equilibrium. His body temperature dropped fractionally. His consciousness narrowed to the technical task. The cavern's other occupants, the elders, the guards, Feng Shen, receded to the background of his awareness, reduced to sounds and heat signatures while the foreground was occupied entirely by the dance of cold and warmth within his meridians. The second hour became a technical battle fought on the level of pure energy management. Each time the flame sent a pulse of cold, he measured its intensity and matched it with a precisely calibrated countercirculation. The margin was razor thin. His body temperature dropped another half degree, then held at a new equilibrium, stable at a temperature that would have been concerning in a clinical context but felt, to the part of him that was already beginning to integrate the flame's perspective, correct. He began to understand what the flame wanted. Not heat to consume. A body it could inhabit. A practitioner whose soul wouldn't be shattered by the cold's depth but could carry it, could become, in effect, a controlled environment for the flame rather than a fuel source. He offered himself. Not as prey. As a container. As a partner. The flame considered. Midway through the second hour, the rival party arrived. Northern Ice Sect cultivators, 6 of them, materializing from an ice tunnel he hadn't mapped, their leader a lean Dozong rank woman with frost-white hair and eyes that matched the cavern's temperature exactly. Her cultivation pressure filled the cavern the moment she stepped in, cold meeting cold, layering with the bone-chilling flame's ambient output until the air became a weapon. She assessed the situation with professional speed, a Yao clan team, a young practitioner in absorption contact with the flame, 2 Dozong elders, 6 guards. Her eyes moved from the flame to Yao Chen and stayed there. The bone-chilling flame belongs to the Northern Ice Sect by prior claim, she announced. Her voice was perfectly controlled, the tone of someone who expected the claim to be accepted. This cavern was sealed by the Yao clan 2,000 years ago, Elder Yao Jing replied, stepping forward. Your prior claim postdates ours by approximately 19 centuries. Our prior claim was renewed, elders. Elder Yao Qian's voice, cutting across both of them. Shall we discuss this the civilized way, or the other way? The ice sect leader made her decision. Combat formations activated. What followed was a battle that Yao Chen could only witness through sound, the crash of Do-Chi techniques, the crack of ice formations breaking, shouted commands and controlled counterstrikes, because he could not move. Breaking the absorption cycle at this stage would force the flame back to its natural state with explosive force. The entire cavern would flash freeze. Every living thing within it would die. He held the cycle. He kept breathing. The flame continued its slow consideration. He felt the battle shifting in sounds he'd learned to read across months of combat alchemy study, Elder Yao Qian's dozong pressure pressing against the ice sect leader's counterpressure. The guards coordinating in practiced formation. Feng Shen's phoenix flame crackling in short, controlled bursts. She was fighting defensively, using her flame as a barrier rather than a weapon, holding her ground without overextending. She was brilliant in combat. He knew this. He'd watched her practice. He'd fought alongside her in the snow demon ape encounter. She knew how to protect herself. Then her voice changed. Not a battle cry. A sound of impact. Something wet. Too close to where he was sitting. Blood. He smelled it, copper and iron, unmistakably human, warm against the cavern's cold, and felt it reach his back a heartbeat later. A thin splash. She was hurt. Rage hit him like a physical force, and the absorption cycle nearly shattered. Chapter 31. He had 2 seconds. The rage spiked his Do-Chi circulation violently, too hot, too fast, the thermal imbalance tearing at the careful equilibrium he'd spent 2 hours building. The bone-chilling flame responded to the spike with predatory speed, pressing through the widened gap in his defenses. He could fight the spike. Could force his circulation back to steady, controlled levels. Could preserve the technical approach at the cost of the emotion. Or he could use it. The pharmaceutical researcher's training said, don't waste a resource just because it's unexpected. He took the spike. Channeled it. Not into resistance, into the absorption itself. Used the emotional energy the way a furnace uses fuel, raw, hot, and demanding. The temperature gradient between him and the flame shifted violently, and the flame, surprised, perhaps, or simply overwhelmed by the sudden change in dynamics, yielded. Just slightly. Just enough. He was inside it now. The bone-chilling flame's cold wasn't attacking him anymore. It was inside him, learning the shape of his meridians, testing whether this was a body that could contain it. Yao Chen kept breathing. Held himself steady. Let the flame decide. Outside, Elder Yao Qian roared and the battle's tempo changed. The Dozong elder had apparently decided that the restraint phase was over. Ice formations shattered. The ice sect disciples began retreating. Their leader, calculating the odds with professional precision, called the withdrawal. The cavern went quiet except for the sound of labored breathing and Feng Shen's controlled, even exhales, the breathing technique of someone managing pain. Yao Chen completed the absorption. The bone-chilling flame poured into his meridians like cold light, not destructive, but transformative. Every pathway it touched changed. His Do-Chi became something else, cool and clean and immeasurably precise, like thinking through water instead of air. His body temperature dropped 3 degrees in 30 seconds, stabilized, and became something new. The transformation had physical textures he hadn't anticipated. His fingertips went numb first, not painfully, but with a thorough, final quality, as if they had completed something they had been working on for years and could now rest. The cold moved up through his wrists and forearms in waves that had rhythm, almost like breath, the flame settling into his circulation rather than fighting it. Each wave swept his meridians clean of the ambient noise that he hadn't known was present, the micro-friction of Do-Chi moving through pathways that had always been adequate but were now being rebuilt by something that understood what a pathway could become. The cavern's cold, which had been trying to kill him for 2 hours, no longer registered as cold. It registered as home. He stayed still for 30 seconds after the absorption completed, taking inventory of the changes, noting where the reconstruction was deepest and which pathways were still settling. The systematic assessment came naturally. He was a pharmaceutical researcher. He had always understood the body as a system. Now he was a system that had just been redesigned by something more sophisticated than himself, and understanding the new architecture was both necessary and, in a way he hadn't expected, beautiful. He opened his eyes and went to her. Chapter 32. Feng Shen was on the cavern floor with one hand pressed against her side and the expression of someone who was managing pain through the simple discipline of not acknowledging it. How bad? Yao Chen asked, crouching beside her. He didn't wait for her answer. His hand moved hers away from the wound and his fingers read the damage with the immediate efficiency of someone whose entire body had just become calibrated for precision. A long gash from an ice blade. Deep but not catastrophic, no organs compromised, no major vessels cut. Cold had slowed the bleeding, which was one mercy. I've had worse, she said. When? Never. But the principle stands. He almost laughed. Instead, he pulled his travel cauldron from his spatial ring and began the fastest refinement of his life. The bone-chilling flame ignited inside the cauldron with cold blue-white light, the first time he'd used it deliberately, and its responsiveness was staggering, the flame answering his will like an extension of his thought. Healing pill. Tier 4. heavy on the tissue repair compounds. He completed it in 4 minutes and 12 seconds, which was approximately 3 minutes faster than anyone could have done it without his optimized methodology and the new flame's precision. He pressed the pill against her skin and guided the medicine with a thin thread of dough qi. Her breath hitched as the compounds began their work. The wound's edges drew together. Their hands touched as he worked. The bone-chilling flame's cold radiated from his skin, and her phoenix flame's warmth radiated from hers, and the contact point between them was warm and cold simultaneously, two things that shouldn't coexist in the same space, existing anyway, finding equilibrium in the gap between them. She looked at him. He looked at her. The first kiss happened in the blue light of the bone-chilling flame, in an ice cavern 2,000 years old, with blood drying on her robes and cold fire living in his chest. It was not graceful. It was necessary. It was the realest thing that had happened to him in either lifetime, and he memorized every second of it the same way he'd been memorizing everything else, because he knew, with the clarity of foreknowledge, that the time would come when memory was all he had. Chapter 33. The return journey was a lesson in new physics. Yao Chen's integrated bone-chilling flame changed everything about how he interacted with the world. On the second day of the return trek, he passed a narrow river crossing and his ambient cold, passive, unconscious, just the resting output of the flame in his chest as he walked, froze the surface solid enough to walk on before anyone could warn the expedition members to use the fort. Everyone stopped. 6 guards stared at the suddenly solid river. Elder Yao Jing raised an eyebrow that expressed several things simultaneously. "I need to work on the passive suppression," Yao Chen said. The elders burst out laughing, real laughter, unguarded, the kind that comes when tension finally finds a release valve. The return trek had been grim. Feng Shen's wound, the battle, the ice sex retreat, the long discussion about whether to report the incident as an attempted theft. The laughter was overdue. The expedition members gave him 6 feet of clearance after that, which solved overcrowding on narrow mountain paths but created new problems when his cold front would occasionally reach ahead and frost the path. He spent the journey home working on passive suppression, learning to compress the bone-chilling flame's ambient output into a tighter radius, treating it as a muscle to be trained rather than a force to be endured. Feng Shen refused the clearance, walking beside him with deliberate closeness. The warmth of her phoenix flame interacted with his bone-chilling flame to create a narrow corridor of comfortable temperature around both of them, an involuntary effect, driven by their flames' resonance with each other. The other expedition members had noticed, and were giving them a different kind of space. Temperature equilibrium, she noted, watching her breath not frost in the zone between them. Our flames are compensating for each other. Observed phenomenon. I'll need to research the mechanism. Together? He looked at her. She was watching him with those amber eyes, steady and direct, the expression of a woman who had decided something and was waiting to see if the other party had caught up. Together, he said. She nodded once, with the brisk efficiency of someone accepting a reasonable proposition, and turned back to the path. But he caught the corner of her mouth, the slight curve that she didn't always bother to suppress. Timeline integrity, 88%. The system updated without comment, and Yao Chen examined the number with the part of his mind that was always running calculations. 12 points gone since the transmigration. He was still well above the crisis threshold. The flame was in place. The most important fixed point of the early timeline was secured. He had the bone-chilling flame, cold and alive in his chest, reshaping his meridians with every heartbeat. He had Feng Shen, alive and beside him, their flames finding equilibrium at the point of contact. He had a disciple waiting at the Yao clan compound who would one day betray him and who, for now, was carefully tending 17 herb specimens with the focus of someone who had decided this was his path. He had a lot to lose. The awareness of that had settled into his chest beside the bone-chilling flame and stayed there, not as dread but as clarity. Everything worth protecting was visible now. Everything worth building was already underway. He thought about the legacy seals he'd placed on the return trek, slipped into stone formations and mountain springs under the cover of night while the expedition slept. Small deliberate anchors in the causal fabric, each one locked to a signature that wouldn't exist for decades. Each one a message to someone who didn't know they'd be receiving messages. The seals didn't say anything complex. They just said, "This resource exists, it is waiting for you, you have not been forgotten by someone you will meet too late." That was enough. That was everything. He kept walking, and his breath frosted in the cold mountain air, and beside him Feng Shen's warmth made the cold less absolute, and for the first time since waking in a stone pavilion with an hourglass in his face, the future felt navigable rather than merely inevitable. Chapter 34. The clan's reception of Yao Chen's achievement transformed the social landscape of the compound completely. A heavenly flame wielder. At 19. The bone-chilling flame, ranked 11th on the continental list, the same flame that had killed every cultivator who'd attempted its absorption for 2,000 years. The story swept through the clan like wind through the ingredient gardens, fast, comprehensive, leaving nothing untouched. By the evening of his return, he could feel the shift in how people held themselves when he entered a room. Not fear. Something closer to recalibration. Yao Dan promoted him formally at a clan assembly, his usually controlled voice carrying genuine satisfaction. The promotion carried material weight, a private refinement chamber in the senior practitioner's wing, unrestricted access to Tier 5 and below ingredient stocks, a position on the Junior Advisory Council. The elders treated him with the specific deference reserved for people who had done something categorically beyond expectation. Even the guard stationed at the alchemy halls nodded when he passed now, small acknowledgement, but the kind that accumulates. Han Feng watched the promotion ceremony with sharp eyes and a carefully neutral expression. He congratulated Yao Chen afterward with genuine warmth, asked 3 intelligent questions about the promotion's practical implications, and then went back to his herb garden maintenance with a focus that was just slightly too intense. Yao Chen noted the intensity, noted the controlled neutrality of the expression, and filed both observations away. Later, one of the younger apprentices, a 10-year-old girl named Wei Lian who had been assigned to assist with Han Feng's herb maintenance, told Yao Chen about the afternoon. Han Feng had been quiet all day, she said. Not angry. Not upset. Just very quiet, the way he got when he was thinking about something he hadn't said. Somewhere in the middle of repotting a row of spirit grass specimens, he'd stopped working and held one of the small jade training cauldrons Yao Chen had given him in both hands, looking at it. He'd stood like that for almost a full minute. Then he'd set it down carefully, exactly where it had been, and resumed the repotting with the same steady hands as before. Wei Lian hadn't asked what he'd been thinking. She was 10, and she had good instincts about when adults, or near adults, needed their silence kept. Yao Chen thanked her. He stored the image carefully, Han Feng's hands holding a training cauldron in a garden of spirit herbs, perfectly still, calculating the distance between where he was and where his master had just arrived. Yao Wangyi was cornered politically. His faction's argument, that Yao Chen's unconventional methods were suspect, that his rapid advancement was somehow manufactured, collapsed entirely against the fact of a heavenly flame absorbed at 19. You couldn't fraud a heavenly flame. The cold that emanated from Yao Chen's skin in waves of crystalline precision was not a technique that could be faked. The bone-chilling flame's presence was visible to any cultivator with sufficient sensitivity, a constant low-level emission that dropped the ambient temperature within 3 feet of him by approximately 2 degrees. But politically cornered was not the same as politically harmless. Yao Chen's covertly placed detection formations, small observation arrays he'd woven into the compound's existing infrastructure during his year of preparation, designed to capture information rather than interfere, recorded the following. Yao Wangyi spent an evening writing a letter addressed to the hall. The letter was carefully worded, vague enough to maintain deniability while specific enough to be useful to someone who knew what they were looking for. A heavenly flame wielder at 19. A Tier 5 practitioner at the same age. Unusual techniques with no classical precedent. Capability jumps that defied conventional progression timelines. The letter mentioned Feng Shen as well, noted the flame resonance between her phoenix fire and the bone-chilling flame, flagged the possibility of a yin-yang flame phenomenon with careful understatement that was somehow worse than alarmism. Yao Wangyi was not a stupid man. He was a man whose self-interest had aligned against Yao Chen, and that made him dangerous in ways that a purely hostile enemy was not. The Hall of Souls, already watching since Pill City, was now being actively fed. Yao Chen knew the timeline well enough to understand what that feeding would eventually produce. Protector Yin would receive this information. Would file it. Would assign a longer-term observation protocol that would eventually, in the timeline's original trajectory, result in the ambush that cost the original Yao Chen his physical body. The difference, now, was that Yao Chen knew it was coming. He filed the intelligence with the same methodical calm he brought to everything. He couldn't prevent Yao Wangyi from corresponding with the hall. Exposing the elder fully, presenting the evidence he'd accumulated, would create a confrontation that deviated significantly from the original timeline. The original Yao Chen had not faced this level of political opposition this early. The confrontation would need to be managed, not prevented. What he could do was prepare. Make his preparations visible enough to seem like ordinary advancement, make his defenses invisible enough to actually matter, and keep his attention on the things that could still be shaped while the things that couldn't be shaped moved toward him at their own pace. Chapter 35. Tier 5 alchemy had been performed under pressure, before witnesses, once. Now Yao Chen formalized it. Under Yao Dan's guidance, he began systematic advancement through the Tier 5 curriculum. The bone-chilling flame transformed his alchemy in ways that delighted his analytical mind. Pills refined with a heavenly flame carried properties that standard Do Chi flames couldn't produce. The cold attribute energy woven into each compound created preservation effects, resistance enhancements, mental clarity benefits that had no classical equivalent. The cauldron's interior became a different kind of space. The bone-chilling flame's cold didn't just control temperature, it created a kind of stability within the refinement process, reducing random fluctuations the way a controlled laboratory environment reduced experimental error. Each refinement was a small act of research, and he documented every deviation from classical results with careful notes in a journal that was growing thick with observations. Feng Shen watched his early sessions from across the refinement hall with the focused attention of a fellow practitioner. She was adapting her own techniques in response to what she'd seen in the ice cavern, pushing her phoenix flame toward higher precision work, sharpening her instinctive control into something more deliberate. They spent afternoons discussing technique, comparing notes on how their respective flames handled the same problems, building a shared vocabulary for alchemy that neither tradition had quite provided. Your flame resolves turbulence by removing thermal energy, she observed during one of these sessions. Mine resolves it by adding energy to override it. The result looks the same, but the underlying process is entirely distinct. And the quality of the result should differ by ingredient. High volatility compounds would stabilize better under your approach. Low volatility compounds under mine. Then we should be able to develop a dual flame methodology that handles both. She frowned at her cauldron. In theory, he agreed. Then, let's test the theory. They spent the next 3 weeks doing exactly that, and the dual flame refinement sessions produced results that neither tradition had anticipated. His cold precision combined with her hot power created a refinement environment that was simultaneously more stable and more energetic than either alone could manage, a contradiction that shouldn't work but did, because the two flames found their own equilibrium at the point of contact. The frozen spirit pill emerged from this collaboration. His design, his formula, his name, but her flame had contributed to its development, and the pill carried both their signatures in its structure. The first original creation of Yao Chen of the Yao clan in this timeline. The first thing that was entirely theirs. The actual refinement had taken 4 hours. He remembered the specific quality of those 4 hours differently from how he remembered other refinements, not as technical process but as something more like music, two instruments calibrating against each other until the resonance arrived. The laboratory had smelled of juniper resin and cold stone and the sharp clean scent of bone-chilling flame working at high output, a scent like winter air channeled through a narrow passage, somehow both fresh and mineral at once. Feng Shen had been standing across the cauldron from him, and her phoenix flame's warmth had met his cold across the vessel's mouth and found the equilibrium naturally, as if the two flames had been working this problem on their own for longer than he'd known they were in contact. The pill had dropped from the cauldron mouth after the final condensation stage with a sound like a single note, brief, clean, resolved, and they had both looked at it at the same moment. He had not been able to read her expression across the steam. He had not needed to. His own reaction was enough to understand what she was feeling. The thing they had made together had not existed before them. It would not have existed without both of them. In the calculus of creation, the two variables had been necessary, and the result was proof. The frozen spirit pill temporarily boosted mental clarity and soul perception. Cold attribute base, the bone-chilling flame's gentle suppression of emotional noise leaving the mind clean and precise for 30 minutes. He tested it himself first. The sensation arrived in stages. First, a reduction in ambient mental noise, the low-level background processing that normally occupied the margins of his attention, cataloging potential threats, tracking timeline integrity numbers, running probability assessments on decisions he hadn't yet made. All of it didn't stop, exactly, but it quieted. It moved from the foreground to a distance where it existed without demanding. What remained was perception, clean, detailed, present. The stone floor under his crossed legs was cold through the meditation mat, and he felt the specific texture of the woven fiber. The bone-chilling flame in his chest was warm in the way that familiar things are warm, and he hadn't noticed that before, hadn't noticed that he'd stopped experiencing the heavenly flame as a foreign presence and started experiencing it as part of himself. The weight of the future he was carrying became, for 30 minutes, something he could examine rather than simply endure. He saw the preparation project with unusual clarity, not the part where he was behind schedule, or the part where the timeline margin was eroding, but the part where the work was meaningful. The seals placed in frozen stone. The curriculum drafted in lamplight. The conversations that had nudged Feng Qing Tian towards something that didn't yet exist. He could hold those facts without the emergency register they normally carried, and what he found when he held them was satisfaction. It was building. The project was building. He made 3 decisions in that half hour that he'd been circling for weeks: to move the next set of Qingshan seals to higher traffic locations, to begin teaching Feng Shen dual flame refinement theory rather than waiting until she reached Tier 5, and to write the first letter to Xiao Yan. The decisions were clear because the frozen spirit pill had removed the static that kept his thinking looping rather than resolving. He gave 3 samples to Yao Dan. The clan leader examined them with the professional assessment of a Tier 8 alchemist and then looked at Yao Chen for a long, considering moment. An original recipe. At Tier 5. At 19, with a heavenly flame you absorbed less than 2 months ago. The flame makes certain reaction pathways more accessible. The flame helps. The mind that designed this recipe is something else entirely. Yao Dan set down the pill with deliberate care. You are going to be extraordinary, Yao Chen. I want you to understand the weight of that. Yao Chen understood the weight of it better than anyone alive. He bowed and thanked his clan leader and went back to his refinement chamber to begin planning the systematic preparation project that had been waiting since the first day he'd arrived in this body, and to continue the dual flame research that was producing results that would, in time, form the foundation of everything he and Feng Shen would build together. Chapter 36. The preparation project required a systematic approach. He spread a continental map across his work table, a detailed rendering purchased in Pill City's cartography district, updated within the decade, marked with spiritual energy concentrations and major cultivator territories, and stood before it with a cup of tea going cold in his hand. The map was large enough to cover the entire table. The scope of what he was planning was larger still. Reading the landscape was like reading a pharmaceutical market analysis, looking for opportunities, threats, gaps between supply and demand. But the supply was his preparation and the demand was a boy who didn't exist yet who would need everything. Yao Chen had read the original story. He knew the places where Xiao Yan had come close to dying, had come close to breaking, had turned corners he nearly didn't turn. Most of those near misses couldn't be prevented. Fixed points, causal necessities, the character building that could only be built by surviving difficulty. But survivable near misses and unsurvivable near misses were different things, and he intended to shift as many of the latter into the former category as physics and preparation allowed. Every location from the BTTH timeline where Xiao Yan would find critical resources needed attention. The Qingshan Mountains, where Xiao Yan would have his early adventures, he needed antidote caches, healing pills, navigational resources tuned to the specific hazards of that terrain. The Black Corner region, where Xiao Yan would face criminal organizations and build his early reputation, he needed combat pills, intelligence packages, resources calibrated for a young alchemist operating in hostile territory without organizational backing. The Misty Cloud Sex territory, wind cultivation manuals that could benefit any talented practitioner who passed through. The ancient ruins scattered across the continent where BTTH's major revelations happened, small nudges, small advantages, accumulating across decades into an infrastructure of support that would feel like luck. The Jiama Empire was the highest priority. That was where Xiao Yan would grow up, where he would struggle, where he would form the early relationships that shaped him. Legacy seals placed near the Xiao clan's territory, activatable by the specific soul signature he was beginning to understand through temporal resonance echoes, would be available to no one else in the world. The first target was clear, the Qingshan Mountains. He needed a legitimate reason to travel there. A rare herb called the Thousand-Year Flame Seed grew in the Qingshan range, with fire attribute properties that would legitimize any research expedition to the area. He drafted an expedition proposal with careful institutional language and submitted it to Elder Yao Ming, the quiet Tier 6 alchemist who had accompanied the conference delegation, professional and undemanding. The Elder approved it within a week. Legacy seals planned, Qingshan Mountains, high priority, Xiao clan territory proximity detected PP reward for completion, plus 200 preparation points for the Qingshan cache. The largest single reward he'd seen. The system understood which placements mattered most. He looked at the map for a long time, tracing the routes with his finger, planning the approaches and the cover stories and the specific hiding spots that a determined young man might find if he was looking for something and wasn't quite sure what. Building. Always building. The work was endless and necessary and quietly, privately, the most meaningful thing he had ever done. In his previous life he had spent years perfecting pharmaceutical reactions, and he had been good at it, and he had never once felt the work settle into him the way this did, a weight that was also a foundation, a responsibility that was also a purpose. He pressed his finger to the map at the Jiama Empire's location and thought about a boy who would stand there decades from now and decide what kind of person he intended to be. The lampstone on his desk burned at its steady amber. Outside the window the compound was dark and quiet, the kind of deep nighttime quiet that belonged to a place where most living things were sleeping and the ones who weren't were doing work that didn't announce itself. The map under his hands had the papery smell of cartographic ink and the faint mineral note of the sizing agent used to preserve large format prints. He smoothed a corner that had begun to lift. The map was already showing wear at the folds from the number of times he'd opened and closed it. It was a working document now, not a reference. The difference was that a working document got worn precisely at the spots that mattered. The Jiama Empire's position was creased. The Qingshan Mountains were smudged where he'd traced the route too many times with an ink residue finger. These were the marks of someone who had looked at a problem long enough that it had become familiar. Long enough to feel owned. Chapter 37. Han Feng reached Tier 2 Alchemist at 13. Yao Chen was present for the refinement, a meridian nourishing pill, Tier 2, completed with 90% purity by a boy who had been formally studying for less than a year. The pill dropped from the cauldron's mouth and Han Feng caught it with practiced ease, his face split by a grin that was, in that unguarded moment, purely the joy of a child who had accomplished something he hadn't been certain he could. The grin lasted 3 seconds before the professional composure returned, but those 3 seconds were real. 90%, Yao Chen said, turning the pill in his fingers. The purity was genuine, no flattery. He'd examined enough pills to know the difference between a 90% result and a generous assessment of an 85. Your temperature control in the third stage has improved considerably since last month. I've been practicing the transition you showed me. The key was matching the breathing rhythm to the flame's natural frequency. Good instincts. Yao Chen tossed the pill back. Refine 4 more. We'll discuss Tier 3 prerequisites after. He turned away before Han Feng could see the shadow that crossed his face. By any measure, this was exactly what a master should want from a disciple. Rapid advancement, genuine understanding, The intellectual engagement that came from a mind that was genuinely interested in the material rather than just performing interest. In any other situation, this moment would have been uncomplicated joy. He made himself feel the joy. Made himself sit with it rather than filtering it through the foreknowledge of what this talent would eventually become. Han Feng at 13 was not Han Feng at 30. The man who would betray him was not this boy. They were connected, but they were not the same person yet, and treating the boy as if he were already the man was its own kind of injustice. That evening, Han Feng asked, "Master, will you ever share the secret of your heavenly flame with me?" The question arrived casually, over a shared dinner, Han Feng's attention apparently on the specimen jar of flame heartgrass he was examining. His voice was light. The words were not. Yao Chen's blood ran cold. "When you're ready," he said. Han Feng looked up from the jar. Those sharp, calculating eyes, older than the face they occupied, assembled from years of reading adults for threat and opportunity. "How will you know when I'm ready?" "I'll know," Yao Chen said. He set his own teacup down with deliberate care and met his disciple's gaze. "The question isn't about technical capability, Han Feng. You have the technical capability. The question is about judgment, about why you want it and what you do with it. And right now my reasons aren't good enough? Right now your reasons are completely understandable. They're just not good enough." Han Feng was quiet for a moment, turning the specimen jar in his hands. Then, what would good enough look like? It was a better question than the original. Yao Chen felt a cautious thread of hope. "Come back to me with that question in 3 years, he said. "I want you to think about it. Not about what you could tell me to get the answer you want. What you actually believe." Han Feng nodded, once, and put the jar down, and the conversation moved to other things. But the question had been planted, and Yao Chen watched it settle behind those sharp eyes and take root. Timeline alert: Han Feng's fixation on heavenly flames is developing 3 years ahead of schedule. 3 years ahead. Yao Chen's own accelerated rise, his visible talent, his heavenly flame, his growing reputation, was making Han Feng desperate to keep pace. The acceleration worked both ways. Every advantage Yao Chen gained for the preparation project also widened the gap between master and disciple. The gap that would eventually consume Han Feng entirely. But the question Han Feng had just asked, what would good enough look like, suggested the possibility of a different trajectory. Not guaranteed. Not even probable. But possible. And in the work Yao Chen was doing, possible was worth more than its weight in certainty. Chapter 38. The preparation project's first major away phase required Yao Chen to disappear from the Yao clan compound for 6 weeks. He'd scheduled the Qingshan Mountains expedition during a period when the clan's formal training cycle was in recess, minimal disruption to Han Feng's education, no critical events to miss. Feng Shen joined him. At this point in their relationship, suggesting she not join would have required an explanation he wasn't ready to give, and he found, when he thought about it honestly, that he didn't want to travel without her anyway. They moved south toward the Jia Ma Empire's borders as the season turned, the Central Plains rolling cultivation territories giving way to mountain foothills as the altitude increased and the air changed, thinner, cooler, carrying the sharp mineral quality of stone and thin soil and high-altitude medicinal herbs that grew in the specific temperature band where the lowland warmth met the mountain cold. Yao Chen's bone-chilling flame responded to the altitude with what he could only describe as appreciation, its passive emissions settling into a comfortable equilibrium that it couldn't quite achieve in the lowland's warmer climate. The Qingshan range was spectacular by any measure. Deep valleys cut by rivers that ran cold and clear. Forested slopes where the trees grew ancient and massive, their canopies so dense they turned afternoon into a green twilight. Peaks that were perpetually cloud-wrapped, visible only in the early morning before the daily weather built. And threading through all of it, the spiritual energy concentrations that made the range one of the most resource-rich environments on the continent. Yao Chen worked during every night stop. Legacy seals placed in rock formations, hollow trees, shallow cave entrances, each location selected against his mental map of where Xiao Yan would travel decades from now. The Qingshan range was extraordinarily target-rich for someone who knew the BTTH timeline. This was the territory where the young Xiao Yan would have his first real adventures, face his first real dangers, begin to understand what he was capable of. Every seal placed here was worth more than 10 placed elsewhere. He buried healing pills in the cleft of a particular rock formation, the kind of obvious natural hiding spot that a young cultivator seeking shelter from rain might instinctively investigate. He sealed a cold resistance technique manual in a hollow tree whose roots formed a dry, enclosed space at ground level. He placed an antivenom compound cache in a small cave behind a waterfall, the entrance marked by the specific mineral staining pattern he remembered from a BTTH manga panel well enough to recognize in 3 dimensions. Each seal was calibrated to activate for Xiao Yan's soul signature, extrapolated from the temporal resonance echoes. Some were set for general fire attribute access, for the resources that a young man might need years before his soul signature was specific enough to trigger the personal seals. A tiered approach. Defense in depth, applied to a support network. Feng Shen had begun to notice the pattern of his night absences over the weeks of travel. "You keep disappearing for an hour at a time," she said one evening, as he was preparing to slip out for another placement. You come back dusty. Once with ice crystals on your robe even though there's no ice within 10 leagues. Meditating. The regional spiritual energy fluctuates at night and the fluctuation is worth studying. She was quiet for a moment, watching him with those amber eyes that didn't miss much. The campfire between them cast warm light across her face, golden, softening the sharp edges of her scrutiny without removing its depth. I'm going to trust you, she said finally. For now. Because I believe you're not deceiving me for bad reasons. But Yao Chen, at some point, trust requires information. You can ask me to wait, but you can't ask me to wait forever. He met her gaze across the fire. The bone-chilling flame stirred in his chest, cold meeting warm, his flame and her flame finding the same equilibrium they discovered in the ice cavern. I know. I won't ask forever. Good. She turned back to her own preparations with a movement that closed the subject with the precise finality she applied to anything she had decided was settled. Be careful with the mountain paths at night. The 7th range has unstable do-chi pockets that have swallowed 3 expedition members in the last decade. I read the survey reports. He went out into the dark and placed 3 more legacy seals, and each one felt like a promise he was making to 2 people simultaneously, to Xiao Yan, who would find these gifts decades from now, and to Feng Shen, who deserved the truth he couldn't yet give her. The truth was coming. He could feel its approach the same way he could feel the bone-chilling flames advance into each new environment, steady, inevitable, reshaping everything it touched. Chapter 39. The political situation at the Yao clan had grown more complicated in his absence. He returned from the Qingshan expedition to find Yao Wangyi's faction had introduced a motion in the clan council to regulate young alchemists' access to clan resources. The transparent targeting of Yao Chen was dressed in the language of institutional prudence, citing concerns about unsupervised use of advanced materials by practitioners whose advancement has been unusually rapid. The language was careful. The target was not. Yao Dan blocked it with the quiet authority of a man who had been leading an ancient clan for over a century. The motion fails on its merits. Yao Chen's advancement is documented, tested, and confirmed by independent evaluations. A further evaluation would be redundant. The faction sat down. Yao Wangyi's expression, as he settled into his council chair, was a masterwork of controlled resentment. But the fractures were visible now, fissures that had existed long before Yao Chen's arrival but had been papered over by prosperity and routine. Yao Wangyi's grievances weren't just about one young alchemist, they were about the clan's direction, about tradition versus innovation, about who held power and who was being displaced by someone who operated outside the established hierarchy. His faction was not small. Several elders who had smiled at Yao Chen during the bone-chilling flame celebration were sitting on Yao Wangyi's side of the council chamber today. After the session, Yao Chen spoke briefly with Elder Yao Jing, the white-bearded Tier 6 alchemist who had always treated him with professional fairness. The faction grows, Yao Chen said, keeping his voice neutral and conversational. It was always there, Yao Jing replied, without surprise. You've given it a face, that's all. Should I be concerned? For your personal safety? No. Yao Wangyi is ambitious, not foolish. For the clan's long-term cohesion? The elder was quiet for a moment. The clan has survived worse divisions. What damages us is not the fracture but the refusal to acknowledge it. Yao Chen filed the observation. He'd studied the clan's historical records going back 3 centuries and traced the patterns of factional conflict that had periodically weakened its ability to respond to external threats. The Han clan's eventual assault on the ancient families wouldn't succeed just because of the Han clan's power. It would succeed partly because of internal divisions that made coordinated defense impossible. He could not fix this. Fixing it would require political authority he didn't have and political moves that would diverge the timeline past acceptable parameters. But he could note the fractures. Could remember them when he began placing emergency resources for the clan's future defenders. Could build certain legacy seals into the compound itself, hidden in the formation nodes, embedded in structural elements, that contained intelligence about how the clan might better withstand the attack coming decades from now. Small things. Insurance policies on insurance policies. The work of a man who knew he wouldn't be there when the bills came due. Afterward, he walked through the compound's outer gardens in the late afternoon, the golden hidden realm light casting long shadows through the carefully tended rows of cultivation herbs. He stopped to watch Han Feng working through a solo practice session in the training yard. The boy's technique had improved dramatically in the 6 weeks of Yao Chen's absence, self-directed improvement, working through the curriculum he'd been assigned with the focused intensity of someone who needed to prove something to himself. The herbs in the garden were all alive and in excellent condition. Every single one. Han Feng had not just maintained them, he'd noted 3 specimens that showed early signs of spiritual deficiency and had supplemented their growing medium with mineral compounds from the clan stores, a decision that required initiative and judgment rather than just following instructions. That focus. That independent drive. It was everything a master could ask for in a disciple. And it was building towards something that couldn't be stopped, only directed. He walked across the training yard and sat down beside his disciple. They discussed the cooling pulse technique together as the afternoon light shifted toward evening, And Yao Chen tried to pour into that conversation everything a master could give a student: knowledge, recognition, the genuine acknowledgement that the student was extraordinary in his own right and not just in relation to his master. He told Han Feng that the herb care decisions had been excellent. He told him that the independent mineral supplement was the kind of thinking that separated practitioners who could follow a recipe from practitioners who could innovate one. Han Feng listened with the particular attention he gave to praise, careful, skeptical, wanting to believe it was real and checking for the trap. He found no trap. The praise was genuine. His shoulders relaxed by a fraction. It was a small thing. But the compound of small things was a life, and Yao Chen was trying to build something in Han Feng that would prove more durable than whatever the Hall of Souls was offering him in the shadows. Whether it would be enough, only time would tell. Chapter 40. Word reached the Yao clan through official intelligence channels. A Fate sect cultivator was making unusual inquiries in the western frontier about alchemists who see too far. Yao Chen read the report 3 times. Set it down. Sat very still at his laboratory table while the bone-chilling flame pulsed cold and steady in his chest. Someone was sensing his timeline manipulations. New threat detected: temporal signature analysis. Ming Zong of the Fate sect ability, temporal divination, can sense irregularities in the causal flow status. Investigating regional timeline anomalies. Estimated time to direct confrontation, unknown warning. Every additional legacy seal placement increases detection probability by 3%. He processed the information methodically. The Fate sect was an organization of temporal cultivators who believed that the future should unfold without interference, not out of cruelty, but out of a philosophy that the causal structure of the world was a delicate mechanism that did not benefit from tinkering. Ming Zong had apparently spent decades developing techniques to detect exactly the kind of manipulation Yao Chen was performing. Every legacy seal he placed left ripples in the causal fabric, the way a stone dropped in still water left rings that could be read by someone who knew what to look for. And Ming Zong could read those ripples. The report described a solitary cultivator, middle-aged appearance, white-robed, traveling under an assumed name, asking careful questions at way stations and trading posts about alchemists who seemed to know things they shouldn't, and cultivation advancement that defies natural progression. He hadn't been aggressive. He'd been methodical. The intelligence officer who wrote the report had flagged it precisely because the questions were too precise, too targeted, to be random curiosity. Yao Chen set the report down and thought carefully. He had placed 37 legacy seals across 6 provinces. Each seal was a fixed-point anchor, locked to Xiao Yan's future resonance signature, impossible to activate by anyone else. They were passive. They didn't broadcast. But the act of placing them, of pushing deliberate temporal intention into the causal fabric, left exactly the kind of irregularity that a trained temporal diviner would notice. Not the seals themselves. The wake they left behind. The way the future probability around each location was subtly pre-shaped rather than naturally flowing. He could slow down. Place fewer seals. Give the ripples time to smooth. He could also keep the current pace and accept the approaching confrontation. He spent 20 minutes thinking through both options with the cold thoroughness of someone who had learned to make important decisions without the luxury of emotional comfort. The slowdown option had an appealing logic. Every month of delay reduced Ming Zong's detection signal. If he reduced placement to 1 seal per month instead of 3, the causal ripples would dissipate between placements, making the pattern harder to read. The cost would be seals not placed, resources Xiao Yan would not have, a gamble that the confrontation, when it eventually came, would happen at a more favorable moment. The acceleration option was more honest. Ming Zong was already tracking him. The man wasn't pursuing random anomalies. The report's level of specificity, alchemists who seemed to know things they shouldn't, indicated a profile already assembled. Slowing down would not erase a profile already built. It would only reduce new additions to it while the original data continued to point in Yao Chen's direction. And if the confrontation was coming regardless, the best position to be in when it arrived was the one with the most seals already placed. Resources already hidden could not be taken. Resources not yet placed were simply the gap between what Xiao Yan would have and what he needed. Then he reached a conclusion that surprised him slightly with its clarity. The confrontation was probably inevitable regardless of pace. If Ming Zong was already tracking him, slowing down would delay the meeting, not prevent it. And the best position for that meeting was one where Yao Chen had already placed as many seals as possible. Speed over caution. Accept the risk. Prepare for the conversation. That evening, the system triggered another temporal resonance. Xiao Yan is a teenager, lean, fierce, defiant, wearing robes that had seen better days and carrying nothing but a ring on his finger and the iron determination of someone who had decided that losing wasn't an option. The boy looked straight through the vision as if he could feel someone watching, and Yao Chen felt the weight of all his preparations converge on this single image. The resonance was longer than previous ones. More detailed. He could see the ring on Xiao Yan's finger, a plain black ring, old-fashioned, worn at the band from years of contact, and he recognized it with a jolt of recognition so sharp it was almost painful. That was his ring. His ring, decades from now, carrying a version of him that had survived long enough to become someone worth carrying. The boy wearing it had no idea. He wore it because it was there, because it had been left for him, because someone had made sure it would be in exactly the right place at exactly the right moment. The vision showed Xiao Yan walking. He was alone, moving through a town market with the wariness of someone who had learned that the world was not reliably kind, his eyes cataloging exits and threats with an instinctiveness that was both impressive and heartbreaking in a 14-year-old. He stopped at a stall selling cultivation manuals, turned one over in his hands, then set it back because he couldn't afford it. His jaw was tight. He didn't let the expression stay long, he smoothed it quickly, the practiced control of someone who had learned that showing disappointment only invited cruelty, and walked on. The vision's sensory detail was remarkable in this resonance, clearer than most. The market smelled of roasted grain and fresh-cut herbs and the particular dry dustiness of stacked parchment and dry air. The boy's boots were worn through at the left heel. The ring on his finger had a small scratch across the band that caught the afternoon light as he walked. His hands at his sides were not quite fists, almost, but not quite, kept deliberately open. That small detail. Hands kept open. A conscious choice to not be the kind of person who walked through the world clenched. The vision faded. Yao Chen sat with it for a long moment, the bone-chilling flame quiet in his chest, the laboratory around him holding the particular stillness of late night. His own hands were flat on the workbench. He noticed them. Looked at them. The hands of a Tier 5 alchemist with a heavenly flame and a pharmaceutical doctorate and 3 years of preparation behind him. Hands that could build things. He looked at his continental map, spread across the work table with small marks at every legacy seal location. Dots across the landscape, each one a gift. Each one a promise. Each one a small act of defiance against a timeline that had originally decided this boy would face the world alone. 37 dots. 103 chapters of that boy's story still unwritten, still dependent on what Yao Chen was building now, here, in this life. The boy in the vision had walked past a manual he couldn't afford with a jaw that said he was used to it. His hands had stayed open. Yao Chen intended to make sure that when the time came, the boy had access to something so much better than whatever that manual contained that the comparison would be almost funny. And he intended to still be alive to see it. Grow well, he whispered to the map, to the future, to the thin fierce boy who had looked at him through a vision with eyes that expected nothing and deserved everything. I'm coming. And I'm bringing better materials. The hourglass spun. The preparation continued. And somewhere in the Western continent, a temporal cultivator was learning to read the traces left by a man who was building a future for someone he'd never met, and would never stop. Chapter 41. 3 years changed many things. Yao Chen stood at the edge of the Yao clan's eastern training grounds, watching Han Feng work through a Tier 3 refinement with steady hands and focused eyes. The boy was 15 now, no longer the starving orphan from Pill City's streets. His frame had filled out. His movements carried the quiet confidence of someone who'd found his place in the world. The refinement succeeded. A pale green pill dropped from the cauldron's mouth, and Han Feng caught it with practiced ease. 91% purity, Yao Chen said, examining the pill between his fingers. Impressive for your level. Han Feng's face brightened with genuine pride. I've been working on the temperature cycling technique you showed me last month. The key was adjusting the transition speed during the condensation phase. Good instincts. Yao Chen tossed the pill back. Refine 4 more. Then we'll discuss Tier 4 prerequisites. He turned away before Han Feng could see the shadow that crossed his face. The boy's growth rate was extraordinary. The original timelines Han Feng had been brilliant, but this version, trained by a transmigrator with modern scientific methodology, was developing even faster. The bronze hourglass flickered at the edge of his vision. Timeline integrity, 84%. 17 legacy seals dotted the continent. His cultivation had reached 2-star Do Wang. Feng Shen had broken through to Tier 4 alchemist, matching the original Yao Chen's achievement at the same age. And the Crimson Peak expedition was 3 months away. Yao Chen descended the training ground stone steps toward the clan's central courtyard. Cherry blossoms drifted through the morning air, their petals catching in the bone-chilling flame's ambient cold before crystallizing into tiny ice flowers. A beautiful accident of his heavenly flame's passive emissions. Feng Shen was waiting at the courtyard fountain, her auburn hair pulled back in a practical braid, a stack of scrolls tucked under her arm. Elder Yao Qing confirmed the expedition roster, she said without preamble. 12 members. You and I are both included. Which elder is leading? Yao Qing himself. He wants samples of the Crimson Heart Lotus, it only blooms during volcanic activity near the peak. Yao Chen's pulse quickened. The Crimson Heart Lotus. That was the bait that had lured the original expedition into the Crimson Flame Python's territory. The herb grew in the exact temperature range the python preferred for nesting. When do we leave? 12 weeks. Spring equinox. 12 weeks. 12 weeks to finish preparing for the disaster that had killed Feng Shen in another life. He'd been training her in survival alchemy for 3 years. She could now produce antivenom compounds in under 30 seconds, erect a pill-based spiritual barrier in combat conditions, and identify 17 different lethal toxins by scent alone. It would have to be enough. I'll start preparing my supplies, he said, keeping his voice level. The volcanic region will require specialized equipment. Feng Shen studied him with those sharp amber eyes. You've been preparing for months already, haven't you? He said nothing. Yao Chen. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. Every time Crimson Peak is mentioned, your flame temperature drops by 2 degrees. I've measured it. What are you afraid of? Volcanic regions are unpredictable. You've fought snow demon apes. You bonded a heavenly flame in a frozen cavern while enemy cultivators attacked. Volcanic regions don't scare you. She waited. He couldn't give her the truth without unraveling everything. Promise me you'll follow my lead if anything goes wrong up there, he said. No arguments, no heroics. You follow my instructions exactly. Her jaw tightened. I'm not your student, Yao Chen. I'm your equal. You are. And I'm asking you as an equal to trust me. Something in his tone reached her. The irritation in her expression softened into something cautious, searching. Fine, she said. But when we get back, you're telling me what's really going on. She walked away before he could respond, scrolls clutched against her chest, and Yao Chen watched her go with a heart that felt like it was being pressed between 2 grinding stones. The hourglass spun. 12 weeks. Chapter 42. The preparations consumed him. Yao Chen spent every available hour in his private laboratory, working through a systematic approach to the Crimson Peak threat. The original Feng Shen had died to a crimson flame python, a magical beast that inhabited volcanic zones and attacked with fire attribute Do Qi concentrated to temperatures that could melt steel. His bone-chilling flame was the natural counter. Cold against heat, ice against fire. But the original Yao Chen hadn't possessed the bone-chilling flame at this point in the timeline. The original expedition had been a routine herb-gathering mission that encountered an unexpectedly powerful beast. This time, Yao Chen was going in armed with foreknowledge, a heavenly flame, and 3 years of targeted preparation. He refined batches of specialized pills. Fire resistance pills that coated the user's meridians with a protective cold layer. Anti-venom compounds tuned to reptilian magical beast toxins. Emergency healing pills that could stabilize injuries from extreme heat. Explosive alchemy bombs packed with bone-chilling flame fragments that would detonate on impact, flash freezing everything within a 10-meter radius. The bombs were his insurance policy. Each one took 6 hours to refine and contained a carefully measured portion of his heavenly flame's energy. He made 12 of them, hiding 6 in his spatial ring and distributing the other 6 into concealed compartments in his traveling cloak. He also crafted something new, a prototype of what he called a flame suppression array, a formation disk that, when activated, would temporarily dampen fire attribute Do Qi within its radius. It wouldn't stop a Do Zong rank beast entirely, but it would weaken its attacks by roughly 30%. The disk took 4 days to complete and pushed his formation knowledge to its limits. Modern circuit theory helped. He designed the array like an electromagnetic interference device, disrupting the beast's fire attribute Do Qi the way a jamming signal disrupted radio waves. On the 8th week of preparation, the system triggered an alert. Timeline consequence warning: preventing Feng Shen's death will reduce timeline integrity by 8 to 12%. Secondary consequences: Yao clan political dynamics shift. Feng Shen's survival alters the emotional development of 3 clan members who were affected by her death. Long-term timeline trajectory: unpredictable. Yao Chen dismissed the alert without hesitation. He'd made this decision 3 years ago. No amount of percentage points would change it. That evening, he visited Han Feng's quarters to check on the boy's progress. Han Feng was deep in study, surrounded by scrolls on flame control theory. Master. The boy scrambled to his feet. I didn't hear you come in. You were focused. That's good. Yao Chen glanced at the scrolls. Standard Yao clan flame control texts. Nothing concerning. I'll be away for several weeks on an expedition. Elder Lin will supervise your training while I'm gone. Han Feng's face fell. Can I come? Not this time. The volcanic region is too dangerous for your current level. But I could. No. Yao Chen softened his tone. You're making excellent progress, Han Feng. Don't rush. The path of alchemy rewards patience. The boy's expression flickered, acceptance layered over something deeper. Not resentment. Not yet. Just the hunger of someone who wanted to prove himself and kept being told to wait. Yao Chen recognized it because he'd seen where it led. Practice the condensation sequences I assigned, he said. I expect perfect results when I return. Yes, Master. Yao Chen left the room and didn't look back. If he looked back, he'd see a boy he loved sitting among scrolls about controlling fire, and the weight of knowing what that love of fire would become might break his concentration when he needed it most. 4 weeks to Crimson Peak. Chapter 43. The expedition departed on the spring equinox under a copper-colored dawn. 12 cultivators filed through the Yao clan's eastern gate, Elder Yao Qing at the front, a weathered Do Zong veteran whose lined face spoke of decades on dangerous missions, 4 Do Ling guards, 2 Tier 4 alchemists specializing in herbal identification, Feng Shen, Yao Chen, and 3 junior members carrying supplies. The journey to Crimson Peak took 9 days. They crossed the central grasslands on Dochi-enhanced mounts, passed through the mining towns that dotted the foothills of the burning range, and ascended into volcanic terrain on the 7th day. The landscape changed dramatically above the tree line. Black basalt replaced green slopes. Thermal vents hissed steam into the thin air. The ground radiated heat that Yao Chen could feel through his boots, not the comforting warmth of a hearth, but the aggressive heat of a planet's molten interior pressing upward against the crust. His bone-chilling flame responded instinctively, cooling his body and creating a thin frost layer on his clothing. Several expedition members edged closer to him, unconsciously seeking the relief of his cold aura. The Crimson Heart Lotus grows near the secondary caldera, Elder Yao Qing announced, consulting his map. We'll establish base camp here and scout the approach tomorrow. Camp was a functional affair, fireproof tents, protective formations, ration pills. Yao Chen helped set up the perimeter formations while mentally overlaying his knowledge of the terrain with the original timeline's disaster. The Crimson Flame Python's territory was the secondary caldera, the exact location of the Lotus. In the original timeline, the expedition hadn't known the Python was there. They'd walked into its nesting ground during breeding season and triggered a territorial response. This time, Yao Chen would make sure they were ready. That night, while the camp slept, he slipped away and scouted ahead alone. His bone-chilling flame dampened his heat signature, making him nearly invisible in thermal terms. He moved through the volcanic rocks like a ghost of winter, frost forming and evaporating on the stones beneath his feet. The secondary caldera was a bowl-shaped depression roughly 300 meters across. Lava tubes glowed orange through cracks in the basalt floor. The Crimson Heart Lotus grew along the western rim, 6 specimens, their crimson petals pulsing with concentrated fire attribute Do Qi, and coiled in the caldera's center, sleeping atop a nest of heated stones, was the Crimson Flame Python. It was massive. Easily 40 meters long, its scales the deep red of cooling magma. Each breath sent waves of heat rippling through the air, distorting visibility like a desert mirage. Its Do Qi pressure was enormous, peak Do Zong, possibly touching Do Zun. Stronger than his intelligence had suggested. Stronger than the original timeline's beast, if his assessment was correct. Had his timeline changes somehow enhanced the Python's development? Or had the original intelligence simply been wrong? It didn't matter. The beast was here, it was powerful, and tomorrow the expedition would walk into its territory. Yao Chen retreated silently, frost melting in his wake, and spent the remaining hours before dawn revising his battle plan. The original strategy had assumed a Do Zong rank beast, powerful but manageable with his bone-chilling flame and the flame suppression array working in concert. A peak Do Zong creature changed the calculus entirely. His explosive bombs would damage it but not incapacitate it. His formation disk would weaken its fire output but not neutralize it. And if the Python decided to pursue the harvest team instead of engaging him, Feng Shen's combat capabilities, however well trained, would not be sufficient. He needed a new variable. Something that would tip the balance decisively in the opening moments of engagement, before the Python could orient on secondary targets. The temporal echo strike. The system ability he'd been reluctant to use, a technique that borrowed power from his future potential, amplifying his current strength at the cost of physical backlash. It was unpredictable, untested in live combat, and carried risks he couldn't fully quantify. But Feng Shen was alive in this timeline because he'd already accepted risks that couldn't be fully quantified. He memorized the Python's sleeping position, its body's coil pattern, the exact distance between its nest and the Lotus specimens. Then he returned to camp, slipped into his tent, and lay awake until dawn, running calculations in his head. Chapter 44. Morning came with sulfur yellow light filtering through volcanic haze. Yao Chen pulled Elder Yao Qing aside before the team mobilized. There's a magical beast in the caldera. Crimson Flame Python, peak Do Zong rank. It's nesting. Yao Qing's weathered face tightened. You scouted ahead. I did. Alone. Without authorization. Would you rather discover it when 12 people walk into its territory? The elder's jaw worked for a moment, chewing on the implied criticism. Then pragmatism won. Peak Do Zong. That's beyond anything our intelligence suggested. I have countermeasures. My bone-chilling flame can suppress its fire attacks. I've prepared alchemical explosives tuned to cold attribute damage. And I have a formation disk that can weaken fire-type Do Qi within a limited radius. Yao Qing studied him. You came very prepared for a herb-gathering expedition. Yao Chen met his gaze without flinching. I believe in planning for the worst. The elder grunted. Brief the team. We'll approach in combat formation. The expedition regrouped with the new intelligence. Yao Chen distributed fire resistance pills to every member and explained the beast's capabilities. He placed the flame suppression array disk in the center of their formation, ready for activation. The Lotus grows on the western rim, he told them. The Python is in the center. My proposal, I engage the Python directly with my bone-chilling flame to draw its attention east. Elder Yao Qing provides support. The harvest team moves west under Feng Shen's protection, collects the Lotus specimens, and retreats to the extraction point. And if the Python overpowers you? Feng Shen asked, her face tight with controlled concern. It won't. That's not a plan. That's arrogance. It's confidence in 3 years of preparation. He held her gaze. Trust me. She held his gaze for 3 long seconds. Then she nodded. The team moved into position. The caldera's rim was razor-edged basalt, still warm from underground thermal activity. Yao Chen led the combat team, himself, Elder Yao Qing, and 2 Douling guards, around to the eastern approach. The harvest team, led by Feng Shen, circled west. At his signal, Yao Chen activated the flame suppression array and stepped over the rim. The disc hummed with formation energy, projecting a field that dampened fire attribute Do Qi within a 50-meter radius. The ambient heat dropped immediately. Lava tubes dimmed. Steam vents sputtered. The crimson flame python's eyes snapped open, vertical pupils contracting against the sudden cold intrusion. Its body uncoiled with shocking speed for something that massive, scales scraping basalt with a sound like 1,000 swords being drawn. Yao Chen released his bone-chilling flame. The blue-white fire erupted from his palms in twin spiraling columns, slamming into the python's raised head. Ice crystals exploded across its scales. The beast screamed, a subsonic roar that vibrated the caldera's floor and sent cracks racing through the surrounding rock. It charged. The python's speed was terrifying. 40 meters of scaled muscle, each section articulating independently, closing the distance between them in the time it took to draw 2 breaths. Its jaws opened wide enough to swallow a horse, and the heat that poured from its throat was concentrated enough to turn the flame suppression array's effects into a fading suggestion. Yao Chen dodged left, launching a bone-chilling flame wall to his right. The python crashed through it, ice shattering off its scales, but the impact slowed it by a fraction, enough for Yao Chen to gain distance and throw 2 of his explosive bombs. The bombs detonated against the python's flank. Flash freeze explosions bloomed in white-blue circles, coating a section of scales in thick ice. The beast thrashed, cracking the ice almost immediately, but the damage was real. The frozen scales turned brittle, and 3 of them shattered, exposing raw flesh beneath. Go! Yao Chen shouted toward the western rim. Harvest now! He glimpsed Feng Shen's team scrambling down the caldera's western slope toward the lotus specimens. The python swung its tail, a whip crack of muscle that displaced the air with enough force to create a shockwave. Yao Chen threw himself flat, the tail passing close enough to tear his outer robe. Elder Yao Qing counterattacked from behind, driving a dozong-level palm strike into the python's midsection. The beast barely noticed. It was focused on Yao Chen. On the cold. On the heavenly flame that was the antithesis of everything its fire attribute nature represented. Good. Keep looking at me. Yao Chen pulled another explosive from his cloak and hurled it at the python's face. Chapter 45. The battle lasted 23 minutes. Later, Yao Chen would replay every second in his memory, cataloging what worked and what nearly killed them. The crimson flame python fought with animal intelligence amplified by centuries of cultivation. It used its environment, redirecting lava flows, collapsing thermal vents to create steam screens, heating the basalt floor until it glowed and restricted Yao Chen's movement options. Yao Chen countered with systematic precision. Each bone-chilling flame attack was calculated. Freeze the ground beneath the beast's body to reduce traction, ice the air above its head to suppress its heat breath, target the exposed flesh where his bombs had shattered scales. Elder Yao Qing fought bravely but was outmatched. A glancing tail strike sent the elder crashing into the caldera wall, cracking 3 ribs. The 2 Douling guards dragged him clear. Yao Chen fought alone. The python cornered him against the eastern rim. Its body coiled in a constriction pattern. If those coils closed around him, the crushing pressure combined with its fire attribute heat would kill him regardless of his heavenly flame. He had 4 explosive bombs left. 3 wouldn't be enough to break the constriction pattern. 1 well-placed detonation might create an opening, but only if he could target the beast's vulnerable underside. The python lunged. Yao Chen dove forward, toward the beast, not away. He slid beneath its descending jaw, frost trailing from his body, and slapped 2 explosive bombs directly against the soft scales of its throat. The dual detonation ripped through the python's neck. Blood, superheated, glowing orange, sprayed across the caldera. The beast reared back, screaming at frequencies that cracked the surrounding stone. And in that moment of agony and distraction, Yao Chen felt something click inside his system. Temporal Echo Strike, available, the ability he'd unlocked months ago during training. A technique that briefly amplified his power by channeling future potential, burning tomorrow's strength for today's survival. He activated it. The world went silver. His bone-chilling flame tripled in intensity, frost racing across his arms and face, his eyes blazing with blue-white light. He drove both palms forward and released a concentrated beam of heavenly flame energy directly into the python's wounded throat. The cold penetrated deep. Internal ice crystallization spread through the beast's circulatory system, freezing its superheated blood in its veins. The python's thrashing slowed, then stopped. Its massive body crashed to the caldera floor with an impact that shook the mountain. Not dead, but immobilized. Frozen from the inside. Yao Chen dropped to his knees. The temporal echo strike's backlash hit like a hammer, every muscle screaming, his meridians burning with the strain of channeling power that shouldn't have existed yet. His vision blurred. His hands shook. Yao Chen. Feng Shen's voice. She was running toward him across the caldera floor, the lotus specimens forgotten in the hands of her team members, her face white with fear. "I'm fine," he managed. "You're bleeding from your ears." He touched his ear. His fingers came away red. "That's less fine." She dropped beside him, hands already glowing with healing Do Qi. "What did you do? That last attack, your flame output was beyond anything a 2-star Do Wang should produce. Overdrew my reserves. Temporary technique. Temporary and stupid. Effective, though." She pressed her healing technique against his temples, the warm energy soothing the damaged meridians in his head. Her hands were steady but her jaw was trembling. "We got all 6 lotus specimens," she said quietly. "No casualties. 3 injuries, Elder Yao Qing's ribs, a guard's dislocated shoulder, and whatever you did to yourself." Yao Chen looked at the frozen python, already beginning to thaw in the caldera's ambient heat. They needed to leave before it recovered. "Help me up. We need to move." She pulled him to his feet. For a moment, supporting his weight, her face was close to his. Her eyes searched his with an intensity that went beyond concern. "You knew," she whispered. "You knew exactly what was down here. You prepared for this specific beast." He couldn't deny it, the evidence was too clear, the specialized bombs, the formation disk, the fire resistance pills distributed before anyone knew there was a fire-type threat. "I had intelligence," he said. "Unconfirmed reports." "You're lying." No anger in her voice. Just certainty. "You've been lying about something for years. And it keeps saving my life." She didn't press further. She helped him walk to the extraction point while the rest of the team gathered the injured and the lotus specimens. Behind them, the crimson flame python groaned as the ice in its blood began to thaw. They were off the mountain by nightfall. Timeline integrity, 73%. The system's warning pulsed in his peripheral vision, critical threshold approaching. Multiple future events destabilized. Yao Chen ignored it. Feng Shen was alive. Feng Shen was alive, and she was holding his hand as they descended the volcano's slope, and no percentage point in any system was worth more than that. Chapter 46. Recovery was slow. The temporal echo strike had torn something in his spiritual foundation, not permanently, but the damage required weeks of careful cultivation to repair. The damage had a specific texture. It wasn't the same as the meridian strain from the pill lightning years ago, which had been an ache that pulsed outward from the channels themselves. This was deeper, a structural trembling in the connection between his soul and his Do Qi pathways, as if the foundations of the building had shifted by a fraction of a degree. Not enough to bring it down. Enough that every load-bearing element was slightly misaligned. When he attempted cultivation cycles, the flow was there, but the efficiency loss was measurable, perhaps 15% below his normal throughput, bleeding energy at every meridian junction in small inefficiencies that accumulated over a full cycle into a significant drain. He treated the repair the same way he would have treated a damaged pharmaceutical synthesis process: identify each point of inefficiency, address them one by one, restore the system to spec rather than trying to force it back to performance. He spent those weeks in his private chambers, cycling healing techniques and analyzing the timeline damage through his system interface. The cascading consequences were complex. Feng Shen's survival created ripples he hadn't anticipated. In the original timeline, her death had catalyzed several events. 3 clan members who'd been close to her had retreated into isolationist positions on the clan council, shifting political dynamics toward conservatism. That conservative shift had actually protected the clan from some of the Hall of Souls' early recruitment attempts. Fearful, inward-looking organizations were harder to infiltrate. With Feng Shen alive, those 3 members remained engaged and outward-looking. The clan was more open, more progressive, more connected to the continental community. Which was good for innovation but potentially made them more vulnerable to external manipulation. Yao Chen used preparation points to perform timeline patching, a delicate process of creating small, targeted interventions that mimic the original timeline's effects without the tragedy. He arranged for 2 of the 3 affected members to develop other reasons for political conservatism, a financial concern here, a family obligation there. Subtle nudges that reproduced the outcome without the cause. It wasn't perfect. Timeline integrity stabilized at 73% but wouldn't climb higher without organic correction over time. Feng Shen visited him daily during recovery. She brought reports on clan affairs, meals she'd prepared herself, and questions she didn't ask but that hung in the air between them like smoke. She sat on the chair beside his meditation mat rather than on the mat's edge, the respectful distance of someone who was choosing not to crowd a person who needed their perimeter. She peeled and sliced fruit with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done it many times. The knife worked clean and unhurried, and set the plate beside him without comment. He ate when she brought food. He was aware that this was, on some level, being cared for, and that being cared for was a thing he had very little experience with in either lifetime. On the 14th day, she sat on the edge of his meditation mat and said, I've been thinking about what happened on Crimson Peak. I expected you would. Your preparation was too specific. You didn't just plan for a volcanic environment. You planned for a crimson flame python. You knew its rank, its behavioral patterns, its vulnerabilities. You built weapons specifically designed to counter its abilities. I'm thorough. You're more than thorough. You knew what was going to happen before it happened. Silence. The bone-chilling flame flickered in its brazier, casting cold blue light across the walls. I have a gift, Yao Chen said carefully. A form of premonition. Fragments of possible futures. They're not always accurate, but when they are, I act on them. Feng Shen absorbed this. Her expression was unreadable. And your premonitions told you I was going to die on Crimson Peak. It wasn't a question. Yes. Her breath caught. Just slightly, a hitch in the steady rhythm of a woman who rarely let anything shake her composure. How long have you known? Since before I asked to join the expedition. Since before you started training me in survival alchemy. 3 years ago, he said nothing. The silence was confirmation enough. Feng Shen stood. She walked to the window and looked out at the Yao clan's gardens, where cherry blossoms were drifting through the afternoon light. You spent 3 years preparing to save my life, she said quietly. You restructured my entire training curriculum. You developed new weapons. You volunteered for a dangerous expedition. All because you saw a fragment of a possible future where I died on a mountain. Yes. She turned back to him. Her eyes were bright with tears she refused to shed. That's either the most romantic thing anyone has ever done or the most arrogant. It can be both. The ghost of a laugh escaped her. She crossed the room, knelt beside his mat, and took his face between her hands. Whatever this gift of yours is, whatever you're hiding beneath it, I don't need to know the details. I trust you. I trust that everything you do has a reason, even when I can't see it. She kissed him. Soft, deliberate, with the weight of 3 years of unasked questions finally set aside. When she pulled back, her expression had hardened into something resolute. But if your premonitions show anything else threatening the people I love, you tell me. No more preparing alone. No more carrying it by yourself. I'll try. Don't try. Do it. She left him sitting in the cold blue light of his heavenly flame, and Yao Chen touched his lips where hers had been and thought, I can't tell you everything. But I can tell you more than I have. And maybe that's enough. The hourglass spun. The integrity meter held steady. For the first time in months, it felt like enough. Chapter 47. The breakthrough came without warning. Yao Chen had been preparing for his Tier 6 advancement for months, accumulating rare ingredients, studying refinement theory, strengthening his soul power through meditation. But the actual moment of transition happened during a routine refinement of a Tier 5 soul tempering pill. He was midway through the condensation phase when the pill's energy signature shifted. The ingredients responded to his bone-chilling flame with an intensity that exceeded Tier 5 parameters. The compounds were reorganizing at a level of complexity that his Tier 5 understanding couldn't fully control. Instinct and modern scientific training merged. He adjusted the flame output using principles of phase transition dynamics, the way matter changed states at critical temperature thresholds. The pill's energy didn't just condense, it transformed, achieving a level of refinement that crossed the invisible boundary between Tier 5 and Tier 6. The cauldron hummed. The laboratory's formation arrays activated, containment protocols engaging automatically. Then the ceiling split open and pill lightning descended. Blue-white bolts of refined Do Qi crashed through the roof of Yao Chen's laboratory, targeting the nearly complete pill with surgical precision. The lightning was alive, a tribulation sent by the heavens themselves to test whether this creation deserved to exist. Yao Chen's first pill lightning tribulation since his transmigration. The smell hit him first, ozone and something stranger, the particular bite of concentrated Do Qi ionizing the air at pressures it wasn't designed to handle. Then the light, harsh blue-white, the color of the bone-chilling flame but hotter, more aggressive, filling the laboratory with a brilliance that wiped out shadows entirely and left everything flat and surgical, the way a photographer's flash exposed detail the eye normally edited out. The last time, the original Yao Chen's soul had shattered under the strain, allowing the transmigrator to take residence. This time, Yao Chen met the lightning with open hands and a soul forged by 3 years of purpose. The first bolt struck the pill. The cauldron rang like a bell, a deep, resonant tone that he felt in his sternum rather than heard with his ears, the vibration traveling up through the stone floor and into his bones before the sound registered. Yao Chen poured bone-chilling flame into the refinement, using the cold energy to absorb and redirect the lightning's destructive potential into the pill itself. The principle was straightforward: lightning was energy, and energy could be redirected if you had a channel strong enough to carry it. His bone-chilling flame's cold didn't oppose the lightning's heat, it absorbed the differential, converting the temperature gap into potential that the pill's forming structure could draw on. The second bolt was stronger. It bypassed the cauldron entirely and struck Yao Chen's soul. Pain, white, blinding, absolute, tore through his consciousness. But beneath the pain was something else: clarity. The lightning was testing him, and the test required that he understand something fundamental about alchemy itself. Tier 5 was craftsmanship. Tier 6 was creation. The distinction crystallized in his mind as the third bolt fell. At Tier 5, an alchemist followed recipes, optimized processes, achieved purity through technique. At Tier 6, an alchemist began to create, to understand the underlying principles well enough to generate new combinations, new effects, new pills that had never existed before. His modern scientific mind grasped this immediately. Tier 5 was applied chemistry. Tier 6 was research chemistry. And he was a pharmaceutical researcher by training, creating new compounds was what he'd done for a living. The fourth and final bolt descended, and Yao Chen absorbed it completely. The lightning's energy merged with the pill, transforming it from a standard soul-tempering pill into something new, a pill that hummed with absorbed tribulation energy, its surface crackling with contained lightning. The cauldron opened. A Tier 6 soul-tempering pill floated upward, glowing with inner light. Yao Chen caught it and felt the weight of what he'd achieved. Youngest Tier 6 alchemist in Yao clan history. The laboratory was destroyed. The ceiling had a hole he could see the sky through. Formation arrays were burned out. 3 walls had scorch marks in the shape of lightning branches. Yao Dan arrived within minutes, flanked by 2 elders. The clan leader took one look at the destroyed laboratory, the hovering pill, and Yao Chen standing in the wreckage with frost on his shoulders, and his ancient face broke into a smile that shed 20 years. Tier 6, Yao Dan breathed. At 22. Magnificent. The congratulations that followed were genuine and widespread. Even the elders who'd supported Yao Wangyi's faction couldn't deny the achievement's significance. A Tier 6 alchemist in his early 20s represented the Yao clan's future, proof that their bloodline still produced generation-defining talent. Feng Shen found him after the celebrations, when the clan had settled back into its routines and the maintenance crews were already repairing his laboratory. She stood in the ruined doorframe and looked at the hole in the ceiling, a clean-edged circle of sky above the scorched cauldron platform, the cloud layer above the hidden realms formation arrays visible through it. The hole had an almost architectural quality. The pill lightning had not been random. It had struck exactly where it needed to. She looked at it for a moment the way she looked at an unexpected experimental result, interested, building a model. Tier 6, she said. Show off. It was unplanned, the best breakthroughs usually are. She came inside, stepping over a scorch mark on the threshold, and examined the cauldron with a practitioner's assessment. The vessel's exterior was blackened but intact, Tier 6 material, well made, it had survived. The interior would need reseasoning before use. She ran one finger along the cauldron's rim and brought it away with a faint residue of tribulation energy, pale blue on her fingertip, cold. Your flame sealed the lightning rather than deflecting it, she said quietly. I can feel it in the residue. You took it in. The physics suggested it was possible. The physics. She turned to look at him directly. There was something in her expression that wasn't admiration and wasn't concern, something between them, specific and warm. Was it frightening? A pause. Not calculated, genuine, reaching back into the experience for the honest answer. Yes. For the second bolt. When it struck my soul instead of the pill. He met her eyes. Then it became something else. Clarity, she said. Not a guess. She had her own experience of breakthroughs, of the moments when pain became comprehension. Clarity. She nodded once. Filed it. Do your premonitions say when I'll catch up? He smiled. Sooner than you think. The hourglass pulsed. Preparation points accumulated from the milestone. New abilities unlocked, Legacy Seal Tier 2, allowing him to hide larger and more powerful items with temporal locks. The preparation project could now move into its next phase. Chapter 48. The nights became his true working hours. After Feng Shen fell asleep, after the clan's corridors emptied, after the training grounds went dark, Yao Chen descended into his newly rebuilt laboratory and began the systematic production of a future boy's survival kit. The process was methodical. He'd memorized the BTTH timeline, every major challenge Xiao Yan would face, every enemy, every trial, every moment where the right pill or the right technique or the right resource could mean the difference between survival and death. For the Heavenly Flame trials, fire resistance pills refined at Tier 6 quality, each one capable of protecting a human body from temperatures that would vaporize steel. He made 30 of them, sealed in groups of 5, each group keyed to a different Legacy Seal location near a known Heavenly Flame site. For the soul attacks from the Hall of Souls, soul-strengthening pills that reinforce the user's spiritual defenses. These were harder, Tier 6 soul attribute pills required ingredients that were rare even by Yao clan standards. He spent weeks acquiring them through his network of merchant contacts and herb-gathering expeditions, paying from his personal funds to avoid the clan's quarterly resource reviews. For the physical cultivation bottlenecks, body-refining pills that could temporarily boost a cultivator's rank by a full level, giving them the edge needed to survive encounters with stronger opponents. Each pill had a 12-hour duration and nasty side effects, muscle inflammation, meridian strain, temporary do-chi depletion, but when the alternative was death, side effects were acceptable. For the emotional toll, he wrote letters. This wasn't part of the system's preparation protocol. There were no preparation points for handwritten messages to a boy who wouldn't be born for decades. But Yao Chen wrote them anyway, sealing each one in a legacy seal with instructions to open at specific moments. When you feel like the world is against you, it is. But it's also for you, in ways you can't see yet. When you lose someone you love, grief is not weakness. It's proof that you loved well. When someone betrays you, forgive them or don't. But never let their choice define yours. He wrote 30 letters over the course of a month. Each one addressed to the boy who will find these words. Each one sealed with a temporal lock that would only open when Xiao Yan was in emotional distress near the seal's location. It was sentimental. It was inefficient. It was the most human thing he'd done since arriving in this world. On the 23rd night, a temporal resonance triggered unexpectedly. The vision slammed into him mid-refinement, nearly causing him to lose control of the pill he was working on. He stabilized the refinement with one hand while the other gripped the workbench for balance. The vision showed Xiao Yan, older this time, perhaps 17, sitting alone on a rooftop at midnight. The boy's face was hard, composed, but his hands were shaking. Below him, a city slept peacefully, unaware that the boy on the roof was carrying enough grief to crush a mountain. Xiao Yan looked down at the ring on his finger. "Are you there, old man?" The boy whispered. "Can you hear me?" Inside the ring, a sleeping soul stirred. "I'm scared," Xiao Yan admitted to the ring, to the night, to no one. "I won't stop. I'll never stop. But I'm scared." The vision dissolved. Yao Chen stood in his laboratory with tears streaming down his face and his hands trembling above a half-completed pill. He finished the refinement. He sealed the pill. He wrote one more letter, the 31st, and placed it in a legacy seal with the simplest temporal lock he could design. Open when the boy says "I'm scared." The letter contained 3 words, "I know." Continue. Chapter 49. Han Feng's advancement to Tier 4 Alchemist happened on a clear autumn morning when the Yao clan's maple trees burned crimson against a porcelain sky. The boy, no, the young man, was 16 now. His refinement technique had matured beyond his years, hands moving with a precision that reminded Yao Chen uncomfortably of his own. Han Feng's understanding of flame control was intuitive, almost instinctive, as if fire were a language he'd been born speaking. The Tier 4 evaluation pill emerged from his cauldron with 93% purity. The examining elders murmured with approval. Yao Dan personally presented Han Feng with the Tier 4 certification jade. "Your master's legacy grows through you," the clan leader told Han Feng, and the young man beamed with pride that was, for once, entirely uncomplicated. From the gallery above, Elder Yao Jing, the white-bearded Tier 6 alchemist who had watched Yao Chen's rise since the beginning, leaned toward his neighbor and said, quietly but not quietly enough, "The disciple advances 4 years faster than his master did at the same age. The Yao clan has not seen 2 talents of this caliber in the same generation since the second patriarch's time." His neighbor nodded without taking his eyes off the boy accepting the certification jade below. Yao Jing folded his hands on the gallery railing and was silent for a moment. "I hope," he said, even more quietly, "that this produces partnership rather than competition." Yao Chen watched from the gallery above, arms crossed, bone-chilling flame curling absently around his fingers. Proud. Terrified. Loving a boy who would one day try to kill him. After the ceremony, Han Feng sought him out in the garden. "Master, I wanted to ask you something." "Go ahead." Han Feng chose his words carefully, a habit he developed over the past year that Yao Chen found simultaneously admirable and concerning. Careful speakers were often careful for reasons beyond politeness. "Your bone-chilling flame. The way it responds during refinement, I've been observing your technique during our joint sessions. The flame doesn't just heat the ingredients. It seems to communicate with them. As if the heavenly flame has its own intelligence." "All heavenly flames possess rudimentary consciousness," Yao Chen said neutrally. "It's what makes them so difficult to subdue, but you've gone beyond subduing yours. You've partnered with it. I've been reading about flame absorption techniques in the clan library. The standard methods all describe domination. Breaking the flame's will, forcing compliance. Your approach is different." Yao Chen's blood cooled. "The clan library. Flame absorption techniques. You've been researching heavenly flame absorption?" "For academic purposes." Han Feng smiled. "I'm a Tier 4 alchemist now, master. I should understand the pinnacle of flame control, even if I'll never need to apply it personally." The lie was smooth. Practiced. And the hunger beneath it was unmistakable. Han Feng wanted a heavenly flame. Not someday, not theoretically, now. The desire burned in him like the flames he studied, and no amount of academic framing could disguise it. In the original timeline, this fixation had developed over a decade. Here, it was surfacing at 16. Yao Chen's own accelerated rise had compressed Han Feng's development. By becoming more brilliant, more accomplished, more legendary than the original Yao Chen, the transmigrator had inadvertently intensified the pressure on his disciple. The gap between master and student wasn't narrowing, it was widening. And Han Feng could feel it. The bone-chilling flame came to me because our spiritual frequencies aligned, Yao Chen said, choosing each word with the precision of a Tier 6 refinement. If you encounter a heavenly flame that resonates with your soul, I'll teach you everything I know about partnership-based absorption. When, not if. When. Han Feng's eyes gleamed. Thank you, Master. He left the garden with a spring in his step, and Yao Chen stood among the maples and felt the first real crack in the wall he'd built between knowing the future and living the present. The system pulsed. Han Feng's fixation on heavenly flames is developing 3 years ahead of schedule. Estimated timeline to betrayal event, adjusted. He dismissed the notification. He already knew. 3 years ahead of schedule meant the clock was running faster than planned. Every advantage he gave Han Feng, every technique he taught, every door he opened was simultaneously preparing the boy for greatness and accelerating him toward the moment when he'd decide that taking was easier than earning. The paradox of parenthood, Yao Chen reflected, applied to teaching as well. The better you do your job, the more capable the person becomes of hurting you. Chapter 50. The Second Continental Alchemist Conference arrived like a tide, inevitable, immense, impossible to ignore. 10 years had passed since the first conference, where Yao Chen had deliberately taken second place to protect the timeline. In that decade, his reputation had grown from promising youth to continental phenomenon. The youngest Tier 6 alchemist in Yao clan history. Wielder of the bone-chilling flame. Creator of 3 original pill recipes that had already entered the Pill Tower's official registry. The conference was held in Pill City again, its massive coliseum packed with thousands of alchemists, merchants, and spectators. The air thrummed with concentrated dou qi from dozens of heavenly flame wielders, each one a legend in their own right. Yao Chen was seeded directly into the quarterfinals based on his reputation. His first opponent was a Tier 6 alchemist from the Cao clan, a meticulous, technical refiner who specialized in body-enhancing pills. Yao Chen defeated him in 40 minutes, producing a higher purity version of the same pill with fewer ingredients. The semifinals paired him against an elderly Tier 7 alchemist from the Pill Tower itself, a man who'd spent 60 years refining his craft. The audience expected a close match. Yao Chen won in 30 minutes, his bone-chilling flame technique so refined that the pill practically formed itself. He was in the finals. Again. And again, the timeline demanded he hold back. His opponent was a Tier 7 alchemist from the Dan clan, another ancient alchemy lineage. The man was skilled, experienced, and exactly the kind of alchemist who should win a continental conference at this point in history. Yao Chen could have destroyed him. His Tier 6 alchemy, enhanced by modern scientific methodology and heavenly flame mastery, operated at a level that most Tier 7 alchemists couldn't match. The gap between his official rank and his actual capability was a chasm. But winning the conference at 22, as a Tier 6 alchemist, would send shockwaves through the continental power structure. The Hall of Souls would accelerate their interest. The Han clan would mark him as a priority target decades too early. Every faction that feared a rising power would mobilize against him. He placed third. Deliberately. Introducing a calculated error in the final condensation phase that reduced his pill's purity by just enough to drop him one position. The error was a fractional imbalance in the secondary compression step, a brief, intentional wobble in flame intensity that introduced a slight temperature variance into one region of the pill's forming core. It was the kind of error that a highly skilled but not exceptional alchemist might make under the pressure of a final competition. It would not be visible to anyone below Tier 6. It would be visible to the Tier 9 judges on the panel, who would note it as a minor lapse in an otherwise extraordinary performance, the human moment in a virtuoso display. That was the intention. Human. Fallible. Remarkable but explainable. He maintained the error for 3 heartbeats, then allowed the refinement to proceed normally. The damage was done and correctly calibrated. The pill would be excellent. Just not transcendent. The audience applauded politely. The judges noted his remarkable skill for his age. The Dan clan champion was crowned with appropriate ceremony. Yao Chen collected his third-place token and felt the familiar burn of restrained potential pressing against his sternum. He had been Tier 6 for 3 years. The Dan clan champion, against whom he just deliberately lost, had been Tier 7 for 7. The difference in their actual capability, in that final round, had been vast. He had done his job correctly. His hands still wanted to throw the champion's result back across the cauldron and show everyone what a real pill looked like, and he was proud that they hadn't. Feng Shen cornered him that evening in their Pill City lodgings. She'd accompanied him as a spectator, her own reputation now significant enough to earn her a reserved seat in the VIP gallery. "This is twice," she said, standing between him and the door. "2 conferences. 2 times you've deliberately lost. I didn't lose, I placed third. You place third the way a dragon places third in a race against horses. By choosing to walk." Her voice was controlled, but her phoenix flame was flickering at her fingertips, a tell she'd never been able to suppress. "I watched you in the semifinals. You weren't even trying. The finals? You introduced that condensation error on purpose. I could see it from the gallery. Feng Shen, don't give me the premonition excuse. Don't tell me you're being careful. Tell me why the most talented alchemist on this continent keeps pretending to be merely excellent. The words struck home. She understood him too well, understood that the gap between what he was and what he showed wasn't modesty but strategy. He sat on the edge of their bed and looked at his hands. Alchemist's hands. Hands that could reshape the future but couldn't hold it without breaking. If I become too famous too fast, terrible things will happen, he said. Not might happen. Will happen. I've seen it. Your premonitions again. Call them what you want. The pattern is clear. The more attention I draw, the more dangerous the world becomes for the people I love. The people you love are capable of protecting themselves. Not against what's coming. She stared at him. The anger in her expression slowly transformed, not softening, but deepening, like a river that went from rapids to still water. Still water ran deep. Yao Chen, whatever you're protecting us from, you can't do it alone forever. Dimming your light doesn't make the darkness any less hungry. She left for the conference's evening reception without him. Yao Chen sat alone in the room and wondered how many more times he could choose strategy over truth before the distance between them became unbridgeable. Chapter 51. He found her on the roof of their inn, watching Pill City's lights spread across the valley below like scattered embers. I should have told you more, he said, sitting beside her on the cold tiles. A long time ago. Yes. You should have. I see fragments of the future. Not always, not clearly. But sometimes I see what will happen if I make certain choices. And the fragments consistently show that becoming too prominent too early leads to catastrophe. Feng Shen pulled her cloak tighter against the night wind. What kind of catastrophe? War. Destruction on a continental scale. Forces that are building in the shadows, forces that target powerful alchemists specifically. The stronger I appear, the sooner they come for me. And when they come for me, they come for everyone around me. It was close enough to the truth to feel honest. The Hall of Souls would come for him eventually. His prominence would accelerate their interest. And when they finally struck, the people closest to him would be in the blast radius. The Hall of Souls, she said. Not a question. His surprise must have shown, because she almost smiled. I'm not blind, Yao Chen. I've seen the intelligence reports. I know about Yao Wangyi's correspondence with outsiders. The clan's defensive formations were upgraded 6 months ago. Yao Dan has been quietly moving assets to secure locations. She paused. And you've been training me in combat alchemy for 3 years. Not just theoretical defense, actual battlefield survival techniques. You noticed. I noticed everything. I just didn't know what it meant until Crimson Peak. They sat in silence for a time. Below them, Pill City's nightlife hummed, merchants hawking rare ingredients, cultivators testing their techniques in the public sparring rings, the distant crash and cheer of an alchemy competition in one of the smaller venues. Tell me about the future, she said. Not the bad parts. What do you see when you look ahead and see us? The question disarmed him. He'd spent so long focusing on threats and timelines and preparation that he'd rarely allowed himself to imagine what his own future could hold. I see us growing old in the Yao clan, he said, constructing the image as he spoke. Your alchemy surpassing mine in the healing arts. A home full of pill smoke and arguments about ingredient ratios. Maybe. Children. Her hand found his in the darkness. Children, she repeated. Would they be alchemists? With our bloodline? They wouldn't have a choice, she laughed. The sound was warm and unexpected and it cracked something open in his chest that had been sealed shut since his transmigration. I want that, she said. All of it. The growing old part, the arguments, the children who can't escape their genetic destiny. Even knowing what I've told you? About the shadows? About what's coming? Especially knowing. If the world is going to be dangerous, I'd rather face it beside you than worry about you from a distance. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Her phoenix flame pulsed once, warm against his side, and the bone-chilling flame in his core responded with a gentle cooling that balanced the heat perfectly. Yin and yang. Fire and ice. Two alchemists on a rooftop, building a life they both knew might be stolen. Marry me, he said. He hadn't planned it. The words emerged from somewhere below his strategic mind, below his timeline calculations, below his preparation protocols. From the place where Yao Chen the transmigrator ended and Yao Chen the man began. She lifted her head. Her amber eyes caught the city lights. Took you long enough, she said. Chapter 52. The engagement announcement rippled through the conference like a dropped stone in still water. Two prominent Yao clan alchemists forming a union. It was the kind of alliance that shifted political dynamics and drew attention from every faction with interests in the alchemy world. Yao Chen would have preferred a quiet arrangement, but Yao clan tradition demanded public announcement. The congratulations were voluminous and, in most cases, genuine. Not all of them. On the conference's final day, Yao Chen was approached by a man he didn't recognize, and that alone set his instincts screaming. He recognized every major figure in the BTTH universe. An unknown meant either an insignificant background character or a timeline consequence. The man was tall, thin as a reed, with close-cropped white hair and eyes that looked through people rather than at them. His cultivation pressure was carefully suppressed, but Yao Chen's Do Wang senses caught hints of Do Zun level power beneath the restraint. The side corridor smelled of stone dust and the particular floral bitter combination of 100 different alchemists having refined pills within 100 feet of this spot over several days. The corridor was empty except for the two of them. Whoever Ming Zong was, he had chosen the moment with care. The conference's main hall was close enough that the ambient crowd noise reached here as a low murmur, providing cover, but far enough that no one could overhear a private conversation. It was a location selected by someone who understood how to use architecture. Yao Chen catalogued this and set his weight evenly, the posture of someone who was not going to be backed against a wall. An impressive performance, the man said, approaching Yao Chen in one of the conference hall's side corridors. Third place. Again. One might think you enjoy the bronze position. Competition is about testing yourself, not collecting titles. Is it? Most would disagree. The man smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. My name is Ming Zong. I lead a small organization devoted to temporal studies. The flow of time, the patterns of fate, the architecture of destiny. Temporal studies. The fate sect. Yao Chen kept his expression neutral while his pulse spiked. Interesting field. Rather abstract for my taste. Less abstract than you might imagine. Ming Zong stepped closer, lowering his voice. I study anomalies, young alchemist, inconsistencies in the flow of events. Moments where cause and effect bend in ways that suggest external influence. Sounds like superstition dressed in scholarly robes. Perhaps. But tell me, have you ever felt as though you knew something before you should have known it? As though the future had whispered in your ear? The directness of the question was startling. Yao Chen met Ming Zong's gaze and found ancient intelligence behind those two deep eyes. This was no blundering mystic. This was a man who'd spent centuries studying the fabric of time and had developed the sensitivity to detect its distortions. I'm an alchemist, Yao Chen said. I deal in ingredients and reactions, not prophecy. Of course. Ming Zong produced a jade card and pressed it into Yao Chen's hand. Should you ever wish to discuss the architecture of destiny, my sect is always available. We are particularly interested in individuals around whom time flows incorrectly. He left without waiting for a response. Yao Chen looked at the jade card. It was cold, not naturally cold, but temporally cold, as if it existed slightly out of sync with the present moment. He crushed it in his fist. Bone-chilling flame vaporized the fragments. Ming Zong. A name he didn't recognize from canon. A Do Zun level temporal cultivator with the ability to sense timeline distortions. And he was already suspicious. The merchant's warning from months ago had been accurate. Someone was sensing his manipulations. And now that someone had a face, a name, and an organization. He stood in the empty corridor for a moment after Ming Zong left, running the encounter. The key details: Ming Zong had approached him in person rather than through a proxy, which suggested either confidence or a desire to establish baseline data at close range, to read Yao Chen's response to being identified, to see what flinched and what didn't. The jade card had been temporally displaced, which was a display of capability, not carelessness. The question about knowing things before you should have known them had been direct enough that a genuine innocent would have been confused by it, not merely dismissive. Ming Zong had calibrated the question for someone who had something to hide. He already knew what Yao Chen was. This had not been an investigation. It had been an introduction. The cold thread of this conclusion ran through his chest alongside the bone-chilling flame. An introduction meant Ming Zong intended further engagement. On Ming Zong's terms, at Ming Zong's timing, with Ming Zong's preparation. That was not an acceptable dynamic. He needed to understand the fate sect's capabilities before the next encounter, not during it. He gave himself 10 seconds to stand in the corridor and feel the weight of this new variable. Then he classified it, filed it, and went to find Feng Shen. Yao Chen returned to his lodgings and found Feng Shen packing for their departure. He told her nothing about Ming Zong. Some burdens, even between those who loved each other, were better carried alone. For now. Chapter 53. The return to the Yao clan brought new responsibilities. Yao Chen's conference performance and engagement had elevated his political standing, and Yao Dan began including him in the clan's strategic discussions, meetings that had previously been restricted to elders and the clan leader's inner circle. It was during one such meeting that Yao Chen learned the full extent of the clan's intelligence network. The Hall of Souls has increased activity across the Central Plains, Yao Dan reported to the assembled elders and senior members. 3 independent alchemist communities have been raided in the past year. The victims were all Tier 5 or higher, their souls extracted for unknown purposes. Soul harvesting. The Hall of Souls core operation, decades before Xiao Yan would become their target. Yao Chen listened to the intelligence reports with the eerie calm of someone hearing a history lesson about events he already knew. The Hall of Souls was the Hun clan's shadow organization, harvesting powerful souls to fuel their master's resurrection, the ancient Dodi who would eventually threaten the entire continent. But the details were different from what he remembered. The attacks were more coordinated, more aggressive, and happening earlier than the original timeline suggested. His own modifications to the timeline, becoming prominent sooner, attracting attention, were rippling outward, accelerating the hall's operations. We should strengthen our defensive formations, Yao Chen said during the discussion. And establish emergency protocols for our members traveling outside the clan territory. Several elders looked at him with surprise. He was the youngest person in the room by decades, and his suggestion carried the weight of someone who'd been studying military strategy rather than pill recipes. Yao Dan nodded slowly. Practical thinking. I'll assign a committee to review our defenses. After the meeting, Yao Dan pulled Yao Chen aside. You spoke with unusual urgency about the Hall of Souls. They target powerful alchemists. I'm a tier 6 alchemist with a heavenly flame. It would be irresponsible not to take them seriously. It would. But your concern seemed personal. As if you knew something specific. Yao Chen met the clan leader's penetrating gaze. I've heard rumors through my merchant contacts. The Hall of Souls has been asking questions about Yao clan members, specifically about heavenly flame wielders. Yao Dan's expression didn't change, but the temperature of his dou qi shifted almost imperceptibly. A dou zun's emotional response, suppressed but detectable. This information. Is it reliable? My sources have never been wrong. Yao Dan placed a hand on Yao Chen's shoulder. The old man's grip was strong, a reminder that beneath the scholar's robes was a dou zun rank warrior who'd protected the clan for over a century. I will not let them take you, Chener. You have my word. Yao Chen bowed. He believed Yao Dan's sincerity. He also knew that the old man's word, however ironclad, couldn't protect against what was coming. But decades of time remained. Decades to prepare, to strengthen, to build the infrastructure that would survive even when the people didn't. He left the meeting hall and descended to his laboratory. He had more legacy seals to create. The work was precise and solitary. Each seal required a 3-stage refinement process. First, the pill or resource to be cached. Second, the spatial compression technique that reduced the item to a fingerprint-sized crystal. Third, the temporal lock that encoded the recipient's soul signature and activation conditions. The third stage was the most demanding. Yao Chen had to imprint a soul signature he'd never directly sensed, Xiao Yan's, using fragments from his temporal resonance visions. Each vision had carried emotional residue that contained traces of the boy's spiritual frequency. Yao Chen had catalogued these fragments meticulously, building a composite signature from echoes of determination, defiance, grief, and iron-hard resolve. The signature wasn't perfect. It couldn't be, constructed from emotional echoes rather than direct contact. But it was specific enough that only someone with Xiao Yan's particular combination of soul attributes could trigger the locks. He worked until his hands cramped and his flame guttered, then rested just long enough to restore his reserves before starting again. Meanwhile, he began subtly steering Venerable Feng, his wind cultivator friend who'd visited again during the conference, toward concrete action. You keep talking about protecting wandering cultivators, Yao Chen said during one of their evening discussions, sharing wine on the Yao clan's guest terrace. But talking isn't protecting. You need an organization, a pavilion of allies, spread across the continent, providing shelter and support. Venerable Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. A pavilion? I've considered it. But the logistics? Start small. A network of safe houses. Cultivators who share your philosophy agreeing to shelter travelers. It doesn't need to be a sect or a formal power structure. Just a web of goodwill. A web of goodwill. Feng smiled. You make it sound simple. Simple in concept. Difficult in execution. But you're a Dozong Wind cultivator with charisma and a genuine desire to help people. That's more foundation than most organizations start with. Yao Chen reached into his spatial ring and produced a jade slip containing detailed notes on organizational structure, logistics networks, and defensive protocols, information he'd compiled from his modern management knowledge, adapted for a cultivation world. The slip contained more than philosophy. It contained specifics, how to register member safe houses with regional officials in ways that created legal protections without drawing official attention, how to design a communication network using rotating couriers that couldn't be intercepted without access to the rotation schedule, how to structure financial flows so that the organization's resources couldn't be seized in a single action by a hostile power, how to train non-combat members to identify and report threats without putting them in danger. It contained, in short, the operational manual for a small intelligence and support network, drawn from management principles that didn't exist in this world's organizational vocabulary. Some thoughts I've put together. Consider it a wedding gift from a friend who believes in your vision. Venerable Feng accepted the jade slip with an expression caught between gratitude and amusement. You're the strangest alchemist I've ever met, Yao Chen. Most alchemists think about pills. You think about systems. Pills save individuals. Systems save civilizations. Feng studied him for a long moment, then raised his cup. To systems, then. And to the strange alchemist who designs them. They drank. And somewhere in the future, the seeds of Xingyun Pavilion put down their first roots. Chapter 54. The evidence fell into his hands through the preparation network. One of Yao Chen's merchant contacts, a silk trader who moved between the Yao clan's outer territories and the central plains, forwarded a sealed message with a note, This was intercepted from a courier heading west. The handwriting matches the samples you showed me. Yao Wangyi's handwriting. The letter was addressed to Honored Protector, no name, no specific organization. But the content was damning. Detailed information about the Yao clan's defensive formations, the rotation schedules of perimeter guards, and a paragraph specifically describing Yao Chen's bone-chilling flame and its cultivation compatibility. Cultivation compatibility. A term the Hall of Souls used when assessing whether a heavenly flame could be extracted from its wielder and transferred to another. Yao Chen read the letter 3 times in his laboratory, the bone-chilling flame flickering with each pass as his emotional state fluctuated between cold rage and colder calculation. The laboratory at that hour was quiet, past midnight, the corridor outside empty, the formation arrays humming at their low baseline frequency, the lamp stone giving it steady neutral light. The letter lay flat on his workbench between a half-finished meridian diagram and a row of sealed vials, completely ordinary in its physical dimensions. He held the cold calculation steady by method. List what this changes, list what it doesn't change, identify the required response, identify the available time. The listing helped. The lamp's light was steady. His hands were steady. His bone-chilling flame was not. It was responding to the betrayal with the same directness it had always shown to genuine threat, contracting, sharpening, the ambient cold around him dropping 2 degrees as the flame matched the temperature of what he was feeling. He gave himself 3 minutes with the rage. Then he filed it. Yao Wangyi wasn't just playing political games anymore. He was feeding information to the Hall of Souls about the clan's most valuable assets, information that could be used to plan a targeted attack. The original Yao Chen hadn't discovered this until much later, if at all. The timeline divergence was creating opportunities for earlier intervention, but also earlier confrontation. He brought the letter to Yao Dan in a private meeting. The clan leader's face went through several transformations as he read: surprise, disgust, controlled fury. Where did you obtain this? My intelligence network. The courier was intercepted before delivery. This is treason. Yes, Yao Dan set the letter down and pressed his fingertips together in the gesture of a man forcing himself to think before acting. Yao Wangyi is a clan elder. Accusing him requires irrefutable evidence presented before the full council. This letter, the handwriting analysis alone won't satisfy the conservative members. Wangyi will claim forgery. I know. Then what do you suggest? Yao Chen had been considering this since the letter arrived. The straightforward approach, public accusation, trial, punishment, would work but would tear the clan apart politically. The resulting internal conflict would weaken the Yao clan at precisely the wrong time. Controlled exposure, he said. We don't accuse him publicly. We let him know that we know, through a private confrontation. Present the evidence. Give him a choice: cease all external communications and retire from the council voluntarily, or face a formal inquiry that will destroy his family's reputation. You want to give a traitor a graceful exit? I want to neutralize a threat without weakening the clan. Wangyi's faction includes members who aren't corrupt, they're just politically aligned with him out of tradition. A public trial would force them to choose sides, fracturing the council. A quiet retirement preserves unity. Yao Dan studied him. You think like a politician, not an alchemist. I think like someone who wants this clan to survive what's coming. The meeting with Yao Wangyi happened that evening, in Yao Dan's private study. 3 people in a candlelit room, the clan leader, the traitor, and the young alchemist who'd caught him. Yao Wangyi's face, when confronted with the letter, went through a rapid succession of expressions: denial, anger, fear, calculation, and finally, settling like sediment in still water, resignation. The Hall of Souls approached me, Yao Wangyi said, his voice stripped of its usual political veneer. 3 years ago. They offered guarantees. Protection for my family line in exchange for information. Protection from what? Yao Dan asked. From what's coming. The Hall's power is growing, clan leader. They're not some fringe organization, they have Dosheng-level cultivators in their ranks. When they move against the ancient clans, and they will, the families that cooperated will be spared. Yao Chen watched Yao Wangyi's face and saw something unexpected beneath the calculation: genuine terror. The elder wasn't just scheming. He was afraid. He'd looked into the darkness of the Hall of Souls and seen something that convinced him the clan couldn't survive. You chose to betray your own family out of fear, Yao Dan said. I chose to ensure my grandson survives the storm that's coming. You can call that betrayal if you want. The room was silent for a long moment. Yao Chen could hear the wind outside, carrying cherry blossoms past the window. Retire, Yao Dan said. Quietly. Within the month. Cite health reasons. Your grandson will retain his position and reputation. Your family will not be disgraced. Yao Wangyi's jaw tightened. For a moment, defiance flickered in his eyes, the pride of a man who'd held power for decades resisting the demand to surrender it. Then the flicker died. And my correspondence? Will cease immediately, Yao Chen said. If another letter reaches anyone outside this clan, the private conversation becomes public. The elder looked at Yao Chen with an expression that was equal parts hatred and grudging respect. You'll regret this, Mercy, boy. When the haul comes, and they will come, you'll wish you'd had allies on the inside. He left without another word. Yao Dan and Yao Chen stood in the study, the candle flames wavering in the draft from the closed door. He's not wrong, Yao Dan said quietly. The Hall of Souls will come eventually. I know. And when they do. Yao Chen thought of legacy seals, of a boy not yet born, of a ring not yet prepared. We'll be ready. Chapter 55. Yao Wangyi's retirement was announced to the clan council as a health-related withdrawal from active duty. Most members accepted it without question. The elder was aging, and his do qi had been declining for years. A few of his former allies raised eyebrows but asked no questions. The political vacuum his departure created was filled quickly. Yao Dan restructured the council, promoting younger, more progressive members who aligned with the clan's new direction. Yao Chen found himself informally consulted on decisions that would have been above his station a year ago. The political maneuvering satisfied the immediate threat but left a residue of unease. Yao Wangyi's intelligence had already been transmitted. The Hall of Souls knew about the Yao clan's defensive formations, its guard rotations, and the specifics of Yao Chen's heavenly flame. That information couldn't be unshared. The thing about information compromises, Yao Chen reflected, was that the damage operated on a different timescale than the act itself. Yao Wangyi had sent the letter months ago, possibly years ago. The single intercepted piece was likely not the first. That meant the Hall of Souls had been building a file, accumulating detail, and were now somewhere in the process between observation and planning. The dangerous phase was not when they attacked, the dangerous phase was when they decided to attack, which was invisible and therefore undefendable. What he could do was change the quality of what they knew. Adjust the defensive formation rotation schedules. Shift his most important preparations to new locations. Vary his own daily patterns enough to disrupt any operational model that assumed predictability. Not flight, he was not going to abandon the clan or the preparation project because an enemy was watching. But intelligent adjustment. Rethinking what the watching eyes were seeing and whether they needed to see it. He drew up the adjustment plan the same evening and began implementing it the following morning, so quietly that even the guards on the new rotation pattern had no particular sense that anything had changed. The art of defensive preparation was that the target never looked like a target. The art he was practicing, day by day, was becoming the kind of person that attackers reassessed and decided required more preparation before striking. More preparation meant more time. More time meant more seals, more resources, more infrastructure. More infrastructure meant the boy would have everything he needed when the moment finally arrived. Yao Chen responded by modifying the defensive formations, subtle changes that would make the leaked intelligence obsolete without revealing that the leak had been discovered. If the Hall of Souls ever used Yao Wangyi's data to plan an attack, they'd find a very different security architecture than expected. With the internal threat neutralized, Yao Chen turned his attention to Feng Shen's advancement. She was pushing hard toward Tier 5, the level where alchemy transcended craftsmanship and began approaching art. Her talent was formidable, but the breakthrough eluded her. She could produce Tier 4 pills at 95% purity consistently, but the jump to Tier 5 required something beyond technique. You're overthinking it, Yao Chen told her during a training session. Tier 5 isn't about doing more. It's about understanding more. Understanding what? Why the ingredients work. Not how, you already know how. Why? The fundamental principles that govern alchemical reactions. He couldn't teach her modern chemistry directly. The conceptual framework of her world was built on do qi and spiritual energy, not molecules and thermodynamics. But he could translate. Think of each ingredient as a voice in a conversation, he said, using a metaphor that bridged both paradigms. At Tier 4, you know how to make them speak in harmony. At Tier 5, you understand what they're saying. You hear the meaning beneath the melody. She considered this for several days. Then, during a midnight refinement session that he observed from the doorway, he watched the understanding crystallize. Her phoenix flame shifted. Not in temperature or intensity, but in character, it became more nuanced, more responsive, as if she were having a dialogue with the ingredients rather than directing them. The pill that emerged was Tier 5. An energy circulation pill of 91% purity, respectable for a first attempt. Feng Shen held the pill up to the light and laughed with pure, uncomplicated joy. I heard them, she said, eyes shining. The ingredients. They were telling me what they wanted to become. Yao Chen smiled and said nothing about molecular bonds or reaction kinetics. Some truths were better discovered in one's own language. Over the following weeks, her advancement deepened. She began experimenting with her own pill modifications, small adjustments to classical recipes that improved efficacy or reduced side effects. Her phoenix flame, always more suited to warm attribute refinements than his bone-chilling flame, excelled at healing and restorative compounds. Where Yao Chen's pills were clinically precise, Feng Shen's carried a warmth that seemed to accelerate the body's natural recovery processes. You're developing a specialty, he told her after examining a batch of her modified recovery pills. Healing alchemy. Your flame's warm attribute nature gives your restorative compounds a potency boost that cold attribute refinement can't replicate. Is that a compliment or a clinical observation? Both. She threw a pill at his head. He caught it with a bone-chilling flame tendril and examined it more closely. 93% purity. Warm attribute energy signature perfectly balanced. A genuine contribution to the healing pill canon. He felt a surge of pride that had nothing to do with timelines or preparation projects. This was the woman he'd chosen to spend his life with, and she was becoming extraordinary on her own terms, in her own way, through her own talent and determination. Not because of his foreknowledge. Not because he'd guided her there. Because she was Feng Shen, and Feng Shen was brilliant. The original Yao Chen had never known this feeling. The original had been too consumed by alchemy to see what stood beside him. Yao Chen would not make that mistake. Chapter 56. The preparation project reached a critical mass. Yao Chen stood in his laboratory at midnight, staring at a continental map that covered an entire wall. 50 small markers, each one representing a legacy seal, dotted the surface in a pattern that would look random to anyone who didn't know the BTTH timeline. But to Yao Chen, the pattern was a story. Each marker was a chapter in a boy's future journey, each cache of pills and resources a sentence in the narrative of Xiao Yan's survival. The Qingshan Mountains, climbing pills, endurance elixirs, and a map to a hidden training ground. The Jia Ma Empire's capital, a Tier 5 healing pill concealed in the wall of a public library, accessible only to someone with a specific soul signature. The Black Corner region, 3 separate caches containing poison resistance pills, emergency combat elixirs, and a jade slip with information about the region's power structures. Near the Fallen Heart Flames location at Jia Nan Academy, fire resistance pills and a sealed vial of bone-chilling flame essence that could protect someone absorbing a heavenly flame for the first time, and in a dozen other locations, near other heavenly flame sites, along Xiao Yan's probable travel routes, in cities where the boy would seek allies, smaller caches containing healing pills, cultivation resources, and occasionally one of his handwritten letters. 50 seals. Each one a promise to a child who wouldn't be born for years. The system acknowledged the milestone, preparation point threshold reached. New ability unlocked, future sight fragment, user can now glimpse brief visions of alternate timelines. Warning, future sight reveals possibilities, not certainties. Viewing alternate timelines can cause psychological distress. Yao Chen activated the ability immediately. The vision hit like a wave. He stood on a scorched battlefield under a crimson sky. Cities burned on every horizon. The Do-Chi continent's major powers were shattered, the Pill Tower crumbled, the ancient clans dispersed, the great sects reduced to ash. Above it all, a vast dark void pulsed in the sky where the sun should have been. No Xiao Yan. No hero. No one to stop the Han clan's apocalypse. This was the timeline where Yao Chen changed too much. Where his preparations crossed some invisible threshold and the cascade of consequences prevented the essential events from unfolding. Where his love for Feng Shen, his modifications to the Yao clan's politics, his accelerated rise, where all of it accumulated into a divergence that erased the boy from existence. The vision showed him a specific moment, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan's future father, dying in a battle that shouldn't have happened, killed by an enemy who gained power from a resource that should have been hidden but wasn't, because Yao Chen's timeline changes had shifted the power dynamics of a region 2,000 kilometers from the Yao clan. Butterfly effects. Cascading consequences. The fundamental impossibility of changing the past without destroying the future. The vision dissolved. Yao Chen found himself on the floor of his laboratory, hands pressed against the cold stone, breathing in ragged gasps. Timeline integrity, 73%. Above the critical threshold. But the vision showed what happened at lower percentages, what happened when the integrity meter dropped too far and the future collapsed. He couldn't afford to be careless. Every action, every preparation, every deviation from the original Yao Chen's path created ripples. Most ripples were harmless. But some, combined with others, could build into waves that washed away the future entirely. He pulled himself up, walked to the map, and studied it with new eyes. 50 legacy seals. Each one carefully designed to minimize timeline impact while maximizing benefit for Xiao Yan. But were they enough? Were they too many? The razor's edge. Always the razor's edge. He added no new markers that night. Instead, he sat in his laboratory until dawn, reviewing every preparation he'd made, calculating and recalculating the cumulative timeline impact, looking for the inflection point where enough became too much. He found it at approximately 63 seals. Beyond that number, the cumulative divergence would begin threatening the critical events that needed to happen for Xiao Yan's world to take shape. 13 more seals. That was his budget. 13 more gifts for a boy who carried the weight of a continent's survival on shoulders that hadn't been born yet. He'd have to choose carefully. The remaining seals had to be strategic masterstrokes, each one placed at a moment of maximum leverage in Xiao Yan's journey. No more general-purpose caches. No more just-in-case healing pills scattered along probable travel routes. Every remaining seal had to be a specific answer to a specific problem that would otherwise cost the boy something irreplaceable. He pulled out a separate chart, one he kept hidden even from Feng Shen, listing the 13 most critical moments in Xiao Yan's future where intervention could mean the difference between breakthrough and death. The Misty Cloud Sect Confrontation. The Black Corner Region's Underground Auction. The First Encounter with Medusa. The Fallen Heart Flame Absorption. Each one a pressure point where the right resource at the right moment could redirect the course of an entire arc. 13 moments. 13 seals. No room for error. Chapter 57. The alternate timeline vision haunted him for weeks. He saw it in his dreams, the crimson sky, the burning cities, the void where the sun should have been. He saw Xiao Yan dying. He saw a world without hope, without the fierce, impossible boy who would fight the darkness barehanded. He threw himself into work with a focus that bordered on obsession. Each day was divided into precise segments: morning training with Han Feng and the other disciples, afternoon alchemy research, evening strategic planning, and midnight legacy seal production. Feng Shen noticed. Of course she did. "You haven't slept in 4 days, she said, finding him in the laboratory at 3 in the morning, surrounded by cooling cauldrons and scattered ingredient vials. "Your flame control is degrading. I can see the tremors in your hands." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're running from something." She crossed the laboratory and put her hand on his. Her phoenix flame warmed his frozen fingers. "What did you see?" He'd told her about his premonitions in general terms. She knew he sometimes glimpsed possible futures. But the specifics of the alternate timeline, the continental apocalypse, the failed future, the boy who was never born, those he'd kept locked behind his teeth. "I saw what happens if I fail," he said. "And? Everyone dies." She was quiet for a moment. The laboratory's formation arrays hummed softly in the silence. "Define everyone." "Everyone. The continent. Civilization. All of it." Feng Shen pulled a stool next to his workbench and sat down. Her expression wasn't fearful. It was clinical, the face of an alchemist examining a problem. "Your premonitions show you a continental catastrophe. And you believe your actions can prevent it?" "My actions can prepare for it. There's someone who will be born in the future, who will be strong enough to stop it. But only if the conditions are right. Only if the right resources are in the right places at the right time." The legacy seals. Yes. She'd known about the seals for months, hard to hide the late-night refinement sessions from someone who shared your bed and your laboratory. She'd assumed they were emergency caches for the clan. The idea that they were for a specific person hadn't occurred to her. "Who is this future person?" "Someone I can't name." "Not yet. But you know them." "Not as a prediction, as a person. You speak about them with." She searched for the word. "Devotion." He said nothing. The admission was in his silence. "Yao Chen. How can you know a person who hasn't been born yet? I know what they'll become. I know what they'll face. And I know that without preparation, without the resources I'm placing across this continent, they'll face those challenges alone and they might not survive." Feng Shen processed this. He could see her brilliant mind working through the implications, the timeline mechanics, the paradoxes, the impossible weight of responsibility. "Teach me," she said. "What?" "Teach me to make legacy seals. If these preparations are as important as you say, you shouldn't be the only one capable of producing them. What if something happens to you? What if your hands aren't steady enough, or your flame isn't available, or you're simply not here?" The offer struck him speechless. Not because it was surprising. Feng Shen's pragmatism was one of her defining qualities, but because it meant she believed him. Without proof, without explanation, without the full truth, she was willing to dedicate her own time and skill to a project she didn't fully understand, based entirely on trust. "It will cost you," he warned. "Legacy seal production uses preparation points, a resource tied to my ability. Teaching you the technique is possible, but each seal you create will draw from my reserves. Then we'll be efficient." She picked up one of his cooling cauldrons and examined the residue. "Show me the process. I'm a Tier 5 alchemist with a heavenly flame affinity. I can learn anything you can teach." That night, for the first time, Yao Chen shared the technical details of legacy seal creation with another person. Feng Shen absorbed the technique with the focused intensity that characterized everything she did. By dawn, she'd created her first seal, a small one, containing a single healing pill, locked with a temporal signature that would only open for the right person. "It works," she said, holding the completed seal up to the morning light. "It's beautiful." Yao Chen looked at the seal, then at the woman who'd made it, and felt something shift in his chest. He'd been carrying this burden alone since his transmigration. Now, for the first time, someone was carrying it with him. The hourglass spun. The weight didn't disappear. But it became, for the first time, bearable. Chapter 58. Feng Shen's Tier 5 advancement was formally recognized by the clan council during the autumn assembly. The ceremony was the clan's traditional acknowledgement of alchemical achievement, a formal gathering in the Great Pill Hall where the advancing member demonstrated their skill before the assembled elders and then received their new rank insignia. Feng Shen's demonstration was flawless. She refined a Tier 5 spirit cleansing pill with 94% purity, a result that drew murmurs of admiration even from the elder faction. Her phoenix flame technique during the refinement was precise, elegant, and uniquely her own. After the formal acknowledgement, Yao Dan hosted a celebration banquet in the clan's main hall. Lanterns cast warm light across long tables laden with dishes prepared using alchemically enhanced ingredients. The atmosphere was festive, a rare moment of pure joy in a clan that spent most of its time in the serious business of cultivation and pill refinement. Yao Chen watched Feng Shen accept congratulations from clan members, her face bright with earned pride, and felt the moment crystallize in his memory like amber around an insect. Midway through the banquet, he stood and addressed the hall. "I have an additional announcement," he said, his voice carrying through the sudden quiet. "I've asked Feng Shen to marry me. She's accepted." The hall erupted. Cheers, applause, cups raised in toast. Yao Dan's weathered face broke into a smile that made him look decades younger. The elders nodded approvingly. A union between two of the clan's most talented young alchemists was exactly the kind of alliance they encouraged. Feng Shen, flushed and grinning, caught his eye across the hall. Her expression said, "You planned the timing, didn't you?" His slight nod said, "Of course." Announcing at her advancement celebration ensured the spotlight stayed on her achievement rather than being overshadowed by the engagement. A small consideration, but the kind of detail that mattered. Han Feng was among the first to offer congratulations. The young man crossed the hall with a warm smile and clasped Yao Chen's hands. "Congratulations, Master. Senior sister Feng Shen is an extraordinary woman." "Thank you, Han Feng. Will the wedding be soon? I'd like to help with preparations." "Within the year. And yes, I'd be honored if you'd assist." Han Feng's smile widened, and for a moment he was just a boy who loved his master and was happy for him. No shadows, no calculations, no envy. But as Han Feng turned away to refill his cup, Yao Chen caught a flicker of something in the young man's expression. Not directed at the romance, Han Feng had no interest in Feng Shen. Directed at the dynamic itself. The way the clan looked at Yao Chen. The respect, the admiration, the love that filled the room when his name was spoken. Han Feng wanted that. Not the woman, the devotion. The recognition. The sense of being irreplaceable. It was a small moment. A fraction of a second where the mask slipped and the hunger beneath showed through. Then it was gone, and Han Feng was laughing with the other disciples, and the banquet continued, and the lanterns cast warm light over a family that didn't know how numbered its happy days were. Yao Chen raised his cup to his lips and tasted wine and ashes in equal measure. Chapter 59. Ming Zong struck without warning. Yao Chen was in his laboratory at midnight, 3 weeks after the engagement banquet, when the first alarm formation triggered. The clan's eastern perimeter, a formation array designed to detect hostile Do Chi signatures, blazed crimson and screamed. He was moving before the alarm faded. Bone-chilling flame erupted from his hands as he burst through the laboratory door, coating his body in a frost armor technique he'd developed specifically for emergency combat. The eastern wall of the Yao clan's outer compound was burning. Not with ordinary fire, with temporal flame, a sickly greenish gold blaze that consumed not just matter but the time within matter. Would age to dust in seconds. Stone eroded as if exposed to millennia of wind. Metal rusted and crumbled. Ming Zong stood at the center of the destruction, flanked by 6 Fate Sect cultivators in white robes. His expression was serene, almost meditative. "I apologize for the intrusion," Ming Zong said as Yao Chen landed in the courtyard. "But our earlier conversation was inconclusive, and I prefer conclusive answers. This is an attack on an ancient clan. The consequences will be manageable. I haven't touched your inner compound. Consider this a demonstration." Yao Chen assessed the tactical situation in the time it took to draw one breath. 6 Fate Sect cultivators, Do Zong to Do Zun range. Ming Zong himself at peak Do Zun, possibly touching Do Sheng. The clan's defensive formations were activating, but Ming Zong's temporal flame was degrading them faster than they could reinforce. "What do you want?" "The truth. You are a temporal anomaly, Yao Chen. Time flows incorrectly around you. Events in your vicinity occur with suspicious precision, as if someone is arranging the present to produce a specific future. I have devoted my existence to preventing temporal manipulation, and you are the most flagrant violator I've ever encountered. You're delusional." "Am I?" Ming Zong raised one hand. The air between them shimmered, and Yao Chen felt his system stutter, the bronze hourglass flickering as if interference were disrupting its operation. "My fate reversal technique can temporarily reverse the flow of cause and effect within a localized area," Ming Zong said. "Observe." He punched. The strike landed before Yao Chen could react, not because it was fast, but because the sequence of events was inverted. The impact occurred, then the movement, then the decision to attack. Cause and effect, reversed. Yao Chen staggered back, blood on his lip, and understood what he was facing. Ming Zong's technique didn't just bend time, it broke the rules of sequential reality within a small radius. Attacks landed before they were thrown. Defenses activated after the damage was dealt. Conventional combat was useless against this. Yao Chen switched approaches. Instead of reacting to attacks, he created environmental hazards, bone-chilling flame walls, ice formations, freezing mist clouds. Prepositioned obstacles that existed independently of the cause and effect sequence. Ming Zong's technique could reverse the timing of actions, but it couldn't unmake something that was already there. The Fate Sect cultivators moved to flank him. Yao Chen threw 4 explosive bombs in a wide arc, each one detonating in a flash freeze burst that created ice barriers between the flankers and his position. 2 cultivators were caught in the blast radius, their robes crystallizing as bone-chilling flame cold penetrated their defenses. Ming Zong pressed the attack. His temporal flame met Yao Chen's bone-chilling flame in a collision that distorted the air itself, regions of accelerated time and absolute cold swirling together in a vortex of contradictory energies. Yao Chen reached for his timeline anchor ability, the technique that stabilized spacetime within a radius. He activated it with a surge of Do Qi that drained his reserves dangerously low. The anchor deployed. A sphere of stabilized time expanded from Yao Chen's position, pushing against Ming Zong's temporal distortions. Within the sphere, cause and effect resumed their normal order. Ming Zong's fate reversal technique faltered, his punches landed in sequence again, predictable, blockable. Yao Chen counterattacked. Bone-chilling flame spiral slammed into Ming Zong's position, freezing the ground, the air, the temporal flame itself. The cold wasn't just physical, it was metaphysical, the heavenly flame's power pressing against the fabric of time with the authority of a natural law. Ming Zong staggered. His temporal flame guttered. For a moment, the Fate Sect leader looked genuinely surprised, as if he hadn't expected Yao Chen to have developed a direct counter to his technique. Interesting, Ming Zong breathed. You've learned to anchor yourself in time. That shouldn't be possible without temporal cultivation training. I'm a fast learner. Too fast. That's precisely the problem. Ming Zong gestured. His remaining cultivators retreated, pulling back through temporal gates that shimmered and vanished. The attack was over, but it was a tactical withdrawal, not a defeat. I'll return, Ming Zong said as the temporal gate formed behind him. You're hiding something in the flow of time, Yao Chen. Something vast. And I will find it. He stepped through the gate and was gone. Yao Chen stood in the damaged courtyard, frost melting from his armor, blood dripping from his lip, and felt the system recalibrate. Timeline integrity, 71%. The clan's defenders arrived seconds later, elders, guards, Han Feng with his flame blazing, Feng Shen with terror masked by determination. The damage was contained to the outer wall. No casualties. But the message was clear, Ming Zong would not stop. The Fate Sect had become a threat that couldn't be ignored. Yao Chen spent the rest of the night in the damaged courtyard, supervising emergency repairs and cataloging the properties of Ming Zong's temporal flame. The residue left behind was fascinating from a scientific perspective. Matter that had been aged forward showed consistent patterns of accelerated entropy, as if decades of natural decay had been compressed into seconds. If he could understand the mechanism, he might be able to develop more effective countermeasures. He collected samples, stored them in temporally shielded containers, and made detailed notes about the flame's behavior during combat. Ming Zong's fate reversal technique had been the primary threat, but the temporal flame was the foundation that made it possible. Disrupt the flame, and the technique would fail. The bone-chilling flame's effectiveness against temporal energy was encouraging. Cold, absolute, heavenly flame cold, seemed to slow temporal processes the same way it slowed molecular motion. Freezing time, in a very literal sense. If he could refine that interaction, develop it into a deliberate technique rather than an instinctive response. He filed the research away for later. There would be time. There had to be time. Chapter 60. The aftermath of Ming Zong's attack consumed 3 days of repairs, 12 hours of council meetings, and 100 private conversations that all circled the same question: what did the Fate Sect want with Yao Chen? Yao Chen provided the official explanation, that Ming Zong was a temporal cultivation extremist who believed heavenly flames disrupted the flow of time, and that the bone-chilling flame specifically had attracted his obsession. It was plausible enough to satisfy most of the council, though Yao Dan's expression during the briefing suggested the clan leader suspected a deeper truth. The defensive formations were rebuilt, strengthened, and modified. Yao Chen added temporal stabilization elements to the new array, drawing on his experience with the timeline anchor to create passive defenses that would resist future temporal attacks. On the 4th night after the attack, he sat with Feng Shen in their quarters. Her hand was warm in his. The bone-chilling flame cast its blue light across the room, and outside the window, the clan's gardens lay in peaceful darkness. He called you a temporal anomaly, Feng Shen said. Ming Zong. He said time flows incorrectly around you. He's a fanatic with a theory. Is he wrong? Silence. The flame flickered. No, Yao Chen said. He's not entirely wrong. Feng Shen waited. My premonitions, my ability to see fragments of the future, it leaves traces. Ripples in the flow of events. Ming Zong can sense those ripples. He doesn't know what's causing them, but he knows something is wrong with the way time moves in my vicinity. And he wants to stop you. He wants to stop anyone who tampers with time. It's his philosophy: the future should unfold naturally, without interference. A noble philosophy, if the natural future weren't catastrophic. Yao Chen turned to look at her. The firelight caught the amber of her eyes and turned them to molten gold. You believe me. About the catastrophe. I believe you, Yao Chen. I've believed you since Crimson Peak, when you spent 3 years preparing to save me from a death I didn't know was coming. She squeezed his hand. But belief isn't enough. I need to understand enough to help. And you need to let me. He considered the consequences, telling her everything, the transmigration, the system, Xiao Yan's future, would change their relationship fundamentally. She would look at him differently. He would become not just the man she loved but something stranger, something harder to hold. But she was asking. And she'd earned the right to ask. Not tonight, he said. But soon. I promise you, soon I'll tell you everything. She studied his face for a long moment, then nodded. I'll hold you to that. She leaned against him, and he put his arm around her shoulders, and they sat in the blue light of his heavenly flame while the bronze hourglass spun silently at the edge of his vision. Timeline integrity, 71%. The number was dangerous. Every major action from this point forward had to be weighed against the shrinking margin for error. The preparation project needed to continue, but carefully, precisely, with the surgical attention to detail that had defined his approach from the beginning. 50 legacy seals placed. 13 more allowed. Feng Shen learning the technique, doubling their production capacity. Venerable Feng building the infrastructure of Xingyun Pavilion. Han Feng growing stronger and darker and closer to the betrayal that couldn't be prevented. And somewhere in the west, a man named Ming Zong was studying the stars, analyzing the patterns of temporal distortion, and refining his approach for the next confrontation. The third arc closed with Yao Chen looking at his continental map, tracing the network of legacy seals with his finger, and thinking about a boy who didn't exist yet. Everything I build, he whispered to the map, to the future, to the child. Everything I suffer. It's all for you. The hourglass spun. The preparation continued. And the weight of knowing the future pressed down on a man who had chosen to carry it, not because he was strong enough, but because no one else could. Chapter 61. The wedding was held on the first day of spring. The Yao clan's hidden realm produced its own seasons, not chaotic approximations of the outer world's weather, but curated cycles maintained by the realm's formation arrays. Spring arrived precisely when the elder in charge of the seasonal formations decided it should, which meant that the cherry trees along the clan's central walkway bloomed on schedule, filling the air with a sweetness that was almost medicinal. The petals fell in a slow drift that never seemed to accumulate on the ground, caught by wind currents and lifted away before they could lie still, as if the realm itself preferred perpetual motion to the dignity of decay. Yao Chen stood in the wedding pavilion and thought about the original timeline. In that history, Yao Chen had stood in this same clan, under these same trees, and been alone. He had cultivated alone, advanced alone, eaten meals alone in his refinement chamber, and eventually died alone, or rather, been torn from his body alone, the betrayal finding him without anyone beside him to witness it. That solitude had been total and assumed. It had never occurred to the original Yao Chen, apparently, that things could be different. They were different. Feng Shen stood across from him in white robes with a red border embroidered in phoenixes, her dark hair braided with small white flowers that someone had placed with evident care. She looked like a woman who had made a considered decision and was entirely comfortable with it. She was not nervous. She was not trembling. She was looking at him the way she looked at a difficult pill formula, with full attention and quiet confidence that the outcome would be worth the effort. Yao Chen was 26. Do Huang rank. Tier 6 alchemist. The most promising young member of one of the 8 ancient clans, and right now none of that mattered at all. Feng Shen was 25. Do Wang rank. Tier 5 alchemist, the woman who had defied the timeline's verdict on her life and was burning brighter for it, standing across from him in cherry blossom light with an expression of patient certainty that made him feel, for the first time in this life, that the future might hold something worth arriving at. The ceremony followed Yao clan tradition, dual flame vows, where both partners merged their spiritual fires above a shared cauldron, creating a combined flame that symbolized their union. The cauldron was antique, centuries old, black iron worn smooth at the handles by generations of paired hands. Most couples produced a flickering, temporary fusion that lasted minutes. Brief and pretty, like the cherry blossoms. Yao Chen's bone-chilling flame and Feng Shen's phoenix flame produced something unprecedented. The yin-yang flame. When cold met heat above the ceremonial cauldron, the two flames didn't simply merge, they transformed. A swirling vortex of blue, white and phoenix orange, rotating around each other in a double helix that radiated both freezing cold and burning heat simultaneously. The vortex stabilized, hovering above the cauldron in perfect equilibrium, and the assembled clan fell silent. The petals stopped falling. Even the wind seemed to pause. Impossible, Elder Yao Jing whispered. Dual heavenly flame resonance. It's theoretical. No one has achieved it in practice. Yao Dan, presiding over the ceremony, stared at the yin-yang flame with an expression that mixed wonder with something like awe. It seems your union is even more significant than we anticipated. The flame persisted throughout the ceremony, a phenomenon that should have been unstable but wasn't, because the two people who created it were so fundamentally attuned to each other that their spiritual fires recognized the harmony before their conscious minds did. It was still burning, turning slowly on its axis, when the vows concluded and the ceremonial wine was poured. It was still burning when Yao Dan pronounced them wed. It was still burning when the assembled clan raised their cups. After the ceremony, alone in their quarters, the flame finally extinguished, because Feng Shen closed the gap between them and pressed her hand against his chest, and his bone-chilling flame pulled back instinctively to protect her from the cold, and hers banked to match, and the equilibrium became something warmer than fire. "We made something new," she said softly. "We tend to do that. The yin-yang flame. Do you think it has practical applications? I think it might be the most powerful refinement tool ever accidentally created." He pulled back just far enough to look at her face. "But I also think that right now, on our wedding night, practical applications can wait." She laughed, warm, genuine, full, and the sound of it filled the room the way the cherry blossoms had filled the pavilion, sweet and present and entirely itself. Venerable Feng had attended the ceremony as the only non-clan guest, standing at the back of the pavilion with windswept hair and an expression that he was clearly working to keep neutral and failing it entirely. Han Feng served as Yao Chen's formal attendant, performing the traditional duties with visible pride, pouring the ceremonial wine, presenting the exchange gifts, standing at Yao Chen's side during the vows with an expression of earnest joy that was entirely real, entirely genuine, entirely the look of a young man who loved his teacher. Yao Chen memorized every detail with deliberate care, knowing that someday this day would be a thing he had had and lost and needed to hold on to. The way the light fell through the cherry blossoms at the precise angle of late afternoon. The sound of Feng Shen's voice as she spoke the vows. The weight of her hand in his, the familiar warm cold interface of their flames. Han Feng's smile, still clean, still genuine, unclouded by the ambition that was already taking root in the young man's chest. In the original timeline, none of this existed. The original Yao Chen married no one, loved no one, and walked the path of alchemy alone until betrayal ended even that. This version was different. Profoundly, painfully, beautifully different. And the timeline would simply have to make room for it. Chapter 62. Marriage changed the mathematics of creation. Yao Chen had understood this intellectually, two people pooling resources, sharing knowledge, dividing tasks, but the reality exceeded the calculation. Working beside Feng Shen in the laboratory was not the same as working alone with a more efficient system. It was something qualitatively different. The arguments helped. The moments when she looked at his derivation and said, without softening it at all, "Your reasoning is wrong here and here," and was right both times, those helped more than the agreements. He had spent years in this body working alone, and he had not realized how much of his thinking had gone unquestioned simply because there was no one to question it. She questioned everything. It was perfect. Their joint alchemy research began the morning after the wedding. She arrived at the laboratory at the same time he did, which was before dawn, which meant they had apparently both been awake and thinking about it, and never stopped. Their combined skills produced results that neither could achieve alone. His molecular precision and her instinctive flame mastery, his theoretical framework and her practical intuition, his memory of chemistry that didn't exist yet and her deep familiarity with the cultivation world's specific energetic grammar. The yin-yang flame was the key. When they refined together, channeling their respective flames through a shared cauldron, the dual temperature environment created unique chemical conditions. Ingredients could be simultaneously heated and cooled at precise ratios, enabling reactions that were thermodynamically impossible with a single flame type. A reaction that required holding a compound at 200 degrees in one region and -50 in another simultaneously, impossible with any single alchemist, manageable with the yin-yang flame's natural equilibrium. Their first joint creation was the Phoenix Frost Pill, a Tier 5 formula that combined fire resistance and cold resistance in a single medicine. Anyone who consumed it would be protected against extreme temperatures in either direction for 12 hours. The practical applications were immense: exploration of volcanic regions, survival in frozen wastelands, resistance to fire and ice attribute combat techniques. Yao Chen quietly duplicated the entire production run for legacy seal purposes. A young man venturing into dangerous territory would need temperature protection. "This recipe couldn't exist without both of us," Feng Shen said, examining the blue and orange pill with professional satisfaction. The pill was bicolored, a cold azure on one hemisphere, a warm orange on the other, the boundary between them sharp and precise as a drawn line. The temperature cycling during the third condensation phase requires simultaneous hot and cold control at adjacent points in the cauldron. One alchemist can't do that. Which means we've created a category of alchemy that's exclusive to dual flame partnerships. A very exclusive category, given that we might be the only dual flame couple in history. Which makes our research documentation even more important. If we don't record the methodology, this category of alchemy dies with us. She looked at him with sudden sharpness. A cheerful thought for a newlywed. A practical one. You're always practical. But she picked up a brush and began documenting the recipe with the methodical thoroughness of someone who had decided, without needing to announce it, that she agreed. They developed 3 more joint recipes over the following months: a wound healing pill that used temperature contrast to accelerate tissue regeneration by creating controlled microcirculation in damaged areas, a qi purification pill that cycled energy between hot and cold states to drive impurities toward the surface like a thermal pump, and an experimental soul perception enhancer that pushed the boundaries of Tier 6 complexity, requiring both of them to maintain simultaneous focus during a 4-hour refinement that left them both exhausted and exhilarated. The research was genuinely exhilarating. For the first time since the transmigration, Yao Chen felt something beyond the weight of the preparation project, something beyond the constant calculation of timeline integrity and fixed points and downstream consequences. He felt the pure pleasure of discovery, of pushing boundaries, of making things that had never existed before, simply because they could. Feng Shen felt it too. The laboratory became a space of shared wonder, of late-night breakthroughs marked by triumphant shouts that startled the night watch guards outside, and frustrated groans when a reaction failed for the 3rd time in a row, and the intimate comfortable rhythm of 2 minds working in perfect counterpoint. She had a habit of pacing when she was thinking through a problem, tracking a regular oval around the central workbench, and he had a habit of going very still, and between them they had worked out an unspoken agreement about who needed the space when. The preparation project continued in the background. Every pill they created was duplicated for legacy seal purposes, carefully documented, carefully stored, but for these months, it receded to the background. Life was in the foreground. This specific, present, irreplaceable life, shared with a person who made him better at thinking and worse at sleeping because he kept staying up to talk. The laboratory during these months had a particular smell, the cool mineral note of the bone-chilling flames ambient output layering with the warm floral and smoke scent of Feng Shen's phoenix fire, and underneath both of them the clean sharp bite of active refinement, of compounds transitioning between states in a controlled cauldron. 2 flames in one room produced a complicated equilibrium of warmth and cold that settled into a temperature he would have struggled to describe, not comfortable in the way of a heated room, not bracing in the way of the outdoors, but something specifically itself, the temperature of a space that 2 people who were in opposition had found a way to share. At night when the lampstones dimmed, the yin-yang flames' occasional emergence above the cauldron threw doubled light, cold blue and warm orange casting 2 shadows from every object in the room, and he had developed the habit, in the quieter moments, of watching his doubled shadow shift as the flames' balance adjusted. 2 shadows. 1 source. The image was not lost on him. The most meaningful things, he had decided, were the ones that couldn't be scheduled. Chapter 63. The Pill Tower's summons arrived by priority spiritual transmission, bypassing the clan's normal communication protocols and appearing directly in Yao Chen's soul space as a sealed mandate bearing the tower's 7-tiered emblem. Yao Chen of the Yao clan is hereby invited to undergo Tier 7 Alchemist evaluation at the Pill Tower Central Examination Hall. This evaluation is conducted at the tower's discretion and is not subject to appeal or deferral. Travel within 30 days. Failure to comply constitutes formal refusal, with associated consequences for the candidate's clan. Not an invitation. A summons. The Pill Tower didn't ask, it informed. The phrasing was polite only by the standards of organizations accustomed to being obeyed. Tier 7 was a threshold that separated alchemists from masters. Below Tier 7, you were exceptional. Above Tier 7, you were legendary. The number of living Tier 7 alchemists worldwide could be counted on 2 hands, and each one occupied a continental power position, advisor to emperors, foundational pillar of major organizations, a resource so valuable that major powers negotiated for their presence rather than demanding it. In the original timeline, Yao Chen achieved Tier 7 at 28. He was 26 now, 2 years early. The acceleration was within the system's acceptable divergence range, but it was another marker of how far ahead of the original timeline he was running. Timeline Preparation System Tier 7 evaluation at age 26, plus 2 years ahead of original timeline integrity impact, minus 2%, minor, note, early Tier 7 increases continental visibility. Monitor carefully, I don't have a choice, Yao Chen told Feng Shen, showing her the mandate. The tower's evaluations are mandatory for anyone they deem qualified. Refusing would be an insult to the organization and could affect the Yao clan's relationship with them for decades. I know the protocols. She was already packing his supplies before he finished the sentence, not randomly, but with the systematic efficiency of someone who had catalogued the contents of his travel kit mentally and knew exactly what was needed for a formal institutional evaluation. Cold resistance pills went in last, on top, where they'd be easy to reach. I'm coming with you. The evaluation is for me alone. The travel isn't. And you'll need someone to stop you from overperforming again. She grinned, sharp, knowing, fond. I've gotten very good at reading when you're about to be suspiciously brilliant. The look you get right before you do something that no one your age should be able to do. You go very still and your eyes do the calculation thing. The calculation thing. You'll know it when I describe it later. Pack your good robes. They traveled to the Pill Tower's headquarters in the Central Plains, a 10-day journey through the continent's heartland, passing through cities that grew progressively older and more layered as they approached the center of cultivation civilization. The Pill Tower's complex emerged from a mountain plateau, its buildings rising in terrace tiers that literally mirrored the alchemical tier structure they represented. The foundations were stone so ancient that the geological record of the mountain had been altered by its weight. The air smelled of spiritual herbs from 1,000 different growing regions, the accumulated exhalation of centuries of refinement. Feng Shen watched the complex approach from the carriage window with the attentive expression she brought to new things she was planning to understand thoroughly. The architecture is instructional, she said. Each tier level sits on the one below it. The literal geometry communicates the point. 7 layers of mastery, each requiring the previous as its foundation. The pill tower is not subtle about its philosophy. Neither are you. She glanced at him sidelong. You're nervous. I'm calibrating. You're nervous. You're running calculations that should have resolved an hour ago. He acknowledged this, because she was right. The Tier 9 Alchemist board was the unknown variable. Everything else about the evaluation, he had prepared for. The examiners, with their ancient perception, were the element he couldn't fully anticipate. The examination halls were buried deep underground, where natural spiritual energy veins created optimal conditions for high-tier refinement. Walking down into them was like walking into the mountain's memory, the air cooler with each staircase, the stone around them older, the ambient spiritual energy concentrating to a density that pressed pleasantly against his cultivation like deep water pressure. The staircase smelled of aged cedar resin, lampstone oil, and the faint mineral bitterness of centuries-old refinement residue absorbed into the stone walls. The torches down here burned without flicker, the ambient spiritual energy was so dense that the flames drew on it instead of the wick, producing a steady, cold-tinted light that illuminated the corridor with the clinical evenness of a laboratory. Yao Chen's footsteps echoed once on the stone and then vanished, absorbed by the acoustic density of the place, swallowed rather than reflected. He registered this and catalogued it. A room where sound did not carry would make every word he said feel measured and final, without the softening effect of resonance. He adjusted accordingly. Slower pacing. Shorter sentences. Let the weight of the silence work with him rather than against it. The evaluation board consisted of 3 Tier 9 alchemists, ancient figures whose cultivation had entered realms that made Do Zun look modest, their faces carrying the particular quality of people who had watched too much history to be surprised by individual events. Their spiritual perception was so acute that simply standing in their presence felt like being read at a depth that should not have been comfortable. Yao Chen felt them examining not just his cultivation but the shape of his mind, the structure of his intentions. He walked into the examination chamber and felt profoundly exposed. And then he set his shoulders and began. Chapter 64. The Tier 7 evaluation was conducted over 3 days, each phase testing a different dimension of alchemical mastery. Day 1, Theoretical Examination. Unlike the rote memorization test that Yao Wangyi had ambushed him with years ago, this was an open-ended evaluation of genuine understanding, the kind of test that couldn't be passed by studying because the correct answers didn't exist in advance, only emerged through real comprehension in the moment. The lead examiner posed hypothetical scenarios and asked Yao Chen to analyze, predict, and propose solutions. A cultivator has absorbed 2 incompatible Do-Chi types through forced dual cultivation, the examiner said. Her voice was dry and precise as a surgical instrument. Fire and water attributes are conflicting within their meridians, causing progressive internal damage. The conflict has been ongoing for 3 years. Their body has partially adapted, creating scar tissue in the meridian walls. Design a pill that resolves the conflict without purging either attribute. Yao Chen took a moment. The problem was genuinely interesting. Most traditional approaches would simply purge one attribute, accepting the loss as the price of survival. The question as posed required something more sophisticated, not elimination, but mediation. His answer drew on both modern biochemistry and traditional alchemy theory. He proposed a dual-phase pill with 2 distinct dissolution cycles. The first phase would create a buffer zone, a new energetic state that was neither fire nor water but capable of existing adjacent to both, reducing the conflict from active opposition to uneasy coexistence. The second phase would then gradually mediate the interaction between the 2 attributes over a period of months, each dose shifting the balance slightly until the 2 attributes achieved functional coexistence rather than destructive conflict. The technique was essentially the same principle as his own bone-chilling flame integration, not forcing, but shaping. His technical specifications were precise, his ingredient proportions derived from first principles rather than precedent, his reasoning made explicit step by step. The examiners exchanged glances. Day 2, Practical Refinement Under Pressure. A Tier 6 pill refined in adverse conditions, hostile spiritual energy interference from formation arrays positioned around the cauldron, temperature fluctuations induced by external devices, ingredient batches that had been deliberately degraded in quality. The test simulated worst-case field conditions, forcing the alchemist to adapt in real time rather than follow a known procedure. Most alchemists at this level would attempt to fight the adverse conditions, maintain their technique against the interference, compensate for degraded ingredients by adding more of them. Yao Chen took a different approach. He treated the adverse conditions as data rather than obstacles, reading the interference patterns and adjusting his technique to work with them rather than against them. When the temperature fluctuated, he built the fluctuation into his timing. When the ingredients were degraded, he modified the recipe's condensation phase to extract their viable compounds more efficiently, discarding the degraded portions rather than trying to force them to contribute. His result, a Tier 6 soul recovery pill at 92% purity, produced in conditions that would have caused most alchemists to fail entirely or produce a pill barely worth consuming. The second examiner, who had been silent through the first 2 days, spoke for the first time. You modified the recipe in real time. You didn't follow the standard procedure. The standard procedure is optimized for standard conditions, Yao Chen said. These weren't standard conditions. The optimal approach was to optimize for the actual conditions rather than fight them. A pause. That's either very wise or very dangerous. Both, depending on the skill of the person doing it. Day 3, Wild Refinement. A collection of 23 random ingredients dumped on his workstation without instructions. The task, create a useful pill from whatever he could identify and combine. The test measured creativity, ingredient knowledge breadth, and improvisational technique under the evaluator's scrutiny. Yao Chen examined the ingredients, identified all 23 in under 2 minutes, mentally calculated 17 possible recipe combinations, and selected the one that maximized the available compounds interactions while producing something genuinely useful. His choice, a novel broad-spectrum energy restoration formula that used 14 of the 23 ingredients in a configuration derived from first principles, not precedent. The result was a Tier 5 pill with properties no existing recipe could match. The examiners examined it for 15 minutes in collective silence, passing it between them, testing it with their spiritual perception from multiple angles. The candidate passes, the lead examiner said. With distinction. Yao Chen was now a Tier 7 alchemist. The youngest in recorded history by a margin of 7 years. He held the certification in his hands in the tower's formal receiving hall, the paper still warm from the seal, and felt the weight of what the achievement would cost him in visibility. The receiving hall was above ground, and the light returned here, natural daylight through tall windows cut into the tower's stone, warm and directional after 3 days underground. His eyes needed a moment to adjust. He stood in that moment and let himself feel it, not pride, not relief, but something quieter and more complicated. The certification jade in his hands was the weight of a small stone. The weight that came with it was the weight of a mountain range. He had spent years calibrating his performance, managing his visibility, holding back. For 3 days underground, before examiners whose spiritual perception operated at a depth that saw through most forms of concealment, he had been, for the first time, entirely himself. They had read him, they had known what they were looking at. And they had certified it anyway. There was something that felt like being seen, and something that felt like a door that had now been irreversibly opened. He folded the certification and put it in his inner robe, against his sternum, which was where the bone-chilling flame lived. The cold of the flame and the warmth of the paper occupied the same space for a moment. Then he went to find Feng Shen. Feng Shen, waiting in the tower's guest quarters, read his expression when he walked in and said, without congratulations, how bad is it going to be? Continental news. Within weeks. She closed her eyes briefly. I'll start drafting the reclusion strategy. Chapter 65. The ancient Tier 9 alchemist found him the next morning. The old man was sitting on a stone bench in the examination complex's garden, a sparse, deliberate garden where herbs grew and contained beds and the paths between them were raked stone, the aesthetic of a mind that had found order more interesting than abundance. He was so still that Yao Chen had almost walked past him before noticing the faint spiritual pressure emanating from his direction, a presence so vast and settled that it registered as environment rather than person. His robes were undyed cotton, no emblems, no badges of rank. His face was a geographic record of centuries, not aged so much as accumulated, layer after layer of time settled into creases and depth. His eyes, when he opened them, held the calm of someone who had watched civilizations rise and collapse and found them all equally temporary, equally interesting, equally insufficient as final answers to any important question. Sit, the old man said. Yao Chen sat. The bench's stone was sun-warmed through the morning, a mild, clean heat against his thighs. The spiritual pressure rolling off the old man was immense, not hostile, but so vast that simply being near it expanded Yao Chen's perception uncomfortably, as though his mind was being stretched to accommodate a larger reality. The herb beds around them smelled of rich loam and something medicinal that he couldn't immediately identify, a faintly resinous note beneath the ordinary garden smells. A bee moved between the beds with the deliberate unhurriedness of a creature that had no reason to rush. Your soul flame burns strangely, the old man said. His voice was both rough and precise, sandpaper applied with surgical care. As if it remembers fires it hasn't yet kindled. Yao Chen's heart rate spiked. He kept his face neutral. The bronze hourglass vibrated with alert in his peripheral vision. I don't understand, he said carefully. You do. But you're wise not to explain. The old man smiled, a small, ancient expression that suggested he found this particular form of caution both predictable and mildly charming. I am not your enemy. I have no interest in your secrets. At my age, other people's mysteries are merely interesting rather than threatening. He paused. I am also significantly past the point of being shocked by anything, which is its own kind of freedom. Then why speak to me? Because you are the first alchemist in 200 years who treats the craft as a science rather than an art. That makes you either the future of alchemy or its greatest danger, and possibly both. He paused again. Also, your bone-chilling flame integration is the cleanest I've ever observed. The flame is restructuring your meridians at the molecular level without creating resistance trauma. Whoever taught you the integration process was either a genius or didn't exist. The comment was precisely, dangerously accurate. Nobody had taught him. His modern scientific understanding of temperature, phase transitions, and thermal equilibrium had guided the absorption process, but that framework wasn't something he could attribute to any teacher in this world. I taught myself, Yao Chen said. Yes. That's what concerns me. The old man studied him for a moment, not unkindly, with the evaluative attention of someone who has spent centuries reading people and has arrived at the conclusion that most of what he reads confirms what he already suspected. His gaze moved from Yao Chen's eyes to his hands and back, a practitioner's assessment of the physical evidence. His nostrils flared once, slightly, scenting the bone-chilling flame's ambient cold, reading it the way a winemaker reads a vintage. The integration is clean because you understood it mechanically, not intuitively. Which means you understood mechanisms that this world's alchemy does not formally describe. Which means you have a framework for understanding reality that was not acquired here. He left the implication precisely where it landed and did not press it further. He stood, his joints making sounds like old wood settling in a storm. Go well, Tier 7. The summit you're climbing is taller than you presently appreciate. And the view from the top shows you everything. He paused, looking at something Yao Chen couldn't see, past the garden, past the mountain, past the present moment entirely. Including the things you wish you'd never learned. He walked away without waiting for a response. His footsteps on the raked stone path were almost inaudible. The garden felt smaller without him, the way a room feels smaller after a large window is closed. Yao Chen sat on the stone bench, feeling the weight of the old man's perception like a handprint on his soul. The Tier 9 alchemist had seen something in him, not the full truth, not the transmigration or the system or Xiao Yan, but the fact of an anomaly. A soul that burned wrong. A man who knew things he shouldn't, in ways that left traces for those with eyes old enough to read them. Another observer. Another pair of ancient eyes watching the temporal aberration walk through a world that didn't quite fit him. The question was how many more would notice before the timeline's margin ran out. He sat for another minute after the old man disappeared from view, hands flat on his thighs, watching the bee work its way through the herb beds with the same impeccable patience as before. Then he stood, thanked the garden for its quietness, and went back to find Feng Shen. Chapter 66. The consequences of Tier 7 arrived like a wave that had been building for miles offshore, predictable in principle, overwhelming in execution. Yao Chen the Genius. The title spread across the continent within weeks. Spirit News Crystals carried the story, the youngest Tier 7 alchemist in history, from the Yao clan, wielder of the bone-chilling flame, who had completed the tower's evaluation in 3 days with distinction ratings across all phases. His face was sketched and distributed, a reasonably accurate rendering of his current features that appeared in tea houses from the Central Plains to the Jiama Empire. His name was discussed in sect halls, palace courtyards, auction houses, training grounds. Timeline preparation system timeline integrity, 68%, minus 3% from visibility increase. Alert, continental fame exceeds original timeline by approximately 8 years. Han clan monitoring level elevated, significant priority Hall of Souls designation updated. Yao Chen flagged as high-value soul target estimated time to Hall of Souls direct action, 6 to 12 years high-value soul target. He had known this was coming. The Hall of Souls collected exceptional spirits, the spiritual energy of cultivators who had reached remarkable levels, harvested and stored for purposes that served the Han clan's centuries-long project. His soul, enhanced by Tier 7 alchemy and the bone-chilling flame and years of system-assisted cultivation and the yin-yang flame resonance with Feng Shen, was precisely the kind of exceptional spirit the Hall pursued. In the original timeline, this classification happened when Yao Chen was in his 30s. He had jumped the queue by 8 years, and the queue was not forgiving of impatience. He sat with the system's update for longer than he needed to. 6 to 12 years was the estimated range for the Hall's direct action, a range whose width reflected the Hall's adaptability and unpredictability as an organization. It might be 6 years if something accelerated their timeline, a change in their internal politics, a shift in Hun Tiandi's resurrection requirements, a decision by Protector Yin to move sooner rather than later. 12 years if they were cautious, methodical, waiting for the optimal moment when his guard was down or his allies were weakened. He had no reliable way to narrow the range from this position. What he had was time, however much of it remained, and the preparation that time could produce. He opened his work journal and made an entry, direct action, 6 to 12 years. Accelerate key preparations. Priority seals, Xiao clan territory, Black Corner region, Misty Cloud approaches. Then he closed the journal, set it aside with the neat finality of someone archiving a completed calculation, and picked up Feng Shen's stack of news reports to help her sort them by threat level rather than geographic origin. You're famous, Feng Shen said, watching him refuse the 12th invitation of the week with practiced courtesy, this one from a Dozun rank elder of a powerful sect requesting a private consultation. She had a stack of the Spirit Crystal news reports on the table beside her, organized by geographic origin, because if you were going to manage a problem, you needed to understand its shape. Inconveniently, unavoidably famous. I didn't plan the scale of this. You made yourself the youngest Tier 7 in history. What exactly did you expect? I expected a lower profile than this. The continent is large. Fame dissipates with distance. Not when the Pill Tower sends formal announcements to every major sect and clan. They have a tradition of publicizing unprecedented achievements. Apparently it's good for recruitment. She set down the reports. Yao Chen. You need to go quiet. Really quiet. Laboratory work, clan duties, nothing public. And I mean nothing, no conference appearances, no external consultations, no published research. For how long? He calculated. The original timeline had Yao Chen achieving Tier 7 at 28 and gaining continental fame around 30, 2 years after. He was 26 and already at the fame threshold. He needed to let the timeline's expectation catch up to his reality, spend years in deliberate obscurity while his age aligned with the expected trajectory. The challenge was that obscurity, maintained aggressively enough, would itself attract attention as an oddity. The damage control campaign he launched was immediate and systematic. Every invitation declined. He developed a standard response that cited health concerns related to the bone-chilling flame's ongoing integration, which was plausible and untestable and had the advantage of making curiosity about him seem slightly ghoulish. He cultivated a reputation for eccentricity and reclusiveness, the brilliant hermit who preferred his laboratory to society, who found social engagement disruptive to his refinement focus. Feng Shen, whose organizational brilliance had been fully engaged by the preparation project, took over the external communications entirely, managing correspondence with a precision that kept inquiries politely deflected without creating insult. The cover worked, mostly. The flow of attention slowed from a torrent to a trickle over 6 months. But the dam had been breached, and what had been released would not be called back. There was no going back to anonymity. The only direction available was forward, more careful, more deliberate, more aware of the attention following his movements. 2 years, he told her. Maybe 3. We go quiet. Then we go quiet. She touched his arm. Together. Chapter 67. The quiet period was productive rather than idle. Yao Chen channeled his enforced obscurity into the most dangerous phase of the preparation project, the Black Corner region infiltration. The Black Corner region was the continent's managed chaos, a vast expanse between major empires where no single government held authority, where power was the only legitimate currency, and where anything could be bought, sold, or taken by someone strong enough and ruthless enough to do the taking. In the BTTH timeline, it would be where Han Feng built his power base after the betrayal. It would be where the Black Alliance formed, where criminal alchemists produced prohibited substances without regulation, where cultivation secrets stolen from legitimate organizations found their second market. And it would be where Xiao Yan faced some of his most dangerous and formative early challenges. Which meant Yao Chen needed to be there before any of that happened. He traveled in disguise, a weathered brown cloak replacing his Yao clan robes, his bone-chilling flame suppressed to undetectable levels through a sealing technique he'd spent 3 months developing. His cultivation aura was masked, presenting him to any spiritually sensitive observer as a wandering Tier 4 alchemist looking for work, competent enough to be employable but not notable enough to be remarkable. He had done the practice for this by spending a week walking through the Yao clan's markets with the suppression active and noting when people's eyes slid over him without registering versus when they caught on something that suggested he was more than he appeared. The Black Corner region delivered its reputation immediately. The border towns were functional rather than maintained, every surface worn down to the minimum necessary for use. The smell of cheap spirit wine and cheaper cultivation supplements was constant, undercut at intervals by the metallic tang of old blood on stone. People moved here with the particular economy of motion that comes from environments where unnecessary movement signals either weakness or provocation. Yao Chen moved through it carefully, efficiently, exactly as his cover character would, head slightly down, path unhesitating, eyes alert but not challenging. First stop, the Nassan auction house in the region's largest settlement. Currently a mid-sized establishment run by a family of shrewd generational merchants, the business occupied a solid stone building at the center of the settlement's trading district. In the original timeline, it would become a major hub for black market cultivation resources, and Xiao Yan would attend its auctions multiple times. Yao Chen browsed as a customer, examining displayed merchandise, memorizing the building's layout and the location of its storage alcoves. Near the back entrance, in a narrow alcove behind a decorative wall panel that showed slight evidence of prior access, he placed a legacy seal, a Tier 5 combat pill preserved in a spatial fold, keyed to Xiao Yan's predictive soul signature. Second stop, the Academy. Not a legitimate institution, more a training camp where aspiring alchemists paid rough fees for instruction from teachers of variable ethics and genuine skill. In the original timeline, Han Feng would eventually teach here after the betrayal, using techniques acquired from Yao Chen to build a new reputation on stolen foundations. Xiao Yan would enroll undercover to infiltrate Han Feng's organization. Yao Chen placed 3 legacy seals in the academy, 1 in the primary practice room, 1 in the ingredient storeroom behind a loose tile, 1 in a hidden passage connecting the academy to the underground tunnel network that ran beneath the settlement. Each contained supplies tailored to a young alchemist operating behind enemy lines without organizational support. Third stop, the future headquarters of the Black Alliance, currently an abandoned fortress on the region's eastern border, its stone walls streaked with decades of weather, its inner halls occupied by winds and the occasional opportunistic monster. In the original timeline, it would become the seat of power for a criminal confederation. Yao Chen explored the ruins methodically, treating the crumbling architecture as a map of future events, and planted seals in the locations he remembered from the narrative: the Great Hall where Alliance leaders met, the dungeon where prisoners were held, the escape tunnel that would eventually allow Xiao Yan to retreat under fire. Each seal was a message from the present to the future. I was here. I prepared this for you. You are not alone. Chapter 68. The Black Corner region was also where Yao Chen encountered the machinery of the world's cruelty operating without apology. In a border town called Iron Gate, he witnessed a slave auction in the main square. Not a metaphorical auction. Not a transaction euphemized as service contract trading. An auction where people were bought and sold in chains, their spiritual power dampened by suppression formations worn at their wrists like jewelry that didn't come off. The auctioneer called out cultivation levels and physical attributes with the same inflection he would have used for livestock. The buyers made their evaluations with the same detached arithmetic. Some of the people being sold were criminals, or so the auctioneer claimed. Some were debtors. Some were simply people who had been in the wrong place at the wrong moment in a region where wrong moments had no witnesses and no advocates. Yao Chen stood at the edge of the crowd and felt the familiar cold split, the bone-chilling flame responding to his controlled emotion with a slight drop in ambient temperature around him. Every moral instinct he had, from both his modern ethics and the original Yao Chen's fundamental decency, was screaming at him to intervene. He was a Do Huang rank cultivator with a heavenly flame. His combat alchemy alone could have disrupted this auction before the first bidding round concluded. He had more than enough capability. But acting would blow his cover, reveal his presence in a region where his famous face had no legitimate business being. It would compromise the legacy seals he'd spent days placing, the kind of seals that required him to remain anonymous, because a famous alchemist's conspicuous presence in the Black Corner region would trigger surveillance that could expose the seals before they ever activated. And more than that, it would create a timeline deviation. The original Yao Chen had not visited the Black Corner region at this age. A dramatic public intervention would ripple forward in unpredictable ways, some people freed today, but perhaps Xiao Yan's path to building his reputation in the region disrupted, or the alliance's formation delayed in ways that prevented him from confronting it at the right stage of his development. The calculation was hateful. He ran it anyway, because he had chosen to operate within it, and refusing to run it would not make it stop being true. He walked past the auction. He kept his head down. He did not look at the faces of the people being sold. And he carried the weight of that choice with him for the rest of the day and every day after. That night, in a rented room above a tavern where the floor had been repaired twice and would need to be repaired again, he placed a legacy seal in the building's foundations. The seal contained a Tier 5 pill that suppressed the spiritual chains commonly used in this region's slave trade, not enough to break them outright, but enough to weaken their suppression effect and give the wearer a window of enhanced capability. If any future slave in this town found the seal's activation point, they would have something to work with. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. The preparation project was built on small gifts hidden in stone, not grand interventions that changed the world's face. And the weight of all the suffering he encountered that he couldn't prevent, not because he lacked the power, but because preventing it might unravel the outcome he was building toward, was a burden that grew heavier with every mile. He counted the seals as he traveled home. Over 70 now, distributed across the continent in a pattern that mirrored Xiao Yan's future journey like a shadow cast backward in time. 70 small promises. 70 acts of faith in a future he'd read rather than lived. Timeline Preparation System Legacy Seals active, 73 Timeline Integrity, 67%, Stable, 67%. Still above the crisis threshold. But the margin that remained was not a comfort, it was a countdown. He returned to the Yao clan and embraced Feng Shen with the desperate relief of a man who had spent weeks in hell and found the one place he belonged waiting unchanged on the other side. Chapter 69. The confrontation with Feng Shen happened 3 days after his return. She had not pushed while he was gone. She had managed the clan responsibilities with her characteristic efficiency, overseen Lin Mei's healing research, and handled 2 inquiries from external parties with polite deflection. She had not interrogated the expedition scouts who'd returned ahead of him about his movements. She had given him the professional trust of someone who understood that some work required privacy. But 3 days was the limit of her patience for pretending not to notice things. Your spatial ring is empty of herbs, she said, standing in the doorway of their laboratory with her arms folded and her expression carrying the specific quality of someone who has done their research before the conversation. You left with a full travel kit and you returned with nothing except exhaustion and the look I've seen before. The look you get when you've been doing something you don't want to explain. I was conducting research. Research that produces no materials, no notes, no documentation, no samples. Research that requires 6 weeks of travel to regions you refuse to specify, with a cover story, herb gathering in the central regions, that you've used before and is insufficiently detailed to survive scrutiny. She stepped into the laboratory and closed the door behind her. Yao Chen. I am not an idiot. And I am not blind. You disappear regularly, you return exhausted each time, and with every trip you come back looking a little more haunted, as if you're accumulating something you can't put down. Feng Shen, I am your wife. Her voice was level and precise. Not angry, something colder and more specific than anger. Not your student, not your colleague, not your audience. Your wife. That means I have the right to know when you are putting yourself in danger, even if I don't have the right to know every detail of why. The shape of the risk is mine to know. The full explanation is not required. The distinction was precise and devastating. She was not demanding his secrets. She was demanding his trust. He had run out of rational reasons to withhold it. He had been withholding it on the grounds that she didn't need to carry the weight, but she was already carrying it. She was carrying the weight of not knowing, which was its own kind of burden. I was in the Black Corner region, he said. I was placing preparations. Resources hidden in specific locations where they will be needed, decades from now, by someone who doesn't yet exist. A pause. The laboratory's formation arrays hummed at their low steady frequency. The lampstone on the workbench threw clean pale light across the surface between them. The work surface they had shared for years now, its wooden top scarred with old refinement residue and ink stains and the circular mark left by a cauldron set down too hot one evening when they had both been too tired to use the proper stand. Small accumulated evidence of a shared life. He was looking at it rather than at her, and he noticed, peripherally, that she was doing the same, both of them looking at the table between them rather than at each other, the way people sometimes look at a neutral object when the conversation is too much to look at directly. Someone who doesn't exist yet, she repeated. Someone I have foreknowledge of. Someone whose importance to the future of the continent is. He stopped. Looked for a word that was accurate without being so enormous it became unbelievable. Decisive. This person's existence and survival and development is critical in ways that I can't fully explain yet. She studied him the way she studied an unusual pill formula, analytically, without hostility, building a model. And your premonitions. The foreknowledge. This is the source? Yes. And you have been doing this since before I knew you? Yes. Another silence. Long enough that Yao Chen waded through it rather than filling it. That's either the most selfless thing I've ever heard, Feng Shen said, or the most insane. Possibly both. Both is accurate. She crossed the laboratory, took his face in both hands, and looked at him from a distance of inches with those amber eyes that had never yet looked at him with anything less than the full force of her intelligence. I'm angry, she said. Because you didn't trust me. I'm frightened, because whatever this is, the shape of it is larger than you've let me see. And I love you, and that love is currently losing a wrestling match with the first two things, but it hasn't lost yet. She held his gaze. If you keep doing this without me, one of the first two will win. I can't help you carry something I can't see. He pulled her close. The words that came out were both promise and plea and the most important tactical decision he had ever made. Then don't let me do it without you. It was a turning point. From that moment, Feng Shen became his partner in the preparation project, not fully informed of every detail, not yet, but fully involved in the operation. She knew the shape of what he was building, if not every dimension, and her organizational brilliance, freed from the constraint of partial ignorance, transformed the project from a one-man operation into something more capable, more sustainable, and considerably less lonely. The relationship emerged from that conversation stronger than it had entered it. Which was, Yao Chen supposed, the particular mathematics of choosing trust over safety. Chapter 70. Han Feng's 21st birthday marked a milestone that settled into Yao Chen's chest like a stone dropped into still water. Tier 5 Alchemist. The young man, no longer a boy, hadn't been a boy for years, completed his advancement refinement in the formal hall with 9 elders in attendance. His pill was a flame heart crystal, a fire attribute specialty formula that showcased his deep affinity for heat-based alchemy with unambiguous confidence. The pill dropped from the cauldron with clean form, and Han Feng caught it without looking, the practiced ease of someone who had done this refinement in his head hundreds of times before attempting it in the hall. 91% purity. 3 clear pill lines. No hesitation in the condensation phase. The elders applauded. The clan celebrated. Another remarkable young talent reaching formal mastery. Yao Chen applauded along with everyone else and noticed what no one else in the room could see. During the condensation sequence, Han Feng had used a flame compression technique that was not in the Yao clan's curriculum. It was subtle, a fractional increase in flame density during the second phase, barely visible as a slight shimmer in his cauldron's output, but its origin was unmistakable to someone who understood what it was. This was not a standard refinement optimization. This was a heavenly flame absorption preparatory technique, a method for conditioning one's Do-Chi pathways to accept external fire with different fundamental properties than one's own native flame. Han Feng was not refining pills. He was preparing his body to absorb a heavenly flame. He stood very still in the applause and let none of what he was thinking cross his face. He had learned to do this over years, to keep the internal and external moving at different speeds, the face presenting the appropriate response while the mind worked the problem behind it. The problem, run quickly. Han Feng was 21. His meridian preparation technique was sophisticated, likely derived from restricted access texts given how clean the execution was. At the rate Han Feng was progressing, he would be physically ready for heavenly flame absorption in 3 to 4 years. The actual pursuit would depend on opportunity, a flame coming available, or Han Feng manufacturing an opportunity himself. The manufacture of opportunity was exactly the kind of thing Han Feng was capable of. None of which Yao Chen could address without revealing that he'd noticed, and revealing that he'd noticed would reveal the depth at which he'd been observing his disciple, and that revelation would change the relationship in ways that were irreversible. He applauded. He smiled. He congratulated Han Feng personally when the young man came down from the hall's dais, and the pride in his words was entirely real because it was entirely complicated, and Han Feng was too pleased with himself to hear the complication. After the celebration, Yao Chen visited the clan library's restricted section. He had full access now, as a Tier 7 alchemist, and confirmed his suspicion in the physical evidence of recent access. The scrolls on flame absorption theory were slightly out of their ordered positions. The dust patterns on the restricted shelf had been disturbed and then smoothed, but not smoothed well enough to be invisible to someone looking for signs of disturbance. The access logs were clean. Han Feng had been careful, had probably waited until the night watch rotation created a gap, but the evidence was there for someone who knew what question to ask. Timeline preparation system. Han Feng's trajectory, accelerating ahead of schedule. Independent heavenly flame research, active, confirmed, estimated timeline to active pursuit of heavenly flame, 4 to 6 years. Estimated timeline to betrayal event, 12 to 15 years. Warning, mentors demonstrated excellence is amplifying disciples' competitive drive. 12 to 15 years. The clock was always ticking. He had known this from the beginning, had accepted it as the fixed point that it was. Knowing did not make the count easier. He could not confront Han Feng without revealing his foreknowledge. He could not restrict library access without creating a politically visible action that would need explanation. He could not remove the scrolls without creating conspicuous gaps. He could not discourage the study of flame absorption techniques without offering a reason, and every reason he could offer would either be insufficient or would tell Han Feng things he wasn't ready to hear. All he could do was watch. And continue to teach. And keep the quality of that teaching exactly what it had always been, the best he could offer, without reservation, regardless of the future they were both walking toward. He left the library, stopped at the door for a moment, and made the choice he had always known he would have to make, to keep teaching Han Feng exactly as well as he always had. Because the boy deserved his best, and because Yao Chen was not going to become a worse teacher on the basis of a future that hadn't happened yet. He had made this choice before, had reaffirmed it every time the timeline's knowledge made it feel like false generosity. He reaffirmed it again now. Teaching is a commitment, not a transaction. It doesn't become conditional because the student's future disappoints the teacher's hopes. The cost of that choice was felt every day. And every day he paid it without resentment, because that was what it meant to be the teacher the original Yao Chen had never been. Chapter 71. Yao Chen expanded his circle of disciples. 2 new students joined his tutelage, bringing the total to 3, the same number the original Yao Chen had trained, maintaining that dimension of the timeline's shape without the original's emotional distance. Lin Mei was 17 when she joined. Bright-eyed, cheerful without being trivial, with a natural talent for healing attribute alchemy that showed itself in the way she worked, careful and generous, measuring ingredients with the precision of someone who understood that inaccuracy in healing formulas was not just a quality failure but a potential harm. Her personality was the structural opposite of Han Feng's intensity. She approached pill refinement with joy rather than hunger, treating each successful recipe as a moment worth celebrating rather than a benchmark to exceed. She had grown up in a family of traveling physicians, which meant she had seen medicine work in real terms, not theory, but recovery, people getting better who had been getting worse. She specialized in wound healing and meridian recovery formulas, and her work was consistently excellent without being brilliant, which was its own kind of value. Zhou Kun was 16 when he joined, serious to the point of severity in a way that Yao Chen recognized as a particular form of shyness, the kind that presence is closed off because openness has felt dangerous. He had an affinity for poison attribute alchemy that would have been alarming in a less disciplined student. His understanding of toxic compounds was almost physical, instinctive in the way that musical pitch recognition was instinctive. He could identify the spiritual energy signature of a toxin by exposure the way a trained ear identifies a note. He specialized in antidotes and purification compounds, and he was meticulous in a way that made perfectionism look casual by comparison. Together with Han Feng, they formed a balanced trio: fire and power, healing and restoration, analysis and purification. 3 approaches to the craft, 3 different relationships to what alchemy was for. Yao Chen trained all 3 with genuine care and equal quality. He had made a private resolution about this, years ago, that he returned to whenever the preparation project's complexity made him feel like distributing his attention strategically was acceptable. The disciples deserved his best teaching regardless of what he knew about their futures. Lin Mei and Zhou Kun deserved it because they were his students. Han Feng deserved it because he was his student too, and because the fact that he would someday cause an irreparable harm did not nullify the years of honest work that came before. During one shared lesson on foundational theory, Lin Mei asked, "Master, why did you become an alchemist? What was the original reason, when you were starting?" Han Feng's answer would have been about capability and recognition. Zhou Kun's would have been about understanding, mastery of a system. Yao Chen's answer surprised him with its clarity when it arrived. Because pills save people, he said. Every recipe I master, every technique I develop, it's medicine. Not just for bodies. For the world. The Do-Chi continent has an enormous amount of suffering, and alchemy is one of the most effective tools available to reduce it. That has always been the point. Lin Mei beamed in the particular way that meant someone had confirmed something they already believed. Zhou Kun nodded with the focused attention of someone updating a model. Han Feng's expression was unreadable in the specific way that meant he was working through something. That night, Yao Chen found a folded note tucked under the laboratory door in Han Feng's careful handwriting. Your idealism is why people admire you. I want to be admired too, Master. I just don't know if idealism is enough for someone like me. The note opened something in Yao Chen's chest that he didn't have adequate language for. The honesty of it. Han Feng knew that his motivations were different from his teachers. He was asking, in the oblique language of a young man who had learned that direct questions about one's own worth were dangerous, whether that difference made him lesser. The answer Yao Chen wanted to write, you are not lesser. Different is not the same as diminished. But the answer he could see clearly from where he stood was that Han Feng's hunger would not be satisfied by alchemy or fame or any external achievement, because those things were not what the hunger was actually for. The void carved in him by poverty and abandonment and a childhood spent being nobody was too specific to be filled by becoming somebody. Only love could have filled it. And Han Feng had learned, too young, that love was unreliable, that it came with conditions, that it disappeared. Yao Chen wrote back, idealism is not the only path. The question is not whether your motivation is the same as mine. The question is whether you can trust the path even when the motivation wavers. He slid the note back under Han Feng's door. He didn't know if it was enough. He suspected it wasn't. But it was all he had to offer. Chapter 72. The Fate Sect's second attack was more sophisticated than the first, which was, Yao Chen thought, the inevitable evolution of a sophisticated enemy. Ming Zong had tested his defenses in the initial assault and was now deploying something calibrated to the gaps he'd found. Instead of direct infiltration, Ming Zong deployed temporal anomalies. They were creatures that existed in fractured time, entities that had been caught in temporal loops or exposed to such concentrated temporal energy that their connection to sequential reality had broken. They appeared as shimmering distortions in the air, vaguely humanoid but blurred, their outlines uncertain because they existed at multiple adjacent moments simultaneously. They were not alive in the biological sense. They did not think. But they fought with a territorial ferocity that was more dangerous than intelligence, because it was not afraid. The first wave hit the Yao clan's outer perimeter at midnight. 3 anomalies materialized inside the defensive formations, bypassing them entirely. The formations were designed to resist spatial intrusion, crossing through walls and barriers by force. The anomalies didn't cross through. They simply existed in moments that predated the formation's activation, slipping through the causal timeline of the defense rather than the physical barrier. Yao Chen detected them through the system's temporal sensitivity and engaged in the outer courtyard alone, not wanting to expose the clan's guards to something their combat training hadn't prepared them for. He used his timeline anchor to stabilize the local space-time, forcing the anomalies into a fixed temporal position where they were present, solid, and hittable rather than smeared across multiple moments. The fight had no clean sounds. Normal combat rang with impact and Do-Chi discharge. This was different. Temporal anomalies colliding with the anchor's stabilization field produced a low, sustained vibration that he felt in his back teeth before he felt it as sound, a resonance that was less noise than wrongness, the sensation of a world momentarily uncertain about its own sequence. The courtyard stones cracked in lines that radiated from each point of combat, the stone fracturing along the joints between blocks as the localized spacetime differential stressed the material. The crack smelled of nothing. The cold of his bone-chilling flame, released at full output, produced condensation that frosted immediately on every nearby surface, his own exhaled breath, the courtyard tiles, the edges of the anomalies themselves, which accumulated a rime of ice crystals at the points where the cold penetrated their temporal diffusion and forced them into physical coherence. The bone-chilling flame was the key weapon. The absolute cold suppressed temporal energy the same way it suppressed molecular motion, by reducing the energy available for the process. Anomalies slowed, solidified, became vulnerable. But each engagement cost him significant Do-Chi and, worse, timeline integrity. Timeline preparation system temporal anomaly defeated. Timeline integrity -1.5% temporal anomaly defeated. Timeline integrity minus 1.2%. Temporal anomaly defeated. Timeline integrity minus 1.8%. 3 anomalies in the first wave, 4.5%. More followed over the next week. 2 additional waves, each targeting different sections of the compound, each requiring him to engage and defeat and pay the toll. By the end of the week, the cumulative cost was devastating. Timeline integrity, 62%. 38% of his margin was gone. Below 60, the system began generating more urgent alerts. Below 50, certain key events would begin to unravel. Below 30, catastrophic divergence became probable. He's wearing you down, Feng Shen said. She had witnessed the attacks from the clan's inner compound, close enough to observe without being in the engagement zone. She could not fight temporal anomalies, they were immune to standard combat techniques, and her Phoenix Flame, while powerful, was not cold enough to suppress temporal energy. But she could see clearly what each engagement cost him. Each time, you come back with less in your eyes. He's testing thresholds. Running an attrition analysis, looking for the point where my defenses fail. Can he find it? At the current rate, yes. The anomalies are cheap for him to deploy and expensive for me to defeat. He can sustain this indefinitely, I can't. Then we don't play the game as he's defined it. She folded her arms, and her expression had the focused clarity she brought to experimental refinement when the standard approach wasn't working. We end the confrontation. Not defend against his attacks, find where he is and force a resolution. She was right. The mathematics of passive defense made it a losing position. He needed to close the distance and change the terms. It'll require going to him. On his ground. Then we prepare properly for his ground. She met his eyes. We. The word landed with its full weight. They began planning. Chapter 73. The alliance with Venerable Feng provided the operational capability that Yao Chen lacked for a direct engagement with the Fate Sect. Feng, who had been building his wind cultivator network for years now, the early infrastructure of what would eventually become Xingyun Pavilion, had developed resources that complemented Yao Chen's combat alchemy in ways that closed his tactical gaps. Scouts who moved undetected. Intelligence contacts across 3 empires. A growing roster of skilled fighters who owed loyalty to the pavilion's founding philosophy of protecting cultivators who lacked organizational backing. And Feng's own wind cultivation, which was exceptional, his speed and spatial awareness made him an ideal navigator through uncertain terrain. The Fate Sect, Feng said, examining the intelligence package Yao Chen had assembled. He read quickly and thoroughly, the way a strategist reads, extracting what was actionable. I've encountered their agents before. Temporal diviners, selling predictions to wealthy clients at major crossroads. I didn't know they had a militant wing. They didn't have one until recently. Ming Zong has escalated specifically because of my activities. He believes I'm disrupting the causal flow in ways that threaten timeline stability. Are you? The question was neutral and direct. Venerable Feng had the particular quality of someone who could ask uncomfortable questions without accusation, asking purely to understand, because understanding was more useful than comfort. I'm preparing for something, Yao Chen said. Something that requires managing cause and effect carefully. Ming Zong's organization opposes any temporal management regardless of intent or outcome. Their philosophy is that the future should unfold without deliberate interference from any party. A pure flow argument. Yes. They would apply it even to someone who was preventing a catastrophe, if the prevention method involved causal management. Feng nodded slowly, processing. Then we need to neutralize him operationally, not convince him philosophically. Where does the Fate Sect operate from? A naturally occurring space-time anomaly in the Western Highlands. A place called the Temporal Valley. They planned the expedition over 3 days. Feng contributed his wind cultivator scouts, who mapped the valley's external approaches and identified the most defensible lines of entry. Yao Chen prepared a full combat alchemy arsenal, temporal anchor formation arrays that could be deployed in the field, flash freeze bombs enhanced with temporal suppression compounds, emergency retreat mechanisms. The Temporal Valley was a wound in reality's fabric. Reaching it required 2 weeks of travel through western highland terrain that grew progressively stranger as they approached. The sky above the valley changed color in cycles that had nothing to do with the sun's position, cycling through deep blue, amber, gray, and a particular greenish-white that Yao Chen recognized as the color of temporal energy concentrated enough to be visible. Rivers in the surrounding hills showed irregular flow patterns. Animals in the area moved with slight but consistent lag, as if seeing the moment a half-second before it arrived. The valley floor was a landscape of temporal impossibilities. Yao Chen walked through it with his timeline anchor deployed at maximum radius, creating a corridor of stable spacetime that his party could move through without their biology or equipment being affected by the ambient distortions. Trees around them grew through multiple seasonal cycles as they walked past. Rock formations eroded and repaired themselves. A bird flew past, moving forward and backward simultaneously, existing in several moments at once. This is profoundly unsettling, Feng said, watching a section of river flow in both directions from the same point. Time moves differently here. The ambient temporal energy is so concentrated that it destabilizes the flow of sequential causality. Everything in this valley is partially unmoored from linear time. Yao Chen kept the anchor steady, feeding it Do-Chi steadily. Ming Zong's sect has lived here for generations. Long enough that temporal energy has become native to their cultivation. And you can navigate this because of your anchor technique. My anchor, and the system's temporal sensitivity, which is detecting the distortions before we enter them. We're following the stable corridor between the high-density zones. Ming Zong's compound waited at the valley's heart, where formation arrays large enough to be visible from a distance maintained a near-normal temporal environment around the sect's buildings. The structures were simple and old, built from valley stone that had been aged by exposure to concentrated temporal energy until it was harder than steel. The courtyard where Ming Zong stood waiting for them was paved with temporal resonance stone that amplified all techniques used within its bounds. He had known they were coming. Of course he had. Chapter 74. The valley's effect on Yao Chen's system was unexpected and significant. As they moved deeper, past the natural temporal anomaly zones, into the concentrated temporal energy field that surrounded the Fate Sex compound, the system responded to the environment with a cascade of new data. Temporal environment detected effect, ambient temporal energy interfacing with system operations, new capability unlocked, timeline anchor, enhanced, enhancement, stabilization radius increased from 30 feet to 100 feet enhancement, duration extended, anchor can now hold indefinitely at current Do-Chi level new function, ambient temporal energy can be absorbed to recharge system capabilities new function, enhanced temporal sensitivity, perceive timeline distortions up to 30 seconds before manifestation. The absorption function was the most immediately useful. Yao Chen reached out with the technique the system had unlocked and pulled ambient temporal energy from the valley's field, feeling it stream into his system's reserves like cool water filling a vessel. His timeline integrity readout flickered and, for the first time in months, moved upward rather than down. Timeline integrity, 64%, recovering. The valley was restoring him. The environment that made everything else difficult was precisely calibrated for his particular capabilities, as if his system had been designed with the expectation that he would someday pass through such a place. The enhanced anchor's range changed their tactical approach entirely. Instead of advancing in a tight corridor, Yao Chen could now create a stabilization sphere large enough to protect the entire party from temporal effects simultaneously, freeing him to fight rather than navigate. They needed it. Ming Zong's sect members defended their territory with techniques refined by generations of temporal cultivation. Time loops that trapped intruders in repeating moments. Yao Chen's system detected these as distortions in the causal stream 30 seconds before they formed, allowing the party to step around them. Temporal acceleration zones that aged living tissue rapidly, the enhanced anchor neutralized these within its radius. Causality mines that inverted cause and effect in a small area, making injuries arrive before the strikes that caused them. These were the most dangerous, requiring Yao Chen to identify and freeze them before the party entered their trigger radius. Advanced. Old. Practiced by people who had lived in a broken time environment long enough to treat it as ordinary. The party advanced methodically, 2 days of careful movement through the valley's defensive layers, until the temporal resonance courtyard came into view. Ming Zong stood at its center in white robes that were entirely still despite the wind. His expression carried the particular calm of someone who has been waiting for a specific event for long enough that its arrival has become something like relief. He looked at Yao Chen with the evaluating attention of someone who has been reading a person's temporal signature for months and is now seeing the source directly. "You came to me," Ming Zong said. "I expected to have to continue the attrition campaign for another 3 months. The attrition was working," Yao Chen said. "I decided it was more efficient to end the campaign than to keep paying its cost." Efficient. The Fate sect leader seemed to consider the word with something like appreciation. A scientific response to a philosophical conflict. Most conflicts benefit from scientific framing. Ming Zong's expression shifted to something that was not quite a smile. "Then let us be scientific about this." Chapter 75. The confrontation in the temporal resonance courtyard was not a battle. It was a negotiation conducted under conditions that made dishonesty inadvisable. Ming Zong stood at the courtyard center with the stillness of a man who has long since stopped wasting energy on unnecessary motion. "You are an insertion," he said, without preface or diplomatic softening. "A foreign element in a system that did not produce you. Time flows incorrectly around you. Not in large ways, not the kind of disruption that creates visible paradoxes. In small ways. Consistent, deliberate, precisely targeted ways. Someone is placing their thumb on the scales of causality, and that someone is you." Yao Chen felt the words land with uncomfortable accuracy. An insertion. A modern soul in an ancient body. A man who carried knowledge of a future that had not happened yet and could not happen exactly as he remembered it, because he was already changing it. All of it true. "Foreign element or not," Yao Chen said, "I am here. And I am not leaving. Then convince me that your presence serves something beyond your own preferences." Ming Zong's ancient eyes were genuinely inquiring. "I have spent centuries opposing temporal manipulation. I have done so for a reason, because the history of intelligent beings manipulating causality is predominantly a history of catastrophe. Those who tamper with time usually believe they are doing good. They are usually wrong." He paused. "Convince me you are the exception." The challenge was genuine. Not rhetorical, not a prelude to violence. The man actually wanted to be convinced, and was disciplined enough to listen to the argument if it was made well. Yao Chen measured what he could share. Not Xiao Yan, the specific future hero whose existence was the entire point. Not the system's mechanics. Not the betrayal, not the ring. But the essence. I'm not interfering with the natural timeline, he said. I'm preparing for a catastrophe. A future event, a specific, concrete, verifiable event, that will destroy the Do-Chi continent's living population if no one is positioned to respond to it. Every action I've taken is preparation. Insurance. Nothing I have done has changed who the major players in this timeline are or what they will choose to do. I have only added resources, hidden capabilities, and positioned allies so that when the crisis arrives, the person who will face it is not facing it empty-handed. And this catastrophe, you claim foreknowledge of it. I have seen it. Clearly. Not metaphorically. Then let me see it. Ming Zong raised both hands and deployed his divination technique, silver filaments of temporal energy extending from his fingertips in a web that brushed the surface of probability fields like fingers reading text in the dark. Project the vision. I won't learn the details. I'll learn whether the threat is genuine and whether your response to it is proportionate. Yao Chen concentrated on the future sight vision, the cracked sky, the consuming void, the dissolving cities, the entire continent's population becoming dust in the silence of an absence that shouldn't have been possible. He held the image in his mind and opened his perception slightly, allowing Ming Zong's divination to read the emotional and energetic signature of the memory. Ming Zong's expression changed. The calm of centuries cracked, just slightly, at the corners. The silver filaments of his technique withdrew quickly, as if they had touched something too hot. That, he said quietly, is real. Yes. It exists in the timeline's probability space with significant weight. It is not speculation. It is a genuine branch, a genuine possible future that connects to the current moment through identifiable causal chains. Yes. A long silence. The temporal resonance stone hummed beneath their feet. The valley's strange sky cycled through its colors above the courtyard's walls. I cannot endorse your methods, Ming Zong said. Temporal manipulation is inherently destabilizing. The risk you take each time you place a seal or redirect a causal chain is real. You are not operating without cost. I know the costs. Then you accept them knowingly. He studied Yao Chen for a moment. I will cease hostile operations. I will not interfere with your preparations unless the cost to timeline stability exceeds the threat you are preparing against. But I will observe. And if you cross that threshold, I will intervene regardless of your intent. Agreed. They regarded each other across the courtyard, two people who manipulated time for entirely different reasons, bound by a truce built on shared acknowledgement of catastrophe and a mutual respect for honest dealing. It was not friendship. It was something more durable, a professional understanding between people who had tested each other and arrived at honest assessment. Venerable Feng, standing at the edge of the stabilized zone with his characteristic patience, watched the conclusion of the exchange with the expression of someone who had just watched a negotiation conducted in a language he didn't speak and had nonetheless understood the essential terms. He said nothing until they were moving again. Then, walking beside Yao Chen through the valley's impossible landscape, he believed you. He verified the threat. That's different from believing me. No. That's exactly believing you. A man who only verifies facts and never chooses to trust is a man who does neither. Feng glanced sideways with a faint half-smile. You gained an observer. That's not the worst thing you could have gained in a temporal valley. Yao Chen thought about that for the rest of the journey out. Chapter 76. The party left the temporal valley with timeline integrity at 66%. The absorption in the valley's temporal field had restored 4 points that the anomaly attacks had taken, and Ming Zong's parting words following Yao Chen through the highlands like a second shadow. The Fate Sect leader had waited at the compound's gate until the party reached the valley's edge, and his voice had carried clearly across the temporal distortions with the particular carrying quality of someone who has spent centuries projecting intention through difficult environments. The Hall of Souls has been watching you since Pill City, Ming Zong said. I know this because their temporal signature is distinctive and I have been tracking it for decades. They are not casual observers. They have flagged you as a high-priority acquisition target. He paused. Their timeline for direct action is shorter than you probably calculate. How short? They work in decades. You may have 5 years. You may have 2. Their acceleration has increased over the past years, something internal to their organization has shifted their calculus toward urgency. He held Yao Chen's gaze across the valley's impossible air. Whatever you're building, finish it. The Hall of Souls does not wait for convenient moments. Yao Chen carried those words through the long journey home, turning them against the timeline data he held. The Hall of Souls was preparing for the resurrection of Hun Tiandi, the ancient ancestor of the Hun clan, whose revival required an enormous concentration of harvested soul energy. That was the endgame. That was why exceptional souls were worth more to them than ordinary lives. The accumulation was not random, not indiscriminate. It was targeted, purposeful, building toward a specific moment when enough exceptional souls combined would power the resurrection ritual. Yao Chen's soul, enhanced by a heavenly flame, by Tier 7 alchemy, by years of system-assisted cultivation, by the yin-yang flame resonance, would contribute more to that accumulation than any ordinary cultivators. Which was why the target was painted on him. He's right, isn't he? Feng Shen said, walking beside him as the valley's strange atmosphere gave way to normal highland air. She had heard Ming Zong's words from the edge of the anchor radius. The Hall of Souls. They're coming for you. They've been coming for years. The question is when. Then we accelerate. Accelerating costs timeline integrity. Not accelerating costs time. She looked at him with clear eyes. Those aren't the same risk, Yao Chen. One of them is numbers on your system's display. The other one is actually running out of time. The tightrope narrowed with every step they took. The abyss on either side, too much change, too little preparation, deepened with every month. The highland air smelled of pine resin and thin soil and the clean cold that came with altitude. Behind them, the valley's impossible sky was already receding, its impossible colors blurring into the ordinary blue of distance, as though reality was eager to reassert itself over any reminder that it had competitors. Yao Chen looked at it once before it disappeared entirely behind a ridge line, fixing the image, the valley as evidence. Evidence that there were regions of the world where the rules that governed ordinary existence had worn thin, where time was not a locked corridor but a landscape with its own geography, and the cartographers were creatures like Ming Zong who had lived so long that the strangeness of it had become ordinary. He carried that image the rest of the way down the mountain, an anchor to the knowledge that the work he was doing was real, not a private obsession, not an elaborate response to a trauma he couldn't name, but a genuine engagement with a world that was genuinely strange. The boy was real. The threat was real. He was real. He began composing in his mind the next phase of the preparation project. Chapter 77. Alchemy advancement became Yao Chen's primary focus for the 2 years that followed. Tier 8 was the threshold between mastery and transcendence, between understanding the craft deeply and understanding the reality that the craft was describing. Below Tier 8, alchemists created medicines that enhanced what cultivators already were, stronger, faster, more durable, higher ranked. Above Tier 8, alchemists created medicines that altered the fundamental conditions of existence. Tier 8 pills could extend lifespans by centuries. Could heal soul injuries that conventional medicine considered permanent. Could temporarily elevate a cultivator's power by an entire rank, functioning less like medicine and more like a temporary rewrite of the laws governing their body. Could even, in some documented and poorly understood cases, partially reverse death. The refinement process required understanding not just how spiritual energy behaved, but why it behaved that way, the metaphysical grammar underneath the chemical reactions. This was the dimension that most Tier 6 and Tier 7 alchemists struggled with indefinitely. You could master the technique and still not achieve Tier 8, because technique alone was not sufficient. You needed genuine insight into the nature of cultivation energy and what it represented. Yao Chen's approach was characteristically hybrid. His modern scientific framework gave him the molecular precision to handle the physical components of Tier 8 refinement better than any traditional alchemist. But the metaphysical component required something his modern mind had to develop from scratch, a genuine intuition for the spiritual reality underlying the Do Qi system, built through years of practice and the particular kind of attention that scientific training was not designed to cultivate. He developed it the same way he'd developed everything in this life, by refusing to treat the gap between what he understood and what he needed to understand as a wall rather than a distance. In practice, this meant extended periods of sitting with questions rather than forcing answers, allowing his system's temporal sensitivity to gradually build a felt intuition about what cultivation energy was and how it related to the larger reality the Do Qi world sat inside. Uncomfortable work for a mind trained toward linear problem solving. Necessary work for someone who intended to reach Tier 8 by the time the timeline's critical phase arrived. The research that proved most valuable was what he privately called temporal alchemy, using his system-enhanced understanding of time to improve alchemical processes in ways that had never been attempted. His discovery that aging was a key determinant of ingredient potency, that herbs matured over centuries developed spiritual compounds that younger specimens simply did not contain, led to a technique for simulating maturation effects. His temporal abilities allowed him to create the energetic conditions that replicated centuries of natural development in hours, without actually aging the ingredient in the physical sense. A century-old herb could be replicated from a decade-old specimen. The technique was revolutionary in ways that defied the ingredient market's entire structure. He documented the technique in detail for legacy seal purposes. When Xiao Yan eventually needed Tier 8 pills, and the timeline said he would, this technique would be the difference between having access to the materials and not. A young alchemist with talent but limited resources could, with this technique, refine pills that would otherwise require ingredients no one could easily obtain. Every breakthrough became two things at once, an advancement in his own capability, and a resource to be hidden in stone for someone else. The temporal alchemy technique had its own sensory signature that he'd learned to recognize over months of practice. When the maturation effect engaged, when his temporal sensitivity reached into the ingredient's biological time and compressed its natural aging process, there was a brief, distinct moment where the herb's spiritual energy pattern shifted. Not visible in the conventional sense. Perceptible through the bone-chilling flame's precision, which registered the change in the ingredient's internal energy structure as a kind of resolving chord, the way a musical interval completes from suspension to resolution. He had no other way to describe it. The pharmaceutical researcher in him had tried for weeks to find a more precise vocabulary and found nothing. Some things that the body learned to perceive had no prior language waiting for them. You simply felt them and filed the sensation under the category of things you now knew. Chapter 78. The announcement came on a quiet evening in their shared quarters, in the particular way that Feng Shen delivered all important information, directly, with the words arranged in their simplest honest order. I'm pregnant. Yao Chen set down his teacup with the exaggerated careful control of someone whose hands have started doing something unexpected without consulting the rest of him. You're certain? I'm a Tier 5 alchemist who can perform internal diagnostic refinements at the cellular level. Yes. I'm certain. Approximately 11 weeks. She watched his face with the attentive quality she brought to experimental results, interested in the data, prepared for any outcome. You look like someone just told you the world is ending. The opposite. His voice arrived slightly broken, the way sound does when the channel carrying it has more going through it than expected. The opposite of ending. A child. Something that did not exist in any version of the original timeline. Something entirely new, created by choices that the original Yao Chen had never made, in a marriage that the original Yao Chen had never had, carrying forward a lineage that the timeline had not planned for. The bronze hourglass pulsed with an alert he had been half expecting and had never been ready for. Timeline consequence alert, major divergence detected. Yao Chen's child timeline integrity impact, -7% current timeline integrity, 58% warning. A child not present in the original timeline creates significant unpredictable downstream effects. Multiple subsequent events may be altered in unforeseeable ways. Recommendation: this divergence cannot be reversed. Adapt and compensate. 58%. The number should have dominated his attention. It did, in part. The analytical part of his mind filed it, weighted it against the margins, began recalculating. A child unplanned by the original timeline would create downstream effects the system could not fully predict. Some of those effects would be beneficial: another person to carry the Yao clan's knowledge and legacy forward, another life to be protected, another reason to have built everything he'd built as durably as possible. Some would be disruptive in ways he couldn't foresee, because the nature of genuinely novel events was that they exceeded the range of any model built on data that didn't contain them. He let the calculation run. He also let it run in the background, which it deserved, because something louder and fiercer and more present was happening in the foreground. Joy. Pure, uncomplicated, uncalculated joy. The kind that doesn't ask what it's costing. You're smiling, Feng Shen said. And your eyes are doing the thing they do when you're about to cry. Both at the same time. I apologize. Don't, it's. She touched his face, one hand cupped against his jaw in the particular way she had when she wanted to make sure he was actually present and not receding into calculation. Her thumb traced the line of his cheekbone. Her expression softened into something he had never seen on her before, a particular tenderness that she wore lightly, as if she'd been carrying it for a while and had just decided to let it be visible. It's the right kind of both. He crossed the room and knelt beside her and placed his hand over hers on her stomach, which was flat and unremarkable and held something extraordinary. The room smelled of the medicinal lamp oil they used for late-night work sessions and the faint cedar note of her outer robe. The bone-chilling flame in his chest was very quiet, the way a fire goes quiet when there is nothing left to contest. None of this was supposed to happen, he said. Not you, not the marriage, not this child. Everything I've built here is outside what the timeline planned. And it is the best thing I've ever done. Better than the bone-chilling flame? Infinitely. Better than Tier 7? Incomparably. Better than your mysterious future preparations? He looked up at her. You are my future preparation. You and this child. Everything else is scaffolding for the building, and you are the building. She kissed him. The bone-chilling flame pulsed warmly in his chest, a paradox, a cold fire made warm by proximity to the right person. Later, lying in the dark with the blue light of the flame casting soft shadows, Yao Chen ran the calculations he needed to run. A child changed the scope of what needed to be protected. His preparation project now had additional variables: Feng Shen and the child's safety after the betrayal, which was going to happen regardless of everything, and the child's impact on the timeline's downstream trajectory in ways the system had flagged as unpredictable. He would need to build a parallel track, hidden resources, emergency protocols, escape routes, sanctuaries, that protected his family independently of the Xiao Yan preparation. The two preparations could share infrastructure but needed separate contingency plans. The project had doubled in scope. He didn't mind. Part of the preparation was personal now. Not for the world. Not for the timeline. For the two people in this room and the third who was arriving. Chapter 79. The Xiao clan required attention. Yao Chen traveled to the Jiama Empire under the cover of a formal herb research expedition, leaving Feng Shen, who was 5 months along and waging a sustained argument with the clan's medical advisor about the definition of reduced workload as it applied to a Tier 5 alchemist who found inactivity more stressful than moderate refinement, in the capable hands of Lin Mei, who had quietly become the most trusted healing alchemist in the compound. The Jiama Empire was a provincial power by continental standards, not irrelevant, but minor. A medium-sized empire with a history of conservative institutional stability, strong locally and modest regionally. But it occupied a position of absolute centrality in the BTTH timeline. The Xiao clan, the Nalan family, the Misty Cloud sect, the Jiama alliance that would eventually form around Xiao Yan, all of them were here. Yao Chen's objective was delicate: observe the current state of the Xiao clan without interfering in the social dynamics that would produce the right outcomes, and place legacy seals in the locations that would matter most in the coming decades. Wutan City was a mid-sized settlement in the empire's southeast, prosperous in a regional sense, with a market district that served the surrounding area and a cultivator presence centered on the Xiao clan's compound. The clan itself occupied a fortified estate on the city's eastern edge, solid architecture, well-maintained, modest in scale compared to the great clans of the Central Plains but substantial within its context. Yao Chen entered the city in the disguise he had refined over years of covert travel: weathered independent cultivator, tier 3 to 4 by apparent cultivation, no clan affiliation visible, the kind of person a city like this saw regularly enough not to look at twice. He spent a day in the markets, listening to the ambient information that cities radiated when you knew how to receive it. And then he saw him. Xiao Yan. 17 years old. Training with a wooden spear in the Xiao family compound's courtyard, visible through the open gate from the street that ran alongside the compound wall. The afternoon light fell at a low angle, catching the spear shaft each time it passed through the gate's frame, a stroboscopic flash of polished wood. The sound of the training carried clearly through the gate, the rhythmic hiss of displaced air, the soft stamp of feet repositioning, and occasionally the sharp exhale of a cultivation technique being pushed through a movement. The courtyard's flagstones were worn smooth at the practice positions, a record of generations of the same footwork patterns. Dust motes drifted in the slanted light. Xiao Yan's future father was tall for 17, with the bone structure of someone who would be formidable at 30, and a concentrated intensity in his training that reminded Yao Chen of a younger version of someone who hadn't been born yet. His Do Qi registered at 5-star Do Shi, strong for his age, advancing well. He moved with the focused commitment of someone who had decided that competence was worth taking seriously, each movement deliberate, the kind of practice that was accumulating something rather than simply filling time. The boy was also clearly in the early stages of courtship with a young woman from a merchant family visiting the city. The courtship was in the tentative phase, not yet acknowledged, conducted in the grammar of careful proximity and unnecessary coincidence and conversations that lasted slightly longer than their stated purpose required. The young woman was watching Xiao Zhan's training from the market side of the street with the expression of someone who had made a decision they were still in the process of admitting to. She had a basket over one arm and was pretending to examine the cloth merchant's display on the adjacent stall, but she hadn't turned a single piece of fabric in 5 minutes. Yao Chen watched from a rooftop and felt the weight of absurdity descend on him with full force. He was a tier 7 alchemist, one of the most powerful people on the continent, sitting on a roof watching teenagers conduct a courtship because the future of the Do Qi world depended on whether the romance reached its conclusion. Timeline preparation system observation. Xiao Zhan and designated future partner are developing organically. Recommendation: do not interfere. The natural progression is functioning correctly. Do not interfere. He complied, which was slightly painful but not difficult. He had spent years learning to hold the preparation project scope in his head without letting urgency push him into action where inaction was the correct choice. Sometimes the best preparation was patience. He spent 3 days in Wutan City, placing legacy seals with the precision of an architect placing load-bearing elements. The Xiao clan training grounds. The local apothecary where cultivation supplies were sold. A hidden cave in the nearby mountains where, in the original timeline, a young man with crippled meridians had trained alone in the bitter company of shame and the will to refuse defeat. The most important seal in the training grounds contained a cultivation technique Yao Chen had spent 3 months developing specifically for this one application: flame-splitting Suname, a method for channeling Do Qi through alternative meridian pathways that bypass damaged or blocked primary routes. For a cultivator with healthy meridians, it was simply another option. For a cultivator whose primary meridians had been mysteriously sealed, whose cultivation had been crippled in a way that should have been permanent, it was a lifeline. A way through when all the doors appeared to be closed. The seal was keyed to the predictive model of Xiao Yan's soul signature that the system had been refining through temporal resonance echoes for years. Only the right person would be able to access it. Chapter 80. The final legacy seal in Wutan City was the most complex Yao Chen had ever constructed. He placed it in the Xiao family's main treasury, a room protected by standard formation arrays that he bypassed without difficulty. Among the family's modest accumulation of ancestral weapons, cultivation manuals, and stored spirit stones, he created a seal of extraordinary layered complexity. The outer layer was pure temporal camouflage. To any spiritual perception below Tier 7, the seal was invisible. Not hidden behind a physical barrier, but temporally masked, existing at a slightly offset moment from the present, undetectable unless the observer's perception extended across multiple simultaneous timeframes. The inner contents were assembled with the care of someone constructing a message that would need to communicate clearly across decades without the sender present to explain. A Tier 6 Meridian recovery pill, preserved at near absolute cold by the bone-chilling flame and encased in a temporal stasis shell that would maintain its potency indefinitely. A jade slip containing flame-splitting tsuname in full technical detail. A second jade slip with the locations of 3 heavenly flames, coordinates, formation descriptions, and the specific Do-Chi approach vectors that minimized absorption trauma. A small jade bottle containing 12 doses of Tier 5 energy recovery pills, each dose calibrated for a fire attribute cultivator's metabolic needs. And a letter, written on paper that had been treated with bone-chilling flame preservation and would not degrade in any environment. To the one who opens this seal, you do not know me. But I have watched over you from a time before you were born, and everything placed here was created for you, specifically, individually, with knowledge of your capabilities and your path. The road ahead is harder than you have yet imagined. There will be betrayals that feel final, losses that seem irreplaceable, moments when the distance between who you are and who you need to be looks impossible to cross. I know this because I have seen it. All of it. I am telling you, cross it anyway. The resources in this seal are not charity. They are investments. Investments in a young man who will one day stand in a position that no one else can occupy and hold back something that would otherwise consume everything. I have built the tools. You will have to provide everything else, the will, the judgment, the character. Those cannot be given. They have to be earned, and you will earn them, and the earning will cost you, and that cost is not unfair. It is the price of the person you're becoming. Use what's here. Trust the path even when you can't see where it leads. I believe in you. I have always believed in you, before we met, before you were born. When the time comes for us to meet, I will be proud of the man you've become. A friend who has been waiting. Yao Chen sealed the letter inside the legacy seal's temporal shell, keyed the entire construction to Xiao Yan's predictive soul signature. With every refinement of that signature the system had accumulated through years of temporal resonance echoes, and stepped back from the shelf. The seal vanished from ordinary perception. Decades from now, a boy with crippled meridians and iron determination would reach into a dusty treasury and find a gift from someone who had loved him before he existed. Yao Chen left Wutan City at sunrise, passing through the eastern gate into the morning market bustle. He passed the bakery where Xiao Zhan was buying breakfast, laughing with the merchant's daughter in the uncomplicated way of someone who didn't yet know that his life was going to become important, who was simply alive and young and happy in a city that was going to produce extraordinary things. Grow well, Yao Chen said under his breath, too quiet to be heard. The world needs your son. He walked east into the light. Behind him, the city continued its ordinary morning. In front of him, the preparation project continued its extraordinary work. Timeline integrity, 55%. The scaffolding was approaching completion. The builder was running short on margin. But the building was standing, and it would stand, and someday a boy who didn't know anyone had built it for him would walk through the door and find everything waiting. The work continued. It would always continue, until it was done. Chapter 81. 5 years reshaped the world and the man within it. Yao Chen stood at the edge of the Yao clan's senior alchemist garden, a private space reserved for practitioners at Tier 5 and above, fragrant with herbs that had no business growing in the same ecosystem but managed to coexist through careful formation maintenance, and watched his daughter try to identify plant species by smell. The morning air was cool, carrying the faint metallic sweetness of dew on jade leaf moss and the deeper, earthier note of root herbs still thick with overnight moisture. Somewhere above the garden wall, sparrows argued over territory. The compound's central cultivation hall released its morning bell note, and the sound rolled across the rooftops like a stone across still water. Yao Ling was 4 years old. She had her mother's amber eyes and her father's analytical approach to problems, which meant she was currently moving systematically from herb to herb with her eyes closed, pressing small hands against leaves and reporting her findings to the small jade tablet her mother had given her for exactly this kind of fieldwork. She had already correctly identified 9 out of 11 species. The 10th was a rare variant that most adult alchemists would misidentify. She pressed her nose against it thoughtfully. Like rain on cold stone, she murmured, but sweeter. With something sharp at the end. Northern frost chrysanthemum, Yao Chen said from the bench. Cold attribute. Variant strain, which is why the base note is softer than the standard. She opened her eyes. I was going to say that. I know. I shouldn't have told you. She considered this seriously, then nodded with the gravity of a 4-year-old who has made a professional assessment. Next time, don't tell me. He watched her move to the 11th herb and felt the weight of what he was preparing to lose settle into him in the way that familiar weights settle, not crushing, but constant, present in every motion. Yao Chen was 31. Do Huang ranked pressing hard against Do Zong. Tier 7 alchemist with Tier 8 capabilities emerging in his best sessions. The bone-chilling flame had matured within him, its cold power as natural and present as breathing. He could feel it now against his sternum, a steady, deep cold, like a mountain spring contained in the cavity of his chest, patient and enormous. Feng Shen was 30. She had broken through to Dozong during a joint meditation session 6 months ago, their yin-yang flame resonance pushing both their cultivations forward simultaneously. She was now a Tier 6 alchemist closing on Tier 7, with a continental reputation for healing alchemy that had given her the title Phoenix Alchemist in cultivator circles. Han Feng was 25. Tier 6 alchemist, Do Huang rank, the clan's celebrated golden heir apparent. Tall, handsome, effortlessly charming, with the easy smile of someone who had learned that social fluency was a skill as learnable as flame control. To every external observer, he was Yao Chen's greatest achievement as a teacher and the Yao clan's most promising rising star. To Yao Chen, he was a countdown. Timeline preparation system Han Feng, updated assessment recent movements, black market contacts, Central Plains, 4 visits in 8 months, confirmed contacts, Hall of Souls operatives training focus, heavenly flame extraction theory, soul disruption techniques internal state, hunger driving urgency. Envy becoming entitlement. Estimated timeline to betrayal event, 8 to 12 years 8 to 12 years. The window was narrowing in both directions, the betrayal was approaching, and Yao Chen's preparation time was accordingly shrinking. He closed the system interface and watched Yao Ling correctly identify the 11th herb. She turned to him with triumph in her expression and the particular satisfaction of someone who had trusted their own perception and been right. He memorized her face. He was always memorizing things now. Against a future when he would have nothing but memories. Chapter 82, Han Feng's absences had become a pattern as recognizable as the seasons. 2 weeks gone. Return with new techniques attributed to independent research. 1 month applying those techniques. 2 weeks gone again. The cycle had been running for 2 years, each iteration bringing him back slightly different, harder in the eyes, more careful with his expressions, more controlled in the way careful people are when they have learned to control themselves against leakage. The compound felt different when Han Feng was away. Quieter in a way that wasn't quiet, the absence of a particular kind of performance, the constant maintained warmth of a man who had learned that being liked was useful. When Han Feng was present, every conversation felt subtly watched. Every compliment landed with an extra weight of calculation. The other disciples relaxed slightly in his absence, though none of them would have been able to explain why. Yao Chen tracked the pattern through his surveillance formations and through the far more detailed intelligence of years of close observation. He had watched Han Feng develop since the boy was 12. He knew his rhythms and his tells and the specific way his jaw moved when he was thinking something he didn't intend to say. The techniques Han Feng brought back from his research trips were the primary evidence. Yao Chen recognized several as derivatives of Hall of Souls methodology, not copies, because the Hall trained its assets to modify their transmitted knowledge to resist reverse attribution, but structurally recognizable to someone who had spent years studying the Hall's operational signature. Soul perception enhancement techniques. Spiritual energy manipulation frameworks. And, increasingly, flame affinity conversion exercises that were specifically designed to prepare a cultivator's Do-Chi pathways for hostile flame absorption. The word hostile was doing significant work in that designation. Consensual flame bonding, the kind that Yao Chen had achieved with the bone-chilling flame, required willing participation from the flame and a compatible host. Hostile absorption used a soul extraction formation to forcibly displace the original host and seize the flame by destroying the bond. Han Feng was being trained, step by incremental step, to take the bone-chilling flame by force. Yao Chen sat alone in his laboratory at 3 in the morning, reviewing the system's analysis, and experienced the specific ache of someone who has known a terrible thing for years and has not grown accustomed to it. The laboratory smelled of cold iron and crystallized herb residue, the mingled signatures of 100 refinements. The bone-chilling flame's cold light kept the room a degree or two below ambient temperature. He noticed these things the way a person notices the walls of the room they're trapped in, not urgently, but precisely. Fixed point analysis. Han Feng's betrayal, confirmed fixed point classification, critical, cannot be prevented without timeline collapse method, soul extraction formation, Hall of Souls configuration result, Yao Chen's physical body destroyed, soul shattered and sealed in spatial ring timeline to event, 8 to 12 years, narrowing, integrity cost of prevention, minus 40%, catastrophic, he had known. He had always known. The system had confirmed it from the beginning, had reclassified it from projected to confirmed as the evidence accumulated. And yet reading the analysis now, not as abstraction but as lived fact, as the trajectory of a boy he had raised, carried a weight that abstractions never had. He opened his preparation journal to a fresh page and wrote in the clear, direct language he'd always preferred for the things that mattered most. Phase final, preparing for the betrayal 1. Soul preservation, develop contingency technique before betrayal window 2. Ring preparation, spatial ring enhanced for soul containment, decades of dormancy 3. Legacy seal network, complete all critical placements 4. Family safety, sanctuary complete, evacuation protocols drilled to reflex 5. Xingyun Pavilion, operational within 5 years 6. Say goodbye, properly, in ways they can carry. He stared at the 6th item for a long time. Then he closed the journal, went to his daughter's room, watched her sleep for 60 seconds in the blue light of his heavenly flame, and went to bed. Chapter 83. The Dozong breakthrough nearly killed him. He had been pressing against the rank barrier for months, his Do Qi accumulation straining with the persistence of something that has grown too large for its container. He knew the theoretical requirements. The breakthrough demanded integration of one's deepest identity, a crystalline resolution of internal conflict that allowed the Do Qi to reorganize at a fundamentally higher structural level. Theory and practice, as usual, had a complicated relationship. He meditated in a sealed cave beneath the Yao clan compound, surrounded by stabilizing formations he'd built himself, the bone-chilling flame suppressed to minimal output to prevent environmental interference. The cave smelled of deep stone, mineral and dry, with a faint trace of underground water somewhere deeper in the rock. His own breathing sounded loud in the silence. The formation arrays hummed at frequencies just below audible, a vibration felt in the sternum rather than heard in the ears. The internal landscape that formed when the meditation deepened was a battlefield he hadn't expected, not a philosophical exercise about identity, but a war between Dr. Zhang Wei, the modern pharmaceutical researcher, with his empirical framework and scientific vocabulary, and Yao Chen the alchemist, whose soul resonated with the Do Qi universe's metaphysical grammar. For years, he had managed both identities through translation, using one to illuminate the other, bridging paradigms with the agility of someone who'd had no choice but to develop that skill. But the Dozong threshold didn't want a translator. It wanted one voice. One person. An integrated self, not a collaboration between two. The bone-chilling flame destabilized. He hadn't prepared for that. The flame responded to his identity crisis by fluctuating in ways that a heavenly flame should not fluctuate, freezing his internal meridians in the next moment, withdrawing entirely in the next, cycling between extremes that should have been fatal. His body temperature swung through ranges that would have destroyed any normal cultivator's spiritual core. Ice crystals formed in his meridian channels and shattered. Cold surges hit his heart and retreated before completing. His breath came in visible puffs even in the sealed cave, and then stopped being visible, and then resumed with dangerous irregularity. Feng Shen sensed it through the yin-yang flame bond. The persistent resonance between their flames, established during his Dozong breakthrough attempt, transmitted the distress to her across the compound. She burst into the cave to find him convulsing on the stone floor, ice crystals forming across his skin, frost spreading from his position in branching geometric patterns. She didn't call for help. She didn't panic. She sat beside him, extended her phoenix flame with deliberate control, and created a thermal equilibrium around his body, the same dual temperature balance they'd perfected in years of joint refinement. Her warmth stabilized his cold. Her flame anchored his flame. The equilibrium held. In the internal landscape, the war reached its conclusion, not through one side winning, but through integration. Dr. Zhang Wei's scientific rationality was not the opposite of Yao Chen's spiritual intuition. They were the same faculty operating at different scales, describing the same underlying reality through different vocabularies. The modern mind and the ancient soul were not two people. They were one person who had lived twice. The breakthrough detonated. Yao Chen's Do Qi erupted with a force that shattered the cave's formations, sending shockwaves through the compound that knocked potted herbs from their shelves 2 buildings away. The bone-chilling flame stabilized in a new configuration, not merely cold, but carrying a silver edge of evolved power. Its blue-white light had deepened. The flame had grown alongside its wielder. And then the unexpected happened. Their yin-yang flame, which had been a joint phenomenon requiring active co-generation, flickered to life between them spontaneously and remained. The resonance of Feng Shen's stabilization had deepened the bond. The two flames now recognized each other as permanent partners rather than occasional collaborators. The yin-yang flame, Feng Shen breathed, staring at the persistent dual flame vortex between them. It's not fading. The bond deepened during the stabilization. Our flames integrated further. He looked at her, at the warmth in her expression, at the phoenix flame reflected in her eyes, at the dust from the shattered formation still settling in her hair. We're alchemically bonded now. It's different from the wedding resonance. This is fundamental. She smiled with fierce warmth. Good. Next time you decide to nearly destroy yourself during a breakthrough, at least I'll know about it fast enough to save you. I'll try to schedule my near deaths more conveniently. You will absolutely do that. Timeline preparation system Dozong breakthrough, achieved bone-chilling flame, evolution confirmed, silver edge variant yin-yang flame bond, persistent establishment, novel capability warning. This bond, while positive, means Feng Shen will feel the eventual soul extraction event he processed the warning. When Han Feng's betrayal came, when the soul extraction formation activated and his body was destroyed, Feng Shen would feel it. Through the yin-yang bond. The destruction of the bond would be experienced from both ends. He did not share this with her yet. She was still celebrating his breakthrough. She deserved that moment without his shadows in it. Later, after they had eaten and Yao Ling had been put to bed and the evening had settled into the comfortable quiet of their laboratory-turned-study, Yao Chen sat at his work table and wrote in his preparation journal. The entry was brief: Dozong breakthrough achieved. Bone-chilling flame evolved. Yin-yang flame bond now persistent, a gift and a liability simultaneously. Feng Shen will feel the extraction event through the bond. This needs to be addressed. Cannot prevent it at the soul bond level without dissolving the bond, which is not a viable option. Need to develop a buffer technique that preserves the bond through the event without transmitting the full force of the destruction. Research priority, yin-yang flame protection technique, preserving the bond's receiver from the transmitter's catastrophic disruption. He stared at the entry for a long time. His alchemy could solve most problems, given sufficient time and preparation. Whether he had sufficient time was the question that had no answer except to keep working. He kept working. Chapter 84. Tier 8 alchemy demanded everything he had and charged interest on the rest. The first attempt at a Tier 8 refinement took place in a specially constructed pavilion outside the compound. He had built the pavilion 3 months in advance, reinforcing it with formation arrays specifically designed to absorb pill lightning tribulation, the heavenly judgment that descended on significant alchemical achievements and which, at Tier 8, was not metaphorical. It was a physical force of accumulated spiritual consequence, and it was powerful enough to level structures. The recipe was the Century Soul Pill, a Tier 8 formula that extended a Dozong cultivator's lifespan by 1 century. The ingredient list alone required a month of preparation. 1,000-year-old spectral lotus root, obtained from a sealed underground lake through a combination of Dozun spatial techniques and combat alchemy. The crystallized essence of a Dozong rank magical beast's soul, extracted with surgical precision from a creature that had died of natural causes rather than combat. 7 spirit minerals ground to near molecular fineness. Celestial dew, water collected from clouds at extreme altitudes where ambient spiritual energy condensed into liquid form, each drop containing more cultivation potential than a year of normal practice. The preparation room smelled of ozone and cold stone. Each ingredient had its own signature. The spectral lotus root carried a soft blue-white luminescence and the smell of winter lake water. The beast essence was warm in the hand despite being crystallized, pulsing with residual life force in a slow, biological rhythm. He handled each component with the particular attention he gave to things that could not be replaced. The refinement process itself introduced a dimension that no previous tier had required: soul manipulation. Not just flame control and ingredient management, but the direct infusion of the alchemist's own spiritual energy into the pill's forming core. The pill needed a piece of the alchemist to be alive. Tier 8 alchemy was collaborative between the alchemist's soul and the pill's forming consciousness. It was, as his research had warned him, the point where alchemy became something closer to creation than craft. His first attempt failed in the most spectacular way possible. The soul infusion phase was the moment of failure. He had treated it as an energy transfer, directing his spiritual force into the pill core the way he would charge a formation array. But Tier 8 soul infusion was not a transfer. The pill didn't need his energy. It needed a piece of his identity, a fragment of self, offered voluntarily, integrated into the pill's nature. The pill lightning that descended when his technique failed was blue-black and massive, a column of concentrated heavenly judgment that the pavilion's formations couldn't handle. The pill core detonated. The pavilion followed. Yao Chen emerged from the smoking crater with scorched robes and undamaged dignity, which was itself a minor miracle. Elder Yao Jing, observing from what had turned out to be an inadequate safe distance, studied the smoking rubble with professional contemplation. Perhaps a reinforced pavilion next time. Perhaps 2 reinforced pavilions, Yao Chen agreed. Or, Elder Yao Jing added, brushing stone dust from his sleeve with the practiced resignation of someone who had spent 30 years near ambitious alchemists, perhaps 3. He spent 2 weeks analyzing the failure with the systematic patience of someone who understood that failure was data rather than defeat. The problem was conceptual, not technical. His pharmaceutical background had given him an excellent framework for energy transfer, the pill as container, the alchemist as source, but the Tier 8 process required a different paradigm. The pill was not a container. It was a new entity being brought into existence, and its existence required a genuine act of creation rather than a sophisticated act of craftsmanship. The analogy that finally unlocked the technique came from his legacy seal work. Each seal contained a fragment of his temporal intention, not energy, but identity, his specific relationship to the future moment and the person who would find it. The seal was alive with his purpose in a way that energy alone couldn't achieve. He applied that principle to the pill infusion process. Not forcing spiritual energy into the core. Inviting a fragment of himself to take up residence in it, offering, not projecting. The technique required him to hold the forming pill with the same quality of attention he brought to legacy seal work: deliberate temporal intention, specific relationship to the outcome, a piece of himself offered genuinely rather than performed. The technique was intimate in a way that made him profoundly uncomfortable, because it required genuine vulnerability in the middle of a dangerous refinement process. His pharmaceutical background had trained him to think of the alchemist as an engineer and the pill as a product. Tier 8 alchemy was asking him to think of the pill as a child and himself as a parent, not a builder, but a creator who gives something of themselves that cannot be taken back. He sat with that discomfort. Then he sat with it more. Then he built his second pavilion, reinforced it beyond what any reasonable engineering standard required, prepared his ingredients with 3 days of careful extraction, and attempted the refinement. But Tier 8 alchemy had not been designed for comfortable people, and comfort was not available in the timeline he inhabited, and so the discomfort was simply part of the work. Chapter 85. The second attempt succeeded in a way that felt, in the moment, like surviving a storm by becoming part of it. He used his timeline anchor ability in a novel application, not to stabilize spacetime around the refinement, but to create a temporal buffer during the soul infusion phase. By slightly extending the moment of infusion across a broader time window, he reduced the peak intensity of the process, allowing the fragment transfer to complete before the pill lightning could respond to the destabilization. The pill core held. The infusion completed. The lightning descended. 9 minutes of blue-black devastation, sustained and massive, each strike dispersed by the new pavilion's enhanced formations and by Yao Chen's timeline anchor consuming Do Qi at a rate that was genuinely alarming. He maintained consciousness through sheer will and the bone-chilling flame's cold clarity, which was the spiritual equivalent of standing at the center of a storm and choosing to be the eye rather than the wind. Each lightning bolt hit the pavilion's outer formation layer and scattered into the ground in branching silver lines that scarred the earth around the structure. The smell of struck stone and ozone hung in the air so thickly it was nearly a taste. When the tribulation ended, the century soul pill sat in his palm. Dark silver. Warm. Faintly humming with contained soul energy that resonated gently with his own soul signature, the fragment of himself he had invested in it. It was the most alive object he had ever held, more alive than most organisms, with an inner coherence that his perception read as profound and the scientific half of his mind was still trying to categorize. Yao Dan's response, when presented with the pill at a formal clan assembly, was the first time Yao Chen had seen the ancient clan leader weep. Not subtle tears. Real tears, cutting lines through the composed dust of centuries on Yao Dan's face. He held the pill in both hands, examined it for a long time, and then set it down with great care and placed his hands on Yao Chen's shoulders. The assembly hall was silent. 140 clan members watched without breathing. In 260 years as clan leader, Yao Dan said, "I have witnessed 7 Tier 7 advancements. I have never seen a Tier 8. His voice was steady despite the tears, the control of a man who had long since separated emotional response from functional dignity. Whatever the future brings, Yao Chen, remember that what you have achieved is imperishable. Imperishable." The word landed with a particular quality of kindness that was also, completely unintentionally, a blade. Because the future it would bring was betrayal and destruction, and the achievement would persist long after the achiever was sealed in a ring. He accepted the tribute with genuine gratitude and went home to his family. Yao Ling was in the garden, constructing something architectural from herb specimens arranged in precise patterns that she explained were load-bearing when questioned. Feng Shen was watching from the doorway, phoenix flame warming the evening air around her. "I heard the tribulation," Feng Shen said. "Both pavilions. The second one held. Did it?" She tilted her head, studying him with the particular focus she reserved for things she already knew the answer to. "Mostly. Yao Chen. The foundation survived. The walls require attention." She held out her hands. He showed her the pill. She took it with both hands and examined it with the full force of her alchemist's perception, reading it the way she read an exceptional poem, with the attention it deserved rather than the attention it required. Her phoenix flame warmed slightly in response to the pill's energy, the two resonances recognizing each other across the boundary between stored and living fire. "Yao Dan," he said, before she could ask. She looked up from the pill. "You're giving this to the clan leader. It extends his lifespan by a century. Long enough for him to still be here when the clan needs him most. It's a practical gift." She held his gaze. "And personal. And personal." She gave the pill back with the careful handling of someone returning an irreplaceable thing. Her expression was clear and knowing and warm. "He'll remember this for the rest of his very extended life." Timeline Preparation System Tier 8 Alchemist, confirmed Century Soul Pill, successfully refined preparation points, plus 500, major milestone, timeline integrity, 55%, stable, Chapter 86. The Hall of Souls made its first direct approach during a formal diplomatic reception. Protector Yin arrived at the Yao clan's main gate with credentials from the Hall's diplomatic division, requesting a formal meeting with the Yao clan's leadership. The request followed protocol. It was, technically, legitimate. Which was the entire point. He was tall, thin, wrapped in dark robes that had been chosen for the effect they created rather than the comfort they provided, a wardrobe designed to communicate power through absence, darkness as authority. His cultivation registered as peak dozong, but the quality of his spiritual energy was corrupted in the specific way that years of soul harvesting left on practitioners who used the Hall's methods extensively. Like a scalpel used too many times on too many subjects, the edge still sharp but the metal faintly wrong. Yao Chen felt at the moment Protector Yin crossed the compound threshold, a cold that was different from the bone-chilling flame's cold, a cold that came not from temperature but from absence. The spiritual signature of someone who had taken too many things from too many people and kept none of it. The meeting took place in the formal reception hall, with Yao Dan, 2 senior elders, and Yao Chen present. Ceremonial tea was served. The diplomatic protocol was observed with the precise care that both parties understood was a performance rather than sincerity. Yao Chen, Protector Yin said, with a bow calibrated to convey exactly the correct proportion of respect and condescension. The Hall of Souls congratulates you on your Tier 8 advancement. The achievement is remarkable. The Hall has very few Tier 8 alchemists on its consultative roster, and we would be pleased to add your name. I'm honored by the consideration, Yao Chen said, in the same register. Protector Yin produced a jade slip. A modest proposal. The Hall requires Tier 8 pills for specific research applications, nothing experimental, all standard medical formulas, ingredients and recipes fully provided. We would commission your services for 12 pills over the course of 1 year. The compensation is generous. He paused. The Hall believes in mutually beneficial relationships. Yao Chen read the jade slip. The proposed recipes were legitimate. Healing formulas, soul-strengthening pills, energy restoration compounds. Nothing that could be mistaken for weapons. But he knew what happened to powerful pills in the Hall of Souls' possession. They were used to strengthen the souls of targets before extraction, creating higher quality harvests from victims who were given pills that made their deaths more valuable. Refining pills for the Hall was providing tools for something he refused to be part of. He set the jade slip down with a particular care of someone who has made a decision and intends to communicate it without drama. I'm grateful for the proposal, he said. However, my current Yao clan obligations prevent me from accepting outside commissions for the foreseeable future. Perhaps when circumstances change. Protector Yin's smile adjusted fractionally, not disappearing, but becoming slightly more specific. Of course. The Hall is patient. The offer remains open indefinitely. He stood, bowed to Yao Dan, and moved toward the door. At the threshold, he paused. It was theatrical, and he was too sophisticated not to know it was theatrical, and he did it anyway because theatrical pauses occasionally achieve their intended effect. Your soul burns remarkably bright, Yao Chen. The Hall always remembers remarkable souls. A small, precise pause. As Protector Yin is sure you recall. He departed. The door closed behind him with a sound that was quieter than the silence it produced. Yao Dan spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of political experience. That was an assessment, not a commission request. He spent 15 minutes at close range measuring my soul's properties, Yao Chen agreed. The commission was the pretext. And what he found? Everything I tried to hide and probably more. His soul perception technique is very advanced. The clan leader's hands tightened on his staff, a controlled gesture from a man who was not used to feeling helpless. The Hall has been approaching several of the ancient clans this year. The Gu, the Lei, the Yan. Similar diplomatic visits, similar commission proposals. They're building a comprehensive map of the continent's most exceptional souls. Yao Chen understood the implications. The Hall was inventorying. Prioritizing. Preparing for an acceleration of their harvesting program. The map they were building was a target list, and he was on it. He had always been on it. Each advancement simply moved him higher. After Yao Dan dismissed the meeting, the clan leader detained Yao Chen with a hand on his arm. His voice was quiet, intended for no ears but Yao Chen's. Be careful. More careful than you've been. The old man's eyes were ancient and clear and carrying something that was not quite fear but was adjacent to it. I have not lived 260 years by underestimating the Hall of Souls. Nor have I, Yao Chen said. And meant it more than Yao Dan could know. Chapter 87. The confirmation came through the surveillance formations in the third month after Protector Yin's visit. Yao Chen had placed the observation arrays years ago, small, passive, spiritually invisible to anyone below Tier 6 perception, in the walls and floor of Han Feng's private laboratory and several common areas the young man frequented. Not comprehensive surveillance. Not an invasion of general privacy. A targeted watch on specific spaces, maintained out of the same preparation ethic that drove everything else. The arrays recorded 2 midnight visitors. They appeared in Han Feng's laboratory through a spatial technique that bypassed the compound's standard wards. The Hall of Souls operatives had long since identified and threaded through the gaps in the Yao clan's defensive formations. Dark robes, cultivation signatures suppressed to near invisibility, movements economical and professional. They arrived like transactions, without greeting, and departed with the same efficiency. Yao Chen watched the recordings alone, in his own laboratory, at 4 a.m, with a cup of tea gone cold beside him. The recording stones showed the scene in a pale blue light that made the 3 figures look carved from shadow. He watched Han Feng's posture, the careful stillness, the hands flat on the table, the measured quality of a man who has learned to contain his reactions, and identified the specific set of the shoulders that meant his disciple was receiving something he had wanted for a long time. The visitors discussed technique frameworks with Han Feng in voices that were quiet but not whispered, the confidence of people who believed the space was private. Soul extraction formation geometry. Flame affinity disruption methods. Counter techniques against heavenly flame wielder defensive responses. All of it theoretical, all of it advanced, all of it pointing toward a single specific application. Han Feng sat across from his visitors with his spine straight and his hands still on the table and his expression showing the exact kind of controlled tension that Yao Chen recognized as the particular discomfort of someone who wants something and does not want to want it. Not enthusiasm. Not eager complicity. Something more complicated, the desperation of a man who had decided that his own methods weren't sufficient and was accepting outside help with the ambivalence of someone who has not yet made peace with what they're accepting. The hall was not creating a monster. It was cultivating one that already existed in potential, feeding the hunger that had always been there, offering the specific thing that Han Feng's specific wound needed, not love, but capability. Not belonging, but power. Yao Chen turned off the erase replay function and sat in the dark laboratory with his cold tea and the weight of the confirmation he had not needed but had received anyway. His disciple was being trained to destroy him. His disciple was participating in that training. The boy he had raised from a starving orphan in Pill City's streets was working toward his death, not out of hatred. The recordings had been clear about that. The ambivalence was genuine, but out of a hunger that had never found a ceiling, that had been given permission by people with the patience to wait for it to develop into a weapon. He filed the surveillance recording in his preparation archives and began drafting the countermeasures. His hand was steady on the brush. The tea had gone cold enough that a thin rime of ice had formed at the cup's edge, responding to the bone-chilling flame's unconscious expression of his mood. He looked at the ice, recognized what it was, and consciously warmed the cup. Control was the only thing available. Control, and the work. Chapter 88. Yao Chen spent the night of the confirmation running a systematic analysis of the betrayal's mechanics that he had been avoiding for years. Not because he hadn't known the information was there, the system had always had it, had offered the detailed projection repeatedly, but because reading the full analysis meant accepting the dimensions of it in detail rather than an outline. There was a difference between knowing something was coming and reading its specifications. Fixed point analysis, complete event, Han Feng's betrayal classification. Fixed point, critical cannot be prevented without timeline integrity dropping below 30% description. Han Feng, using a Hall of Souls soul extraction formation array, will activate the formation in Yao Chen's presence under conditions designed to prevent effective resistance. The formation will sever the bond between Yao Chen's soul and his physical body, destroying the body and extracting the soul. The bone-chilling flame will be partially transferred to Han Feng. Why this event is structurally necessary. 1. Yao Chen's soul sealed in a spatial ring is the mechanism by which Xiao Yan gains a mentor. Without this event, the ring does not exist or is not found. 2. The bone-chilling flame's partial transfer to Han Feng is necessary for the original BTTH timeline. It is part of Han Feng's identity in the period when Xiao Yan encounters him. 3. Han Feng's subsequent rise to power in the Black Corner region creates conditions essential for Xiao Yan's development and growth. 4. Yao Chen's apparent death activates contingency protocols that multiple allies will respond to in ways that advance the larger preparation. The original Yao Chen was blindsided. The betrayal came without warning. His soul was shattered by the extraction and survived only partially, by chance, sealed in the ring that Han Feng had thoughtlessly kept rather than discarding. The transmigrated version of Yao Chen had foreknowledge and preparation time. He could not prevent the event. But he could change its outcome from survival by luck to survival by design. The soul preservation pill was the primary tool. A Tier 8 formula that he had been researching for 3 years, a pill designed to reinforce the soul's structural coherence under extreme spiritual stress. Normally used for cultivators recovering from severe spiritual injuries. Applied before a soul extraction event, it would mean that what was extracted was not shattered but merely displaced. A whole soul in a ring, rather than a broken one. The ring itself needed preparation. A standard spatial ring could house a soul in emergency conditions, but decades of dormancy in a ring not designed for it would cause progressive degradation. He needed a ring specially modified for soul containment, enhanced spatial chambers, spiritual energy supply mechanisms, and a resonance key that would recognize Xiao Yan specifically. He needed to give Xiao Yan a mentor who arrived in the ring with enough coherence to actually be useful. The betrayal had to happen. But it could be survived with dignity. And dignity, in this context, meant arriving as Yao Lao rather than arriving as fragments. He began drafting the research program for the soul preservation pill and fell asleep at his desk at 7 a.m. with his preparation journal open to a page that read, in the clear direct handwriting he used for the things that mattered, the question is not whether. The question is how to make it survivable. Chapter 89. The secret broke free on a night thick with spring rain, 3 weeks after the surveillance confirmation. Yao Chen had returned from a review session at 4 a.m, his face carrying the expression that Feng Shen had described, months ago, as the haunted look. The look you get when you've been doing something you don't want to explain. She had been more accurate than she knew. He had tried to enter their quarters quietly. He had failed in the fundamental way, not in volume, not in physical movement, but in the quality of presence that a person who is profoundly unhappy carries with them regardless of how softly they step. The rain outside muffled everything, which only made the internal things louder. The quarters smelled of Feng Shen's phoenix flame and the dried herbs she kept on the windowsill in small clay pots. The room was warm in the particular way of spaces that have been inhabited by 2 people long enough that their combined warmth has become the room's baseline temperature. Feng Shen was sitting up in bed, phoenix flame providing warm light. She had a book open in her lap, but she hadn't been reading it. "You've been terrible at stealth since the day I met you," she said, without accusation. I'm a Dozong cultivator. I can manage stealth technically. You can be physically undetectable. Stealth requires also not radiating whatever you're radiating right now, which I can feel through the yin-yang flame from across the room. She closed the book. Sit down. He sat on the edge of the bed. The spring rain made a steady sound against the window, and in the garden below, the cherry blossoms were long gone, and the compound was asleep, and somewhere in the inner wing Han Feng was sleeping, and somewhere under the mountain floor there were surveillance arrays recording midnight visits, and the timeline was running. He told her everything. Not the managed version. Not the version he had mentally rehearsed over years, the one where he started with the system and worked forward logically, building to the hardest truths in order of ascending difficulty. He started from the beginning, from the morning he had woken up in a stone pavilion that wasn't his, in a body that wasn't his, with a bronze hourglass in front of him and a boy's face in his memories and the weight of 2 lives pressing on him simultaneously. And he just kept going. Dr. Zhang Wei. The pharmaceutical research career. The accident, or whatever it had been, the moment of transition that he had never been able to explain because the system's entry log didn't contain an explanation, only an arrival. The specific quality of that first morning in the Yao clan compound, understanding where he was and who he was and what he was supposed to do and already beginning to calculate how to do it, before he had fully decided whether to feel anything about the situation at all. The system. The preparation points, the timeline integrity percentage, the alerts and warnings and the bronze hourglass spinning in his peripheral vision. He described it precisely, technically, because she would want technical accuracy rather than emotional framing. Xiao Yan, the original story, not the world it came from, that would take years to explain adequately, but the future of this world. The catastrophe that was coming. The boy who would face it. The specific chain of events that connected his preparation to that future facing. Every legacy seal he had placed, the one in the Xiao family treasury, the one in the Black Corner auction house, the hidden caches in the Qingshan mountains, the network of small promises distributed across the continent that he had built alone until 3 months ago. The yin-yang flame bond and what it would eventually feel like from her side when the extraction happened. He said this quietly and directly, because she deserved the full information about what was in her future, and because managing her away from hard truths had cost them both more than the truths would have, and Han Feng's betrayal. The surveillance recordings. The timeline's verdict. The fixed point analysis, 40% integrity loss if prevented, catastrophic, the thing that could not be changed without unraveling everything else. The boy they had raised together, working toward killing the man who had trained him, with the patient coaching of people who specialized in pointing desperation in useful directions. The telling went from 4 in the morning to dawn. The rain lightened and stopped somewhere in the middle of it. The sky went through gray into the specific pale quality of early morning, and then the first birds began, and then Yao Ling's voice rose from the garden below, the cheerful monologue of a 5-year-old who has just discovered that rain makes earthworms visible and finds this development fascinating. Feng Shen listened through all of it with the specific quality of silence she brought to long refinements, attentive, present, not processing aloud, giving the material the space it needed to be fully delivered before beginning to respond to any part of it. When he finished, the room was full of light and Yao Ling's voice and the sound of the post-rain garden, and the morning was very ordinary, and the night had contained something that changed everything. Feng Shen was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Yao Chen could feel the weight of what she was processing, not just the information, but the texture of the years behind them, recontextualized. Every trip. Every haunted morning. Every moment he had managed rather than shared. Finally, you're from another world. Yes. You've been doing this, all of it, for a boy who hasn't been born yet. A boy whose entire future you're building out of pills and hidden stones. Yes. And Han Feng is going to betray you. Not because he's evil. Because he's desperate and the Hall of Souls is very patient. That's an accurate summary. And you have to let him. Silence. The morning filled the room. Yes. She stood and walked to the window and stood there with her back to him, her hands folded, watching the garden where Yao Ling was crouching over a puddle and examining its surface with scientific interest. And us? Her voice was controlled with the specific effort of someone choosing control because the alternative is not useful. Yao Ling and me. What happens to us when the betrayal comes? You weren't in the original timeline. Neither was she. I don't know, that's why the family protection preparation has always been its own track. Hidden sanctuary. Emergency protocols. Resources independent of the main project. So we're wildcards. You are the best thing I've ever done. You and Yao Ling are not wildcards. You're the only part of this life that isn't calculated. A long pause. When she turned from the window, her eyes were dry, she had gone past the initial response into something harder and clearer, the way a solution sometimes becomes more transparent when you add heat. I need a few days. Take whatever you need. I will. She moved toward the door, then stopped. And Yao Chen, Dr. Zhang Wei, whoever you are underneath all of it. Don't apologize for telling me. I'm furious that it took this long. I am not sorry, I know. She left. The door closed with care rather than force. He sat in the morning light with the weight redistributed but not gone, feeling lighter and heavier at once, the paradox of secrets shared, the simultaneous relief and the increased clarity of what the burden actually weighed. Chapter 90. 3 days later, Feng Shen returned with a plan. She sat across from him in the laboratory with 2 jade slips in her hands and the expression of a woman who has processed what needs processing and converted the remaining energy into action. Her amber eyes were clear. She had arrived at the table. She smelled faintly of phoenix flame residue, which meant she had been refining through the night, working the way she always worked when she needed to replace feeling with purpose. The betrayal has to happen, she said. That's fixed. So we don't prepare against the betrayal. We prepare through it. Here's what we're doing. She set down the jade slips and laid them out with the systematic clarity of someone who had been drawing organizational charts in her head for 3 days. Phase 1, Yao Ling's safety. I've identified 3 pocket dimension locations that are stable and undetectable. We build them out independently, each one fully functional, fully provisioned, accessible by a unique spatial key. I carry all 3 keys. Evacuation protocol. At the first sign the betrayal is approaching, Yao Ling and I enter the primary sanctuary and do not emerge until the situation resolves. Whatever the situation is. Phase 2, your soul's preservation. You mentioned a theoretical pill framework, soul preservation. You stop theorizing and start refining. I will support the ingredient acquisition and the research documentation. This pill exists before the betrayal window opens. Phase 3, the ring. A standard spatial ring won't sustain a soul for decades. You need a ring specifically engineered for soul containment, spiritually supplied for long-term dormancy, with a resonance key calibrated to your Xiao Yan. We acquire the base ring and enhance it together. The yin-yang flame gives us a unique tool for the enhancement. Phase 4, acceleration. We increase legacy seal placement to a pace that covers the remaining critical locations within 2 years instead of 5. I take the eastern continent. You take west and central. We divide the logistics. Yao Chen looked at his wife, who had received information sufficient to collapse anyone, processed it in 3 days, and returned with a comprehensive project plan. You planned all of this in 3 days, he said. In between training Yao Ling, managing the clan's herb gardens, and finishing a Tier 7 pill refinement I had committed to 3 weeks ago. Yes. She met his eyes levelly. Did you expect me to be incapacitated by feelings? I expected you to need time. I needed 3 days. That was the time I needed. She leaned forward across the table. You've been carrying this alone for years because you thought protecting us meant not sharing it. That was wrong, not maliciously wrong, but wrong. Partners share the weight, that's what the word means. She held his gaze. We're partners. So what do you need from me first? He felt the weight shift. Not disappear, nothing was going to make this disappear. But shift from a single bearing surface to 2, the load distributed, the structure made stable. The sanctuary, he said. Start with the sanctuary. Already started, she said. I'm 3 steps ahead of you. He looked at the jade slips on the table and recognized her handwriting in the precise columns of preparation notes. She had not spent 3 days recovering. She had spent 3 days building. He felt something loosen in his chest that had been knotted there for years without his recognizing it as a knot. You're remarkable, he said. Yes, she agreed. Write it down. You may need the reminder. Chapter 91. The partnership transformed the preparation project's velocity. Feng Shen's organizational capabilities were of a kind that Yao Chen had observed for years and never fully deployed, because he had been managing what she knew in order to protect her from it. With the protection removed and the full context provided, she applied her organizational intelligence to the project's actual scope and the results were immediate. She created a master map of all active legacy seals within a week, a comprehensive geographic analysis that identified not just where the seals were, but where the gaps were, which routes between key locations were unserviced, which regions appeared in the BTTH narrative with enough regularity to require contingency coverage. The map was spread across a dedicated table in their shared laboratory, weighted at the corners with ingredient containers, annotated in her precise script with distance calculations and terrain assessments. It had a quality of professional rigor that Yao Chen's intuitive placement approach had never achieved, because he had been operating from memory and instinct while she was operating from systematic analysis. You have significant coverage in the Central Plains and the Jiama Empire, she told him, indicating the map with a precision that would have been at home in a military briefing. Your Black Corner region coverage is strong. But the northern and eastern empires are sparse. You've prioritized Xiao Yan's known travel routes, which is correct, but you've left the secondary routes uncovered. If the timeline shifts and he deviates from the projected path, those gaps become critical. Filling them while maintaining timeline stability is a logistics problem, not an impossibility. I'll handle the eastern routes. Legitimate herb research justifications. I have academic relationships with 3 research institutes that make extended travel credible. You cover the northwest. We close the gaps in 6 months. They worked in parallel. Feng Shen traveled the eastern continent on expeditions that were professionally genuine. She produced real research, developed real alchemical applications, and published results that built her reputation and her cover simultaneously. The legacy seals were placed quietly along the way, invisible additions to legitimate work. She kept detailed placement logs, cross-referenced against Yao Chen's BTTH narrative notes, and flagged any placement that might require follow-up adjustment as the timeline's probability distribution shifted. Her reports arrived by courier bird every 2 weeks, dense with terrain observations and seal placement confirmations written in the private shorthand they had developed together. The sanctuary took 3 months to build correctly. Yao Chen constructed the pocket dimension using Tier 7 spatial alchemy in combination with timeline anchor stabilization techniques that he had been developing since the Temporal Valley encounter. The dimension was small in square footage but exhaustive in provision. Cultivation formation arrays calibrated for extended occupancy, a spiritual energy supply that would sustain 2 people's cultivation needs indefinitely, a reference library that contained not just Feng Shen's current research but every alchemical text in the Yao clan's collection transcribed to jade slips. A medical bay fully stocked for any injury short of catastrophic combat damage. A communication array tuned to receive from outside but unable to broadcast. To find them, a searcher would need the entry key. And a training space for Yao Ling, a Do Qi cultivation environment sized for a child, with formation arrays that would shift and adapt as her capabilities grew, equipped with everything a fire affinity cultivator with an analytical mind would need to advance from a starting point to whatever she was capable of becoming. He had spent an extra week on the training space. He had consulted his memory of every effective training environment he had studied or used, distilling them into the essential principles: appropriate challenge, clear feedback, the physical sensation of progress. The cauldron stand was built to the exact height that would suit a child of 5 but extend through adjustable mechanisms for a teenager. The flame channeling arrays were calibrated starting from the lowest register he had seen in any cultivator, leaving nothing assumed. The walls were smooth and warm, lit by formations that mimicked natural light. It was the most personal room in the sanctuary. Feng Shen received the spatial key, a jade pendant, plain, warm to the touch, with a soul resonance lock keyed to her spiritual signature, in an evening ceremony that was private and without formal ceremony. He held the pendant out. She took it. She turned it over once in her palm, reading its structure with her alchemist's perception, then put it on. She had not taken it off since. "You built Yao Ling a training room," she said, the evening they finished the sanctuary. "She's going to need somewhere to practice. She's 5. She's going to be in there a long time." He met Feng Shen's eyes. "She should have a good space." Feng Shen was quiet for a moment, then reached out and took his hand and held it. They stood like that for a while in the pocket dimension that he had built for his family to survive what he could not survive with them. The sanctuary was cool and still around them, smelling of new jade and the faint mineral note of freshly activated formations. "When the time comes," he said. "I'll be ready before you know it's time," she said. "I'll be watching for it." Chapter 92. Han Misheng returned. He was a dozun now. The advancement was visible in the quality of his presence, the way a room changed when he entered it, as if space itself had been informed of his rank and adjusted accordingly. He had grown from the charming, ambitious intelligence operative at the Continental Conference into something more finished, more dangerous for being less obviously so, the predator who had learned that patience was more efficient than urgency. His robes were excellent. His manner was impeccable. Everything about him communicated controlled, directed power. The diplomatic dinner was conducted with extraordinary technical professionalism by everyone at the table, meaning that everyone said the correct things with the correct expressions and nobody believed anyone else for a single moment. Yao Dan presided with the elegant detachment of a man who had outlived 17 political administrations and found each new crisis interesting rather than novel. The clan elders occupied their ceremonial positions with the rigid posture of people maintaining protocol because protocol was the only protection in a room where honest communication would escalate into combat. Yao Chen sat opposite Han Misheng and felt the past decade between them, the conference encounter, the intelligence exchange, the years of knowing that this family was building towards something that required his soul in a bottle. The dining hall smelled of winter plum wine and the subtle aromatic burn of high-grade ingredient candles, the kind the compound used only for formal occasions. Everything was correct. Everything was performed. "The years have been kind," Han Misheng said, raising a wine cup with the practiced ease of a man who had raised ceremonial wine cups in hostile company many times before. Tier 8 alchemist. 1-star dozun. Remarkable convergence of advancement. "I've worked hard," Yao Chen said. "You've achieved what most practitioners spend multiple lifetimes attempting." The charming smile carried its usual careful calibration. "One wonders what drives such extraordinary focus." "Purpose," Yao Chen said simply. "Ah. Purpose." Han Misheng turned the word over, tasting it. "The Hall of Souls is also driven by purpose. Our purposes, as I understand it, are not entirely incompatible." "Describe the compatibility." "Both of us want the best possible outcome for the Do Qi continent. We differ on what that outcome is and how to achieve it." He set down the wine cup. "The Hall believes the world's suffering stems from the inequitable distribution of soul energy. The strong live long, the weak die young, not because strength is inherently moral, but because soul energy, concentrated in powerful cultivators, could be redistributed to benefit a larger population. Our project is, at its foundation, a redistribution project. The philosophical framing was sophisticated, and it was entirely false, and both of them knew it. Yao Chen appreciated the craft even while recognizing the lie. A generous description, Yao Chen said. Though I note the redistribution in practice tends to flow from the living to the Hall of Souls collection vaults rather than to the broader population. Han Misheng's smile became slightly more real. An honest critique. I respect honesty. He leaned forward fractionally. Your soul burns like nothing I've seen in a decade of collection work, Yao Chen. I want you to understand, the Hall's attention to you is not casual. It is not going to diminish. And our patience is, as I believe Protector Yin mentioned, very, very long. I appreciate the transparency, Yao Chen said. It saves us both the effort of pretending this was a social visit. Something shifted in Han Misheng's expression, a flicker of genuine appreciation before the mask reseated itself. He liked directness, this man. He would have made an interesting ally in a different world. The dinner ended. The formal farewells were exchanged. The entourage departed through a spatial gate with the smooth efficiency of an organization that had done this many times before. Yao Chen watched from the compound's highest tower until the gate closed, then stood for a while looking at the space where it had been. The shadows were converging. He could feel them, the Hall of Souls, the approaching betrayal, the timeline's shrinking margins, Ming Zong's periodic probes. All of it moving toward a specific moment that he could not prevent and had spent years preparing to survive. He went home to his wife and daughter. Yao Ling had fallen asleep in the garden again, this time on a bed of pressed herbs that she had apparently organized before using as a pillow. He picked her up and carried her inside and felt, as he always did in these moments, the particular weight of a person who is entirely trusting. Chapter 93. The diplomatic visit left intelligence that took 3 weeks to fully extract and analyze. The Hall of Souls operatives were sophisticated, but every person who moves through a space leaves traces, and Yao Chen had spent years developing his spiritual perception to read those traces. The residual energy signatures from Han Misheng's entourage contained operational fragments, not comprehensive intelligence, but the kind of partial information that, assembled correctly, produced a coherent picture. He worked through the analysis in his laboratory in the deep hours of 3 successive mornings, the bone-chilling flame providing cold, clear light, its silver edge picking out the fine structure of the residual energy fields with a precision that nothing else in his toolkit could match. Cold was clarity. This had always been true. He catalogued what he found. Targeting priorities, the residual imprinting on Han Misheng's secondary operatives carried the specific attentional signature of professionals who had been briefed on multiple acquisition targets. The Yao clan was not their only interest in this region. The energy patterns suggested at least 3 additional ancient clan members were on the Hall's active acquisition list. The quality of attention embedded in residual signatures differed between exploratory reconnaissance and confirmed target surveillance. These were the latter. Harvesting schedule indicators, temporal frequency analysis of the residual energy fields pointed toward a compressed operational timeline. The Hall was accelerating. Whatever collection program they were running against the ancient clans, something had changed the pace, an external deadline, an internal resource pressure, or a strategic window they believed was closing. The acceleration was consistent across all 4 operatives in the entourage, which meant it came from the organization, not from individual urgency. Communication protocol fragments, the encoding method the Hall currently used for inter-operative contact was partially readable. Not enough to decrypt active communications, but enough to identify structure, and structure, in Yao Chen's experience, was more useful than content. Content told you what they'd decided. Structure told you how they thought. He assembled the 3 findings into a single analytical framework and held it against what he already knew. The picture that emerged was not surprising but was more developed than he'd had before. The Hall of Souls was not improvising. They were executing a plan that had been in development for decades, possibly centuries, and the plan was entering a phase that required direct action against the ancient clans on a timeline that could no longer be deferred. The intelligence was valuable enough to be preserved. Yao Chen created a legacy seal unlike any he'd built before, not for Xiao Yan, but for the Yao clan. He placed it in the compound's deepest archive, keyed to the clan leader's bloodline signature across generations, containing the intelligence he'd assembled and detailed analysis of the Hall of Souls' weaknesses and operational vulnerabilities as of the current date. The seal would remain dormant for decades, invisible to any perception below Tier 8, and would activate for a Yao clan leader facing the Hall's eventual direct assault. It wouldn't save the clan. He knew from the timeline that the Yao clan would eventually face a devastating Han clan attack. But his Tier 8 intelligence package might save the people within it, not by preventing the attack, but by ensuring the defenders understood what they were facing well enough to make choices that saved more lives than the original timeline allowed. He sealed the legacy seal with the bone-chilling flame's cold signature, not as a lock, but as an identifier. Any future Yao clan leader with the bloodline sensitivity to access the archive would recognize the distinctive cold of that flame as provenance. This was made by someone with a heavenly flame and full knowledge of the Hall's intentions. Trust it. The 3 mornings of analysis left him with a headache that lasted through midday on the 3rd day, the specific exhaustion of sustained fine perception work, when the spiritual sense has been extended at high sensitivity for hours and needs time to contract back to its resting state. He ate alone, drank 2 cups of strong brewed bitter root tea, and let the silence of the laboratory do its work. Yao Dan received the intelligence summary in condensed form the following morning. The clan leader read it slowly, pressing each jade slip to his forehead for longer than was strictly necessary, the gesture of a reader who is absorbing rather than scanning. When he finished, he set the slips down on his desk and was quiet for a long moment. "You've been building intelligence on the hall for years," he said. "Not quite a question. Preparation requires information. Most people stop at know your enemy. You've mapped their intentions, their methods, and their schedule. Most people haven't seen what the hall is actually building toward." Yao Dan studied him. "Someday you will tell me the full scope of what you know." "Someday," Yao Chen agreed, and meant it as a possibility rather than a promise. Timeline Preparation System Legacy Seal placed, Intelligence Cache for Yao Clan Defense Timeline Note. This seal benefits the Yao Clan, not Xiao Yan directly, but the Yao Clan's survival is connected to the larger Preparation Success Active Seals. 124 Every thread strengthen the tapestry. Even threads that would never be seen. Chapter 94. Han Feng challenged Yao Chen to a formal alchemy duel. He stood before his master in the compound's main refinement hall, in front of 12 witnesses including 3 senior elders, and issued the challenge with the steady eyes and controlled voice of someone who had rehearsed the moment and was executing it cleanly. The room went quiet in the particular way that happens when social protocol encounters an unusual application of itself. A disciple challenging their master was not technically prohibited, alchemy was meritocratic by nature, but it was unusual in the way that makes bystanders recalibrate their assessments of the people involved. Elder Yao Jing's teacup, Yao Chen noted peripherally, had stopped moving halfway to the elder's mouth. 3 apprentices in the hall's outer gallery were holding their breath. "Accepted," Yao Chen said, without hesitation. He had thought about this moment. Had run calculations about whether to accept, whether to manage the outcome, whether to lose gracefully to encourage Han Feng's confidence. He had rejected all of those options. Han Feng was too perceptive for managed outcomes, and the attempt would insult both of them. The duel, same recipe, same ingredient batch, simultaneous refinement, judged by Elder Yao Jing on purity and technical standard. The formula chosen was the Meridian Clearing Pill, a Tier 6 standard, challenging enough to produce meaningful variance, straightforward enough that the result would reflect genuine capability rather than recipe familiarity. Both competitors were given 1 hour. Yao Chen refined with genuine skill. Not system optimized, not enhanced by techniques he hadn't developed in character, but the real capability he had built through years of work in this life. Tier 8 technique applied to a Tier 6 recipe. He was aware, throughout the refinement, of Han Feng working at the adjacent cauldron. The young man's flame control was exceptional, his ingredient handling precise, his technique architecture sound. He worked with the focused intensity of someone performing the most important task of his life. The result, Yao Chen at 96% purity. Han Feng at 89%. 7 points. In alchemy terms, not a gap, a canyon. Han Feng looked at the pills side by side on the assessment table, examining both with the professional thoroughness of someone who is not going to console themselves with excuses. He looked at Yao Chen's pill with genuine admiration. The admiration was real, unguarded, the appreciation of a connoisseur encountering something extraordinary. He looked at his own with clear-eyed assessment. He looked at the difference between them with the expression of someone who has suspected a thing and is watching the suspicion confirmed. Admiration. Frustration. Calculation. "Thank you, Master," he said. His voice was calm in a way that was not calm at all. After the formal dismissal, Yao Chen found him in the training grounds, standing at an unused cauldron, not refining. Just standing, with the intensity of someone trying to contain something by the force of attention. His back was to the hall's entrance. He hadn't heard Yao Chen approach. "You could have lost," Han Feng said without turning. "Subtly enough that only I'd know. You would have known." Which would have made the dishonesty worse than the loss. 7%, he said it without inflection, which was its own form of emphasis. 10 years of training. 7%. Han Feng, don't. The word was a door closing. Don't tell me I'm talented. Don't tell me the gap will close. We both know what that gap represents. He turned. His eyes were burning with the specific fire of someone who is intensely intelligent and has arrived at a conclusion they don't want to be true. "You have something I don't," he said. "Not technique. Not the flame, though the flame is part of it. Something in how you think. Something about the way you see alchemy at a level that's native to you. Like you grew up somewhere where this was ordinary." The accuracy of the observation was a cold shock. Yao Chen held his expression steady. "I've spent 10 years studying your work," Han Feng continued. "More closely than anyone else alive. And I know, that what you do isn't just better. It's different. It comes from a place I can't access. Yao Chen looked at his disciples' burning eyes and the hunger behind them and the intelligence that had led him to the exactly right-wrong conclusion and searched for words that would not accelerate the timeline. "You're right that I have an advantage," he said. "And you're right that it's native to me in a way that can't be fully transmitted. But you're wrong about what it means for you." He paused. "The world doesn't need another version of me. It needs what you are, the flame control, the architectural brilliance in your pill design, the instinctive connection to heat attribute cultivation that I can't match. Those are yours. Not lesser. Different." Han Feng nodded. His jaw was set. The words were true and they were insufficient. Yao Chen knew it. Han Feng knew it. They both stood in the gap between truth and sufficiency, and neither of them could bridge it. The evening training grounds were quiet around them. A bird called once from the compound wall, then went silent. Yao Chen watched his disciple walk away and thought, I could tell him. I could explain everything, the transmigration, the system, the reason for the gap he's correctly identified. I could take away the mystery and leave only the real distance, which is smaller, but the telling would require explaining what I am, and explaining what I am would mean explaining what I'm preparing for, and that conversation would not preserve the timeline. It would shatter it. The kindest lie he could offer Han Feng was silence. He was not sure silence was kind. Chapter 95. Yao Chen returned to the Jiama Empire for a timeline verification that the system had flagged as critical. The data had been building for months, temporal resonance echoes becoming more frequent and more vivid, the system's predictive models for Xiao Yan's soul signature becoming increasingly specific. The birth was approaching. The system couldn't give him a date, but it could tell him the probability distribution was narrowing, and the Jiama Empire was where he needed to verify the conditions were proceeding correctly. He traveled in his established independent cultivator disguise, taking a route through the eastern provinces that allowed him to refresh 4 legacy seals along the way. The road east was long and dry in the early autumn, the dust of the harvest season rising in thin columns from farmsteads where Do-Chi enhanced crops were being brought in with techniques that looked, to a modern eye, somewhere between magic and agricultural engineering. He moved quickly, covering the distance in 3 days of sustained flight speed travel, the bone-chilling flame keeping him cool even in the afternoon heat. The Jiama Empire received him exactly as it always did, with the comfortable provincial indifference of a place that did not know it was important. The Xiao clan compound in Wutan City had changed. The courtyard where he had watched Xiao Zhan practice was now showing the activity of a family rather than a training ground, children's running paths worn into the grass, a second garden bed tended by someone with different priorities than the military cultivation garden that had dominated before. Xiao Zhan's wife was visible in the morning market, 8 months pregnant, moving with the careful confident walk of a woman who has made peace with her current physical reality. Timeline preparation system critical observation, timeline convergence, Xiao Yan's birth imminent Jiama Empire Xiao clan trajectory, on schedule timeline integrity stabilization, plus 4%, 57%, key fixed point approaching. He did not go into the compound. Did not introduce himself. Did not make himself visible or memorable to any of the people who would eventually become characters in the story he was facilitating. He walked past, noted, confirmed, and moved on. The legacy seal in the Xiao family treasury was intact and correctly keyed. He checked it with a brief non-invasive spiritual pulse and felt the familiar resonance of his own temporal intention embedded in the stone, patient and waiting and entirely invisible to anyone who was not looking for it. A pulse returned, the seal's acknowledgement, the faint tactile sensation of connection across the temporal lock's architecture. Everything was properly seated. The intention was holding. The gift was waiting. Everything was in place. The infrastructure was holding. The boy was almost here. All that remained was the worst part. He bought a bowl of soup from a market stall on his way back through Wutan City, because he was hungry and because sometimes the simplest human acts were the most grounding. The soup was good, bean curd and river greens and a bone stock that had been cooking since morning. He ate standing at the stall's counter and watched the street and thought about the fact that somewhere in the adjacent blocks, in a compound that smelled of training sweat and cooking fire, a woman was 8 months pregnant with the person around whom his entire adult life had been organized. He finished the soup, paid, and left the city. Behind him, Wutan City continued its ordinary day, entirely unaware. Chapter 96. The Fate Sect ambush came in a mountain pass on the return journey. Despite the truce, Ming Zong apparently interpreted cease hostile operations to include observe through periodic testing of defensive limits. 6 temporal cultivators, Do Huang to Do Zong, waited in a narrow canyon through which the road between the Jiama Empire and the Central Plains ran. They had chosen the location deliberately. The canyon walls created a spatial resonance that enhanced temporal techniques and reduced the effectiveness of standard Do-Chi combat. The stone walls on both sides were close enough that direct combat alchemy would risk rockfall. The ambush position was well chosen. Their technique was new, localized time loops that trapped opponents in repeating moments. The experience was disorienting in the specific way that challenges logical processing. Yao Chen found himself reliving the same 3-second interval repeatedly, each repetition slightly different as the loop destabilized, unable to complete any action because the temporal context in which the action had been initiated kept resetting. He reached for the bone-chilling flame in the first iteration. He was still reaching in the fifth. The loop didn't care. The timeline anchor was the counter. He activated it immediately, expanding the stabilization sphere outward with maximum force, pushing against the loop architecture and forcing the local spacetime back into sequential order. The effort was enormous. Each loop required active maintenance by one of the 6 attackers, and they were staggering the loops to prevent any single anchor push from neutralizing all of them. He could feel the individual casters through the temporal pressure of their technique, their cultivation signatures distinct as fingerprints. 20 minutes of combat in conditions where time itself was the primary hazard. His combat alchemy was decisive when he could act within stable windows, flash freeze bombs, bone-chilling flame beams, pill explosives deployed with precision calibrated for the ambient conditions. But the temporal disruptions introduced randomness into timing that made every engagement unpredictable. A flash freeze bomb thrown in a stable window detonated in a loop-distorted window, the explosion arriving at the wrong moment. He adjusted. Threw earlier. Accepted that some attacks would miss by design and used the misses to map the loop architecture. He invented a counter technique midway through, using the bone-chilling flames cold to freeze the temporal energy in a loop structure, creating an ice island of stable time within the distortion field. The technique worked by the same principle as the temporal valley had revealed: absolute cold suppressed temporal energy by reducing its available thermal capacity. He could freeze time loops the same way he froze water. 4 attackers defeated. 2 retreated through temporal gates when it became clear their target had developed active counters to their primary technique. The canyon was quiet afterward, scored by bone-chilling flame impact marks and the scattered residue of frozen temporal energy that dissipated like morning frost. Ming Zong was not present. This had been a probe, not an assault. The Fate Sect leader was systematically mapping Yao Chen's temporal defense capabilities, testing each technique's limits in isolation, building a comprehensive model of what worked against him and what didn't. The 6-attacker configuration had been chosen to stress test the timeline anchor's maximum stabilization radius while simultaneously testing whether combat alchemy could compensate for temporal interference and timing. The answer to both questions was yes, but at significant cost. Yao Chen stood in the mountain pass in the aftermath, snow just beginning to fall again, covering the scorch marks from the flash freeze detonations, and ran the numbers that he had been running for months. Each Fate Sect engagement cost him 2 to 5% of timeline integrity. Ming Zong was probing at intervals of 2 to 3 months. The accumulated cost, sustained over the years remaining before the betrayal, would push him below 40%. Below 30, critical fixed points began to fail. The probe and counter cycle was a slow drain that he could not sustain. He needed a different approach. Not a military solution. He and Ming Zong had established a truce on honest terms, and breaking that truce would cost more than the probes were costing. Not a political solution. The Fate Sect operated outside all political structures. Something that changed Ming Zong's cost-benefit calculation. Something that made continued testing more expensive for the Fate Sect than ceasing it. The temporal valley, he remembered, could be returned to. Its ambient energy had restored his timeline integrity during the confrontation visit. If he could periodically return to absorb temporal energy, restore what the probes drained, the cycle's net cost would approach 0. He filed the solution. Continued home through the snow. Updated his preparation schedule to include temporal valley visits at quarterly intervals. Timeline integrity, 55%. A number that required managing. He would manage it. Chapter 97. The Hall of Souls infiltration of the Yao clan had progressed further than any external intelligence suggested. Yao Chen discovered the depth of it on his return, when he ran a standard spiritual audit of his own laboratory and found traces of external energy contact in the formation arrays he had designed personally. Not damaged. Not disrupted. Subtly adjusted, like a lock that has been carefully examined and replaced, leaving no visible evidence except the faint residue of unfamiliar spiritual energy in the mechanism's interior. He ran the detection twice to be certain, then expanded the scan to the laboratory's full perimeter. The traces were consistent, deliberate, and recent, within the past 2 weeks. He expanded the audit to the broader compound and found what the internal surveillance had not caught. The hall had been working at the interface level, where formation arrays communicated with each other, where the clan's defensive and administrative systems connected. Not compromising individual formations, but mapping their interconnections. Building a model of how the compound systems worked together so that a future, precisely targeted interference would hit multiple systems simultaneously. He brought the evidence to Yao Dan, who conducted an immediate clan-wide spiritual examination. 8 members showed contamination markers, the characteristic energetic signature of Hall of Souls communion techniques, which worked by establishing a low-level spiritual connection with a target and gradually expanding it until the target's decisions could be influenced. 3 elders. 2 guards. 3 administrative staff. None of them had made a conscious choice. The communion technique operated below conscious awareness, presenting itself as the person's own reasoning rather than external guidance. The treatment was complex, a Tier 7 purification process that had to be applied delicately to avoid damaging the cultivator's spiritual core while removing the communion traces. Yao Chen performed all 8 purifications personally. It took 3 days. Each purification required him to trace the communion thread back to its origin point in the subject's spiritual core, apply a precise sequence of cold heat oscillation from the yin-yang flame to freeze the foreign energy and remove it cleanly, then seal the access point against reinfection. Each subject emerged from the process looking lighter, as if a low-grade headache they had been living with for so long they'd stopped noticing it had finally been removed. The debriefs afterward revealed the scope of what the hall had extracted: formation layouts, guard rotation schedules, personnel relationships, resource storage locations. Individually minor. Collectively, a comprehensive operational map of the compound's vulnerabilities. Yao Dan's response, at the subsequent Elder Assembly, was controlled and furious in equal measure. "The shadow has learned our shape," he said. "We must change our shape." The defensive overhaul was comprehensive. New formation configurations that randomized communication protocols at 3-day intervals, anti-infiltration screening for all members at monthly intervals, and a new security philosophy that treated every operational detail as need to know rather than generally available. Yao Chen contributed enhancements that were not on any official list: deep layer temporal detection arrays, timeline anchored derived interference protocols, and a hidden alert system keyed to soul extraction formation architectures. Not formations that anyone would ask about. Formations that would give the compound's defenders 30 seconds of warning when the moment finally arrived. 30 seconds. It would have to be enough. Chapter 98. Tier 9 Alchemy was the mountain that touched the sky and had its roots in a place Yao Chen didn't yet know how to see. He began the research knowing the distance. Every previous tier had required better technique, stronger flame, more refined understanding of spiritual chemistry. Tier 9 required something that his accumulated knowledge and capability pointed toward without yet reaching: a direct perception of the Do-Chi universe's operating system. Not the phenomena it produced, but the laws themselves. Not the chemistry, but the physics. Not the physics, but the mathematics underneath the physics. His modern scientific training gave him the conceptual vocabulary for this kind of thinking. He understood the idea of fundamental constants, the speed of light, Planck's constant, the gravitational parameter, as realities that didn't emerge from other realities but were simply true, the bedrock level below which no further reduction was possible. Tier 9 alchemy required working at the equivalent level of the Do-Chi universe's bedrock. He could name what was needed. He could not yet do it. The gap between naming and doing was where Tier 9 research lived, and the work of crossing it was humbling in a way that the previous tiers had not been. For the first time since the transmigration, his modern knowledge was insufficient. The metaphysical evolution that Tier 9 demanded could not be achieved through information accumulation or methodological refinement. It required his soul to grow, to develop the perceptual capacity for direct contact with reality at a level that no amount of analytical intelligence could substitute for. He meditated daily. He refined pills that pushed toward the edge of Tier 8's upper boundary, treating each success as a step toward the threshold rather than a destination. He sat with the unanswerable questions that Tier 9 alchemy asked, resisting the impulse to convert them into answerable ones, letting them remain questions until understanding arrived from below rather than being constructed from above. The practice was difficult in the specific way that waiting is difficult. It required active stillness, sustained openness, the persistent refusal to substitute motion for readiness. One evening, sitting in his laboratory with an unlit cauldron in front of him and the bone-chilling flame resting still in his chest, he had a thought that stopped him. He was trying to reach Tier 9, which required his soul to develop the perceptual capacity for direct contact with the Do-Chi universe's fundamental nature. And the method for developing that perceptual capacity was to sit with unanswerable questions until the answers arrived from a place below conscious reasoning. The legacy seal work was essentially the same process, applied differently. Every seal he placed required him to hold a specific person in mind with the specificity of genuine care, not as an abstract future beneficiary, but as Xiao Yan, this person, with these characteristics, who would need this specific thing in this specific situation. The quality of attention required to make a seal properly was not different in kind from the quality of attention that Tier 9 alchemy asked of him. He had been developing the soul capacity he needed all along. In the seal work. In the fatherhood. In the choice to keep teaching Han Feng well despite knowing where the teaching led. In every moment where he had chosen genuine presence over protective management. The irony was not lost on him that the path toward the highest tier of alchemy had been the path he was already on, and that he had missed it because it didn't look like a path. It looked like living. He kept climbing. The summit was the same summit it had always been. He just understood the route better now. Chapter 99. The Do Zun breakthrough confronted him with everything he had been managing. The inner demon tribulation that guarded the Do Zun threshold manifested during a deep meditation session in his sealed practice chamber. His consciousness was drawn into an internal landscape, the familiar expanded awareness of high-rank breakthrough territory, that presented as a vast dark plain under a star-filled sky that was not the sky of any world he had lived in. The air smelled of nothing, a true absence of scent that felt more unsettling than any specific smell could be, a sensory void that told him this was a space between spaces. Xiao Yan stood in the middle of it. Not the temporal resonance echo of a child. Not the distant projection of a future that hadn't arrived. A vivid, substantial presence, Xiao Yan at 15 or 16, in the aftermath of a battle he had clearly lost, bloodied and surrounded by opponents who outranked him significantly. He stood in the wreckage with his chin up and his fists clenched and his eyes carrying the specific quality of iron that Yao Chen had seen in temporal resonance echoes for years but never this close. The vision Xiao Yan looked up. For a single moment, across the dimension between present and future, between the man building the tools and the boy who would eventually use them, their perception met. I don't care how hard it gets, Xiao Yan said, in the voice of someone who means what they're saying in the way that certain people mean things, totally, without reservation, with their full weight behind it. I'll take back everything that was stolen. The inner demons rose. Fear, that all the preparation was insufficient. That the legacy seals would be missed or misread, that the ring would fail, that the soul extraction would be worse than predicted and nothing would survive it. That he would give everything and it wouldn't be enough. Guilt, that he was living a life, a full, beautiful, chosen life with a wife and a daughter and friends and purpose, knowing it would be destroyed. That the people who loved him would lose him and not understand why he had allowed it. Grief, for Feng Shen. For Yao Ling, for the years of the ring's dormancy that neither of them would be able to see. Rage, at the whole edifice of it. At a universe that required this sacrifice. At the original Yao Chen who had lived this story without preparation and been destroyed by it. At Han Feng, who was desperate and being used and whose desperation would become a weapon pointed at the person who had tried to help him. At himself, for choosing this. For continuing to choose it. For being unable to stop choosing it. He held the demons without fighting them. Accepted the fear as accurate data about the stakes. Accepted the guilt as appropriate and channeled it into the preparation work. Guilt without action is self-indulgence, but guilt that becomes the engine of action is a form of redemption. Accepted the grief as evidence of the value of what he had built and was building. Accepted the rage as fuel. The demons dissolved. Not defeated, understood. Integrated. The Do Zun breakthrough was catastrophic in the constructive sense. Everything that had been the ceiling became the floor, and above it was a new order of capability that flooded through his expanded meridians like dawn flooding a landscape that had only ever known dark. His spiritual sense expanded by an order of magnitude. The compound, which had always felt like a contained world, suddenly felt like a courtyard within a larger world, the continent's Do Chi currents flowing through him in vast, complex patterns he had previously only glimpsed. The bone-chilling flame evolved again. Its silver edge deepened to something that could freeze spiritual energy itself, not merely slow it, but halt it, suspend cultivation processes at the metaphysical level. The power that had begun as cold precision had grown into something approaching the fundamental force it always had been. He opened his eyes in the wreckage of his practice chamber and calculated how many years remained. Not enough. Never enough. He would use every one of them. Chapter 100. The secret meeting convened on a clear autumn night in the Yao clan's deepest garden. The grove had been a private space for decades, old trees closing the sky above a stone clearing, spiritual suppression formations in the roots making the area invisible to external perception. The trees were ancient, their bark thick and grooved, their roots raising stone slabs at the clearing's edge. The air smelled of turned leaves and the particular mineral cold of high-altitude autumn, clean enough to taste. Yao Chen had used it for meditation since his first year in the compound. He had never before used it for a council. 4 chairs. 4 people. Venerable Feng sat in the first chair with the alert patience of someone who had attended enough unusual meetings to know that patience was the primary required skill. He had aged imperceptibly over the years. Wind cultivators tended to carry time lightly, but his eyes held the depth of accumulated experience that was the only visible cost of living fully. Lin Mei sat in the second chair with the straightforward attentiveness of a young woman who trusted her master and was prepared to accept whatever trust her master offered in return. She had become the compound's most accomplished healing alchemist at 22, with a particular specialty in soul-adjacent medicine that Yao Chen had quietly encouraged for 3 years without explaining why. She held her hands in her lap with the specific stillness of someone maintaining calm by choice rather than by absence of feeling. Feng Shen sat in the third chair and held Yao Chen's gaze with the clear steadiness of someone who knows everything and has made her peace with it. Han Feng was not present. Zhou Kun was not present. Yao Dan was not present. Protecting the clan leader from specific foreknowledge was a form of protection. Yao Chen stood in the clearing's center and spoke to each of them in turn. To Venerable Feng, the Xingyun Pavilion needs to reach operational capacity within 5 years. Not 10, not 7. 5. I know what you've built and it's exceptional. I need it exceptional and active, with the organizational protocols to shelter independent cultivators, with intelligence capability, with the ability to deliver resources rapidly to a specific individual when required. You'll know when that individual arrives. He'll be young, traveling alone, fire attribute cultivation, and he will need more help than he's willing to ask for. Feng absorbed this. 5 years. 5 years. I'll need funding and 3 additional network nodes. Already prepared. A jade slip in your inner pocket, which I placed there when we embraced at the gate. The funding authorization and the network locations are on it. Feng's hand went to his pocket, found the jade slip, and his expression shifted to something between impressed and resigned. You've been planning this for longer than tonight, for years. Everything you need is on that slip. Build it well. To Lin Mei, I need you to pursue soul healing alchemy as your primary specialty. Techniques for repairing damaged souls, restoring fragmented consciousness, maintaining spiritual integrity under catastrophic stress. The research will seem abstract for years. I promise you it will save lives, not hypothetically, specifically. Document everything. Lin Mei looked at him with the direct focus of someone taking a commission seriously. How much time do I have? 10 years minimum. Probably more. But treat every year as if it's the last. He paused. You're one of the best healers I've ever trained, Lin Mei. What you develop will matter. She nodded once, the nod of someone who has made a decision, not the nod of someone agreeing to a request. Then I'll begin the research framework tomorrow morning. Her hands moved slightly in her lap, organizing something internally. I'll need access to the closed archives, the ancient soul medicine texts from the early Yao clan periods. Authorization is already waiting for you in the archive master's record box. I placed it this afternoon. She looked at him steadily. You were going to ask this even if I'd said no. I was going to ask it because I knew you'd say yes. To Feng Shen, accelerate the family protection plan. The sanctuary needs to be fully operational and stocked within 2 years. Evacuation protocols drill at monthly intervals. She nodded. She already knew. She was already doing it. He looked at the three of them in the autumn darkness, the old trees closing the sky above, the stone clearing holding the weight of what was being decided. Their faces were lit by the bone-chilling flames, cold blue light from his palm, each one clear, attentive, carrying something different in their expression but all of them carrying the same quality of commitment. Questions, Venerable Feng said. It wasn't technically a question. He was asking if the floor was open. You're preparing for something personal, Feng said. Something catastrophic and personal, that you're choosing to face rather than avoid. Yes. Will the pavilion know when it's happened? Yao Chen thought about that. About Feng spending years searching for his lost friend. About the pavilion providing the shelter that would eventually lead to Xiao Yan finding his mentor. Part of me will continue, he said. The part that matters. Build the pavilion to be ready for it. Feng held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded once with the simplicity of a man who has processed something and committed to his role. The leaf smell of the autumn garden was strong around them, and somewhere in the branches above, an owl moved, a single wing beat, then silence. The meeting adjourned past midnight. Yao Chen walked back through the compound alone, the bone-chilling flame casting cold light on the familiar paths, the bronze hourglass spinning at the edge of his perception. In the garden outside their quarters, Yao Ling had fallen asleep on a bench surrounded by the herb specimens she'd been examining. He lifted her, impossibly light, impossibly trusting, and carried her inside. Baba? She murmured. Right here, little one. Are you sad? He looked at her face in the bone-chilling flame's blue light. Not sad, he said. I'm thinking about the future. She settled against his chest with the boneless certainty of a child in a safe place. The future has good things in it, she said, mostly asleep. You told me. I did, he said. I did tell you that. He held her in the dark room and whispered to her into the night and to the future that was running toward all of them. Everything I build. Everything I suffer. It's all so you get to find out. Outside, stars burned cold and bright over the Yao clan's hidden realm, and somewhere in the Jiama Empire, a boy who would change the world was taking his first breath of it. Chapter 101. 8 years of work settled into the body the way scar tissue settles, not visible from the outside but present in the texture of every motion, every decision, every moment of stillness. Yao Chen stood in the senior alchemist's evaluation gallery on the morning of the annual clan ranking assessment, watching the compound move through its autumn routines below. The air through the gallery's open lattice carried the smell of chrysanthemums from the central garden and the sharper bite of a first frost that had come the night before, leaving silver rims on every leaf and turning the flagstones pale at the edges. 37 years old. Peak Dozun. The youngest tier 8 in Yao clan history by 11 years, and in 11 months from today, barring catastrophe, the youngest tier 9 in any record that the clan library could locate. The 8-year report assembled itself in his mind while the frost melted off the stone below him. Feng Shen was 36, peak Dozong and closing the gap on Dozun at a rate that her baseline had never suggested possible, driven by the yin-yang flame bond and by the specific quality of will that had always defined her. She had reached tier 7 alchemy 6 months ago, refining a pill that the attending elder had described as technically impossible until the moment it sat in his palm. She had smiled at that, the controlled smile that meant she found the assessment satisfying but would not say so. Yao Ling was 11, the most intellectually aggressive child in the clan's junior cultivation program, with a gift for botanical taxonomy that her instructors called extraordinary and a habit of deriving answers through methods her textbooks hadn't anticipated. She had identified 3 theoretical errors in a senior alchemist published monograph last month and submitted her corrections without apology. The senior alchemist had revised his text. Han Feng was 31, Dozong advanced, tier 6 and approaching tier 7, brilliant and precise and hungry in the specific way that had always defined him. The hunger had sharpened in the last 3 years. It showed in small things, the way his eyes moved when recognition was given to Yao Chen in his presence, the fractional pause before congratulation that had not been there 5 years ago, the increasing sophistication of his questions about soul separation techniques that he framed as theoretical interest. The Hall of Souls had been in contact with him for at least 18 months. Yao Chen had known for 14. Timeline Preparation System Host, Yao Chen, age 37, Cultivation, Peak Dozun Alchemy, Tier 8, Confirmed, Timeline Integrity, 54% estimated time to betrayal, 3 to 5 years Legacy Seals confirmed, 134, 156 Preparation Priority, Ring Construction, begin this season everything except Tier 9. He had told Feng Shen that sentence at the end of last year's assessment, and she had taken it with the steadiness she brought to all difficult information. Everything except Tier 9. Every piece of the architecture except the summit. The summit was next. Below him, the compound's morning shift was completing its rotation. The smell of bread from the kitchen pavilion reached the gallery through the frost-clean air, warm and specific and ordinary. 11 months to the Tier 9 evaluation invitation. 3 to 5 years before Han Feng moved from planning to execution. An interval that felt like space but was not, it was a countdown wearing the clothes of time. He turned from the gallery window and went to work. Chapter 102. The Tier 9 invitation arrived on a morning when the plum trees in the compound's eastern courtyard were at the height of their flowering. White clusters dance against bare branches, the air around them heavy with cold sweetness, petals dropping onto the frost-hardened earth at intervals that the light caught like small points of ice. The document was formal to the point of ceremony, heavy paper, the Pill Tower's 7-tier seal in gold lacquer at the top, the language precise and measured in the style of an institution that had been sending such documents for 8 centuries and had concluded long ago that the weight of the occasion required nothing more than plain statement. The Pill Tower of the Central Plains requests the presence of Yao Chen, Tier 8 alchemist of the Yao clan, for formal Tier 9 evaluation. The date was 11 months away. The chamber would be the tower's deepest evaluation level. Feng Shen read it over his shoulder without being asked. The plum tree outside the study window dropped 3 petals while she read. She set the document down on the desk between them. How many Tier 9 evaluations fail? She asked. Approximately 30% result in incomplete refinements. Of those, roughly half are recoverable. The alchemist attempts again in a subsequent cycle. The remaining half are not. Not recoverable how? Soul fractures from the pill lightning. In most cases minor, healing over months. In some cases severe enough to permanently limit alchemy practice. He paused. In rare cases, the soul doesn't survive the direct pill lightning contact. Feng Shen absorbed this in the specific quiet she used when she was processing information she had already half known but was only now hearing stated plainly. Her hands, resting on the desk, were very still. So failure can mean death. In rare cases. The formula I'm choosing minimizes the risk. I've spent 8 years selecting for a refinement that I can complete at the required quality level, and the heaven and earth returning pill is, Yao Chen. He stopped. I know you've prepared, she said. Her voice was level, but under the levelness was something that came forward only in these moments, the specific fear of a person who is committed to someone they cannot protect from everything. I know you've done everything possible to make this safe. I just needed to hear you say it can kill you, so that I can know what I'm standing with when I watch you go down those stairs. The plum tree dropped another petal. Outside the study, the morning continued, junior alchemists crossing the courtyard, guards changing at the eastern gate, the ordinary machinery of the compound's daily life running without interruption. Then we prepare, he said. Like we always do. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached across the desk and tapped the invitation twice, the way she had always signaled the end of deliberation and the beginning of work. Tell me what the preparation requires. He told her. She wrote it down. They began. Chapter 103. The Legacy Seal Continental Sweep took 4 months. He conducted it in sections, moving between the 156 seal locations in clusters organized by geographic proximity, traveling as an ordinary cultivator where possible and with discrete transportation formation assistance where the distances were too great for any ordinary timeline. The seals were hidden in ways that had required 3 years to develop, embedded in mountain stone at depths that standard prospecting techniques couldn't reach, woven into the formation infrastructure of 3 major cities in ways that the city's maintenance alchemists would interpret as beneficial resonance rather than alien insertion, laid into the roots of spiritual trees that had taken centuries to grow and would take centuries more to die. Each seal needed calibration. The calibration process required holding the specific spiritual frequency he had designated for Xiao Yan, not the baby's actual current frequency, which was still undeveloped, but the frequency implied by the bloodline resonance of the Xiao family's cultivation tradition and the latent signature that the boy's heavenly flame destiny cast forward through time like a light through foggy glass. Yao Chen had spent 3 years learning to read this implied signature. The calibration process took 12 to 40 minutes per seal depending on the seal's depth and the ambient interference of its location. 156 seals. 4 months of careful, solitary work across the breadth of the continent. On the 87th night of the sweep, traveling south through a border region between the Central Plains and the Jia Ma Empire, the system notification arrived at 2 in the morning. Timeline preparation system Xiao Yan, confirmed born. Jiama Empire, Gama City District, Xiao family residence. Soul signature active and matching projected parameters. Legacy seal calibration may now proceed with confirmed rather than implied parameters. Note, all 156 seals will require recalibration to confirm signature. He was sitting on the outer wall of a roadside and when the notification arrived, watching clouds cross a quarter moon above a sleeping town. The air smelled of distant rain and the dry grass of the border region's upland plains. Below the wall, a nightjar called once and went quiet. Xiao Yan. Born. The future had an anchor in the world now, not a projection, not a trajectory, but an actual person who was, at this moment, probably sleeping in a room in Gama City approximately 800 miles to the southwest. He remained on the wall until the clouds had cleared and the moon was direct and the nightjar had called twice more without answer. Then he took out the calibration instrument and began the recalibration of seal number 88 with the confirmed signature, feeling the change in the process immediately, the precision with which the seal locked onto the real target rather than the implied one, the way the formation's deep frequencies settled into place with the satisfaction of something that has been reaching toward a thing and finally made contact. He recalibrated the remaining seals with the confirmed signature. Each one locked in sharper, cleaner, with more certainty. The network tightened across the continent like a web brought into focus. Chapter 104. He stood outside the Xiao family compound in Gama City on a morning that smelled of river water and market smoke, the air heavy with the particular fullness of a city that had been doing business on this spot for 2 centuries, and watched Xiao Yan learn to walk. The child was approximately 11 months old. Sturdy, black-haired, with the specific focused expression of a baby who had decided that bipedal locomotion was a problem to be solved today and was applying himself to it with the total commitment of someone who does not yet know that falling is supposed to discourage you. He took 3 steps, sat down hard, looked at the ground with an expression of philosophical assessment, and stood up again. Behind him, a woman, his mother, recognizable by the Xiao bloodline resonance that was faintly visible to Yao Chen's soul perception even from 30 feet away, watched from the doorway of the residence with the specific quality of attention that parents apply to this particular developmental stage, complete, continuous, ready to move but holding back, understanding that the fall was part of the learning. The child took 5 steps, stumbled, caught himself on one hand, and stood back up with what could only be described as determination. Yao Chen stood in the shade of a market stall's awning and felt something happen to his chest that had nothing to do with the bone-chilling flame. The 20-year project had been abstract for most of its duration, a pattern of preparation organized around a future, a name, a set of orbital trajectories in the original timeline that he was attempting to improve. Now the project had a face. And the face was a baby sitting in the dust of a market square, examining a pebble with the seriousness of a scholar encountering a new text. He allowed himself 10 minutes. Not because 10 minutes was the appropriate amount of time for encountering the person you had spent 20 years preparing for. But because longer would risk drawing attention, and attention served nothing, and the discipline of the preparation did not stop being required simply because the moment was significant. He returned to the inn where he had spent the night, sat at the writing table, and composed the message for the ring. The ring was not finished, the soul anchoring formations were built but the final 7th layer was still in progress, and the message interface had not been fully tested. He wrote the message in the way of someone writing to a future, knowing it would not be read for perhaps 2 decades. Xiao Yan, he began, and then stopped. He had drafted versions of this message 7 times over 3 years. Every previous draft had contained explanation, context, technical information about the seals and the ring and the preparations. All of it accurate. None of it right for an opening. He wrote, Xiao Yan. By the time you read this, a great deal will have happened. The old man who will reach out to you from this ring will ask something of you that you won't fully understand at first. I am writing this before any of that, so that you know, nothing about our arrangement is accidental. You are not the random recipient of a stranger's charity. I have known your name for longer than you have known it yourself. I chose you. Not the other way around. Remember that, when the path is hard. He sealed the slip and set it in the ring's message compartment. It was enough for now. The rest could be added as the remaining years gave him more to say. Chapter 105. The ring's construction occupied him for 4 months of focused labor, the deepest technical project of his current life. The object itself was simple in appearance, silver band, unornamented, sized for an adult hand. The complexity was interior, 42 formation layers compressed into a spatial field approximately the size of a small room, each layer performing a specific function in the ring's operational system. From outside, the ring showed nothing. From inside, from the perspective of a soul using its spatial interface, the ring's interior was an environment built for long-term occupation. The soul anchoring formations occupied the core, 7 concentric rings of inscription, each one addressing a different dimension of soul stability. The first ring established a baseline resonance that would anchor the soul's identity pattern regardless of external pressure. The second provided a spiritual energy supply that could sustain a disembodied soul for indefinite duration without external cultivation input, drawing on the surrounding environment's ambient do-qi at a rate too slow to be noticed but steady enough to prevent the gradual dissolution that disembodied souls underwent without support. The third through sixth rings handled specific threat categories: hostile soul reading attempts, formation-based destabilization, temporal drift in the soul's cognitive patterns, and the particular kind of isolation damage that accumulated when a consciousness had no external input for extended periods. The seventh ring was the emergency system. If 6 of the 7 layers suffered critical failure, the seventh would collapse the entire formation structure into a single ultra-dense anchor that could preserve the soul's core pattern, identity and primary memory, the irreducible minimum of personhood, for another 50 years. The bone-chilling flame reservoir was woven into the ring's outer formation layer. Not the whole flame, that would require his physical body as a vessel and was not achievable in the ring's architecture, but a fragment, 15 to 20% of the flame's current total, compressed and sealed, available to him in the ring as a reduced but functional version of the tool he had spent 30 years developing. Enough to demonstrate techniques to Xiao Yan. Enough to provide direct combat support in emergencies. Enough to be recognizably himself, rather than a voice without a signature. 12 storage compartments arranged in the ring's spatial subfield, each one temperature controlled and formation sealed. 47 pills in graduated storage, 6 heaven and earth returning pills that he would refine in advance, 11 emergency healing compounds, assorted supporting medicine for the extended dormancy, 6 specialized pills for Xiao Yan's specific cultivation path that he had designed over 4 years based on the trajectory he expected the boy's development to follow. The communication interface, a spiritual projection system that would allow him to manifest as a visible, speakable presence within a 10-foot radius of the ring's wearer. The interface drew on the bone-chilling flame reservoir for power. Each manifestation would consume a fraction of the stored flame. He had calculated the reserves to allow approximately 3,000 hours of total interface time before depletion, 3,000 hours across however many years Xiao Yan needed him. It would be tight, if the need ran long. He built in a conservation mode that reduced the manifestation's quality but extended the reserves by 40%. Feng Shen's contributions were the communication interface's stability architecture and the formation linking the ring's spatial subfield to the fragment of the yin-yang flame bond that would persist after the physical separation. She had spent 8 months on the stability architecture before she was satisfied with it, running tests on a prototype ring through conditions that included simulated soul extraction trauma, extended isolation, and direct formation assault. She brought the completed stability architecture to him on an evening in late summer, setting the documentation on his workbench with the careful placement of someone who understands that what they're handing over is load-bearing. "It'll hold," she said. "Not perfectly, nothing can hold perfectly under the conditions it'll face. But it'll hold enough." "Enough for what?" "Enough for you to still be you when the time comes." She looked at the ring on the workbench between them. The silver band caught the laboratory's light and held it in the particular way of things that have been shaped with intention. "This is your coffin," she said. Not cruelly. As a fact that needed to be named. "It's my chrysalis," he said. She was quiet for a moment. "Explain the difference." "A coffin is where you go to end. A chrysalis is where you go to change into what you're supposed to become next." He turned the ring over in his hands. "I'm going in here as a master with no student. I'm coming out as Yao Lao, the teacher Xiao Yan needed me to be. The ring is the interval in which the transformation happens." She looked at him for a long time. Something crossed her face that was too complex for a single name: grief and acceptance and the particular love of someone who has stopped trying to argue someone out of something they have already fully decided. "Then let's make sure the chrysalis holds." They worked through the night on the final integration of her stability architecture into the ring's formation layers. The silver band, when they were done, weighed exactly the same as it had before. It contained, in compressed formation, 20 years of thinking about how to survive the impossible. Chapter 106. He found Han Feng's soul extraction notes on the workbench 3 weeks later. Not hidden. That was the specific quality of the discovery that stayed with him, not hidden. Placed in plain sight on the common workbench of the laboratory they still occasionally shared for large-scale compound preparations, face up, the pages spread in the slightly disordered arrangement of an active project in progress rather than a document being deliberately displayed. As though Han Feng had stepped away in the middle of working and fully expected to return to them. Whether this was true, whether Han Feng had simply forgotten to conceal the notes during a brief absence, or whether the placement was deliberate, a message designed to be found, a signal that the pretense of concealment had become something Han Feng no longer required, was not determinable from the notes themselves. The notes were in the standard technical notation of advanced alchemy, and to anyone without specific knowledge of soul manipulation techniques, they would have read as theoretical exercises in spiritual extraction mechanics. Dense, precise, clearly the work of an extraordinarily skilled practitioner. Yao Chen read them carefully. They were not theoretical exercises. The level of operational specificity, step-by-step protocols, contingency procedures for each phase of a forced soul extraction, annotations on target resistance responses and counter techniques, detailed notes on the three-phase soul severance array's second phase modifications that address the particular challenge of a Do-Zun level soul's anchoring capacity. This was planning documentation, not academic exploration. A project in active development. The three-phase soul severance array. The formation structure that the Hall of Souls had provided to Han Feng is the technical framework for extracting Yao Chen's soul. The fixed points mechanism, written out in Han Feng's precise hand on a workbench where Yao Chen had once watched him refine his first successful Tier 3 pill and praised the temperature control that had made it work. He read the notes through twice. He replaced them in precisely the arrangement he had found them, with the same slight disorder, the same orientation. He walked to the outer laboratory door and stood in the doorway looking at the compound yard for 30 seconds without thinking anything at all. Then he allowed himself to think. The timeline was accelerating. These notes represented months of development. The Hall's temporal intelligence, post-fate sect, had apparently given them enough confidence to push Han Feng's preparation forward. The revised betrayal estimate of 1 to 3 years was likely converging toward the lower bound. He returned to his own laboratory and began accelerating his final preparations. Chapter 107. Yao Chen found Han Feng in the chrysanthemum garden at dusk. The garden occupied the inner pavilion's eastern corner, a deliberate planning choice made by an ancestor with a taste for seasonal punctuation. The chrysanthemums timed to their peak flowering in the weeks when everything else was fading, their oranges and whites and pale yellows bold against the gray-brown of early winter's approach. The air had turned cold enough that each breath was faintly visible. Han Feng stood at the garden center, his hands clasped behind him, his posture the composed stillness of a man who has been standing in one place long enough to have made a decision. He turned when he heard Yao Chen's steps on the stone path. "Master." His voice was measured. His face was composed. He had known Yao Chen would come. "I found your notes," Yao Chen said. He did not modify the sentence. He had considered and rejected every softer approach. After 21 years of teaching this man, the one thing he owed him was directness. A beat of silence. Han Feng's jaw shifted, the specific movement of someone absorbing confirmation of something they have been half expecting. "How long?" "I read them this afternoon. I've known about your Hall contact for 14 months. Something moved through Han Feng's expression, not surprise, not guilt, but something more ambivalent and more honest than either. A complicated kind of relief. "Then you know what's coming." "I've known what was coming for years." Yao Chen stopped 5 feet from his student, close enough for the quality of his face to be readable, far enough to give the conversation room. "I'm not here to prevent it, Han Feng. I'm here because there are things I want to say before it happens, and I'd rather say them now than have them unsaid." Han Feng waited. "The envy," Yao Chen said. "I understand it. I have always understood it. You came to me with nothing and I had everything, and no matter how much you achieved, the gap was still there, and the gap wasn't talent, it was time. You arrived 20 years after I did. Nothing in the world was going to close the gap except time that you didn't have." He paused. "I understand that. And I want you to know that I understand it, because I think you've believed for years that I didn't." Han Feng's breath came out slowly. The chrysanthemum petals shifted in the cold air between them. "Understanding it changes nothing." "No. But it means the wound beneath the envy was real. You were right to feel it. The circumstances that made your position painful were genuinely unfair." "That's true. You're saying I was justified." "I'm saying you were human." Yao Chen met his eyes directly. "What you're planning, I can't tell you that's justified. But the feeling underneath it? Yes. I allowed it. The structure I created by being your master created that wound. I didn't intend it. I couldn't have avoided it. But I allowed it. That's mine to carry." The silence that followed was the longest of the conversation. A last amber strip of light lay across the garden's far wall, narrowing as the sun descended. Han Feng's face held an expression that moved through its phases with unusual slowness, the speed of real processing rather than performance. "The flame," Han Feng said finally. His voice had dropped. "You've been thinking about offering it. I'm offering it now. Freely. A voluntary transfer, master assisted, with full documentation and clan witness if you want it. No conditions. No debt. The flame, given because you are my student and I am your master, and I would rather give you the thing you want than watch you take it." Han Feng looked at him for a long moment. "You'd give up your heavenly flame," he said it slowly, as if testing each word's weight. "The cornerstone of your cultivation. The foundation of your Tier 9 alchemy. The thing that has defined your identity as an alchemist since you acquired it. You'd give it up. Just like that. I would rather lose a flame than lose a son." The word landed with a weight that neither of them had been prepared for. Yao Chen had not planned to say it. It was simply the truest available sentence, and it arrived before the calculation could redirect it. For one extraordinary moment, the timeline seemed to hold its breath. Han Feng's face changed, the controlled mask gave way to something older and younger simultaneously, the face of the 12-year-old who had followed a stranger out of a restaurant on nothing but hunger and desperate hope. The distrust receded. Something surfaced in his eyes that Yao Chen had not seen there in years, the particular vulnerability of someone who is trying to believe something good about themselves and failing, and is momentarily too tired to maintain the failure. Then the evening continued. The chrysanthemum petals shifted in the breeze. And the moment passed. The hardness came back. The calculation resurfaced. The distrust reasserted with the force of something that had been its own foundation for so long it no longer knew how to yield. "You're trying to make me feel guilty," Han Feng said. "So I'll feel too responsible to take it on my own terms. You're offering the gift so that I become indebted and can't bring myself to act without your permission." His voice was controlled, cold, precise. "I see it, Master. It's elegant, actually. Using love as a lever." "Han Feng, don't." He stepped back, once. The distance was deliberate, not flight but boundary. "I see you clearly. I've always seen you clearly. You are the most capable person I have ever known, and that is the problem. Every kindness you've extended has carried the weight of your capability inside it. Every gift has had your shadow attached." He paused. "I don't want your shadow anymore." He turned and walked away through the chrysanthemum beds, his footsteps quiet on the garden's stone path. At the far gate, he paused without turning around. "Thank you for saying it," he said. "The sun thing. Even if it was a calculation. A beat. It wasn't nothing." He went through the gate. Timeline preparation system fixed point has confirmed. Han Feng has rejected the non-violent transfer option. Timeline integrity, 51%, locked, no further adjustment possible. Estimated time to betrayal, 2 to 4 years. The bronze hourglass floated beside him in the evening air, its sand falling slowly, counting down toward a moment that could not be prevented, only survived. He had given Han Feng the one chance no timeline had ever offered him, a freely given transfer, master-assisted, without theft or violence or the betrayal that would follow. Han Feng had refused. Not because he didn't want the flame, but because he didn't want it given. He wanted it taken. The taking was the point, the only act that would feel like power rather than dependency, like ownership rather than permission. The cruelty of understanding was that Yao Chen couldn't hate him for it. He could only grieve. He stood in the chrysanthemum garden alone, while the evening settled into night around him, and let himself grieve the person Han Feng had chosen not to be. Chapter 108. Yao Chen returned to the laboratory and told Feng Shen what had happened. She was at the dual cauldron array when he arrived, running a calibration on the communication interface for the ring. The array hummed softly, the two cauldrons linked by a formation channel that allowed the yin-yang flame to flow between them in a controlled circuit, the sound a low, even note that had become as familiar as the compound's bell. She looked up when he entered, read his expression with the accuracy of a woman who had been reading his face for 20 years, and turned off the array. "He refused," she said. "He did. He called it manipulation." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. The laboratory settled into the specific silence of a place where important things have just been confirmed. Then she crossed the room and sat on the edge of the workbench, her hands folded in her lap, her expression carrying the particular quality of her controlled stillness, not absence of feeling, but feeling held in careful hands. The flame residue from the array's calibration still hung in the air, a faint warmth against the laboratory's stone-cool draft. "You gave him a real chance," she said. "Not a calculated one. Not a timeline-managed contingency that you'd already prepared the failure of. A genuine human offer to sacrifice something central to yourself for someone you love." She paused. "That matters, Yao Chen. Even if he couldn't see it. Even if the outcome was the same regardless. You extended that offer because you meant it, and that's not nothing. He didn't take it. No. But the problem has never been what you offered. The problem is what he can't accept." She looked at him steadily. "You can't fix that. You could offer him the world and it would still feel like charity because the offering hand would still be yours." He sat down across from her. The bone-chilling flame in his chest was very still, the post-shock stillness of cold things that have processed something difficult and come out the other side still intact but changed. "He said it wasn't nothing," Yao Chen said after a moment. "The sun thing." He said, "Even if it was a calculation, it wasn't nothing." Feng Shen closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, "That's the most honest thing he's said to you in years." "I know. It doesn't change what's coming. I know that too." He turned his hands over on the workbench, palms up, examining them with the detached attention of a man cataloging what he still has. "The preparation enters its terminal phase now. No more what-ifs. No more alternative paths. Then let's build the response." She unfolded her hands and reached across the workbench between them, palm up. "Every moment we spend grieving is a moment we're not using to make his survival better." Her voice was steady in the way it was always steady when she had made her decision and was done deliberating. He put his hand in hers. The yin-yang flame flickered between their palms, warm and cold, present. "The soul preservation pill needs to be finalized," he said. "Lin Mei has the theoretical framework. I need to review it and refine the formula into something I can produce under crisis conditions. I'll work with Lin Mei on the stability components." "What else?" The ring's soul anchoring formations need a stress test under conditions approximating forced extraction. I need data on whether they hold under hostile spiritual pressure. I can simulate hostile extraction energy with a modified form of the combat technique the Hall operatives used when they attacked our satellite compound. It won't be perfect, but it'll give you a data point. And the sanctuary needs one more review. The detection arrays for tracking the betrayal's onset need to be sensitive enough to give you at least 30 seconds of warning. I've been running those calculations for months. 30 seconds is achievable. 60 is possible if he uses the formation I think he'll use, because the activation signature is distinctive. He looked at her for a long moment, the woman who had become his partner in the truest sense, whose intelligence and courage had transformed what could have been an isolated years-long project into something collaborative and survivable. Are you afraid? Yes, she said immediately, without the delay of someone deciding whether to admit it. I have been afraid for years. The fear doesn't go away. I've just gotten better at working while afraid. A pause. Are you? Of the betrayal itself, not much. Of what comes after, of surviving the ring as fragments rather than a coherent soul, of not being able to mentor him effectively, of wasting what we've built because I wasn't strong enough going in, yes. Then we make sure you're strong enough going in. Then we make sure I'm strong enough going in, he agreed. The preparation entered its terminal phase with the particular clarity of a path that has been simplified by the removal of alternatives. Chapter 109. Lin Mei's soul healing research had developed a vocabulary that had not existed in the alchemical canon 5 years earlier. Yao Chen's quiet disciple had spent the intervening years building an entirely new subdiscipline from first principles, working in a corner laboratory on the residential pavilion's upper floor where the light was good and the interruptions were few. She had the specific temperament of a researcher who does not require recognition to remain motivated. She pursued a question because the question interested her, and the interest was its own reward. The room smelled of parchment and the particular dry sweetness of carefully dried spiritual herbs kept in sealed jade containers along one wall. This made her ideal for work that could not be explained in terms of obvious immediate application. The breakthrough technique, which she called the soul thread mending method in her private documentation and which Yao Chen suspected would eventually carry her name in the canon, could repair minor soul fractures that the conventional alchemical establishment considered permanent. The technique required identifying the specific frequency of the fractured soul's baseline resonance, creating a pill with a spiritual signature that matched that frequency, and using the pill's energy as a guided scaffold along which the soul's own regenerative capacity could work. The innovation was not the healing. Souls had always healed, slowly, over years. The innovation was the acceleration. Her method reduced healing time from years to months, and could address fractures that the slow natural process would never fully close. I still don't entirely understand why you assign this research, she said, presenting her findings during their private meeting. She was seated across from him at the small table in his study, her documentation in neat stacks, her hands still in the manner of a person who has learned to present calmly regardless of internal state. Soul injuries at the severity level my methods address are rare. The population of potential patients is tiny. There are dozens of research directions that would benefit more people with the same investment of time and resources. Sometimes the most important work serves very few people, Yao Chen said. He kept his voice level, because the truth, that the research served one specific future person, himself, in a state of damage that hadn't yet happened, was not something he could say. The rarity of the condition doesn't diminish the importance of the cure. She accepted this. She always accepted his explanations with the thoughtful patience of someone who knew there was more being said than what was audible but trusted him enough not to demand the rest. The trust was visible in the small quality of her continued work. She kept researching, kept developing, kept pushing the framework further because he'd asked her to, on faith alone. He gave her one more assignment. I need you to develop a pill formula for a specific application, he said, watching her hands relax as she moved into professional mode. A soul that has been forcibly extracted from its living body. Not a naturally separated soul. Those have their own preservation mechanisms. A forced extraction, the soul pulled from a body that did not release it, sustaining damage in the extraction process, operating in a disembodied state without the physical matrix it was built to inhabit. Barely coherent. Clinging to existence through will alone. He held her gaze. I need a pill that will stabilize such a soul. Prevent further dissolution. Keep it functional at a level where it can interact with the external world and continue to think clearly. Lin Mei was quiet for a long moment. Her professional calm had not shifted. She was too experienced a researcher to visibly react to an unusual brief, but something thoughtful and slightly worried moved through her eyes. She glanced at the stacks of documentation she'd just presented, then back at him. That's an extremely specific application profile, she said. Can you develop it? It would require building a theoretical framework for disembodied soul preservation that doesn't currently exist in the literature. The closest analogues are preservation techniques for souls in the natural death transition, but those assume a willing separation and a soul that has completed its preparation for disembodiment. What you're describing is trauma state preservation for a soul that was never meant to be separated and is fighting its own dissolution on multiple fronts simultaneously. She looked at her notes. Then at him. It's possible. It would take time. Take the time. And when you have the formula, not a sample, not a prototype batch, the formula itself, complete and reproducible, bring it to me. I'll refine the final pills myself. She nodded. The slight frown she was wearing when she left his study, the expression of a researcher assembling implications she hadn't been given permission to assemble, was the most she would let herself ask. At the door, she paused. Whoever the patient is, she said carefully, I hope the formula works. So do I, he said. The formula she would eventually bring him would become the soul preservation pill. The contingency that would keep Yao Chen's soul intact through Han Feng's extraction. The difference, in the ring's long dormancy, between a teacher who could think and a teacher who could barely hold himself together. The most important piece of research in her career, assigned by a master who could not tell her why. Chapter 110. The Tier 9 evaluation chamber was underground. Yao Chen descended to it on the morning of the evaluation through a staircase that predated the pill tower's current structure by several centuries. The stairs were worn in the center of each step in the way that only millennia of use produces, the stone edges rounded by the passage of feet that had been dust for longer than any current cultivator had been alive. The walls on either side were bare formation stone, a material that generated and maintained alchemy-related formations without external power input, the formations shifting and adapting based on the conditions in the surrounding environment. The air at the bottom of the stairs carried the residual signature of every evaluation conducted here, a complex layering of spiritual energies, some of them ancient enough to have lost individual identity and merged into a general atmosphere of immense alchemical weight. The chamber itself was large enough to make the ceiling invisible. 50 feet above, or perhaps more, the darkness above a certain point obscured the exact measurement. The floor was inscribed with evaluation arrays that covered its entire surface in overlapping circuits, assessment formations for pill quality, alchemist soul strength, flame control precision, creative technique, stress response, and 6 other variables that the Tier 9 examination had accumulated over its centuries of use. The formations were active when he entered, their light a steady blue-white that made the shadows precise and cast no warmth. 3 Tier 9 alchemists served as judges. Yao Chen knew 2 of them by reputation. The lead judge, Elder Shen of the Central Plains branch, was the Tier 9 who had evaluated the Heaven and Earth returning pills technique documentation when Yao Chen had published a theoretical paper on it 2 years ago. The second judge was a woman from the Northern branch whose name he knew but whose face he had never seen, her reputation built on a specialization in transformation pills that had no equivalent in any other region's tradition. The third was an ancient Tier 9 who had spoken to him during his previous tower visit and had observed that his soul flame burned strangely. They sat on elevated platforms at the chamber's periphery, their combined spiritual perception linked through an evaluation array into a single observational matrix. The matrix was, in effect, an extension of their collective awareness. It missed nothing, measured everything, and would deliver its verdict with the accumulated certainty of 3 lifetimes of expertise. The evaluation is open, Elder Shen said. His voice was quiet but carried without effort in the chamber's stone acoustics. The candidate will select their formula. Yao Chen had known his choice since the day the invitation arrived. The Heaven and Earth returning pill. A Tier 9 formula that healed injuries to the soul itself, repairing fractures, restoring lost fragments, rebuilding consciousness that had been damaged by extreme spiritual trauma. The most difficult category of healing in existence, applied at the highest level of alchemical craft. He had chosen it for practical reasons. The formula's properties were exactly what he would need if his soul survived Han Feng's extraction in damaged condition, and mastering the recipe now meant it would be accessible to him even from within the ring, as theoretical guidance to Xiao Yan or to anyone who might eventually help with his recovery. He had also chosen it because the Heaven and Earth returning pill was, in his considered opinion, the most important thing alchemy could do, heal the things that nothing else could reach. He announced his selection. The evaluation arrays shifted configuration in response, the chamber recalibrating to assess this specific refinement challenge. The 43 ingredients were arranged on a stone table at the chamber's center. He approached them and began. Chapter 111. The refinement began in the controlled silence of absolute focus. 43 ingredients. He had memorized not just their processing sequences but their personalities, the specific ways that each ingredient expressed its spiritual signature under flame, the resistances and cooperations and unexpected combinations that the formula's deceptively simple written form did not fully capture. 6 months of theoretical preparation had given him a mental model of the refinement that he could run in complete detail from memory. Now the task was to let the reality confirm and, where necessary, correct the model, without losing the thread of the overall process while managing the corrections. The bone-chilling flame emerged from his palm with a particular quality it had developed over decades, not simply cold, but cold with precision. The flame had evolved past the stage where temperature was its primary instrument. It operated now like a master surgeon's tool, not powerful in the crude sense but exact, capable of isolating a single molecular layer of an ingredient's spiritual essence from the rest of its composition, capable of sustaining a dozen simultaneous flame contact points at different temperatures without losing calibration in any of them. A faint silver edge traced the flame's outer boundary, the evolution marker of the bone-chilling flame at its current development stage, a thing he noticed only in concentrated work, when the flame's precision demanded it. The first 8 condensation phases proceeded at the pace of his preparation's worst-case scenario, slower than optimal, but controlled. The pill core formed layer by layer. Each ingredient added its spiritual signature to the growing structure with the specificity of handwriting, not just content but character, the thing's relationship to the world expressed in the way its essence integrated with what came before it. The 9th phase arrived. Tier 9 pill cores developed something that the standard alchemical texts describe as proto-consciousness and that the experienced practitioners Yao Chen had consulted over the years described more accurately as a judgment. The forming pill becomes aware, in some limited and non-linguistic way, that it is being brought into existence by a particular being for a particular purpose. It begins to evaluate whether that purpose is worthy of the power it is about to embody. The evaluation manifests as spiritual backlash, waves of hostile energy directed at the alchemist's soul, not to destroy but to test. To find the fracture lines. To determine whether the mind and purpose behind the refinement have the integrity to match the pill's potential. The first wave hit him like a hand pressed flat against his soul. The second wave was a fist. The third wave was something that had no good physical analogy, a penetrating force that moved through his spiritual defenses as though they were tissue paper and examined everything behind them with the impersonal thoroughness of an audit. He did not resist the examination. The instinct was to resist, to throw defensive formations up, to shield the soul, to prevent the intrusion. He had practiced not resisting for 6 months. Resistance would fail, and failed resistance would signal to the proto-consciousness that there was something worth hiding, which would intensify the scrutiny. The correct response was to allow the examination and to be exactly what he was. He was a man who had lived 2 lives, who carried the knowledge of a future he was trying to prevent and a future he was trying to protect, and who had spent 21 years navigating the difference between the two. Who had loved people he was going to lose, built things for someone he had never met, and prepared for his own destruction with more care than most people prepared for survival. He was, in the most honest accounting he could make, someone who had done his best with what he had. The proto-consciousness examined this and continued. Phase 10. The pill core's resistance increased proportionally with its growing power. The more it developed, the more it had to protect. He collaborated rather than dominated, adjusting his technique to respond to the core's emerging properties rather than imposing a predetermined approach. The refinement became a conversation. Phase 11. The flame control demanded had exceeded anything he'd attempted before. He was managing 22 simultaneous contact points at 9 different temperatures, sustaining the bone-chilling flame's precision under conditions of spiritual backlash that were physically exhausting in a way that standard combat never was. Combat strained the body. This strained the soul directly. Phase 12. The pill core had developed a presence, not conscious, not personal, but present in the way that very old things are present, carrying the weight of what they are. Then the pill lightning came. It arrived without the warning that lower-tier tribulations provided, no buildup of pressure, no atmospheric change, simply the appearance of it, pouring through the chamber ceiling as though the stone above had become irrelevant. 9-colored lightning. The most severe tribulation the alchemical world produced, reserved for refinements that were not merely powerful but genuinely altering to the fundamental nature of the world they entered. The lightning was not a natural phenomenon. It was an evaluation in a different register, not the proto-consciousness's judgment of purpose but the world's judgment of worthiness. It struck the pill core with tentacles of destruction that tested coherence at the atomic level. And it turned its inquiry on Yao Chen. The lightning asked, in the language of direct spiritual communication that bypassed words, "Why do you create this pill?" The answer he gave was not constructed. It rose from him the way deep things rise when there is no time for management, the temporal resonance vision of Xiao Yan at the age when the talent seal had been placed on him, the specific quality of loneliness in a child who is watched by people who expect him to be ordinary. The weight of Feng Shen's hand in his own, the night she had sat beside him in the sanctuary while he reviewed legacy seal coordinates and she had simply stayed there, her presence refusing to diminish. The sound of Yao Ling's laughter from the lakeside, the way she had fallen off the bench when the pill exploded and come up laughing harder. The sight of Han Feng's face in the chrysanthemum garden, in the one moment before the distrust reasserted, when something young and desperate and hopeful had been visible. All of it offered without translation to the lightning's examination. This is who I am and this is why I am creating this pill. Because healing is what I was born to do. Because the world will need it. Because the people I love will need it. Because some damage only alchemy can reach, and if I can reach it, then I should. The lightning struck once more, the final blow, the definitive test. Devastating, the kind of force that, in a lesser refinement, would have shattered the pill core and the alchemist together. The pill core held. Yao Chen held. The lightning withdrew. The chamber returned to its blue-white light and its stone silence. Chapter 112. The heaven and earth returning pill solidified in his hands. It was beautiful in the way of things that have been brought into existence at the edge of what is possible. A sphere of swirling light, slightly larger than he'd expected, radiating soul-healing energy in a frequency he had never encountered in its pure form before, a kind of warmth that had nothing to do with temperature, the warmth of something that is good for souls in the way that certain things are good for living things without any requirement to explain the mechanism. He held it carefully, aware that the heat signatures on his palms were wrong after 22 simultaneous flame contact points, the kind of wrong that the body would report more insistently in the morning. 6 pill lines circled its surface. Perfect spirals, each one representing a complete dimension of the pill's healing capacity. The historical record for a heaven and earth returning pill, which the pill tower had been keeping for 800 years, was 4 pill lines. He was looking at a pill that would rewrite the record by 50%. The judges were quiet for a long time. Longer than the evaluation matrix required. The formations had delivered their verdict in seconds. The quiet was the judge's own processing time, the interval needed when what you are experiencing exceeds your expectations so significantly that the gap requires accommodation. Elder Shen spoke first. His voice was the voice of a man choosing clinical precision because the alternative would be open amazement, and amazement was not the professional register appropriate for this chamber. 6 pill lines. The highest recorded for a heaven and earth returning pill in the tower's 800-year documentation is 4 lines, achieved once, by the sage alchemist Shu Kong in the 4th century. The soul healing properties at the frequency this pill operates on exceed theoretical predictions by a factor of 3, the second judge said. She had produced a small formation device and was running it near the pill's surface without touching it. Calibration readings, from the sound of the device's response. This pill could address soul damage at levels previously classified as terminal. The ancient judge, the one who had told Yao Chen his soul flame burned strangely, said nothing for a moment. His eyes were on Yao Chen rather than the pill. Then, Tier 9 Alchemist, confirmed, with distinction. The evaluation record will note the 6-line result and the soul healing frequency enhancement. Both are unprecedented. A pause. The tower will want to study this formula. The formula is mine to share as I choose, Yao Chen said. Not confrontationally, factually. Of course. The ancient judge's expression held something that might have been approval. We will ask rather than demand. The distinction matters. Yao Chen accepted the verdict with a bow. His body was shaking, not visibly, but internally, the deep tremor of a physical form that has been pushed to its structural limit and is notifying him of the fact with the patient insistence of things that cannot be indefinitely ignored. The bone-chilling flame was barely a flicker. His soul felt stretched thin, the way fabric feels when it's been pulled hard and then released. But the pill was in his hands. And the formula was memorized, every ingredient, every sequence, every technique refinement he had developed through 6 months of preparation and the unexpected conversation with a proto-conscious pill core. The formula was his now. Not just recorded in his documentation. His, the way deep knowledge is his, inscribed in the body of what he knew how to do, available even if every external record burned. Timeline preparation system Tier 9 Alchemist, confirmed. Timeline integrity, 51%, -3%, continental visibility has reached critical threshold. Hall of Souls designation, priority harvest target, highest class. Hanfeng's envy level, maximum achievable. Note, the heaven and earth returning pill soul healing frequency will be useful at the time of your ring release. Keep the formula. He looked at 51% for a long moment. Low. Not catastrophically low, not Ming Zong's threshold of 30% below which the timeline would begin to fracture, but low enough to mean that the remaining time was not elastic. Every further deviation from the original path would cost more than it had before. Tier 9. The youngest in recorded history. The record would likely never be surpassed. He descended from the evaluation chamber into the tower's formal reception hall, where Feng Shen was waiting. She looked at his face first, then at the pill in his hand, then at his face again. 6 lines, he said. She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, the controlled calm was in place, but beneath it something enormous had shifted. How do you feel? Exhausted. Intact. He put the pill away. Ready to begin the last phase. She took his arm as they walked toward the tower's entrance. The clan will have heard by the time we arrive home. They already know. The pill lightning was visible from here to the Jia Ma Empire border. The Hall of Souls will know before dawn. Yes. They walked in silence through the tower's outer corridors, past formation arrays that still flickered with the resonance of the 9-colored pill lightning, into the gray morning light of the Central Plains autumn. Fallen leaves scraped across the courtyard stones in a wind that carried the first real cold of the season. He felt every step of it, the weight of the morning, the cost of the refinement, the shape of what was still ahead, and found that he could carry it. Chapter 113. The Hall of Souls responded within 7 days. Not with an operative. Not with a probing strike. With a document, delivered through channels that bypassed normal communication entirely, arrived directly on Yao Dan's desk one morning, placed there by means that bypassed the clan's detection formations, which was itself a demonstration that the Hall's capabilities had grown in ways the Yao clan's defenses had not anticipated. The document was a formal declaration. Yao Chen was now classified as the Hall's highest priority soul target on the continent. The classification was accompanied by a specific designation, priority harvest target, highest class, and a description of the collection protocol that had been assigned to his case. The description was not vague. It named a specific team. It named a general time frame. It was meant to be read as intelligence, not as threat alone. The hall wanted the Yao clan to know they were coming. Specifically, precisely, with the confidence of people who did not consider the Yao clan's response worth factoring into their planning. The psychological function of such a declaration was to create the pressure of anticipation, to make every morning's arrival feel like the morning it might begin, to fill the intervals with watchfulness that cost energy even when nothing was happening. Yao Dan convened an emergency council the morning the document arrived. The full clan leadership assembled in the main hall: elders, senior alchemists, the clan's combat specialists, the formation masters responsible for the defensive grid. The atmosphere was the specific charged quiet of a body of people who have received confirmation of something they had been preparing for and find that preparation and confirmation feel different. Yao Chen took a seat at his assigned position and listened to the council assess the threat. The assessment was thorough. The defensive capability mobilization was comprehensive. Formation arrays reinforced to their maximum possible configurations. Guard rotations tripled, with overlapping patrol routes designed to eliminate coverage gaps. External alliances activated. The clan's long-standing relationships with 3 regional powers were called upon for standby support arrangements. Across the council chamber, Han Feng sat in his appointed seat. His posture was engaged, his expression professionally concerned, his contributions to the defensive discussion technically solid and appropriately urgent. He looked exactly like what he was presenting as, a talented disciple deeply worried about his master's safety. His questions were precise, his recommendations thoughtful. He missed nothing. Yao Chen watched him with the particular attentiveness of someone who knows the performance's technical quality and has no illusion about what lies beneath it. He noted which sections of the defensive plan drew Han Feng's sharpest attention, which formation specifications he asked about twice, which evacuation routes he recorded with a thoroughness that exceeded professional care. The defensive upgrades I propose would focus on soul sensing arrays in the residential quarter, Yao Chen said, when the council reached the question of specific formation improvements. The hall's primary interest is in soul targets, not clan territory. Their assault, when it comes, will be designed to isolate and extract rather than to occupy. Formation arrays that detect soul energy manipulation rather than standard Do-Chi combat will give us earlier warning of their specific approach. He made other proposals. Most were accepted immediately. Some required negotiation with the formation masters on implementation details. All of them incorporated elements that went beyond their stated purpose: temporal anchor formations embedded in the defensive grid that would slow any assault by critical seconds, soul preservation arrays woven into the residential pavilions that would protect non-combatant clan members during sustained attack, emergency evacuation formations connected to routes that Yao Chen had mapped over 2 decades of treating the compound as both home and contingency project. None of these hidden elements would save him. Han Feng knew the compound too well. The betrayal, when it came, would be surgical. But the hidden elements would save other people. Families that would have time to reach the evacuation routes. Children whose pavilion's soul preservation arrays would shield them during the worst minutes. An elderly alchemist who would survive because a detection array triggered 30 seconds earlier than it otherwise would have. He could not prevent his own destruction. He had accepted this. But minimizing the collateral damage was still a form of success, and he attended to it with the same care he brought to every other aspect of the preparation. Across the table, Han Feng recorded the final formation specifications with the focused precision of a man building a map of everything he would eventually need to circumvent. Chapter 114. The sanctuary had been tested 17 times before Yao Chen was satisfied. Feng Shen had conducted each test herself, running the evacuation protocol from different starting locations at different times of day, measuring the interval between detection and full entry into the pocket dimension, testing the dimension's internal systems under conditions of external spiritual pressure, checking and rechecking the supply inventory against the 5-year projection with the precision of someone who understood that running short in year 4 would be categorically different from never needing the supply at all. The pocket dimension was stable. The spatial key was functional from any location on the continent. Feng Shen had tested it from 3 provinces away, from underground, from the interior of a formation-dense cultivation chamber. The dimension's internal systems, the preservation arrays, the communication monitors, the alchemy laboratory, the library storage, were all performing at specification. He reviewed the final contents list with her on the evening before his Tier 9 evaluation results were officially announced to the clan. 5 years of preserved food supplies, calibrated to Feng Shen's and Yao Ling's cultivation requirements. A complete Tier 7 alchemy laboratory with equipment that duplicated Feng Shen's primary tools so closely that the difference would be invisible in practice. 347 pills sorted by function and stored in cold preservation containers that would maintain efficacy for a century. Cultivation resources sufficient to support Yao Ling's development from her current rank to Dozong and Feng Shen's to whatever her ceiling was. A library of 963 documents, alchemy texts, cultivation manuals, history, general knowledge, and the private documentation of their joint research that existed nowhere else. Communication arrays that could receive signals from outside but could not send, allowing them to monitor events on the continent without exposing their location. This asymmetry was a deliberate limitation. The ability to reach out would be a temptation to intervene, The inability to transmit kept the sanctuary what it needed to be, a hiding place, not a base of operations. The evacuation window from detection to full entry needs to be under 90 seconds, he said, reviewing the timing data from the most recent test. Current best time is 68 seconds from the moment the detection formation triggers. Consistent average is 81 seconds. Feng Shen had the timing records in her hand, her finger on the relevant column. The variance is in Yao Ling's response time. If she's asleep, the average extends to 93. We need to practice the wake and run protocol. We have been practicing it. She's getting faster. Feng Shen set down the records and looked at him directly. She started asking questions. I know. She's not a child anymore. She's 14 and she's perceptive and she knows something is wrong. What does she say? She asks why we drill emergency procedures when we've never had an emergency. She asks why I wear the jade pendant every day when it's not a ceremonial occasion. She asks why you seem like you're memorizing things. Feng Shen paused. She asked me last week if someone is going to die. Outside the study window, the compound was settling into its evening routines, the sounds of a large household moving toward dinner, toward rest, toward the ordinary continuation of lives that had no idea what was being prepared around them. A child's voice from the residential quarter, distant and clear, calling a name. The sound caught him the way ordinary sounds sometimes caught him now, in the sharpened attention of someone storing things. What did you tell her? I told her the world is uncertain and we prepare for everything. I told her that her father is a Tier 9 alchemist and the Hall of Souls has declared him their highest target, and that means we need to be ready for things that might not happen but could. Feng Shen's voice was controlled and precisely calibrated. I told her the truth about the surface. Just not the depth. Did she accept it? She's our daughter. She's too perceptive to be fully satisfied but too trusting to push past what we're willing to give. A pause. She'll have questions when the sanctuary is real instead of a drill. She'll have a great many questions. And you'll answer them then. With everything. Yes. Feng Shen looked at the spatial key, worn as a jade pendant against her skin, indistinguishable from jewelry. Even the things you're not here to explain yourself. The sanctuary was complete. The evacuation protocol was drilled. The jade pendant was constant. Yao Ling would survive. Whatever came, she would survive it. Chapter 115. Venerable Feng Xingyun Pavilion held its official founding ceremony in a mountain valley in the Central Plains on a morning of thin autumn sunlight and cold air that smelled of pine and altitude. The ceremony was modest by the standards of major organizational foundings. The pavilion was still in its early days, more philosophy than infrastructure, built on Feng's network of personal relationships rather than institutional capital. The valley had been chosen for its defensibility and its distance from the three major powers whose political territories might otherwise have complicated the pavilion's early operations. 47 people attended the founding ceremony. Most of them were cultivators who had, at some point, benefited from Venerable Feng's protection or assistance. The valley's first snow had come early, thin white clung to the upper ridgeline above the ceremony hall, and the breath of every speaker misted the cold air. Yao Chen attended in disguise. His cultivation suppressed to Do Huang, his spiritual signature modified with a deflection formation that he wore as a modification to the inner surface of his outer robe, his face neither hidden nor presented, simply unremarkable, the specific quality of someone who does not draw attention because they have learned how not to. He moved through the ceremony as an anonymous supporter, contributing the expected formations of quiet respect and careful invisibility. The donation had been delivered 2 weeks prior through 3 layers of intermediaries. It was substantial, a collection of Tier 6 and Tier 7 pills whose total value exceeded most sect treasuries by a factor that Yao Chen had calculated deliberately. The pavilion needed to be strong enough, eventually, to protect Xiao Yan. Strong required resources. Resources required a foundation. The foundation was being laid now. Inside the donation chest, sealed separately, was a jade slip that only Venerable Feng's spiritual signature could open. The slip contained a single instruction and the context for why it mattered. He had written it carefully, over 4 drafts, choosing words that were specific enough to be actionable and vague enough to survive being read by someone who didn't have the full picture. If a boy named Xiao Yan ever seeks shelter with the Xingyun Pavilion, at any point in the pavilion's history, regardless of what has happened or how much time has passed, protect him unconditionally. This is not a suggestion conditional on circumstances. It is not a request to be weighed against competing obligations. It is the primary directive around which everything else in the pavilion's mission should be organized. This is the reason the pavilion exists. Venerable Feng found him after the ceremony's formal portion had concluded, in the interval when attendees were moving between the founding hall and the outdoor meal arranged in the valley's central clearing. Feng was a man who had always been able to find Yao Chen regardless of disguise. They had known each other for too long for surface modifications to matter. "You're here," Feng said, pulling him aside into the space between 2 pavilion structures where the afternoon light came at an angle that reduced visibility from the gathering. His voice was quiet and carried the particular quality of someone who has spent time since receiving a document preparing to have the conversation about it. "I'm here." The instruction in the chest. Feng looked at him steadily. A boy named Xiao Yan. Who is he? Someone who will need what this organization becomes before the organization knows it. That's a preparation answer. Not an explanation. It's the only answer I can give right now. He met Feng's eyes. You've trusted me before when I couldn't explain everything. I'm asking for that trust again. Feng was quiet for a moment. The ceremony's sounds continued behind them, voices, the clink of cups, the particular warmth of a group of people who had gathered around a shared purpose and were, for this morning, simply glad to be in each other's company. You're giving me a mission that will last decades, Feng said. You're asking me to build an organization around a purpose I don't fully understand, for a person who doesn't exist yet, on the basis of an unsigned instruction and 20 years of friendship. Yes. Another moment of quiet. Then, when will he need the pavilion? Decades from now. The exact timing depends on factors I can't fully predict. But when he arrives, he'll need a place to stand. An organization that's established enough to offer real protection, connected enough to provide real support, and principled enough that he can trust its motives. He paused. The charter is genuine, Feng. The pavilion's purpose is real. Every cultivator it shelters and every principle it upholds is part of the actual mission. The specific function I'm asking about is not the pavilion's whole purpose, it's the most important part of it. Venerable Feng looked at him for a long time. He had the eyes of a man who had seen a great deal and had reached the age where he no longer needed to perform certainty about things he was still working out. You've been carrying this for a long time, Feng said. 21 years. And you can't tell me everything. Not yet. But the time will come when you see the boy, and when you do, you'll understand. Everything will make sense in the context of him. They embraced in the angle of afternoon light between the pavilion structures, two men who had been bound by friendship and now were bound by something that included it but exceeded it. Yao Chen felt the specific weight of the moment, another fixed point, of a different kind. Not a catastrophe that couldn't be prevented. A protection that had been secured. He left the valley before the meal ended, descending into the forest below the ceremony's location and releasing the suppression formation once the altitude had put enough distance between himself and the gathering. The bone-chilling flame reasserted its full presence in his chest with a cold that felt, after the morning's suppression, almost like warmth. The silver edge at the flame's boundary pulsed once, steady, the reliable heartbeat of something that had been his for 30 years. Chapter 116. He took a month. He took it deliberately, with the full knowledge of what he was doing and the full permission he had earned through 21 years of doing everything else. He had never allowed himself the pure version of this before. There had always been something adjacent to preparation, some adjacent purpose, some reason to partially justify the time. He allowed none of that now. This was simply time for his family, and he took it with both hands. They went east, to a lake in the eastern provinces that Feng Shen had mentioned once as a place she had visited in childhood, before her life had acquired the weight that adult lives accumulate. A lake of crystalline water set in forested shores, far enough from any major clan or sect territory that the ambient spiritual pressure was simply the natural do-chi of a pristine environment. The inn near the water was clean and quiet. The proprietor, an older woman with a grandmotherly quality and a very good instinct for which guests wanted conversation and which wanted to be left alone, delivered food 3 times a day and otherwise withdrew. For the first 3 days, Yao Chen slept. Not the careful, calculated sleep of a man who has studied sleep as a recovery optimization problem. Sleep. Genuine, undisciplined, deep sleep that lasted 10 or 11 hours and produced no nightmares of falling timelines or fractured souls. Feng Shen told him later that he had looked, in those 3 days, like someone who had finally set down something very heavy. Then Yao Ling cornered him on the 4th morning and demanded alchemy lessons. She had brought a travel cauldron. She had sourced ingredients from the lakeside, local herbs that she had identified correctly from memory and gathered with the precision of someone who had been learning botanical taxonomy since age 7. She presented this preparation with the patient expectation of a student who has done the work and is waiting for the teacher to stop having reasons not to start. He laughed. A real one. You planned this. I've been planning it since you said we were going on a vacation. She had her mother's eyes and her father's jaw and a smile that was entirely her own. What's the point of having a tier 9 alchemist for a father if he won't teach me things? The point is that you're supposed to be relaxing. I relax through alchemy. You of all people should understand that. He sat down across from her at the lakeside table and they began. She had a gift that he hadn't fully appreciated in the formal training sessions they managed during the clan's schedule, a creative instinct that reframed problems rather than solving them as stated. She didn't approach a new herb the way her alchemy textbooks taught, she approached it with a question that the textbook hadn't thought to ask. What is this ingredient trying to become? What is it trying to prevent? What does it want to do if someone gives it the right conditions? Baba, what happens if I add the silverleaf during the 2nd phase instead of the 3rd? The pill will probably explode. The silverleaf's volatile compounds need the 3rd phase's lower temperature to bind properly. In the 2nd phase, they'll interact with the core before it's stable enough to contain the reaction. But the explosion would go in one direction, right? Not spherical? Because of the asymmetric core formation at that stage? He considered this. He had not considered this. That's That's correct. The directional explosion would be predictable and containable if you knew which direction to aim it. She looked at him with the expression of someone presenting an idea they've been sitting on for a while. Could you make a combat pill that way? One that works by exploding on purpose? He sat back. In 22 years of alchemy, across 2 lives, the flash freeze bombs he had developed in his second year of this life had been the extent of his deliberately explosive pill design. He had thought of it as a specialized tool, not a direction. You just independently derived a principle of combat alchemy ordnance theory. Is that a yes? Let's find out, he said, and she lit up with the specific joy of a person who has been given permission to do the interesting thing. The pill exploded approximately 90 seconds later in a direction neither of them had predicted, covering Yao Ling in a shower of sparkling pale residue that clung to her hair and stuck to her cheeks and refused to dispel until she'd spent 20 minutes working at it with a formation dampening cloth. She was laughing so hard she had to sit down on the ground. Yao Chen found himself laughing too, laughing from the center of his chest in a way he hadn't done in years, the kind of laughter that takes the whole body and doesn't leave room for any other state. Feng Shen appeared in the doorway of the inn and looked at the two of them in the aftermath of the explosion, and her expression went through several phases before settling into the specific resigned affection of a woman who had accepted years ago that her family had a particular relationship with controlled detonations. I assume there was a pedagogical reason for this, she said. Combat alchemy ordnance theory, Yao Ling said, still laughing. Of course there was. They cooked their own meals over a campfire that evening. Not special ingredients, regular vegetables, rice, fish that Yao Ling had caught with the dogged patience of someone who had decided that this was a skill she was going to acquire today regardless of how long it took. The food was ordinary. Entirely ordinary. Without spiritual nutrition or cultivation enhancement or any of the qualities that define the kind of meals a Tier 9 alchemist's household usually ate. It tasted, to Yao Chen, like one of the best meals of his life. He took walks along the shore with Feng Shen at sunset and at dawn, holding her hand, watching the light change on the water with the specific attention of someone who is deliberately memorizing rather than simply experiencing. The conversations were about nothing and everything simultaneously. The color of the sky at the particular moment the sun cleared the tree line. The way the lake sounded different at midnight than at noon. The smell of the air after the light rain that fell on the 12th day, something clean, something green, something that had no name and didn't need one. On the 19th evening, they sat on the shore after Yao Ling had gone to sleep, and the stars were out with a particular density that only appeared far from cities and cultivation settlements. If I could do it all again, he said, I wouldn't change a thing. Feng Shen considered this. Not in the way of someone waiting to contradict, but in the way of someone examining a statement to determine whether it was true. Not even the parts that hurt? Especially those. The hurt is what made everything else real. He looked at the water. In my first life, I thought the goal was to avoid pain. Do everything correctly, prepare thoroughly enough, and the pain wouldn't happen. In this life, the hurt was always going to happen. The question was whether anything was built in response to it. She leaned against his shoulder. The yin-yang flame flickered between them in the small space of their proximity, warm and cold, present and enduring. Yao Ling is going to be extraordinary, she said. She already is. She's going to do things neither of us imagined. She's going to go places that have nothing to do with what we built and make them her own. I know. And Xiao Yan is going to be what he needs to be, he said quietly. The preparation gave him better conditions. What he does with them is his. You trust him. I've trusted him since before he existed. The stars continued. The lake water moved in its small constant motion. A night bird called from somewhere in the trees along the shore, twice, then went quiet. This is the best month of my life, Yao Chen said. Not as an assessment or a calculation, as a fact, recognized in the moment. She didn't respond in words. She took his hand and held it, and they sat in the present tense for as long as it lasted. He memorized every second. Chapter 117. The Hall of Souls launched a probing attack on the Yao clan's outer territories on a night in early spring, 6 weeks after the family had returned from the lake. 8 enforcers. Dozong rank, each one, a squad assembled for professional effectiveness rather than overwhelming force. They struck a satellite compound 300 miles from the main estate at the precise moment of the overnight shift transition, when the guard rotation overlap was at its minimum and the detection formation refresh cycle created a 7-second window of reduced sensitivity. The precision of the timing indicated prior reconnaissance. Someone had been watching the satellite compound for weeks. They killed 4 guards. Damaged 2 formation nodes in the outer defensive ring. Extracted 1 mid-rank clan alchemist who happened to be working late in the satellite compound's laboratory. Retreated through an exit route that bypassed the 3 pursuit formations closest to the attack site, which indicated that the exit route had been planned in advance with knowledge of those formations' specific positions. This was a message. The objective was not the satellite compound, which had nothing in it that the Hall needed. The objective was the message itself. We know your schedule, your gaps, your formation positions. We have been inside your information for longer than you knew we were watching. Yao Chen and a response team arrived at the satellite compound 3 hours after the attack. The night air still carried the burnt metal residue of the assault formations, a smell that lingered in the courtyard stone and the scorched wood of the guard post for days afterward. He repelled the follow-up probe, a smaller force, 2 Do Zong and 4 Do Shi, testing a different perimeter sector, with the bone-chilling flame at full expression. The engagement was over in under a minute and produced 2 captives in addition to 6 incapacitated pursuers. The captives were interrogated using a soul-sensing technique that read the upper surface of their memories without the invasive extraction methods the hall itself favored. Yao Chen had developed the technique specifically for this use case, something that gathered intelligence without the ethical and practical complications of deep soul reading. The captives' accessible memories confirmed, they knew only their own mission parameters. The intelligence that had enabled the attack's precision had been provided by someone else. They did not know the identity of the source. They knew that the source was internal. Yao Chen transmitted this finding to Yao Dan as inconclusive intelligence suggesting potential information compromise, without specifying the source as Han Feng. The timing was not yet right for that disclosure. The disclosure, when it came, would need to serve the fixed point rather than preempt it. He used the attack's aftermath to implement the most aggressive defensive upgrades he'd been holding in reserve, presenting them to Yao Dan as responses to the demonstrated gap in the satellite compound's defenses. The clan leader approved everything within 48 hours. The upgrades were genuine improvements. They contained hidden elements. Temporal anchor formations embedded in 6 key nodes of the defensive grid, invisible to standard spiritual perception, operating on the same principle as the personal anchors he developed years ago, but scaled to influence a broader area. They would slow any assault on those nodes by 3 to 5 critical seconds. Soul preservation arrays in the 3 residential pavilions that housed families with children, woven so deeply into the existing formations that they would survive any assault that didn't specifically target them. Emergency evacuation formation arrays connected to 7 hidden routes through the compound's walls that he had spent months preparing, each route designed for noncombatants moving quickly under conditions of active assault. He built these hidden elements with the care he brought to legacy seals: precision, redundancy, long-term stability. The formations would outlast him. They would function in his absence. Some of them might function for years after the betrayal, quietly protecting people who would never know the protection was there. He stood in the satellite compound's damaged northern section on the 3rd day of the repair work and pressed his palm against the outer wall's inner surface where the temporal anchor formation was embedded, feeling the formation's response. Stable. Calibrated. Ready. This was what the preparation had always been about, not just the grand architecture of legacy seals and founded organizations and a prepared ring, but these small formations in damaged walls, these quiet protections embedded in places where catastrophe might pass through. Chapter 118. Ming Zong was dead. The news arrived through Yao Chen's intelligence network, a chain of 4 intermediaries, each transmitting a different piece, assembled into a complete picture only at the final node, 2 weeks after the Hall's satellite compound attack. The Fate sect had been destroyed. Not disbanded, not scattered. Destroyed. The temporal valley, that natural anomaly in the geography of the continent where spacetime ran at inconsistent rates and temporal cultivation had developed its particular depth, had been disrupted by a formation the size of a small mountain range. The Hall of Souls had deployed a soul extraction array of unprecedented scale, anchored at the valley's primary temporal fault lines and designed not to extract individual souls but to consume the valley's accumulated temporal energy as a single mass resource. The valley was gone. The Fate sect was gone. Ming Zong and his followers had died in the detonation, not in combat but in the collapse of the environment their cultivation was tied to. The temporal cultivation techniques they had developed over a millennium, accumulated in jade slips and living memory and formation networks throughout the valley, were now in the Hall's possession. Yao Chen sat with this knowledge for a long time after the intelligence assembled. Ming Zong had tried to kill him. Twice, in organized attacks. Once in a fight that had come very close to succeeding. He had been a self-righteous temporal purist who had decided that Yao Chen's timeline manipulation was an unacceptable risk to causality and had responded to this assessment with escalating violence. He had also been the only other person alive who understood what it meant to see time clearly. The weight of it. The loneliness of carrying knowledge about the structure of causality that no one else could fully share. The specific grief of watching events approach that you could see but not change. He had experienced all of this and had reached different conclusions than Yao Chen about what to do with the knowledge, but the experience itself, the experience of knowing, had been shared. That was gone now. The last person who had understood the particular weight he carried was dead, and what he had known was in the hands of people who would use it to locate and extract souls more efficiently. Yao Chen wrote out the implications systematically, because writing helped. The Hall now possessed temporal divination techniques, preliminary techniques, not Ming Zong's full mastery, which had taken decades to develop and which would require the Hall years to reproduce even with the source materials, but sufficient to detect the kind of timeline disruptions that legacy seals and temporal anchor formations produced. Not sufficient to predict specific events. Sufficient to flag anomalies in causality flows. They would, eventually, be able to detect that something was different about the future Xiao Yan was heading toward. They would not know what. They would not know why. But they would know it was different, which meant they would be watching more carefully. He recalibrated his assessment of the time remaining. The Hall's new temporal capability would eventually accelerate their timeline for the Han Feng operation. They could not know that Yao Chen was the source of the anomalies, but they could infer that whatever was producing the anomalies was connected to his preparations, and that accelerated timeline would propagate to Han Feng's planning. The estimate of 2 to 4 years had already narrowed to 1 to 3. He revised it now to 1 to 2. He burned the written analysis and rebuilt his preparation priorities around the new number. The soul preservation pill formula was in Lin Mei's hands, nearing completion. The ring was ready. The sanctuary was stocked. The legacy seals were calibrated. The fixed point was approaching faster than he'd planned, and what he had built would either be enough or it would not. He believed it would be enough. He had built it to be enough. Chapter 119. He went to the mountain with Han Feng on a spring evening, 6 months after the Hall's satellite compound attack. The same mountain outside the Yao clan compound where they had first practiced alchemy together, more than 21 years ago. The same rock face that caught the afternoon light and held it. The same view down to the compound laid out below in its jeweled precision, its pavilions and gardens and pathways all visible from this height. The path up the mountain was worn in the center by their specific footfalls, added over the years to the much older wear of the generations before them. They had climbed this mountain a dozen times in the years since Han Feng had become his student. Each visit had accumulated its own layer of meaning, the way places do when they're visited with intention over time. Yao Chen had brought a gift. The formula book had taken him 3 months to compile and inscribe. Leather-bound, the covers treated with a preservation compound that would prevent aging for centuries. The inscription tool was ground from temporal crystal so that the writing would survive without fading indefinitely. Inside, 50 original pill recipes, developed over 20 years of alchemical work that exceeded any single existing collection in its combination of innovation and depth. Not just the recipes but the frameworks behind them, the principles from which the specific formulas derived, documented in enough detail that a reader could extend them in directions Yao Chen hadn't explored. Everything he knew about flame alchemy, documented for the man who had learned it from him and who would take the rest through other means. Everything I know about flame alchemy is in here, he said, placing the book in Han Feng's hands. They were seated side by side on the rock face, looking at the compound below in the last hour of direct sunlight. Not just the recipes. The principles. The reasoning behind every technical decision. The failures as well as the successes. My thinking across 20 years of work. Han Feng held the book with both hands. The last light caught his face, sharp, intelligent, composed, and for a moment he looked the age he was rather than the age that ambition had made him seem. His fingers tightened on the leather. He did not open the book, he held it the way people hold things they are not ready to examine. Why? He asked. His voice was rougher than usual. Because you're my student. Because you've spent 21 years learning from me, and the best things I've created shouldn't disappear from the world when I'm gone. Because alchemy is meant to be shared, and sharing it with you is the most natural thing I can think to do. A pause. Because I'm going to miss you. Whatever comes. Han Feng was still for a long moment. His expression moved through its complex territory, admiration, frustration, calculation, grief, but more slowly than usual. As though the speed of processing had been reduced by something that wouldn't yield to efficiency. Below them, the compound's lights were beginning to emerge in the early dusk. 700 people moving toward evening. Children being called in for dinner. Alchemists finishing their last refinements before darkness made precise work difficult. Thank you, Master, Han Feng said. The words were not performed. For one evening, one specific evening, the last one before the final countdown, he meant them with the full weight of what they contained. The years of teaching. The food and shelter and introduction and opportunity. The years of being given more than he had known how to receive gracefully. He meant all of it, gathered into those 3 words, delivered in the roughened voice of a man who does not trust himself to say more. They shared tea on the mountain as the stars emerged. The conversation moved, as it always did between people who shared a technical passion, into the substance of that passion, the merits of intuitive versus analytical approaches to flame temperature control, the question of whether the future of alchemy lay in increasingly complex single-formula approaches or in multi-pill interaction systems, the unresolved theoretical dispute about the relationship between soul strength and maximum pill purity that had occupied alchemy scholars for 3 centuries without resolution. Han Feng argued well. He had always argued well, one of his most consistent qualities across all their years together, the precise and confident intelligence that engaged with ideas at their best version rather than their most convenient one. In a different world, in a different story, this would have been a man who changed the continent through alchemy rather than through the methods he'd chosen. Yao Chen memorized the specific quality of his laugh. The angle at which he held his teacup, its handle always toward the outside of his hand because he'd burned his fingers on a handle held the conventional way years ago and never went back. The way he tilted his head when he was thinking rather than performing thought. The particular brightness in his eyes when he encountered an argument he hadn't anticipated and found it genuinely good. He memorized a man he loved and was going to lose. Not to death but to the gradual erosion of goodness by hunger and envy and the accumulated whispers of people who traded in souls. The person who had been possible, the student who was brilliant and capable and deserved to have become extraordinary by any method that didn't require destroying the person who raised him, and the person Han Feng had chosen to become instead. The evening ended. They walked down the mountain and back to the compound in the easy silence of two people who have said what needed to be said and don't require more words to fill the space. "Good night, Master," Han Feng said at the compound gate. "Good night, Han Feng." The gate closed between them. Han Feng's footsteps receded toward the residential quarter, steady, unhurried, the footsteps of a man who had already made his decision and was no longer in conflict about it. Yao Chen stood in the moonlit outer yard, alone, and let the tears arrive. They came without performance, without management, without the controlled stillness he usually brought to difficult things. They came with the specific quality of grief that has been known for a long time and has not become smaller for being known. He had loved this person. He had tried to save this person. He had offered the one thing that might have changed the outcome and watched it refused. He was going to lose this person to choices that had been made long before this evening, in corridors of the soul that he had not been permitted to enter. The hardest part of the preparation was not the technical achievement. Not the Tier 9 refinement or the ring construction or the legacy seal network. This. Loving someone who was going to destroy him, and choosing, in full knowledge of that fact, not to hate them for it. He stood in the moonlight until the tears stopped. Then he went inside. Chapter 120. The final arc began on a dawn that came in the colors of amber and silver. Yao Chen stood on the Yao clan's highest peak, a formation-inscribed plateau that the clan's ancestors had built for precisely this kind of contemplation, the kind that required altitude and clear air and the particular quality of silence that exists above a certain height. Below him, the compound spread across the pocket realm in the first morning light, the main halls casting long sharp shadows, the pavilion gardens holding the night's damp in the shadow of their eastern walls, a guard beginning his patrol route on the outer perimeter with the unhurried pace of a man who has walked this route 1,000 times. The air at this elevation carried the cold of altitude even in spring, the clean cold that had no smell but tasted like the absence of everything below. The bronze hourglass floated beside him. It turned slowly in the still air, catching the amber light, its sand flowing with the patient constancy of something that had been counting since before either of them fully understood what was being counted. Timeline Preparation System, Final Status Report Host, Yao Chen, age 39, Cultivation, Peak Dozun Alchemy, Tier 9, Distinction, Timeline Integrity, 48% Legacy Seals Active, 156, all calibrated to Xiao Yan's confirmed soul signature, Xingyun Pavilion, founded and operational, Venerable Feng briefed with primary directive ring, fully prepared, soul anchoring formations, bone chilling flame reservoir, communication interface, storage compartments, final legacy seal, soul preservation pill formula, completed, Lin Mei's framework, Yao Chen's refinements, family, protected, sanctuary fully stocked, evacuation protocol verified, jade pendant active, Han Feng, fixed point confirmed, betrayal estimate 1 to 2 years Xiao Yan, born, age 2 to 3, confirmed soul signature, all legacy seals calibrated, status, all preparation systems at completion threshold. He had done everything he could. 21 years, 2 lives, 1 purpose. 156 hidden gifts across a continent, each one calibrated to a boy who was 2 years old and currently, at this hour, probably asleep in his father's house in Gama City without the faintest idea that the world had been rearranged around his future. An organization founded. A ring prepared. A family protected. A student loved as well as loving could be done when the outcome was known. A soul preservation pill formula that could keep a fractured soul from dissolving. A heaven and earth returning pill recipe memorized for when the healing was needed. A formula book given to the man who would take everything else, so that the alchemy at least would survive in a form that served the world rather than consumed it. He thought about what came next. The betrayal itself would happen quickly, Han Feng was too competent for it to be otherwise. The soul extraction would be painful but finite. The ring would do what he had built it to do. And then the dormancy would begin, years in the ring, existing as a contained soul while the world moved at the rate of the world, waiting for a boy to grow into the person capable of benefiting from what had been prepared for him. He was not afraid of the dormancy. He was afraid of fragmenting before Xiao Yan was ready, of losing coherence in the ring's isolation until the consciousness that eventually emerged was too damaged to teach effectively. He had done everything he could to prevent this outcome. The ring was built for longevity. The soul preservation pill formula was his final technical defense. The yin-yang flame bond with Feng Shen would persist in a limited form even through the ring's containment, a thread of warmth running through the cold isolation. It would be enough. He had built it to be enough. Below him, the compound's morning routines were beginning. The kitchen pavilion showed the first smoke. A second guard joined the outer perimeter patrol. Somewhere in the residential quarter, a child called out, a morning sound, ordinary and specific, carrying in the thin mountain air. Yao Chen looked at the amber sky and spoke aloud, not for the system's benefit, not for Feng Shen's record, not for any documentation. For himself, and for the future he was addressing. I'm sorry I can't stay with you in person, Xiao Yan. I've had 21 years to think about what I would say to you if I could speak directly, and this is what I've arrived at. I did everything I knew how to do. Every seal, every pill, every formation, every institution, every preparation, it was all for you, and all of it was done with the full weight of what I knew was coming and what I hoped you would become. The hourglass turned. You're going to struggle. You're going to lose things. You're going to be in situations where the weight of what's been done to you seems larger than what you have to answer it with. In those moments, remember that the old man in the ring prepared for those situations specifically. Everything was thought about. Everything was considered. You are not starting from nothing. The morning light strengthened, moving from amber to gold. The shadows below sharpened and shortened as the sun cleared the eastern horizon. And Feng Shen, and Yao Ling, they'll be in the world when you're navigating it. They won't know you, at first. But they'll know what you mean to someone they love. That's enough. It will be enough. He stood on the highest peak of the Yao clan compound while the sun completed its rise and the bronze hourglass counted its patient sand, and he felt, not peace, exactly, but something adjacent to it. The particular quality of a thing completed. A project that had been worked on for so long that its completion was almost indistinguishable from the work itself. 21 years. All that remained was the sacrifice. He descended the mountain into the morning, into the compound and its 700 ordinary lives, into the final interval before the fixed point arrived. He moved through the gates with the unhurried pace of a man who has decided what he is walking toward. Chapter 121. The final year of Yao Chen's life in the flesh began with a sunrise he watched alone. He stood on the Yao clan's highest peak, 40 years old, Peak Dozun, Tier 9 alchemist, the most accomplished practitioner of the medicinal arts alive, and arguably the most powerful since the ancient era. The morning air at this altitude carried the cold that preceded every dawn, pure, edgeless, the kind of cold that settled into the lungs and made the mind precise. Below the plateau's formation inscribed stone, thin mist pooled between the compound's pavilions, the rooftops emerging from it like islands, smoke beginning to rise from the kitchen quarter. A crane passed overhead in the early gray, its wing beats deliberate and unhurried. The bronze hourglass floated beside him, its sand trickling with an urgency it hadn't shown before. Timeline preparation system, alert betrayal event approaching. Estimated time frame, 8 to 14 months. Timeline integrity, 47% recommendation. Finalize all remaining preparation objectives. 40 years old. In the original timeline, Yao Chen had been in his late 40s when Han Feng struck. The transmigrated version had compressed the timeline, achieved more, built more, loved more, all in a shorter window. And now the window was closing. The compression had always been the cost. 21 years of deviation from the original path, buying time and capability at the price of stability, the hourglass trading away one kind of safety for the other. Below the peak, the Yao clan compound spread across the pocket realm in the early light. 700 souls going about their morning routines. Apprentices sweeping courtyard stones. Elders performing morning cultivation. Smoke rising from the alchemy wing as the dawn shift began their furnace preparations. The sounds reached him in fragments at this height, a voice, a bell, the distant clang of equipment being moved from storage to workbench. Feng Shen was down there, probably awake already, reading through Yao Ling's latest cultivation reports with the focused attention she gave every document she considered important. Yao Ling was 14 now, tall, sharp-eyed, inheriting her mother's intuitive flame mastery and her father's analytical precision. She'd reached Tier 5 alchemist last month, the youngest in the clan's history by 7 years. She had invented a dual flame harmonics technique that neither parent had formally taught her, assembling it from observations of their separate styles the way a child assembles a language from the fragments of conversation around her. She had no idea her father was counting the days until he would be taken from her. Han Feng was somewhere on the continent. His research expedition to the Black Corner region had stretched into its third week. Each absence grew longer. Each return brought thinner excuses, emptier eyes, and faintly masked trembling in his do qi, the signature of someone who had been practicing forbidden techniques that the body hadn't fully accepted. Yao Chen had stopped pretending not to notice. He simply filed each observation with the same clinical precision he applied to his alchemy, cataloging the deterioration of the man he'd raised like a son, watching the arc complete itself with the patient grief of someone who has read the last page of a book and has to watch the story reach it anyway. The morning air was clean at this altitude, the particular sharpness of mountain air before the day's warmth distributed it into ordinariness. He breathed it deliberately, filling his lungs with the cold, and let his gaze move across the compound one more time. 700 lives. Each one ordinary from inside it. Each one extraordinary from the outside. I taught you too well, Yao Chen murmured to the sunrise, meaning Han Feng. And not well enough. Meaning something different. He turned from the peak and descended. There was work to do. Last work. The kind that couldn't be undone once completed. Chapter 122. Venerable Feng arrived at the Yao clan compound under a concealment shroud so subtle that even the clan's outer detection arrays didn't register his presence. He appeared in Yao Chen's private study like smoke assembling into a person, the particular talent of a man who had spent decades making himself invisible to people who were looking for him. The study's morning light caught the gray of his hair and the specific quality of tiredness in his face, not the tiredness of insufficient rest but the tiredness of someone who has carried anxious knowledge across a long journey. "You look terrible," Yao Chen observed. "So do you," Venerable Feng replied. He was older now, his hair fully silver, his frame leaner than it had been 20 years ago, but his eyes burned with the same fierce intelligence they'd held when he first approached Yao Chen at the Continental Conference 2 decades ago. He sat without being invited and placed a jade slip on the desk between them. "My agents inside the Hall of Souls confirmed it last week. Han Feng has been given a soul extraction formation." The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Yao Chen felt the ripples spread through his chest and forced them into stillness. He had known this was coming. Had known it in the way you know a road ends when you've been walking it long enough. Still, the confirmation had a weight that prior knowledge didn't fully absorb. "The specific formation?" he asked. "The three-phase soul severance array. It's old, pre-ancient era. Designed originally for soul cultivation research, later weaponized during the soul-body war. It works in 3 stages. First, it disrupts the bond between soul and physical form. Second, it destabilizes the subject's Do-Chi foundation, preventing resistance. Third, it extracts the soul and channels it into a prepared vessel. The vessel being Han Feng himself. He wants more than your techniques, Yao Chen. He wants your soul flame. The bone-chilling flame's full essence. The formation would strip it from your soul during extraction and bond it to his." Yao Chen picked up the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. The formation diagrams flooded his mind, intricate, cruel, elegant in the way a torture device could be elegant when built by someone with genuine technical skill. He studied it with the same attention he gave pill recipes, identifying components, weaknesses, sequence dependencies. The knowledge was like swallowing shattered glass. Not because of the technical horror, but because of the hands that would draw these arrays. Hands he had trained. Hands that had trembled holding a teacup the first time they'd met. Hands that had carefully, painstakingly copied alchemy notes for years under his tutelage. He knew those hands in the way you know the hands of someone you've watched work for nearly 2 decades, the way they held a brush, the angle they maintained during delicate inscription, the calluses that had developed on specific fingers from specific tools. Those hands had been busy with different work these past months. "How long has he been practicing?" Yao Chen asked. "At least 6 months. He's been rehearsing on animal souls in a hidden cave system in the Black Corner region. My agents say he's competent but not masterful. He'll need to catch you off guard or weaken for the formation to work." Yao Chen set the jade slip down on the desk. The formation diagrams left their afterimage in his vision for a moment, the cold silver tracery of an array designed to reach into a person and take the most essential thing they carried. "Thank you, old friend." Venerable Feng's expression crumbled, just for a moment, the specific collapse of a man who has been maintaining control and arrives at the edge of what control can hold. "I could stop this. My network could eliminate the threat before. No. Chen, the betrayal has to happen. I've told you this. Xiao Yan needs to find me in the ring, weakened, soul-bound, unable to cultivate. That's the foundation of everything that comes after. If I walk into the Jiama Empire at full power and simply hand the boy a training manual, the development won't happen. The forge needs fire, and I am the fire that the forge requires." He paused. "I know how that sounds. It sounds like a man choosing to be sacrificed. It sounds like a man choosing to be transformed. There's a difference." Yao Chen looked at his old friend steadily. "I'm going into the ring as Yao Chen. I'm coming out as Yao Lao. What happens in between is necessary. Not inevitable in the fatalistic sense. I've spent 20 years modifying every margin I could find. But the central event is fixed. The soul must be extracted. The ring must receive it. Xiao Yan must eventually find it." Venerable Feng was quiet for a long time. Outside the study window, the compound went about its morning in full ignorance of the conversation being had. A pair of junior alchemists crossed the courtyard below, arguing about flame temperature ratios with the energy of people who have not yet learned that the argument will continue past their lifetimes. "And you're certain the boy is worth this? I've seen fragments of what he becomes. Not in detail, the system doesn't provide full visions. But the echoes I've felt through temporal resonance. Feng, he's extraordinary. Not because of natural talent or bloodline, but because of his spirit. His refusal to break when the world breaks him. His loyalty to the people he loves, even when that loyalty costs him everything. Sounds like someone I know." Yao Chen smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "That's why I know the mentorship will work. We're built from similar materials." Venerable Feng stood, and for the first time in their long friendship, he pulled Yao Chen into a fierce embrace. The kind that dispensed with the dignified distance cultivators maintained between each other and simply held. "When the time comes," he said into Yao Chen's shoulder, "I'll be ready to receive your wife and daughter. They will be safe. I swear it on my soul. I know they will. And the organization, Xingyun Pavilion. I'll keep it running. Growing. So that when the boy needs allies, they'll be there. Real allies, not contracts or alliances of convenience. People who will fight for him because the pavilion's principles make it worth fighting for. I know that too. Venerable Feng pulled back, eyes red. You impossible, selfless, infuriating man. You're not the first person to call me that this week. They shared a cup of tea, the good stuff, from the Yao clan's private reserves, in the small clay cups that Yao Chen kept for occasions when the tea mattered more than the ceremony. They didn't talk about betrayal or formations or death. They talked about alchemy theory, continent politics, and the ridiculous feud between the Pill Tower's two vice-chairmen over whose tea set was more antique. The tea was excellent. The afternoon light through the study window was warm and specific and would never be repeated exactly. It was ordinary. Deliberately, carefully ordinary. The specific quality of time shared between friends who know one of them is about to go somewhere the other can't follow. When Venerable Feng left, vanishing into his concealment shroud, Yao Chen sat alone in his study and studied the formation diagrams again. Not to prevent the betrayal. To survive it better. He began designing countermeasures. Chapter 123. The soul preservation pill was his masterpiece. Not the most powerful pill he'd ever refined, that honor went to the heaven and earth returning pill he'd achieved during his Tier 9 evaluation. But the most important. The most personal. The pill that had been commissioned on behalf of himself, refined for a purpose that could not be shared with anyone outside his smallest circle of trust. The concept was simple in the way that all revolutionary ideas are simple once you understand them. A pill that existed not in the physical body but in the soul itself. Embedded in the architecture of his spiritual essence, it would activate automatically when his soul was extracted from his physical form. It would cocoon his consciousness in a protective shell, keeping him intact, coherent, aware, functional, through the violent process of extraction and sealing. The original Yao Chen hadn't had this. The original Yao Chen's soul had been shattered, fragmented, reduced to a fraction of its former power during centuries of dormancy. The transmigrated Yao Chen intended to arrive in the ring significantly stronger. 60 or 70% of what he was now, rather than 15 or 20. The difference between a teacher who could offer real guidance and a teacher who could barely hold himself together. The refinement took 17 days. He worked in his private laboratory, the one built deep beneath the compound where the dou-qi density was highest, where the stone walls were thick enough to absorb the fluctuations of ambitious refinements without the ambient distortion reaching the compound above. The air down there smelled of mineral cold and old spiritual energy, the compressed residue of 100 years of serious alchemical work conducted in the same stone room by different hands. Feng Shen stood guard outside for the full 17 days, turning away anyone who approached with the specific calm authority of a woman who has decided that the door behind her will not be opened. She knew what he was making. She didn't ask unnecessary questions, because she had already asked the necessary ones months ago, in the evenings when the two of them reviewed the preparation's final phase together. The ingredients were things only a Tier 9 alchemist could gather and only a master of soul alchemy could process. Soul essence lotus petals harvested from the bottom of a spiritual lake, their energy so concentrated that handling them without proper containment burned standard dou-qi away on contact. Phoenix marrow distilled through 7 stages of purification, each stage removing impurities that would otherwise interfere with the soul's resonance frequency. And the core component, a drop of his own refined soul energy, extracted through careful meditation and compressed into a liquid pearl that was simultaneously the pill's most powerful ingredient and the most unsettling thing he had ever done to himself. He was essentially building an emergency shelter out of parts of himself. The metaphor was not lost on him. Pill lightning, he murmured on the 14th day, sensing the familiar atmospheric pressure change, the particular weight of gathered energy that always arrived before tribulation. The change in air pressure was distinctive, a heaviness that cultivators recognized in the spine before the conscious mind named it, the world gathering itself to test what was being made. The tribulation that gathered above the compound was massive. Not the 9-colored lightning of the Tier 9 evaluation, but something more intimate, the heavens objecting to a pill that defied the natural order of soul dissolution. Natural law said that souls extracted from their bodies fragmented. He was creating an exception to natural law for one specific case. He endured it. 7 bolts, each one targeting the pill in its crucible with surgical precision. The bone-chilling flame absorbed the lightning energy and converted it into tempering force, hardening the pill's structure layer by layer, the way a sword is hardened in the quench, not weakened by the violent process but made more itself by it. When the final bolt faded and the clouds above the laboratory's ventilation shaft parted, Yao Chen held a pearl the size of a fingernail, glowing with soft silver light. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat, or rather, in time with the heartbeat of his soul, which was the more fundamental rhythm. The silver glow was steady and even. Not aggressive. Something built to last. He pressed it to his forehead. The pearl sank through skin and bone as if they were water, entering the way something returns to a place it was made from, settling into the center of his soul space like a second heart beginning to beat alongside the first. The sensation was strange. Not painful, but present, a constant awareness of something waiting. A safety net he hoped would hold when the fall came. He carried it for 3 weeks before the evaluation, becoming accustomed to its weight, verifying that it didn't interfere with his cultivation or alchemy capacity. It didn't. It simply waited, with the patience of something built to wait for exactly one thing and prepared to do so for as long as necessary. Timeline preparation system, update soul preservation pill, active and integrated. Estimated soul retention upon extraction, 85 to 92%, original timeline, 15 to 20%, consciousness preservation, full coherent awareness projected. Legacy teaching capacity, dramatically enhanced. Timeline integrity adjustment, plus 3% timeline integrity, 50% 3%. After years of watching the number decline with every expansion of his visibility and power, any increase felt like a gift. The universe acknowledging, in its numerical language, that what he was doing had value. Chapter 124. Yao Dan received him in the clan leader's private chambers on a gray afternoon when the rain against the compound's rooftops created a steady ambient sound that required speaking at a volume that couldn't carry to casual eavesdroppers. The rain had been falling since morning, the kind of sustained gray rain that made the courtyards dark and drove even the dedicated junior alchemists inside, leaving the pathways empty and the compound quieter than its usual register. The clan leader's private chambers were a sparse space, a desk, 2 chairs, a single painting of the Yao clan's founder on the eastern wall, a narrow window that looked over the central courtyard. Yao Dan had never been one for ornamentation. The room matched him, functional, disciplined, the workspace of a man who considered comfort a variable to be optimized rather than an end in itself. Rain ran down the window's surface in channels, the courtyard stones below gone dark with water. He was in his late 50s now, his cultivation at Dozun, lower than Yao Chen's, a fact that had created an unspoken tension between them for years. The most powerful member of the Yao clan was not its leader, and the clan's leader was not its most powerful member. In a society built on strength hierarchies, this was a structural anomaly that neither man had ever fully resolved, though they had both learned to work within it with something approaching grace. Today, hierarchy didn't matter. Today, Yao Chen had come as a clan member speaking to his elder. "I need to discuss something with you in confidence," Yao Chen said. Yao Dan studied him. The clan leader had spent a lifetime reading people, it was the core skill of his position, and he had developed it far past the level that cultivation talent alone would have given him. "You've requested 3 private meetings in 20 years. All of them preceded significant events. What's happening? I can't give you specifics. Not because I don't trust you, I do, but because the specifics would create complications I can't afford." Complications for whom? For everyone. The clan. My family. The continent. A pause. "I've been carrying knowledge for 20 years that I couldn't share with anyone who would act on it in the wrong way at the wrong time. You're one of the few people I trust to hear part of it and do the right thing." Yao Dan's eyes narrowed. The rain continued against the window, its sound steady and even. "Tell me what you can." Yao Chen chose his words with the precision of a master calligrapher selecting strokes, knowing that what was included and what was omitted were equally significant. "Within the next year, there will be a betrayal. It will appear to come from within, though the true architects are external. I will be the primary target. The betrayal will be devastating, I will not survive it in any conventional sense." Yao Dan went very still. The kind of stillness that comes from a body deciding to stop all non-essential motion so the mind can process something too large for divided attention. His hands on the desk stopped their slight movement entirely. "I am telling you this not to prevent it, prevention would cause worse outcomes than you can imagine, but to prepare you. The clan will need strong leadership afterward. There will be enemies who try to exploit the chaos. There will be members who want answers that cannot safely be given yet. You must hold the clan together through that period without either retaliation or despair." "Yao Chen. Are you telling me you intend to die?" "I'm telling you I intend to transform. Death is too simple a word for what's coming." He held the clan leader's gaze. "The person who emerges from this event will not be the same person who entered it. But what I am, what I know, what I've built, what I care about, will survive. In a different form. For a different purpose." A long silence filled the room. The rain had shifted to a lighter pattern against the window, and in the change Yao Dan's fingers pressed against the desk surface until his knuckles whitened, the unconscious physical expression of a man gripping the container of his own composure. "The betrayer," he said slowly. "Is it? Don't say the name. Don't investigate. Don't act. If you interfere before the time is right, the consequences cascade in ways that will destroy far more than they save." He kept his voice level, direct, giving the instruction without room for negotiation. "I know what I'm asking. I know how it sounds. I'm asking you to watch something happen that you could prevent and to do nothing. I am asking you to trust me with a degree of faith that is unreasonable by any conventional standard. You're asking me to do nothing. I'm asking you to protect the clan after I'm gone. To hold it together, maintain the defensive formations, keep the alliances active, preserve the knowledge and culture and the 700 people who live inside these walls. That is not nothing. That is the only thing that matters." Yao Dan's jaw worked. He was a man who had spent his life making decisions, and the decision he was being asked to make now, to accept incomprehension in place of understanding, inaction in place of justice, was the hardest kind. The kind that required trust in a person rather than trust in information. "What do you need from me?" he said, at last. Yao Chen placed a sealed envelope on the desk. The seal was formed from a combination of his bone-chilling flame and his Do Qi signature. Only Yao Dan's specific energy could open it. "Keep this sealed until the clan faces an existential threat. Not a battle or a political crisis, extinction. If that day comes, open it. Inside, you'll find information about the true enemy's structure, their weaknesses, their plans, and the names of people across the continent who will be willing to fight alongside the Yao clan when the time comes." Information gathered over 2 decades of careful observation. The Han clan. The Hall of Souls Masters. The entity that would eventually attack the Yao clan with the intent of harvesting every member's bloodline energy, an event decades away, but moving toward them through the continent's political geography with the patient certainty of a river carving its course. Yao Dan took the envelope with both hands, feeling the weight of the seal's formation against his spiritual perception. How long until this hypothetical extinction event? Decades. Possibly longer. But it's coming. The forces behind the betrayal don't operate on human timescales. Yao Dan placed the envelope in a vault behind the painting, a spatial pocket that only the clan leader's bloodline could access, its formation designed to survive anything short of the compound's complete destruction. He turned back to Yao Chen with an expression that was equal parts fury and sorrow, the specific combination of a man who is both devastated and too professional to let devastation prevent the next necessary action. "You are the greatest alchemist this clan has ever produced," he said. "You are telling me that you've planned your own destruction and are asking me to do nothing about it. I'm telling you that my destruction is the seed of something that will save this continent. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like the kind of madness that reasonable people should resist. But I have seen fragments of the future, and I am asking you to trust me as I have trusted you." Yao Dan looked at him for a long moment. "I have always trusted you, Yao Chen. Even when you gave me no reason to. Even when your secrets infuriated me. Even when your talent made my position feel superfluous. Your position was never superfluous. This clan needs a leader, not just a strong cultivator. I could never have held 700 people together the way you have. I have always worked best alone or in very small groups. You built the community that I worked within. That contribution is not lesser than mine." Yao Dan blinked, once, twice, and the professional distance between them shifted slightly, as it sometimes does between two people who have worked in the same space for decades without ever saying the direct thing. A pause opened between them that held something neither man had put into words in 20 years of shared work. Then he nodded. "Is there anything else?" "One more thing." Yao Chen reached into his storage ring and withdrew a jade box. Inside were 12 pills, glowing with the distinctive pill lightning scarring of Tier 9 refinements, heaven and earth returning pills, the formula he'd used for his evaluation, produced in a private refinement session over the previous month. Emergency supplies. Soul healing pills, capable of repairing spiritual injuries that conventional medicine cannot address. Use them when the clan needs them most. For the kind of wounds that follow the worst events. Not for political leverage. Yao Dan accepted the box with the care he gave everything he understood to be valuable. He looked at the pills for a long moment, 12 small glowing objects that represented months of preparation and a level of alchemical mastery that the clan would not see again in his lifetime. "I'll guard them." They stood facing each other, two men who had never been friends exactly, but who had spent 2 decades building something larger than friendship, a mutual commitment to the clan's survival that had required each of them to extend trust in the other's direction repeatedly and on faith. "Goodbye, Yao Chen," Yao Dan said. "Or whatever you prefer to call this. Call it a beginning, that's what it is." Yao Chen left the clan leader's chambers and walked back through the compound's winding corridors, past gardens and pavilions and the alchemy wing where a new generation of apprentices was learning the art with the particular dedication of young people who believe that mastery is what they were born for. He'd taught some of them personally. Their eyes followed him as he passed, with admiration, with the specific reverence that the young reserve for the impossibly accomplished, with the unconscious attentiveness of people in the presence of something that will eventually make sense as legend. He smiled at them and kept walking. Chapter 125. Feng Shen was waiting in their bedroom when he returned. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, hands folded in her lap, her expression the carefully composed mask she wore when she was trying not to fall apart, not because falling apart was wrong, but because she was choosing to hold herself together long enough for the conversation to happen first. The afternoon light through the western window had turned amber, the particular gold of late sun on familiar walls that he had memorized more times than he could count. "It's close, isn't it?" she said. He sat beside her. "Yes." "How close?" "Months. Maybe less," she nodded. The mask held. Then a crack appeared at the corner of her mouth, a trembling that she pressed her lips together to stop, her jaw working at the effort. She had known. She had known for weeks, in the way that a person who has spent 20 years learning to read another person's face can read everything being carefully not said. "I've known since you made the pill," she said. The soul preservation pill. You don't build a shelter unless you know the storm is coming. You've always been smarter than me. Don't. Her voice sharpened with the specific quality of precision that she deployed when softness would be a lie. Don't deflect with compliments. Not now. He stopped deflecting. They sat together in the silence of their bedroom, surrounded by 20 years of shared life. Yao Ling's childhood drawing still hung on one wall, crayon depictions of her parents surrounded by flames, her artistic interpretation of their alchemy work, made when she was 6 and presented with the solemn pride of a child offering the best thing she owned. Books they'd read together were stacked on the nightstand in the particular disorder of books that were still being moved between in progress and finished. A pair of Feng Shen's shoes were tucked under the chair where she always left them, despite his decades of mild complaints about the habit. The habit had never changed. He had never stopped complaining. It had been their smallest argument, performed affectionately across 20 years until the affection and the argument were indistinguishable from each other. He looked at the shoes and felt something tighten in his chest that the bone-chilling flames cold could not reach. Promise me, Feng Shen said, her voice quieter now, carrying the register of a person asking for something they have no way to enforce. Promise me that your soul will survive. Not as an abstract percentage on a system readout. Promise me that your memory of us, your sense of humor, the part of you that argues with me about where shoes belong, that survives. I promise, he said. The soul preservation pill will maintain my consciousness intact at 85 to 92% coherence. I will remember everything. I will know who I am and who you are and what we built. I'll be weakened but aware. Functional. Able to teach. The boy. Xiao Yan. He's about 3 years old now, living with the Xiao family in the Jiama Empire. In 12 or 13 years, someone will give him a ring. My ring. And I'll wake up. 13 years of dormancy. More or less. And you'll spend those years where? Floating in a ring, alone? I'll be refining my knowledge, preparing curricula, organizing everything I know into teaching frameworks that will guide him through the specific challenges ahead. It won't be empty time. That's not what I asked. Her voice cracked, a hairline fracture in the controlled calm. You'll be alone. For over a decade. Without a body, without a voice, without anyone to talk to, she stopped. The mask broke entirely. Tears ran down her face, silent and fierce, the tears of a woman who had spent years preparing for a grief she could see coming and could not redirect. Yao Chen pulled her close. She pressed her face into his shoulder, and he held her the way he had 1,000 times before, in celebration and in grief, in the quiet moments between one crisis and the next, in the dark hours when plans met their limits and all that remained was the other person's presence. He memorized the weight of her against him. The smell of her hair, medicinal, faintly floral, the specific combination of ingredients she worked with daily absorbed into the fabric of her. The exact pressure of her fingers gripping his robe, her hands knowing his body so well that the grip was not random but habitual, landing in the same place it always had. When Xiao Yan grows strong enough, he said into her hair, I'll guide him. Not just through alchemy and cultivation, but through the continental conflicts that are coming, the Hall of Souls, the Hun clan, all of it. And somewhere in that journey, I'll find a way back to a body. The original timeline included that Yao Chen eventually regains physical form. It won't be fast. But it will happen. You're telling me to wait decades for a possibility. I'm telling you to live. Raise Yao Ling. Build a life under whatever name and identity keeps you safe, somewhere the Hall of Souls intelligence network doesn't reach. And when the time is right, when Xiao Yan has grown strong enough to shatter the forces arrayed against him, I will find you. She pulled back and looked at him with eyes red from crying but steady with the resolve that had always been her deepest quality, the resolve of a woman who had chosen to stand next to a man carrying 20 years of impossible preparation and had carried her share without complaint. Then I'll wait. Not because you ask me to, but because I choose to. I chose you 20 years ago, Yao Chen. I'll choose you for 20 more. Or 40. Or however long it takes. He kissed her. Softly, then fiercely, then with the desperate tenderness of someone memorizing a language they were about to be separated from. I love you, he said. I know. She smiled through the tears. A real smile, the one that started at the corners of her eyes before it reached her mouth, the smile that had been his favorite thing in the world for 20 years. You've been showing me for 20 years. The words are redundant. They're not. No. They're not. They held each other until the light in the window shifted from afternoon gold to evening amber, the slow color change of the sky doing what time does, continuing regardless of what is felt within the interval. Neither spoke. Words had done their work. What remained was presence, the irreducible fact of two people existing in the same space, breathing the same air, their heartbeats close enough to synchronize. He memorized this too. He would carry it in the ring, through the years of darkness. The weight of her. The warmth of her. The absolute, unshakable certainty of being known by someone who had chosen to stay. Chapter 126. The hardest thing was Yao Ling. A training expedition? She said, her eyes lighting with the specific brightness of a person who has been wanting an adventure and sees the possibility arriving. She was 14, tall and willowy like her mother, with her father's sharp analytical mind behind her mother's observant eyes. Tier 5 alchemist, the youngest in clan history, with a specialization in dual flame harmonics that she had constructed from first principles by watching her parents work separately and inferring the underlying mathematics of their combined technique. She'd done this the way some children learn to read by watching adults, not taught, but absorbed, then synthesized into something entirely her own. She was wearing the light blue practice robe she wore for morning alchemy sessions, its sleeves slightly stained at the cuffs from a recent refinement she hadn't quite finished cleaning up. "Your mother will take you to the Northern Highlands," Yao Chen said, keeping his voice level. "There's a rare herb field there that blooms only once every 40 years. The specimens will advance your pharmaceutical knowledge significantly, and the highland climate will challenge your dual flame work in ways the compound's controlled environment doesn't. Can't you come too? I have obligations at the compound. Hill Tower consultations, clan business that can't be delegated. I'll join you when I can." The lie was expertly constructed, specific enough to be believable, vague enough to explain any delay. He'd practiced it in the mirror until the words came out without hesitation or the particular quality of careful word choice that perceptive people could hear. Yao Ling accepted it because she had no reason not to. Her father had never lied to her before. Not once in 14 years. She trusted him with the absolute, unquestioning faith that children extend to parents who have earned it, and the knowledge of that trust, and of what he was doing to it, was the weight that would not leave him for the rest of the days remaining. "Father?" she said, pausing at the doorway. "Yes? You look sad," she said it the way observant children say true things, without accusation, without comfort-seeking, simply as a fact she had noticed and felt moved to name. "I'm going to miss you. I always miss you and your mother when you travel." She crossed the room in 3 quick strides and wrapped her arms around him. She was tall enough now that her chin reached his shoulder, and the embrace was a different thing than it had been when she was small, less clinging, more deliberate, the embrace of someone who has learned that affection is expressed through choosing to close a distance rather than having no distance to close. He remembered holding her as an infant, marveling at the impossible smallness of her hands. Now those hands were strong enough to control dual flames through sustained refinement sessions, and her arms held him with the confident affection of a daughter who had never once doubted her father's love. He memorized the feel of her embrace with the precision he'd brought to every other act of memorization in his life. The exact pressure. The smell of the alchemy herbs that always clung to her robes, the particular combination of ingredients from her current research phase. The sound of her breathing, slow and even, the breathing of someone who is entirely comfortable. "I'll miss you too," she said. "But we'll be back before the cold season. I know you will." He gave her a pill, a Tier 8 emergency healing pill, encased in a jade container with her name inscribed on it. Not a Tier 9, those were too distinctive, would raise questions about why her father had thought the gift necessary. "Take this if you're ever in mortal danger. It will save your life once." She took it with the casual acceptance of a child receiving a gift, her attention on the pill's quality rather than the weight behind it. Her sole perception ran briefly over its surface, the trained assessment of an alchemist cataloging what they've been given. "This is Tier 8, she said. "It is. You've been giving me very expensive gifts lately. You're worth expensive gifts." She looked at him for a moment with the specific attentiveness of a person who knows something is being said that goes beyond the words. Then she let it pass, with the grace of someone who trusts the speaker enough not to force what they haven't offered. "Thank you, Father." "Yao Ling." "Yes?" He looked at her, the person she had become. The particular configuration of qualities that had assembled from his genes and Feng Shen's and the specific pressures of her specific life. Brilliant without arrogance. Curious without recklessness. Warm without softness. The combination was entirely her own and entirely irreplaceable. "I am incredibly proud of you. Everything you've achieved. Everything you will achieve. You are the best thing I've ever created, and I've created some remarkable things," she laughed, a warm, slightly embarrassed sound. "Father, you're being dramatic. It's just a training expedition. Indulge your dramatic father." She hugged him again, quickly this time, and bounced out of the room with the elastic energy of youth that has not yet learned that urgency is different from enthusiasm. He heard her footsteps receding down the corridor, heard her call out to a friend, heard the compound's daily sounds absorb her into their rhythm. The sounds faded with the distance, her laughter, then a door, then the ordinary quiet of an empty room. Yao Chen stood in the empty room and breathed until the tightness in his chest became manageable. Then he went to the compound records office and systematically destroyed every document that referenced Feng Shen and Yao Ling's destination. Travel permits, expedition logs, supply requisitions, the authorization form he'd signed for the escort's equipment allotment, all of it fed into a controlled bone-chilling flame that consumed document and ink alike without leaving residue. If Han Feng interrogated him, when Han Feng interrogated him, Yao Chen would have nothing to reveal. The information did not exist anymore. His wife and daughter were ghosts, vanished into the continent's vast geography, protected by the absence of evidence. Feng Shen left that afternoon. She walked out of the compound gate with Yao Ling and 2 trusted escorts, carrying travel packs and wearing the expressions of women embarking on an adventure. The escorts knew only their destination. Feng Shen knew everything. At the gate, she turned back once. Across 50 meters of courtyard, her eyes found his. She didn't wave. She didn't cry. She simply looked at him, one long, steady look that contained 20 years of partnership, love, argument, reconciliation, shared purpose, and mutual sacrifice, and then turned and walked through the gate. He watched until they disappeared down the mountain path. Then he sealed the gate, walked to his laboratory, and began the final phase of preparation. He was alone now. Everything that mattered, his wife, his daughter, his legacy, was either hidden across a continent or sealed inside a ring. All that remained was the man and the sacrifice. The bronze hourglass spun at his side, its sand running faster than he'd ever seen. Timeline preparation system, update family evacuation, complete. Record sanitization, complete. Defensive preparations, in progress. Betrayal event, imminent. Timeline integrity, 48%. Chapter 127. 3 months later, Han Feng returned. Yao Chen sensed him before seeing him, the distinctive flame signature approaching the compound through the mountain passes, familiar yet subtly altered in the way that things are altered when they have been used for different purposes than they were built for. The bone-chilling flame within Yao Chen's soul recognized its prospective thief and pulsed with quiet warning, a cold surge that moved through his chest before he consciously registered what it was responding to. Han Feng arrived at sunset, walking through the compound gate with the easy stride of a man coming home. He was 34 now, his face at the specific stage of handsomeness that comes from intelligence and confidence combining in a man who has stopped second-guessing himself, his Tier 7 alchemy cultivation radiating from him with the warm competence of someone who has mastered their level without yet reaching its ceiling. He smiled at the apprentices who greeted him, exchanged pleasantries with the elders he passed, and presented himself at Yao Chen's study with a jar of premium tea from the Black Corner region. The tea was wrapped in oiled cloth and tied with a red cord, a thoughtful gesture, precisely calibrated. "Master," he said, bowing. "I've returned. Welcome back." Yao Chen accepted the tea and gestured to a chair. "How was the expedition?" "Productive. I've been developing a new approach to flame resonance that I'd like your opinion on." They discussed alchemy for an hour. The content was substantive. Han Feng had always engaged with ideas at their best version rather than their most convenient one, and the flame resonance theory he'd developed was genuinely interesting, containing insights that a lesser practitioner wouldn't have arrived at. Yao Chen responded to it with the same attention he'd always given Han Feng's technical work, because dismissing good work would have been both dishonest and a waste. But beneath the surface, he catalogued. Han Feng's pupils dilated slightly when discussing flame transfer techniques, heightened interest masked as academic curiosity. His douqi fluctuated in micro-patterns consistent with someone maintaining a concealment array, the kind of subtle spiritual expenditure that practitioners with enough experience could detect as a background hum rather than an active signature. And his hands, those trained, capable hands, bore fresh calluses on the palms in the specific patterns that matched the grip required for formation drawing tools of a particular size and weight. New calluses. The kind that formed in weeks of intensive practice, not months of ordinary work. He'd been practicing. Recently. Intensively. The calluses were too fresh to predate the current expedition. "You seem tired," Yao Chen observed. "Long journey. I'll rest tonight and be fresh by morning." "Take the week. You've been traveling for months." Han Feng's eyes flickered, surprise first, then guilt moving through like a shadow, then the practiced warmth that had always been his most reliable mask. "Thank you, Master. You're always generous." The generosity landed with the weight it always carried between them now, a gift that could not be received cleanly. Yao Chen watched Han Feng absorb it with the particular stillness of a man who has decided to feel nothing about what he is doing, and watched the decision strain at its seams. After Han Feng left, Yao Chen sat in his study and reviewed the formation countermeasures he'd spent months developing. The three-phase soul severance array had weaknesses. Every formation did. The constraint of formation design was that complexity created dependencies, and dependencies created failure points. The first phase required the target to be stationary for at least 30 seconds, a stillness that could be manufactured by someone who wanted the formation to proceed rather than someone trapped against their will. The second phase could be partially resisted by a cultivation rank significantly higher than the caster's, which meant Yao Chen's peak Dozun against Han Feng's Dozong would slow the destabilization without preventing it. The third phase worked by pulling the soul outward, which meant the direction of extraction could theoretically be redirected by the target, if the target had the technique and the will to redirect rather than resist. Yao Chen didn't plan to prevent the extraction. He planned to control it. To choose the moment, the angle, and the destination. To turn Han Feng's weapon into a delivery mechanism, launching his soul not into his disciple's possession but into the prepared ring waiting in his storage space. The controlled demolition. Not defeat. Transformation. He verified the ring one final time, sitting at his workbench with the star silver band in his palm, running his spiritual perception through every formation layer with the attention of a man checking his safety equipment before a long fall. The spatial interior was stocked exactly as designed. The consciousness anchor was calibrated. The bone-chilling flame fragment he'd prepared was sealed in its designated chamber, its cold light steady and even. The communication interface was functional. The legacy seal in the ring's innermost corner, the message to Xiao Yan about never having been alone, was intact. The ring was a lifeboat, engineered over 2 decades by a man who knew exactly what storm was coming. Everything was ready. Now he just had to wait for his student to betray him. Chapter 128. The attack came 6 weeks later, on a night when the moon was new and the compound's ambient Do-Chi was at its monthly low, a predictable vulnerability that anyone with enough access to the compound's alchemy logs could calculate. The night air was still, carrying the smell of cold stone and the distant bitterness of a frost-killed herb garden at the compound's northern edge. Yao Chen was in his laboratory, deliberately. He'd arranged his schedule over the preceding 2 weeks to present the most tempting target, alone in a specific room at a specific hour, surrounded by sealed alchemy ingredients that would dampen external energy detection, in a room with thick stone walls that would muffle the sounds of what was about to happen from the compound's standard monitoring formations. He'd left the door unlocked. An invitation disguised as negligence. He was seated at his workbench reviewing a theoretical alchemy document when he felt the formation activate. Not a sudden sensation, a gradual shift in the room's Do-Chi flow, like a river changing its course. Energy redirected, channeled into patterns that hadn't existed a moment before. The arrays lit up in sequence across the floor, the walls, the ceiling, drawn in formation ink that was invisible under normal spiritual light but blazed cold silver when activated by the specific energy signature of the 3-phase soul severance array. Han Feng had been placing these arrays for weeks. During his rest period. During his casual visits to discuss theory. During the quiet hours when the compound slept and a trusted disciple could move through familiar spaces without attracting attention. Layer by layer, the laboratory had been transformed from a workspace into a formation chamber. The work was meticulous. Yao Chen recognized his own teaching in the precision of it, the way the anchor points were placed for maximum structural stability, the way the phase transitions were sequenced for efficiency over speed. Han Feng had always been a thorough student. "Hello, Han Feng," Yao Chen said, not turning from his workbench. The formation blazed brighter, the response of a system that had been triggered and was confirming its target. Behind him, footsteps crossed the laboratory floor. Not sneaking, not hesitant. Confident. The particular confidence of a man who has rehearsed the approach so many times that the physicality of it has become automatic. "How long have you known?" Han Feng asked. Yao Chen turned. His disciple stood near the laboratory's entrance, haloed by silver formation light that caught the angles of his face and gave his expression an edge it hadn't had in their earlier meeting. He looked like a man executing a plan he'd rehearsed 1,000 times, but also like a man who had always hoped he would never have to. "Longer than you think," Yao Chen said. "Then why didn't you stop me?" "Because stopping you would have required killing you, and I don't want you dead." Han Feng flinched. A micro-expression, barely visible, crossing his face and vanishing in less than a heartbeat, but Yao Chen had spent 18 years learning to read that face, and he saw it. The thing beneath the mask, surfacing for one instant before the control reasserted. "The bone-chilling flame," Han Feng said, and his voice took on the quality it had when he had decided on a course and had closed the door on the deliberation that preceded it. "I need it. You know that. You've always known that. I know you believe you need it. Belief has nothing to do with it." Han Feng moved further into the room. The formation responded to his presence, brightening in the areas he crossed, the arrays reading his energy and confirming activation parameters. "The flame is wasted on you. You use it for alchemy, for healing and creation and careful, measured application. Do you understand what it could be? In the hands of someone willing to use its full potential, could what? Burn cities? Shatter armies? Is that what they told you? The people who gave you the formation?" Another flinch. Deeper this time. "They told you what you wanted to hear," Yao Chen continued, keeping his voice gentle despite everything, despite the silver light and the formation consuming the room and the 18 years of preparation for this specific moment. "That your talent entitled you to more. That I was holding you back. That the flame should be yours by right because you suffered more to stand beside it than I did to carry it. It should be mine by right." The controlled mask cracked and the thing beneath it, not anger exactly but a wound so deep it had become its own architecture, showed through. "I've spent 18 years as your shadow. Master of this, disciple of that. Han Feng, who trained under Yao Chen. Never just Han Feng. Never enough on my own." The first phase of the formation activated. Pain detonated through Yao Chen's body, not physical pain but something deeper, the specific agony of a soul-body bond under pressure. The invisible tether connecting consciousness to flesh vibrated like a string being pulled to its breaking point. The formation was working at the fundamental level of his existence. He resisted. Partially. Enough to maintain coherence, not enough to end the confrontation before its time. "You were always enough," Yao Chen said through gritted teeth. "Every achievement you made was yours. The talent was yours. The work was yours. The understanding was yours. The only thing that was never enough was your belief in yourself, and no amount of flame would have fixed that. Spare me the lecture." Han Feng's hands moved, feeding energy into the formation array in precise measured flows. Sweat had appeared on his forehead, the formation was demanding. You don't get to be my teacher anymore. I'll always be your teacher. That's the part you can't steal. The second phase activated. Chapter 129. The battle that followed was not a battle in the traditional sense. There was no exchange of blows, no contest of strength and technique meeting across a field of combat. It was a formation against a target, a trap closing on prey that had chosen to walk into it, and simultaneously, it was something that had no good name, the destruction of a relationship by one of the two people who had built it. The second phase hit Yao Chen's Do Qi foundation like a wave that moved through the body without touching the body, reaching the cultivation itself and disrupting the channels through which it flowed. His peak Do Zun cultivation, 40 years of accumulated energy, the deepest and most integrated part of what he was as a cultivator, destabilized as the formation interrupted its circuitry. His body weakened. His flame control faltered. The bone-chilling flame within his soul roared in protest as foreign energy began the work of separating it from the soul it had grown into over 2 decades. The separation felt like something that had grown into the architecture of a building being pried out of the walls, not clean, not painless, leaving structural damage in its wake. He fought. Not to win, winning now would undo everything. But to control the pace, to keep the extraction moving at a speed that allowed him to execute the redirect rather than merely survive the process. His timeline anchor activated, the ability he had used perhaps 4 times in his entire transmigrated life, saving it for the moments that justified its cost. Space-time solidified around his soul, making it heavier, harder to extract. The formation's pull weakened against the anchor's stabilizing force. Not a reversal. A slowing. Han Feng cursed and increased the formation's power. Silver light blazed until the laboratory's stone walls began to crack at their mortar lines, fissures spreading like roots from each formation anchor point. Alchemy equipment shattered as the ambient energy exceeded its tolerances. Sealed ingredients detonated in cascading sequence, filling the room with acrid smoke and the clashing signatures of a dozen incompatible spiritual compounds. Give up the flame. Han Feng shouted over the chaos. His voice was raw, the sound of someone in physical pain from the formation's demand on his own energy reserves. No. You can't resist forever. The formation is designed to, I know what it's designed to do. I studied it months ago. Han Feng's eyes widened. For the first time in the confrontation, genuine fear crossed his face, not the fear of failure but a deeper fear, the fear of a man realizing that his plan was not what he thought it was, that he had been moving inside a context he hadn't known he was inside. You knew, I knew everything. The formation. The Hall of Souls. Your practice sessions in the Black Corner region. I knew, and I chose not to stop you, because this moment had to happen. The fear in Han Feng's eyes deepened into something more complex. Confusion layered over the fear, and beneath both of them, barely visible but present, horror. The dawning understanding that his master had walked into this room knowing exactly what was waiting. That the man he was extracting had arranged his own extraction with the same methodical care he brought to everything else. Why? Han Feng whispered. If you knew, if you could have stopped me, why? Because the world needs what comes after, Yao Chen said. Because there is a boy who will need a teacher, and this is the only path to me being what he needs me to be. He held Han Feng's gaze through the smoke and the silver light. I'm not angry, Han Feng. I want you to hear that. I'm not angry. You should be. Yes. But I'm not. The timeline anchor was weakening. Yao Chen could feel it in the way you feel a rope fraying, the strength still present but the coherence going. His body was deteriorating in visible stages, the extremities first, his arms and legs losing their physical coherence as the formation pulled soul and body in opposite directions. The bone-chilling flame surged once, fiercely, and then began to fracture along the fault lines that the formation had spent weeks creating. The main body of the flame, nearly 80% of its total essence, accumulated through 22 years of cultivation, tore free from his soul with the specific quality of something being separated from what it belongs to, not cleanly, not without cost. Han Feng caught it with both hands. His face contorted with pain and ecstasy as the flame bonded to his soul, his spiritual channels restructuring to accommodate energy they had not been built to hold. A fragment remained. A seed of the bone-chilling flame, perhaps 20% of its original power, clung to Yao Chen's soul with the stubbornness of a flame that had decided it was not done yet. Cold and silver and small, it held on the way things hold on that were made to endure. Master, Han Feng's voice came from a distance. Or Yao Chen's perception was narrowing, it was becoming difficult to distinguish between the two. The word was rough, jagged, carrying a quality that Yao Chen chose to interpret as regret. In a more comfortable world, there would have been certainty about what Han Feng felt in this moment. In the world as it was, Yao Chen chose to hear regret, because it was the more generous interpretation, and the generous interpretation had always been the one that kept him able to function. The anchor failed. Chapter 130. In his final moments of full power, Yao Chen executed the contingency he had spent 20 years preparing. He didn't fight the extraction. He embraced it, but redirected it, the way a river is redirected not by blocking its flow but by changing the shape of the channel. With the last coherent reserves of his Do Qi and the surgical precision that 40 years of Tier 9 alchemy had made as natural as breathing, he shattered his own physical form before the formation could complete the process on its terms. The body that had carried him for 40 years, that had held Feng Shen in a wedding garden and lifted Yao Ling when she was too small to walk by herself and shaken Han Feng's hand when he passed his first alchemy evaluation, exploded outward in a cascade of bone-chilling flame energy, the cold silver light filling the laboratory like a sun turning briefly inside out. The sound of it was enormous and immediate and then gone, replaced by the ringing silence of a space that has been subjected to more force than it was designed to contain. Simultaneously, he activated the soul preservation pill. The pearl embedded in his soul blazed to life, its stored energy releasing in a single controlled burst that coated his consciousness in protective formation energy. The shell hardened with a speed that surprised even him. Lin Mei's framework had been even stronger than the simulation predicted. His soul, freed from its crumbling physical vessel, was pulled outward by the formation's ongoing energy. But the direction was wrong. The formation expected to channel the soul toward Han Feng. Instead, Yao Chen used the last fraction of his timeline anchor to redirect the trajectory. Not toward Han Feng. Toward the ring. The star silver band was in a spatial pocket on his person, now scattering with the debris of his physical destruction. As his body shattered outward in the bone-chilling flame cascade, the ring was propelled with it, flying through the laboratory's smoke and light in a predetermined arc, not random, not chaos, but the specific trajectory he had calculated months ago for exactly this moment. His soul followed. The entry was violent, consciousness compressed from a body-sized container to a ring-sized spatial dimension in less than a second. The dimensional bottleneck was unavoidable, the physics of it what they were. The pain was indescribable in physical terms because he no longer had a physical body to translate it through. What he felt was something more direct than pain, the agony of identity being pressed through an impossibly small aperture and holding its coherence by the strength of the structure he had built to hold it. The soul preservation pill held. His consciousness emerged on the other side of the bottleneck intact. His memories, all of them, both lives, the full span of what he had been and become, survived without loss. He was in the ring. The last thing he perceived before the ring's spatial dimension sealed was Han Feng's face. His disciple was standing in the ruins of the laboratory, the stolen bone-chilling flame burning around him like a crown of cold light, staring at the place where his master had been. His expression was not triumph. It was devastation. Han Feng reached for the ring, instinct, reflex, the motion of a man grasping for something he just destroyed without meaning to destroy it quite like this. But the residual bone-chilling flame energy from Yao Chen's self-destruction, the portion that had not been stolen, detonated outward in a final protective burst calibrated to serve exactly this purpose. The blast caught the ring and hurled it through the laboratory's shattered window. It arced through the night air, a small dark circle spinning against the stars, carrying inside it a soul that was intact, that was holding, that was everything it needed to be. It fell into the mountain stream that ran along the compound's eastern wall. The current took it. Han Feng rushed to the window and watched the ring vanish into the water's dark flow. He could have pursued it. He could have dived into the stream, tracked it downstream, recovered it before the current carried it beyond reach. He stood at the window, the stolen flame burning in his hands, and watched the last piece of his master disappear into the darkness below. Then he turned away. Whether from guilt or calculation or some combination of both that had no clean name, he turned away and left the ring to the river. Chapter 131. Inside the ring, Yao Chen took stock. The spatial dimension was exactly as he'd designed it, a room-sized space with smooth star-silver walls that glowed faintly with the bone-chilling flame fragments' cold light, not enough to be harsh, enough to be present. The glow had the specific quality of light that has endured rather than light that is burning. Storage compartments lined the eastern wall, each one sealed and labeled with contents he had organized over months of preparation. The consciousness anchor formation hummed in its calibrated frequency, a sound he could feel rather than hear, a resonance that was the ring's version of a pulse. The communication interface was dormant, waiting for an exterior connection. His soul was intact. Weakened significantly, the extraction had taken more than the percentage analysis suggested it would, the trauma of forced separation leaving a quality of thin stretched exhaustion across his spiritual essence. But intact. Coherent. The soul preservation pill shell held everything in the configuration it needed to be in. He was himself. He could feel the outside world, dimly. The ring was in water, cool, flowing, the gentle rhythmic pressure of a mountain stream carrying a small metal object downstream at the current's preferred pace. He had no control over where it went. For the first time in 40 years, Yao Chen's fate was entirely in the hands of forces he had not engineered. The bronze hourglass materialized beside him in the ring's interior, smaller than before, its light diminished to a fraction of what it had been, but present. Functional. Still counting. Timeline preparation system, status report host, Yao Chen, soul state, physical body, destroyed soul integrity, 87%, soul preservation pill maintaining cohesion, bone-chilling flame, 22% fragment retained cultivation access, severely limited, Do Zun consciousness, minimal active Do Qi, alchemy capacity, Tier 9 knowledge retained, practical refinement impossible without physical form timeline integrity, 61% critical event, completed, betrayal and soul extraction successful legacy seals, 156 active, awaiting Xiao Yan soul signature ring resources, fully stocked status, entering dormancy protocol. Consciousness preservation, active. 61%. The number had jumped from 48 to 61 in the moment since the betrayal. The fixed point had passed. The timeline had needed this specific event to occur in this specific way, not prevented, not altered beyond the margins he had engineered, but allowed to happen. Every preparation, every sacrifice, every choice not to intervene in what was coming, it had all been building toward this threshold. He was not dead. He was planted. He sat with this knowledge for a long time, in the ring's cold quiet, letting the settlement complete itself. The ring tumbled through the stream's currents, carried south and east. Yao Chen felt the water's temperature against the ring's exterior, the occasional bump of current against rock, the faint vibration of the stream's floor when the water was shallow. The world continued outside, indifferent to the cargo the stream was carrying. The first thing he did was review his memories of Feng Shen. Not systematically, not archivally, simply called them up and let them be present. Her face. Her voice. The weight of her hand. The way the phoenix flame showed her emotional state to anyone who knew how to read it. The specific sound of her laugh, rare, genuine, the laugh of someone who did not perform amusement. He built a palace of memory in the ring's interior, a mental architecture designed to preserve the most important things against the dissolution that dormancy could produce if he was not careful. The second thing he did was review his memories of Yao Ling. Her laugh. Her brilliance. The way she attacked alchemy problems with the specific combination of intuition and analysis that defined both her parents and was also entirely unlike either of them. The morning at the lake when she had covered herself in exploded pill residue and laughed until she had to sit on the ground. The third thing he did was review his teaching plans for Xiao Yan. Decades of preparation, refined and organized and compressed into a comprehensive curriculum that could take a crippled 15-year-old and give him every advantage the continent could offer. He reviewed it not for changes, the curriculum was complete, but to recommit to it, to renew his understanding of why each element had been included in what it was designed to produce. The fourth thing he did was forgive Han Feng. Not excuse him. Not absolve him. Forgive him. Because carrying hatred through decades of dormancy would corrode a soul faster than any external force, and because the boy who had followed a stranger out of a restaurant deserved to be remembered alongside the man who had shattered his master's body. Deserved, not in the sense that he had earned it, but in the sense that the act of holding both truths simultaneously, the love and the betrayal, the teaching and the theft, was the only approach to what Han Feng had been that didn't require Yao Chen to diminish either his own love or his own grief. People were not single things. They were accumulations, layers of choice and circumstance and what the world did to them when they were too young to know how to resist it. Han Feng was a betrayer and a student, a thief and a son, a man who had caused tremendous damage and a boy who had once trembled holding a teacup in the presence of a stranger who might offer him kindness. Yao Chen held all of it in the ring's quiet. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you from yourself," he said to the cold light. "I tried. For 18 years, I tried." The bone-chilling flame fragment flickered at the words, a cold pulse, like a heartbeat that had persisted past the body it belonged to. It had always been responsive to his voice. Some things, apparently, survived everything. Chapter 132. The ring's journey through the physical world proceeded without its occupant's input or direction. The stream joined a river. Yao Chen felt the current change, widening and deepening, the pressure differential distinct from the stream's shallower flow. The river carried the ring south and east through the geography of the continent that he had walked for 20 years, through gorges where the water moved fast between close walls, through valleys where the current slowed and spread, past villages where children played along the banks in the afternoons, past farmland where cultivators coaxed Do Qi enhanced crops from the soil and their spiritual signatures flavored the ambient energy even through the water's barrier. He had traveled these regions as a living man. The river knew them as something older. The ring caught on rocks. The current freed it. It scraped along riverbeds and tumbled over small waterfalls and rested in still pools for intervals before the current found it again and moved it onward. The journey was not linear. Rivers rarely were. Inside, Yao Chen felt it all as distant sensory impressions, the temperature of the water, the pressure changes of depth and current, the vibration of the ring's exterior when the water moved quickly over stone. Occasionally a fish investigated the strange metal object, and he felt the brush of something alive and incurious pressing against the ring's surface before moving on. The fish were among the most companionable presences of the early dormancy, utterly indifferent to him, entirely themselves. After 3 days, the river widened into a lake. The ring settled into the silt of a shallow inlet, half buried, the cold water preserving the star silver's finish without degrading the formation inscriptions. The lake was quiet. The ambient Do Qi of a natural environment, undisturbed by cultivation or industry, pressed gently against the ring's exterior in the way that clean things feel clean. It stayed there for 2 years. During those years, the outside world continued at its pace. Han Feng, newly empowered by the stolen bone-chilling flame, left the Yao clan within weeks of the betrayal and established himself in the Black Corner region with the speed of someone who had been planning the logistics of departure as carefully as the logistics of the act itself. He claimed his master had died in an alchemy accident, a pill refinement gone wrong, a pill lightning tribulation that proved fatal. The story was elegant because it was plausible. Tier 9 refinements produced tribulations visible from 3 provinces away, and the explosion that had destroyed the laboratory was consistent with a catastrophic pill failure. Most people believed it. The few who didn't believe it lacked evidence to challenge the narrative, and evidence had been carefully removed from the compound records. The Yao clan mourned Yao Chen with the specific quality of grief that follows the loss of someone irreplaceable, not just valuable, not just beloved, but the kind of person whose absence changes the shape of the thing they were part of. Yao Dan held the clan together through the period of destabilization that followed, honoring the promise he'd made in his private chambers with the same discipline he'd applied to 40 years of clan leadership. He suspected Han Feng. The timing was too convenient, the departure too swift. But he remembered Yao Chen's warning and did not investigate, and the sealed envelope remained in its vault. The clan's grief found no justice and no explanation, and it settled into a permanence that would not become history for many years. Feng Shen and Yao Ling, established under false identities in a remote mountain community 3 provinces from the Yao clan's territory, received the news through a Xingyun pavilion contact, a message delivered by a courier who knew nothing about its content, encoded in a botanical terminology that only Feng Shen would understand. She read the message once, destroyed it, and spent a night standing at the window of the small house they'd rented, looking at the stars. The stars were the same stars as everywhere. She had expected that. She had not expected how much she would want them to be different. She didn't cry. The tears had been spent months ago, in a bedroom where her husband had held her and promised his soul would survive. She had believed him then. She believed him now. The believing didn't make the absence smaller. It made it survivable. Is father really gone? Yao Ling asked the next morning. Her voice was small in a way that her voice was never small anymore, the smallness of a person who has been made briefly young again by grief. Feng Shen knelt and held her daughter's face between her hands. He's gone from the world we can see. But his soul endures. He promised me, and your father has never broken a promise. How do you know? Because I know him. Better than anyone alive. And I know that everything he did, every preparation, every sacrifice, every year he spent building something no one else could see yet, was to protect us and to build a future worth living in. Yao Ling cried in her mother's arms for a long time. When she stopped, something had changed in her eyes, the softness of childhood replaced not by hardness but by the specific quality of purpose that had always been waiting beneath it, unhurried, ready. I'm going to become the greatest alchemist in the world, she said. Greater even than father. I know you will. And when I find the people who did this, we will find them together. But not yet. We wait, we grow strong, and we trust your father's plan. Yao Ling nodded, wiped her eyes, and went to her alchemy laboratory. She worked through the night and every night after, refining her skills with a controlled intensity that burned steadily rather than brilliantly, the kind of fire that outlasts the spectacular ones. Feng Shen watched her daughter work and thought of the man sleeping in a ring at the bottom of a lake somewhere, holding their family in the architecture of his soul. Wait for us, she whispered to the dark. We'll be ready when the time comes. Chapter 133. The ring was found by a fisherman. An old man named Li Wei, 63 years old, a mortal with no cultivation and no knowledge of the Do Chi world's power structures. He was cleaning his nets in the shallow inlet when his fingers brushed metal, the specific sensation of something smooth and manufactured among stones and silt. He pulled up a simple dark ring, slightly dented from its journey, crusted with lake sediment that had worked into the formation inscriptions in ways that concealed their nature. He held it up to the morning light, turned it, pressed his thumbnail into one of the grooves that was not decoration. His thumbnail left no mark. He cleaned it with the thoroughness of a man who has spent his life being careful with small things. Decided it was worthless, the metal didn't have the sheen of silver and the formations were too subtle to read as decoration. Tossed it into a box with other debris he'd collected over years of fishing, broken hooks, interesting stones, the occasional coin with a dynasty date so old it was more curiosity than currency. The box sat in his hut for 8 months, occupying a shelf near the door where it caught dust and occasionally the attention of visiting grandchildren who were not allowed to take anything from it. A traveling merchant offered 3 silver coins for the box's contents. Li Wei accepted, because 3 silver coins was 3 silver coins. The merchant's trade circuit took the ring through 4 towns over the following year. A jewelry dealer in the 3rd town bought it, polished it, spent an afternoon trying to determine whether the metal was a valuable alloy, concluded it wasn't, and included it in a bulk shipment to a larger city. The shipment was purchased by a collector who stored it in a warehouse along with 300 other items of low to medium value. Inside the ring, Yao Chen tracked these transitions through the faint sensory impressions that reached him, changes in temperature and humidity as the ring moved between environments, the muffled sounds of commerce and conversation filtered through star silver and formation stone, the specific quality of handling, a merchant's practiced assessment versus a collector's absent cataloging. He was a passenger in the truest sense, carried by the indifferent logistics of mortal commerce through a world that had already forgotten him. He used the time. The dormancy years were not empty. Yao Chen's consciousness, maintained at full coherence by the soul preservation pill, was capable of internal work even without external input. He reviewed his knowledge systematically, 40 years of alchemy experience, 20 years of timeline engineering, a lifetime on Earth before all of it. He organized, compressed, and restructured this knowledge into teaching frameworks designed for a specific student at a specific stage of development. The curriculum for Xiao Yan took shape over years of careful design. Not theoretical design but practical design, anticipating resistance, failure modes, the specific ways a traumatized teenager would engage with or reject different types of guidance. Yao Chen built lesson plans for every stage he could project: the initial establishment of trust with a student who had reasons not to trust, the first Do-Chi circulation techniques for someone whose channels were disrupted by the heavenly flame, the strategic introduction of information about the heavenly flame itself. He anticipated Xiao Yan's anger and built frameworks for channeling it. He anticipated Xiao Yan's grief and built frameworks for honoring it without letting it become paralysis. He also designed himself. The persona of Yao Lao, the cantankerous, wise, slightly mysterious old mentor, was a conscious creation. Not a deception, but a role. The distinction mattered to him. A deception was an untruth told to create a false belief. A role was a way of presenting true aspects of yourself in a configuration that served the situation. Yao Lao was Yao Chen, his knowledge, his values, his genuine care for Xiao Yan's development, but he was Yao Chen edited for maximum effectiveness as a mentor, his tendency toward over-explanation reduced, his impatience with mediocrity expressed as demanding standards rather than exasperation, his care for the student expressed as investment in their growth rather than affection that might be misread as sentimentality. The irony was not lost on him. He was preparing to parent a child he'd spent 2 decades engineering the conditions for. A child who would never know the engineering, who would experience the preparation as luck and opportunity and the guidance of an eccentric old teacher. Perhaps that was how it should be. "Hello, Xiao Yan," he practiced in the ring's silence. "My name is Yao Lao. I've been waiting for you." Too familiar. Too much information given before trust was established. "Boy, if you want to regain your cultivation, shut up and listen." Better. The kind of opening that would cut through a teenager's defensive hostility and establish the terms of engagement before the student had time to construct reasons to reject them. Authoritative without being threatening. Specific about the value proposition, cultivation recovery, which would matter more to Xiao Yan than any other opening. He practiced versions of this introduction for years, refining the tone, the word choices, the emotional calibration. First impressions with traumatized adolescents were not recoverable. He had one chance to establish what kind of relationship this would be. Chapter 134. 5 years after the betrayal, the ring changed hands again, moving through the collector's warehouse bankruptcy into the possession of a minor nobleman's wife who liked interesting jewelry. She wore it to 3 social events, decided it was too plain for the occasions she attended, and gave it to a servant. The servant lost it in a market, or more accurately, the servant was pickpocketed by a street child who mistook the ring for something more valuable than it appeared. The child traded it for a bowl of rice and a steamed bun. The rice vendor gave the ring to his daughter, who wore it for 2 years before her family moved to a different province and the ring was left behind in their old house, forgotten in the back of a drawer. Each transition, Yao Chen felt and catalogued. The ring was moving south and east in its erratic, undirected way, following the geography of commerce and coincidence rather than any intentional path. The direction was correct. The continent was large, but the trajectory was toward the Jia Ma Empire's territory. Inside the ring, he continued his work. Beyond curriculum design, he had turned his attention to the broader strategic picture. The Hall of Souls would continue its operations across the continent, gathering souls for the Hun clan's ancient ritual. The ritual's ultimate goal, the resurrection of the Toshi ancient god using the accumulated spiritual energy of the continent's greatest cultivators, was a threat so large that individual cultivation achievements were almost beside the point. What mattered was that Xiao Yan become strong enough to understand the threat and respond to it before the ritual completed. That required a timeline. A development timeline, mapped against the Hun clan's operational timeline, with legacy seal interventions calibrated to accelerate Xiao Yan's growth at the specific moments where the gap between what he was and what he needed to be was largest. He ran these calculations in the ring's interior with the methodical patience of someone who has more time than they want and the discipline to use it. The legacy seal network would trigger in sequence as Xiao Yan reached each location, not because the seals activated automatically, but because Yao Chen had designed them to be discoverable by someone with Xiao Yan's specific combination of curiosity, spatial awareness, and spiritual sensitivity at his projected cultivation level for each region. The boy would find things and think he was lucky. He was, in a sense. Just not in the way he'd understand. Temporal resonance flashes arrived occasionally during the dormancy, brief emotional echoes from the timeline, fragments of Xiao Yan's present reality pressing through the amber void in the compressed way of things that had accumulated enough weight to cross dimensions. A child's laughter, Xiao Yan at 6, racing through the Xiao family compound with the uncomplicated joy of a talented boy whose talent was still growing. The laughter reached Yao Chen the way wind reaches a sealed room, through the gaps, transformed, but recognizable as wind. A child's confusion, Xiao Yan at 10, noticing that his Do Qi reserves were smaller than last month, smaller than last year, unable to understand what was happening or why his body was betraying him. A teenager's rage, Xiao Yan at 13, called trash by his peers, his engagement to Nalan Yanran a hollow mockery of something that might once have been a point of pride. A teenager's determination, Xiao Yan at 14, training alone in a courtyard before dawn, his techniques producing almost nothing, keeping at it anyway with the specific stubbornness of a person who has decided that refusing to stop is more important than whether the effort is working. One temporal resonance flash showed Yao Chen a moment he hadn't predicted. Han Feng alone in his private study, holding a cup of tea in both hands, looking at a painting on the wall. The painting was of Yao Chen, a portrait, rendered with the care that commissioned work receives when the commissioner has specific feelings about the subject. Han Feng's expression as he looked at it was unreadable in the specific way that mixed things are unreadable. Grief and guilt and possessive pride and something that might have been longing all present simultaneously, none of them dominant. Yao Chen held the vision for a long time. Then he added it to the palace of memory alongside everything else, and moved on. Chapter 135. A decade passed. Then another. Yao Chen lost precise track of time. The ring's interior had no day-night cycle, no seasonal shifts to mark the year's passage. He measured the years by the temporal resonance echoes and by the slow accumulation of the dormancy's particular texture, the way the cold quiet of the ring's interior became less absence and more presence over time, becoming a space with its own character rather than simply the space he occupied while waiting. The bone-chilling flame fragment was his clock of sorts. He could feel its slow, steady burn, steady in the way that cold things are steady, and he used it to mark the passage of intervals that had no other markers. The continent changed around him. Han Feng rose to prominence in the Black Corner region with the speed of someone who had been preparing for prominence while doing other things. The stolen bone-chilling flame gave him the foundation of a reputation, and the techniques he'd learned from Yao Chen, refined through the lens of someone who had removed the ethical constraints his master had always maintained, made him formidable and feared. His alchemy was genuinely extraordinary. Yao Chen felt echoes of Han Feng's work occasionally through the ring's ambient sensitivity, the distinctive signature of bone-chilling flame refinements, familiar and wrong simultaneously, like hearing your own voice played back through a filter that had changed something essential. The legacy seals pulsed occasionally as travelers passed near them, but none activated fully. Each seal was calibrated to Xiao Yan's confirmed soul signature, the frequency that had been theoretically projected for 20 years and confirmed when the boy was born. No one else triggered them. No one else was meant to. 156 hidden gifts, scattered like seeds across the Do Qi continent, waiting in their temporal locks with the patience of things that had been built to wait. The most patient garden ever planted, Yao Chen said to himself during one of the long stretches between temporal resonance echoes. And I won't even be there for the harvest. That wasn't quite true. He would be there, as a voice in a ring, a teacher in a spatial dimension, a spirit bound to metal and memory and the accumulated weight of 40 years of purpose. But the harvest that mattered, watching Xiao Yan become the person he was going to become, in the full ongoing way of watching rather than the curated way of receiving echoes, that would happen at a remove. The teacher present but not fully present. The father without the standing. He had made his peace with this. The peace was genuine, earned through years of working through the grief of it. But the peace didn't make the absence smaller. It made the absence livable. Chapter 136. 23 years after the betrayal, a temporal resonance pulse hit Yao Chen with the force of something that had been building pressure for a long time and had finally found the crack it needed. Feng Shen. The vision was brief and fragmentary, assembled from emotional residue rather than direct image. A woman in her early 60s, her hair streaked with silver in the specific way of dark hair going gray, not all at once but in threads, giving it texture. She was standing in a mountain garden, pruning medicinal herbs with the precise, confident movements of a master cultivator whose hands know their work so thoroughly that thinking is optional. Her Do Qi was strong, steady, the phoenix flame still present, still warm, not the fierce warmth of younger years but the deeper, more settled warmth of something that has burned a long time and learned to burn efficiently. Beside her, a younger woman, late 20s, tall, sharp-eyed in a way that the vision conveyed through posture and the quality of her attention rather than through visible eyes, was working on an alchemy array inscribed in the garden's stone floor. The younger woman's flame control was extraordinary. Dual flames dancing between her fingers with a fluidity that had surpassed both of her parents' separate control, not just more skilled but differently skilled, having developed a relationship with fire that was entirely its own thing. Yao Ling. His daughter. A grown woman, and an alchemist of the kind he had hoped she would become. Feng Shen looked up from her pruning and stared at the sky, directly, as though she could sense the connection across 23 years and thousands of miles. As though she had always known that the dormancy had not ended and was using the specific attention of love to reach through the distance. Her face in the vision was older than he'd last seen it, mapped with years and loss and the particular quality of a person who has been patient for a very long time without becoming resigned. Her lips moved. The words reached him as a whisper through dimensions, faint and certain simultaneously. We're still here. We're still waiting. The vision faded. Yao Chen's soul, enclosed in the ring's spatial dimension, held very still for a long time. Relief. Joy. Grief. Love, the specific kind that is large enough to encompass all the others without diminishing any of them. They were alive. They were safe. Feng Shen had kept her promise. She had lived, raised their daughter, maintained her strength through 2 decades of false identity and careful patience, and Yao Ling had become the brilliant alchemist she'd promised to be, her dual flame technique surpassing her parents' separate accomplishments in the way that the next generation sometimes surpasses the previous one without knowing that's what it's doing. Thank you, Yao Chen said to the empty ring. For staying. For being strong. For waiting. He couldn't communicate with them. He couldn't tell them where the ring was, or how many years remained before the grand plan reached its next stage. All he could do was carry them in his consciousness and trust that the temporal threads connecting their fates would eventually weave together again. Timeline Preparation System, Update Temporal Resonance, Feng Shen and Yao Ling confirmed alive and safe. Yao Ling Cultivation, Estimated Do Zun, Tier 8. Timeline Integrity, 65%. Ring Proximity to Xiao Clan Territory, increasing. Estimated Time to Contact Event, 5 to 8 years. 5 to 8 years. After 23 years of dormancy, the end was approaching. He returned to his preparations with renewed purpose. Chapter 137. The ring found its way to the Xiao clan's territory through a chain of transactions so mundane it bordered on absurd, which was, Yao Chen had come to understand, how the universe typically delivered the things that mattered most. The house where the ring had been left was eventually cleared by a new tenant who didn't know or care about its prior residents. She sold the house's accumulated contents to a junk dealer making his circuit through the region. The junk dealer traveled a route that eventually brought him to the Jiama Empire's interior, following the commerce lanes that had existed for centuries, his cart full of the accumulated residue of ordinary lives. In a small town near Gama City, he sold the ring to a curio shop whose proprietor had a weakness for unusual metal objects whose value wasn't immediately obvious. The curio shop displayed it in its window for 3 years. A Xiao clan retainer, a minor functionary tasked with purchasing supplies for the compound, bought it on impulse as a potential gift for his nephew. The nephew wore it for a month, lost it during a training exercise in the outer compound, and a gardener found it the next morning while raking leaves near the exercise ground. The gardener placed it in the lost and found box maintained in the compound supply room. The box sat on a shelf for 2 more years. Inside the ring, Yao Chen sensed the proximity to Xiao bloodline energy as a quality in the ambient spiritual field, the ancient resonance of a lineage that descended from Xiao Xuan, the last true Dodi contender, whose legacy pulsed through his descendants like a river flowing underground. Strong. Unmistakable. Present. Different from any other bloodline energy on the continent, distinctive in the way that the memory of great things leaves a mark on everything that follows from them. Xiao Yan was nearby. The specific individual soul frequency, confirmed at birth, calibrated across 20 years of preparation, the baseline against which all 156 legacy seals had been tuned, was present in the ambient spiritual field. Not a trace, not an echo. The actual person, moving through the compound above. But the ring remained in its box, separated from its intended recipient by walls and distance and the maddening randomness of mortal logistics. Yao Chen had never been so frustrated by his inability to affect the physical world. Patience, he told himself, with the reserves that 40 years of timeline management had built into him. The universe brought the ring this far. It will finish the job. He hoped. And he waited. And the Xiao clan's ambient energy pressed against the ring's exterior like something that recognized what was inside without knowing how it knew. Chapter 138. The critical moment arrived not with thunder or dramatic revelation, but with a series of quiet, painful observations filtered through the ring's limited external perception. Xiao Yan's cultivation was being consumed. Yao Chen sensed it through the ambient Do Qi fluctuations in the compound, a young cultivator's energy reserves declining month by month, like a lamp burning through its oil at an accelerated rate. The signature was unmistakable once you knew what to look for, the specific way that a heavenly flame sealed within a living body consumed the host's Do Qi before the host could circulate it. The flame was burning the fuel before the engine could use it. The consumption pattern was exactly as his preparations had projected. Knowing the projection matched the reality did not reduce the weight of witnessing it. His mother had known what she was doing when she sealed it within him. The heavenly flame's suppression would cost Xiao Yan his cultivation for years, would expose him to the cruelties of a world that judged worth by cultivation rank, would strip him of the status and the future that had been promised to him. But the flame would also be there, waiting, immense, the most powerful thing in his body, when the right teacher helped him learn to work with it rather than being consumed by it. Temporal resonance echoes reached Yao Chen in fragments across the months and years. A boy of 12, training alone in a courtyard at dawn, his face carrying the specific expression of someone who has decided that if their results keep declining, then the only acceptable response is to train harder. His form was imperfect, but his commitment was not. The commitment was something that could not be manufactured from outside, it had to come from inside, and it was coming. A boy of 13, overhearing servants whisper fallen genius in a corridor, clenching his fists until the pressure was enough to give him something physical to focus on. The rage in the echo was clean and familiar. A boy of 14, challenging a cousin who'd mocked him and losing badly, getting back up from the courtyard stones with the deliberate, unhurried movements of someone who has decided that staying down is not an option regardless of what getting up costs. The deliberateness of the rising was more significant than the loss. Most people, in that position, would have slowed. He got up at the same pace. Each echo was a knife. Not because the suffering was unexpected, Yao Chen had known this part of the timeline for 40 years, but because knowing doesn't prepare you for the reality of watching a person be hurt by circumstances they don't understand. Knowing the purpose of the hammer doesn't make the hammer less heavy. The flame is consuming you, Yao Chen said to the echoes, knowing Xiao Yan couldn't hear him but saying it anyway, because the alternative was silence and silence felt complicit with the cruelty. But it's also making you stronger in ways you can't perceive yet. The pressure is forging something that comfortable cultivation never could. Your mother knew this. She sacrificed everything to give you this gift, even though it would look like a curse for years. I know it doesn't help. I know knowing the reason for the pain doesn't reduce the pain. I'm sorry for that. The parallels were not lost on him. A mother sacrificing for her child's future. A father sacrificing for the same child's future, in a different register. The boy at the center of all this sacrifice, unaware of any of it, struggling through years of pain and humiliation because the adults in his life had made decisions about what he needed before he was old enough to consent. Was it fair? No. Was it necessary? Yao Chen had spent 40 years examining the question from every angle, and the answer was consistent. The character that Xiao Yan was developing through this suffering, the stubbornness, the loyalty, the refusal to surrender when circumstances provided every justification for surrender, was being produced by the suffering itself. A different path would produce a different person. The different person would not be able to do what needed to be done. The forge needed fire. Yao Chen had known this from the beginning. Knowing it didn't make watching it easier. But easier wasn't the point. Chapter 139. 3 more years passed, each one an eternity in the ring's timeless interior, each one bringing the temporal resonance echoes closer together as Xiao Yan's soul drew the ring's sensitivity toward him with the increasing clarity of something approaching. Xiao Yan turned 15. His cultivation had bottomed out at Doji level, the lowest measurable rank, the rank that marked a cultivator who was technically functioning but practically non-functional, whose Do-Chi was present in such small amounts that the simplest techniques required effort that more advanced practitioners would spend on significant achievements. The prodigy who'd been considered the Xiao family's brightest hope was now its most conspicuous source of embarrassment, his decline so complete that the family had stopped referring to it directly and had begun the particular social process of simply no longer mentioning what had once been expected. The 3-year agreement with Nalan Yanran, the formal arrangement that would become the inciting incident of Xiao Yan's legendary journey, the moment when his humiliation was public and his resolve was absolute, was approaching. Inside the ring, Yao Chen could feel the temporal momentum building. The temporal resonance echoes had sharpened from vague emotional impressions to almost clear images over the past year. Xiao Yan was close. The ring's legacy seal recognition protocol, dormant for decades, had been running calibration checks with increasing frequency. Each check returned the same result: target soul signature present, strengthening, proximity increasing. And somewhere in the compound above, a boy was still training at dawn despite having almost nothing to train with. The moment came on an unremarkable afternoon, in the way that the most significant moments almost always do. Someone had found the ring in the lost and found box. A servant cleaning the supply room, probably. Moved it to the compound's common storage for unclaimed items. And from there, through the invisible logic of objects finding their way to people in spaces where many people pass, a hand had picked it up. A 15-year-old's hand. Thin, calloused from training, slightly scarred at the knuckles from years of practice against surfaces that hadn't yielded. The soul signature that Yao Chen had calibrated 156 legacy seals to across 40 years blazed through the ring's detection formation like a sun catching on still water. Match confirmed. The ring's internal systems powered on in cascading sequence, systems dormant for decades activating with the speed of things that had been waiting for exactly this trigger. The legacy seal recognition protocol broadcast its signal to all 156 seals across the continent in a pulse that was simultaneous and instantaneous and silent to everyone who wasn't the ring. He's here. He's wearing the ring. Begin. Yao Chen's consciousness surged. For the first time in over 20 years, the world outside the ring resolved from vague impressions into something approaching clarity. The communication interface was active. He could perceive, through the ring's formation arrays, the room around him, filtered and limited but real. A thin boy. Not tall, not imposing. Hard eyes that had processed years of mockery and dismissal and had arrived at a place beyond anger, the specific calm of someone who has been hurt so many times that they have learned to function while hurt, the way people learn to walk on injuries that never fully healed. A jaw set in the configuration of controlled expression. Shoulders that carried invisible weight so constantly that they had learned to carry it without showing the effort. There was a training callus on the right palm that didn't match the development level of his cultivation. His body had been trained harder than his rank warranted, and that detail alone was enough to tell Yao Chen everything he needed to know about this boy's character. He was looking at the ring with idle curiosity, having slipped it on without understanding what he'd just activated. Xiao Yan. There you are, Yao Chen whispered, and his soul trembled with the specific quality of an emotion that had been building for 40 years finally reaching its destination. Relief, joy, grief, purpose, love, all of it present simultaneously, compressed into 3 words directed at a boy who had no idea that a soul in his ring had spent a lifetime preparing for this moment. He looked at Xiao Yan and saw not the legendary figure from the timeline, not the Dodi, not the savior, not the protagonist of a story that would span decades and shake the heavens. He saw a kid. A scared, angry, brilliant kid who had been told he was worthless by everyone around him and had refused to believe it despite not yet having any evidence to counter the verdict. A kid who still trained at dawn despite having almost no cultivation to show for it. A kid whose determination burned steadily in the part of him that circumstances had not managed to reach. Knowing and seeing were different. He had known intellectually for 40 years what kind of person Xiao Yan was. Seeing the actual boy, his actual face, his actual hands, the actual way he looked at an unknown object on his finger with the attentiveness of someone who doesn't dismiss what he doesn't understand, transformed the abstract into the immediate. The bronze hourglass, dim for decades, blazed back to full luminosity. Timeline preparation system, full activation host, Yao Chen, soul state, ring bearer, Xiao Yan, age 15 soul signature, confirmed legacy seal network, 156 seals armed and tracking timeline integrity, 78% status, contact established. The future begins now. 78%. The highest it had been since the early years of the transmigration. Contact with Xiao Yan, the central point around which the entire timeline had been organized, had stabilized the future more effectively than all 20 years of preparation. Because the preparation was scaffolding. Xiao Yan was the building. Chapter 140. Yao Chen waited 3 days before making contact. Not because the timing was strategically critical, though it was, allowing Xiao Yan to become accustomed to the ring's ambient energy and for the legacy seal network's calibration signals to settle. But because he needed those 3 days to prepare himself emotionally, and he had learned over 40 years to take the preparation that was necessary rather than the preparation that was comfortable. He was about to become a teacher again. A mentor. A father figure to a boy who needed all 3 and had the particular wariness of someone who has been promised help before and has learned that promises are easier to make than to keep. The mentorship of Han Feng, real, loving, ultimately insufficient, had taught him that love was not enough. Preparation was not enough. Intelligence was not enough. What was needed was the specific combination of all of them, applied consistently, over time, in service of a person's actual needs rather than an idea of what their needs should be. He reviewed his persona one final time. Yao Lao, medicine elder. Cantankerous but warm. Demanding but fair, secretive about the right things, honest about the important things. A master who would push Xiao Yan to his limits and catch him when he fell. A teacher who had something to teach and expected the student to be capable of learning it. Not a transmigrator. Not a timeline engineer. Not a man who had spent 40 years orchestrating the conditions of this meeting. Just an old soul in a ring, willing to give everything he had left to the right person. On the 3rd night, when the compound was quiet and Xiao Yan was alone in his room, Yao Chen manifested. The process was disorienting after decades of non-use, pushing his soul's projection through the ring's spatial barrier and into the physical world for the first time since the betrayal. His form was ghostly, translucent, an old man's figure assembling itself in the air above the ring with the slow certainty of something that had been waiting a long time for permission. The bone-chilling flame fragment illuminated his projection with a faint blue-silver light that pooled on the floor and walls of Xiao Yan's room like moonlight through a particular kind of glass. The projection was smaller than he'd been in life, the reduced flame reserve showed in the manifestation scale. Xiao Yan reacted instantly. The boy lunged backward off his bed with the reflexes of someone who had trained his body past what his cultivation could support, the instincts outpacing the power, which was a specific kind of courage. He grabbed a training sword from the wall mount beside his bed and dropped into a fighting stance. His eyes were wide but his body was under control, the trained stillness of someone who had learned to channel surprise into readiness rather than panic. The grip on the sword was good, not perfect, but good, and better than the cultivation rank should have produced. Good instincts. Genuinely good instincts, the kind that couldn't be taught but could be developed. Who are you? Xiao Yan demanded, his voice steady despite the impossible situation. What are you doing in my room? Yao Chen studied him. The details that mattered were all present, the calluses on his hands from training weapons he could barely empower with his minimal do qi, the dark circles of chronic insufficient sleep, The lean frame of a teenager whose body was being asked to work harder than its fuel supply permitted. And beneath all of it, underneath the exhaustion and the anger and the careful wariness, a quality that no description fully captured. A spark. The specific kind of undying light that belonged to people who had been told repeatedly what they were and had declined to accept the verdict. The spark that would set the world on fire. Yao Chen smiled. Genuinely, with the full weight of 40 years arriving at their destination behind the expression. My name is Yao Lao, he said, adopting the persona with the ease of a master stepping into a role they were born to play. I've been sleeping in that ring on your finger for quite some time. And I have to say, boy, you look terrible. Xiao Yan's grip on the sword didn't loosen. Get out of my ring. It's my ring, actually. Has been for longer than you've been alive. But that's a discussion for later. Right now, I have a more pressing question for you. I'm not answering any, your cultivation. You've been losing it. Declining from somewhere respectable down to Do-J at a rate that's consistent with an internal energy drain. Something is consuming your Do-Chi before you can circulate it. The decline has been happening for years. Am I wrong? Xiao Yan went very still. The sword lowered an inch, involuntary, the physical expression of attention overriding combat readiness. His eyes shifted. A fraction of the wariness gave way to something more complex, the expression of a person hearing their private wound named accurately by someone who has no obvious way to know it. How do you know that? He asked. The wariness was still there, but something else had moved into the space alongside it, the specific quality of someone hearing their secret accurately described. Because I'm a Tier 9 alchemist, boy. Or I was, before my current situation. And I've seen conditions like yours before, not often, but enough to recognize the signature. The good news is, it's not a disease. It's not a curse. It's something planted in you deliberately, and it can be solved. Solved. The word came out rough, carrying the weight of years of being told the opposite. Everyone says it can't be solved. Every doctor, every elder, everyone you've talked to is an idiot. Silence. Xiao Yan stared at him. They're not idiots in general, Yao Chen continued, moderating the statement with the precision of a teacher calibrating a lesson. They simply haven't encountered what you have. What's inside you is not something conventional medicine addresses, because conventional medicine assumes a conventional patient. You are not conventional. He held Xiao Yan's gaze. I'm offering you a deal. I'll explain what's happening to you. I'll show you how to manage it. And if you're willing to work, really work, harder than you've ever worked in your life, I'll teach you things that will make every person who ever called you trash choke on those words. Xiao Yan's eyes burned. The spark blazed with the specific brightness of a fire that has been denied oxygen for years and has just been given air. Why would you help me? Yao Chen considered the question. The true answer was 40 years long and involved every element of everything he had been through and everything he had built. The true answer was that he had watched this boy's suffering through temporal echoes and had wept in a ring, unable to help, counting the years until contact. The true answer was that Xiao Yan was the reason for all of it, and had been since before he existed. But Xiao Yan didn't need the true answer. Not yet. Trust was built through demonstrated reliability, not through declarations. Because I need a body, and you need a teacher, he said. Mutual benefit. The simplest kind of arrangement. It was true enough. The deeper truth could wait for the day Xiao Yan was ready to understand it. Xiao Yan looked at him for a long time, the careful, unhurried assessment of someone who has learned to evaluate offers before accepting them. 15 years of betrayed expectations had made him cautious. But 15 years of refusing to stop had made him willing to take a chance when the chance was real. If you're lying to me, Xiao Yan said slowly, I'll find a way to make you regret it. Ring or no ring. Yao Chen laughed. A real laugh, full and warm and sudden, the kind he hadn't produced since the last evening he'd shared tea with Han Feng on a mountain under the stars. The laugh moved through his projection and made the blue-silver light flicker, an involuntary response, the soul expressing what the body no longer could. I believe you would, he said, and meant it. Shall we begin? I have a great deal to teach you, and you have a great deal of lost time to recover. Xiao Yan lowered the sword. Set it against the wall with the care of someone who intends to pick it up again but has decided the conversation takes priority. Sat cross-legged on the floor with the unconscious posture of a student preparing for a lesson, the body knowing something the mind was still deciding. Teach me, he said, and Yao Chen, transmigrator, timeline engineer, Tier 9 alchemist, father, husband, betrayed master, sleeping soul, 40-year architect of a continental preparation project, looked at the boy who would carry the world on his shoulders and felt something he hadn't felt since the morning he first opened his eyes in a young man's body on the Yao clan's cultivation peak 40 years ago. Hope. Not the engineered hope of timeline management. Not the calculated hope of probability analysis. Real hope, the kind that comes from looking at a person and knowing, with a certainty that bypasses reasoning, that they are capable of everything that is being asked of them and more. Let's start with the basics, Yao Chen said, floating to the center of the room. Lesson 1, the thing consuming your cultivation is called a heavenly flame. And before you panic, understand this, it's not a curse. It's not a disease. It's the most valuable thing in your body. More valuable than your cultivation rank, more valuable than your bloodline, more valuable than any technique you'll ever learn. If we do this right, it will make you the most powerful person on this continent. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. The spark blazed. The bronze hourglass, invisible to everyone but Yao Chen, spun in the corner of the room. Its sand, which had been falling since the moment of transmigration 40 years ago, reversed direction for the first time, grains rising instead of falling, flowing upward like time itself was being renewed. In the ring's spatial dimension, the consciousness anchor hummed at a new frequency. The bone-chilling flame fragment, small and cold and steady, pulsed once with the warmth of something that had survived everything and was ready to begin again. Timeline preparation system, final status timeline integrity, 78% legacy seals, 156, all active, tracking ring bearer Xingyun Pavilion, operational, Venerable Feng commanding, Feng Shen, alive, location secured, Yao Ling, alive, Tier 8 alchemist, Do Zun cultivation, Han Feng, active threat, Black Corner region, Hall of Souls, active threat, escalating operations, Hun clan, hidden threat, apocalypse protocol advancing, Xiao Yan, contact established, all systems nominal. All preparations complete. The future begins now. Yao Chen smiled at the boy who didn't yet know he was the world's last hope, and began to teach. And in the space between master and student, in the silent, sacred geometry of one person choosing to give and another choosing to receive, 40 years of preparation found their purpose. The sand in the hourglass rose toward the sky. The story that would shake the heavens had begun. If this journey through Yao Chen's hidden sacrifice moved you, if you felt the weight of everything built for one boy who didn't yet know it was waiting for him, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Every comment and share helps more viewers find these stories. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter of the cultivation path. Until next time, fellow cultivators, the Tao does not end here.